Chapter 97, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 97. Karen and Lorelei simultaneously recalled their Torracat and a Lalin Sandslash. The scene was immediately filled with applause, with the most excited among the crowd being QQE, Burnett, and the other locals of Alola. Karen's performance made them see her as not just an outstanding trainer, but also the future of Alola. Even though Karen hadn't agreed to become one of Alola's Elite Four. The banquet continued, and Lorelei started chatting with Steven and his group. Those moves just now, did the Pokémon learn them through TMs? Lorelei asked curiously, her arms crossed over her chest, unintentionally accentuating a certain area. If not for Steven's past life in a world full of, shall we say, overwhelming visuals, he might have found it hard to maintain his composure. What are you staring at? Karen squinted at Will. I wasn't staring, don't accuse me of that. Will quickly turned his head away. That's right, Miss Lorelei, if you don't mind, please accept this. Steven took something out of his pocket and handed it to Lorelei. This is. Lorelei froze for a moment as she looked at the dark brown disc in her hand. This is a TM containing the move Earthquake. I figured you could make good use of it. Steven smiled lightly. For a trainer specializing in ice types like Lorelei, weaknesses were a glaring issue. After all, ice types had several weaknesses: fire, rock, fighting, and steel. But ground types could help counter 3 of those. Thank you so much, Dr. Steven. Lorelei expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Even as a member of the Elite Four, she knew how much time and effort it took to teach a Pokémon a move that wasn't part of their natural typing, let alone a high-powered move like Earthquake. If her Alolan Sandslash had been able to use Earthquake earlier, the battle wouldn't have been so one-sided. Dr. Steven, I'm a bit curious. How are TMs made? Do they hurt Pokémon in the process? Lorelei hesitated as she asked. She was well aware that research often required experiments, which sometimes involved using Pokémon as test subjects, a practice she abhorred. Hearing this, Steven smiled. Haha, don't worry about that. TMs indeed require extracting Pokémon DNA, but only a tiny bit. Like, for example, the Earthquake TM in your hand was made using DNA from a Donphin's toenail. It doesn't harm the Pokémon at all. Though it's a bit rough on the researchers, Steven added silently to himself. I see. Dr. Steven, you truly are an outstanding scientist, Lorelei said with a smile, nodding in respect for the first time. Previously, Lorelei had been wary of researchers, because many scientific experiments inevitably involved Pokémon. Although she understood that such things were sometimes necessary, after all, you couldn't very well use humans as test subjects, she still deeply resented those practices. Now, meeting a genius scientist who could invent groundbreaking tools like TMs without harming Pokémon, she couldn't help but feel a newfound admiration for him. As Lorelei slightly bowed in gratitude, the curves beneath her office attire became even more pronounced. After Lorelei left, Karen pouted unhappily. Why did you give her such a rare TM? Don't be like that. She helped your Torracat evolve by giving it some valuable battle experience. Besides, you might even become colleagues someday. It's just building goodwill in advance, Steven chuckled. In the future, after Red ascended to the top of the Indigo League, he resigned after just 2 years as champion, passing the title to Lance. With Lorelei and Agatha retiring not long after, Karen, Will, and Koga stepped up, becoming the second generation of the Indigo League Elite Four. From that perspective, Karen and Lorelei really could be considered future colleagues. Still, Steven couldn't quite figure out why Lorelei had retired. Agatha stepping down due to old age made sense, but Lorelei was so young, why would she quit? Who'd want to work with that milk cow anyway? Karen pouted, exuding an air of mutual repulsion. Who are you trying to impress growing up like that? Will muttered quietly, sour grapes from someone who can't reach the grapes. What did you say? Karen immediately reached out, ready to smack Will. Will quickly hid behind Steven. Brother Steven, how many of those TM do you still have? I want to buy some. At this moment, Rose showed up, saving Will's life. President Rose, you're too polite. If you want some, I can give you a few for free. No. I need quite a lot, so I should pay for them, Rose replied with a smile, shaking his head. Then, his secretary, Olivia, handed Stephen a list. Will, with a slightly bruised eye, and Karen leaned in from either side. Good grief. Dragon Dance, 100 units. Flamethrower, 300 units. Ice Beam, 300 units. Solar Beam, 500 units. All were high-powered moves, and the quantity for each was in the triple digits. President Rose, for this amount, you should discuss it with Aunt Lusamine instead, Stephen said with a smile. Old man, are you here to restock your inventory? Will teased. I want to establish a branch of Rainbow Corporation in Galler to sell the TM, Rose explained. He was well aware of how important these items were to trainers. With them, the overall strength of the Galler League could be improved by leaps and bounds. The other moves are fine, but for Dragon Dance, we need Dragonite DNA. I'm afraid it will take some time to gather enough stock, President Rowe, Lusamine said as she approached and joined the discussion. Dragonite DNA for Dragon Dance, huh? That's indeed rare, Nanu thought silently to himself while munching on a piece of cake, quietly observing the scene. Mr. Nanu, can I have a word with you? At this moment, Goodshow approached Nanu. The Joker investigation is now in your hands, Zero, Goodshow said solemnly after they moved to the lounge next to the banquet hall. Zero was Nanu's codename as an international police officer. As everyone knew, anyone with the codename Zero was no ordinary individual. President, you don't need to use my codename when we're not working, Nanu said wearily. There's no one else here, Goodshow said, gesturing for Nanu to relax before his expression turned serious again. In any case, the Joker investigation is yours now. Nanu scratched his head. Another super troublesome mission. For the past few years, he had been serving as the captain of the Ultra Beast hunting squad, fighting against the Ultra Beasts that frequently invaded Alola. With great power comes great responsibility. After thinking it over, you're the only one I can trust for this task, as the ace of the international police, Goodshow said with a smile, patting Nanu on the shoulder. Nanu rolled his eyes and asked, and if Ultra Beasts invade Alola again, who's going to handle them? Aren't those 3 little guys there? Goodshow pointed to the room next door. Nanu blinked. Fine. Chapter 98, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 98. Early the next morning. Everyone who attended last night's banquet gathered at the Ulayula Island welcoming airport. Goodshow and Lorelei were returning to Johto. And they were taking Nanu with them. On the surface, Nanu claimed he was going to Johto for a vacation, but in reality, his purpose was to investigate Joker. After all, it was well known that Joker mainly operated in Johto. Meanwhile, Rose and his secretary Olana would return to Galar. Lusamine also planned to take her children to Paldea to arrange school admissions for Gladion and Lily. Mother, please take good care of yourself. Lily clung to Lusamine's hand with teary eyes, reluctant to let go. Don't worry about me, dear. You need to focus on your studies, get along well with your classmates, and always remember to look your best. Lusamine gently brushed Lily's bangs aside, revealing her delicate face. Though still youthful, it already hinted at future breathtaking beauty. Gladion here. Stephen handed 2 Pokéballs to the edgy young man. Inside were Type, Null and the Zorua he had previously loaned to Karen. For this reason, Karen didn't come to see them off today. Brother Stephen, I entrust my mother to you. Gladion gave Stephen a deep bow. Stephen patted Gladion on the shoulder. After seeing everyone off, Stephen and Will headed back to the outskirts of Melamel Island, to the temporary base the 3 of them had been living in. Next, they planned to move to Etha Paradise. The equipment here also needed to be relocated. A group of Etha Foundation staff in white uniforms was already busy transporting the machinery. When Stephen and Will returned, the Pokémon Umbreon, Maria, Rose, and Sina all rushed to greet them. Beware was slightly slower because she was holding the Swablu's Pokémon egg, walking carefully to avoid shaking it. Stephen, are we going to live in Etha Paradise for good from now on? Inside the house, Karen, who wasn't using Zorua's illusion ability or wearing her sunglasses for once, asked Stephen while revealing her rarely seen true face. Yeah, but before that, there are 2 things we need to take care of. Steven raised a finger. First, help you catch a Zorua. After all, if you want to participate in the Indigo League, you'll need a Zorua to help you disguise yourself. Thank you. Karen sincerely expressed her gratitude to Steven. She could feel that he genuinely wanted to help her. Don't keep saying thank you. We're companions, aren't we? Steven smiled in response. He was never stingy with his people. In his previous life, Steven had spent most of his time learning alongside Vegapunk. Deep down, he had always admired Luffy's kind of life, finding like-minded companions and striving together toward a shared dream. Unfortunately, he lacked any real talent in martial arts. On top of that, being constantly monitored by the world government while under Vegapunk's wing had left him little room to form his crew. This second chance at life was like fulfilling that dream. Just companions. Karen instinctively blurted out the question, catching Steven off guard. She quickly realized the ambiguous nature of her words, and a blush of embarrassment spread across her face. No, what I meant was, Before Steven could respond, Karen was already flustered, struggling to explain herself. I'm still here, you know. Will raised his hand and spoke. Karen. She swore this was the first time she had ever wanted to beat this little chubby boy to death. Interrupted by Will, Steven swallowed back the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Originally, Steven was going to respond with, for now, yes, but who knows in the future. That's right, Steven didn't deny his fondness for Karen. He wasn't one of those clueless and oblivious protagonists from stock market-themed novels, nor was he one of those absurdly pure male leads who would let the female lead, even when drugged, solve the problem on her own. But truthfully, as someone who had survived 3 lifetimes, Steven preferred a mature and sexy body like Lorelei. As for the 12-year-old Karen in front of him, Steven currently only viewed her as a companion. In a few years, if Karen still had feelings for him, Steven wouldn't mind developing things further. The mood, now broken by Will, was shifted as Steven chuckled and changed the subject. For now, I've already asked Team Rocket and the Etha Foundation to investigate for traces of Zorua. I believe we'll have results soon. The Zorua species, like Lucario, wasn't a mythical or legendary Pokémon, just relatively rare. With the help of 2 major organizations, it shouldn't take too long to find one. And what's the other thing? Sensing Karen's murderous glare, Will quickly asked, trying to divert her attention. For Umbreon to truly break through her limits, there's still one final step. Steven bent down and picked up Umbreon, cradling her in his arms as he spoke. It's not done yet. I saw you gave the type, null to Gladion, so I thought it was already settled, Karen frowned. Let's just say it's halfway done. As he spoke, Steven picked up a fire stone from the lab table and pressed it against Umbreon's back. The light of evolution shone brightly, and the fire stone's energy was absorbed by Umbreon, transforming it into Flareon. Will, oh my god. Karen, it's just like Type, Null's AR system. Type, Null could switch its typing by changing memory disks, a fact both Karen and Will had come to know over the past month from Steven's research on Type, Null. But they never expected him to replicate this ability on Umbreon. Steven stroked Flareon, whose fur was much fluffier compared to Umbreon's, and continued to explain. Type, Null's AR system allows it to store memory disks in its brain and swap them out for new ones at will, achieving free attribute changes. But Umbreon can't do that. Every time she transforms, she absorbs an evolution stone that can't be retrieved. Ignoring the wastage issue, having to use a new stone every time makes the process highly inefficient. Indeed, while Type, Null was affectionately nicknamed Mini Arceus by many Pokémon fans in Steven's past lives, its practicality in battle was far from Arceus's level. Setting aside its overall strength, there was a glaring flaw. Every time it needed to change its typing, the trainer had to manually swap out memory disks. Let's be honest, even with a trainer's fast hand speed, it would take about 3 seconds to swap a disk. In high-level battles, 3 seconds was more than enough to get defeated. But Arceus was different. It could change its typing in an instant with just a flash of thought. This alone put Arceus leagues ahead of Type, Null. So, what's the plan, Steven? Looking at Flairon's fluffy body, Karen couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. Flairon initially wanted to resist, but under Steven's reassuring pats, it begrudgingly allowed Karen to stroke its fur. Then there's only one option left, to study Arceus. Steven's shocking statement left his two companions utterly stunned. What? Study Arceus? The legendary creator god Arceus. Have you lost your mind, or are my ears malfunctioning? Chapter 99, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 99. Karen and Will both looked at Steven with shocked expressions. Arceus, the Arceus from the legends who created this world. Don't worry, we're not putting Arceus itself on the lab table, just studying the legacy it left behind, Steven said, lowering his hand to signal his two companions to stay calm. The jewel of life, the ultimate treasure created by Arceus thousands of years ago by combining the life energy of ground, water, grass, lightning, and dragon types. That was Steven's next target. Phew, okay, good, that's a relief. Will patted his chest, nearly scared to death. He almost thought they were going to fight Arceus. But we might encounter Dialga or Palkia, Steven added casually. Will nearly choked on his saliva. What difference does that make? Karen, on the other hand, wasn't as fazed. She had already guessed that Steven was just teasing the clueless Will. Steven, you've already come up with a plan, haven't you? Karen smirked mischievously, glancing at Will, who looked half dead from fright and then turned her attention to Steven. Yeah, we have no chance of winning against the gods of time and space, but we can come up with a way to stop them from appearing. The key, a woman with the power of melody, someone capable of communicating with legendary Pokémon telepathically. Meanwhile, technical machines, TMs, began selling in the Alola region, attracting a massive influx of tourists. Already a renowned vacation spot in the Pokémon world, Alola's GDP skyrocketed. However, the prices of high-power TMs left many visitors hesitating. For example, Flamethrower, 30,000 Pokédollars. Fire Blast, 35,000 Pokédollars. Earthquake, 35,000 Pokédollars. Brave Bird, 30,000 Pokédollars. Even so, the Pokémon Center stores were packed daily, with trainers eager to buy TMs. While many couldn't afford the high-power moves, more affordable options like Mudslap, 5,000 Pokédollars, Magical Leaf, 5,000 Pokédollars, or Fire Fang, 10,000 Pokédollars were very popular. For most trainers, enhancing their Pokémon's move coverage was much more important than sheer power. For example, beginner trainers in Kanto who chose Charmander would struggle with the first two gyms. But purchasing a TM like Metal Claw or Thunder Punch would make things much easier. After all, for the average trainer, most Pokémon's levels weren't high enough to fully unleash the potential of high-power moves. It's like comparing the wood-release jutsu from the Naruto series. Hashirama's wood-release could dominate the world, but Yamato's was only good for landscaping. Same technique, an entirely different league. The first two regions to partner with Rainbow Corporation and open TM stores were Galar and Paldea, two rebellious regions within the league. This was mainly because Galar and Paldea were geographically closest to Alola. A few days later, on Aetha Paradise, Steven and his companions were preparing to head to Sinnoh to pursue their next target, the Jewel of Life. Lusamine, visibly worried, asked, "Are you sure you don't want me to send a private jet to take you to Michina?" Michina was a famous tourist destination in the Sinnoh region, home to many wild Pokémon. However, few people knew that Michina's caretaker, Sheena, was the possessor of the power of Damos. "Auntie, we're going to steal something. Flying there in a private jet is like announcing it to the entire world," Karen said, rolling her eyes. Lusamine, now the president of both the Aetha Foundation and Rainbow Corporation, wore a white office outfit that complemented her beauty with an added touch of professionalism. But the more beautiful Lusamine looked, the more annoyed Karen felt. "You're a mother of two, can't you tone it down a little?" Karen muttered to herself. Lusamine frowned slightly. Although she had Steven call her auntie as a way to build a closer relationship, no woman liked being reminded of her age. "Don't worry, we've planned multiple strategies. We'll be fine," Steven reassured her with a smile. To avoid suspicion, the trio planned to take a commercial flight to Hone, then board a ship to northeast Hone towards Sinnoh. Elsewhere in the Indigo Plateau, Nanu, who had claimed he was on vacation, was being escorted by Goodshow to the League headquarters to meet the Indigo League's Elite Four. Well, technically, it was 1 champion and 3 Elite Four, since Aldous wasn't present. But everyone was used to that. Everyone, this is Nanu, an ace officer from the International Police. He wants to consult you about Joker, Goodshow introduced. Nanu, as always, looked half asleep and drawled. Since some of you have already fought Joker directly, I'd like to gather more intelligence for my investigation. Lorelei pursed her lips. I wouldn't call it a fight, I've only met him once. If you want battle experience, though. At that, Lorelei, Bruno, and Agatha all turned to look at Lance, who was standing by the window. At the moment, Lance was training his Dragonite, sticking a bright red TM labeled Fire Blast onto its large, round belly. As the Indigo League's poster boy, Lance had easy access to TMs. The moment Alola began selling them, he had ordered a batch of Fire-type TMs to deal with Ice-types, the Dragon's Bane. Dragonite, huh? Nanu glanced at Lance's Dragonite, which was not only unusually large, but also incredibly intimidating. He suddenly recalled something Lusamine had mentioned before. The TM for Outrage required Dragonite DNA as one of its components. Lance, share your experience with Nanu, Goodshow called out. Fine, Lance replied, still visibly annoyed. He had wanted to catch Joker himself, but after losing twice to him, neither Goodshow nor the League's council members would allow it. We can't afford another loss. Don't embarrass the Indigo League again. Meanwhile, Steven and his group arrived in the Hone region and immediately purchased tickets for a ship heading to Sinnoh. Will had wanted to linger in Hone for a bit, as the Pokémon he desperately wanted, Gardevoir, was native to Hone. But under Karen's sharp gaze, he reluctantly boarded the ship. Ralts may be rare, but they've been sighted in many regions. You can look for one in Sinnoh, Karen said, shoving Will onto the ship with a kick. Thanks, Steven said to Karen, as Will sulked in a corner. Why are you thanking me? Karen asked. For Umbreon, Steven replied, glancing at Umbreon resting in her Pokéball. During this period, Maria, Rose, and Sina had grown rapidly thanks to their Joker record ability. And don't even mention the Beware, which seemed to have divine luck on its side. As the first member of Steven's team, Umbreon had become the weakest member. This had made Umbreon increasingly anxious. Karen had noticed this and had insisted on keeping the team moving, ensuring Will didn't delay their trip to Sinnoh. Helping each other out, that's what companions are for, Karen said, deliberately emphasizing the word companions. Steven smiled in response. Will, meanwhile, started wondering, was he just extra baggage? Chapter 100, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 100. Mycena, a famous tourist town in the Sinnoh region, is renowned for its excellent natural scenery and ancient ruins rich in historical heritage. Steven and his 2 companions strolled along the picturesque town paths. Compared to the surrounding tourists, aside from being younger on average and having superior appearances, there was nothing particularly different about them. Stick to the plan. As if engaging in casual conversation, Steven purchased 3 cups of berry tea, handed them to Karen and Will, and the 3 leaned against a street corner, discussing their next course of action. Karen, monitor the woman who has inherited the power of Damos. Will and I will infiltrate the ruins to search for the Jewel of Life. As he spoke, Steven took out his phone and pulled up basic information about Mycena's caretaker, Sheena. Sheena, that name is quite similar to a rising star trainer in the Sinnoh region recently. Will leaned over to take a look. Steven chuckled. In a past life, some Pokémon fans mistakenly believed that Cynthia had the power of Damos. This might be why. Sheena, Cynthia, easy to confuse. And later, Hone even introduced a Zinnia. She can communicate with legendary Pokémon and even summon them. Karen, your job is to monitor her and ensure she doesn't get a chance to use this ability. I'm counting on you. Steven rarely showed such a serious expression to his companions. After all, if one of the space-time deities or Giratina were summoned, the entire operation would fail. Don't worry. Karen took a sip of her berry tea and made an okay gesture towards Steven. Why not let me do it? My psychic-type Pokémon would be more suitable for surveillance, wouldn't they? Will asked, puzzled. Karen scoffed, because the target is a woman. If you go, who knows what kind of creepy things you might do. She still remembered the time Will jokingly said he wanted to turn invisible to sneak into a women's bathhouse. I was just joking back then, all right? Besides, Steven is a guy too. Why single me out? Will huffed angrily. He wouldn't be interested in a woman of her caliber, Karen said with a hint of disdain in her expression. Steven. This time, it was Steven's turn to feel speechless. But he had to admit, Karen was getting to know him better and better. It was true, though Sheena's hairstyle was a bit outdated, resembling something a dog might have chewed on, she could still be considered attractive. However, she was far from Steven's type. After all, in a past life, he had spent years in the pirate world, surrounded by stunning beauties. After his second reincarnation, his first companion was the little beauty Karen. Ordinary beauties simply didn't catch his eye anymore. If it were someone like Lorelei or Lucamine, Karen might genuinely feel threatened. But Sheena, not a chance. Nighttime. Steven and Will changed into their combat outfits' invisibility suits and prepared to infiltrate the ancient ruins. Steven, is the jewel of life really in the ruins? Something that important, wouldn't Sheena, as the caretaker, carry it with her instead? Just as the two were about to set off, Karen raised a question. Relax, I investigated ahead of time. The real thing is definitely in the ruins. Indeed, Sheena did carry a jewel with her, but it was a fake. It was likely created 1,000 years ago by the traitor who betrayed Arceus. Not only did it deceive Damos, but it also tricked Sheena, one of his descendants. The real jewel of life was still hidden in the ruins. Seeing Steven so confident, Karen didn't argue further. After watching Steven and Will leave, she also changed into her combat outfit. Activating invisibility mode, she concealed herself outside Sheena's house, quietly monitoring her. More than an hour passed. The lights in the town gradually dimmed, and one by one, households fell into slumber. Through the window, Karen saw that Sheena was also preparing to change into her nightgown. She thought to herself that this operation might truly be completed without anyone noticing. However, just as Sheena unbuttoned the first button of her shirt, she suddenly received a phone call. She quickly rebuttoned her shirt, opened the door, and headed toward the town entrance. What's she doing out so late? Still in invisibility mode, Karen followed her, her curiosity piqued. At the town entrance, Karen spotted a girl about her age, with long, waist-length, radiant blonde hair. Though she still had a youthful face, her long legs already hinted at a blossoming elegance. The girl was waving energetically while running toward Sheena. Sheena, long time no see. Sorry to bother you again. Seeing her, Sheena quickly stepped forward to greet her. Seriously, coming over so late. Sorry about that. I spent 2 hours picking ice cream at the stall, and when I came back to my senses, I realized it was already dark. The blonde girl, whose appearance was leagues above Sheena's, stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Sheena looked helpless. Honestly, Cynthia-chan, you're still the same as ever, Tilda. Cynthia. Hearing Sheena address the girl, Karen was slightly stunned. After a brief moment of recollection, Karen remembered. She was the one Professor Kyukui had mentioned. The rising star trainer, whose name sounded very similar to Sheena's, and who had recently been making waves in Sinnoh. Watching the two chatting casually about history, Karen, who was still cloaked in invisibility, propped her chin up with one hand. She thought to herself that Cynthia probably wouldn't interfere with what was about to happen. All they needed to do now was wait for Steven to find the jewel of life, and the three of them could leave quietly without anyone noticing. Everything would go according to plan. Barked. Just as Karen was feeling confident that the advantage was hers, a sudden dog bark rang out. The three people on the scene hadn't yet reacted when a flash of red light shot out from the inner pocket of Cynthia's coat. That was Lucario. Lucario, what's wrong? Cynthia hadn't yet figured out what was going on. GRR bark. Lucario extended a finger, pointing toward a spot ahead and to the left. Sheena and Cynthia turned their heads to look in the direction Lucario was pointing. Cynthia was confused. There's nothing there. But Karen, still cloaked in invisibility, felt her face pale. This was bad. She had accidentally gotten too close. And who would have thought that Cynthia had a dog? Barked. Lucario stepped forward with its left leg, bringing its palms together to rapidly form a glowing blue energy ball. It was Aura Sphere. In the next instant, Lucario hurled the Aura Sphere with force. Barked. Another dog bark echoed, this time accompanied by a burst of red light that startled both Cynthia and Sheena. Where did this come from? The newly appeared Houndoom opened its mouth and unleashed flames to intercept the Aura Sphere. Flamethrower versus Aura Sphere. Boom! An explosion erupted at the entrance of the small town. The surrounding walls cracked open in jagged, alarming lines, and in the next moment, they collapsed completely as the shockwave subsided. I wasn't careful. Without Steven's warning, I didn't realize I'd gotten so close. Karen silently berated herself while finally revealing her presence in front of the two women. Where did you come from? Sheena was stunned. First, there was the big black dog, and now there was another girl. Where were all these people coming from? Sheena stepped back a bit. But Cynthia's face showed less surprise and more caution. She had already recognized who the masked girl was. Chapter 101, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 101. Credits, novel reader. Joker is nearby, isn't he? Why have you come to Sinnoh? What's your purpose? Cynthia's demeanor shifted entirely from the girl-next-door vibe she had when discussing history with Sheena earlier. Though still youthful, she now displayed a hint of the future Valkyrie of Sinnoh she would become. Karen remained silent, simply raising her hand to issue a command to Houndoom. Houndoom let out a chilling growl from its throat, then unleashed another pillar of fire, which split into 5 streams mid-flight. Fire blast. Seeing this, Lucario raised both arms high, almost like a formal salute. In the next instant, a pale blue, semicircular shield materialized around its body. Protect. The fire blast hit the semicircular shield head-on. While completely blocked, the resulting impact was undeniable. The explosion of fire lit up the night sky above the small town. Many townsfolk, who had just turned off their lights and prepared for bed, turned them back on. Some even stepped outside, curious to see what was happening. Everyone stay inside, there are criminals. Cynthia shouted a warning. It's Joker. There was no denying the weight of the name, Joker. To be fair, before the Olivine Gym incident, the average person hearing the name Joker might have been tempted to approach out of curiosity. After all, Joker had taken down countless criminals, and his heroic actions during the Goldenrod Station incident had saved thousands of lives. These feats had earned him titles like Robin Hood or Phantom Thief among many admirers. In the Johto region, he even had a significant fanbase. However, after the Olivine Gym incident, Joker's reputation had taken a nosedive. Now, his name was no different from that of the Team Rocket, a pure criminal. Noticing the townspeople's wary attitudes, Karen frowned slightly behind her mask. Though she knew Steven didn't care about his reputation, it still irked her. The real culprits were the Cation family, yet Steven was the one taking the blame. Extreme speed. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed toward Houndoom, striking it squarely in the face. It was Cynthia's Lucario. Arf! However, even after taking a direct hit, Houndoom only stumbled slightly. It neither lost its balance nor was sent flying. What? Cynthia was inwardly shocked. Even among the gym leaders of the Sinnoh League, very few Pokémon could take a direct extreme speed from her Lucario and remain so unfazed. No more than 3, at most. My Pokémon are built to take hits. Karen smirked slightly. Flamethrower. Bullet punch. Cynthia made a quick decision, opting for another high-speed move. Lucario reacted first, landing a swift right hook on Houndoom's cheek. However, it wasn't enough to stop the flamethrower from being unleashed. Houndoom's head snapped to the side from the punch, but it retaliated by sweeping a ferocious flame toward Lucario. Lucario! Cynthia cried out in concern. Lucario crossed its arms in front of its face, shielding its most vulnerable area from the flames. It quickly retreated to escape the flamethrower's range. When the flames subsided, Lucario's deep blue fur was left scorched in several places, showing burn marks all over its body. "Why have you come to Sinnoh? What are you planning?" Cynthia demanded again. Though she wasn't yet the champion of the Sinnoh League, she was still a proud resident of the region. The thought of Joker, a criminal so notorious that even the Indigo League's headquarters feared him, appearing in Sinnoh filled her with unease. What's more, the fact that she didn't know where Joker himself was only made her more anxious. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. "I have no obligation to tell you." Karen replied expressionlessly. "Sheena, is there anything in Michina that Joker might be after?" Seeing that the masked woman refused to answer, Cynthia turned to Sheena for advice. Sheena, who had been standing behind the protective line, was momentarily stunned. "Michina is just a small place. There's nothing valuable there. Wait." Suddenly, Sheena thought of something and exclaimed urgently, "I need to get home." The jewel of life she had hidden at home. If there was anything in her possession that could draw the attention of criminals, it could only be that. "Don't even think about leaving." Karen ordered Houndoom to block Hina's path. There was no way she would let a woman, capable of summoning gods, leave her sight. "Take to the skies, Garchomp." At this moment, Cynthia had already withdrawn Lucario and sent out her ace, Garchomp. With this move, the gap in strength became immediately apparent. Deep within the ancient ruins. "Huh, is this a crown? Hee, let's try it on." Will picked up a rusty crown, put it on his head, and mockingly pointed at the air, saying, "My beloved subjects, you may rise tilde." Unable to stand it, Stephen walked over and gave him a solid kick to the rear. As Will clutched his backside and yelped in pain, Stephen's attention was drawn to an unassuming staff placed in the corner. What caught his eye was the top of the staff, which resembled a flower bud about to bloom. After fiddling with it for a moment, Stephen discovered a button at the base of the flower bud. Click! The instant he pressed the button, the petals of the flower bud unfolded on their own. A palm-sized gemstone radiating an ethereal green light emerged. Its glow illuminated the entire underground ruin, dreamlike and mesmerizing. "Whoa!" Startled Will, still rubbing his backside, jumped up. It was stunningly beautiful. "Let's hurry and reunite with Karen." Stephen smiled as well. Finally, they had succeeded. After sending out Cynthia's ace, Garchomp, Karen was increasingly pushed onto the defensive. In the original storyline, Karen's strength was among the top tier of the Elite Four. She was even on the verge of breaking into champion-level strength. With Stephen's help, her current abilities far surpassed what she had achieved at this age in the original timeline. If Karen still couldn't reach champion-level heights in the future, Stephen felt they both might as well give up on life. But compared to Cynthia, she was still slightly outmatched. After all, even among champions, Cynthia was a standout. If it were Diantha instead, the battle would have been much easier. While Cynthia was keeping Karen occupied, Sheena had already rushed home. Opening her safe, she saw the gemstone glowing faintly. However, compared to the one Stephen had found in the ruins, this gem's radiance was far dimmer, a difference as stark as fate itself. Thank goodness, the jewel of life is still here. Sheena breathed a sigh of relief. What she feared most was falling victim to a diversion tactic, with the jewel of life being stolen while she was away. Clutching the jewel of life to her chest, Sheena stepped outside and shouted toward Cynthia, who was still engaged in battle. "Cynthia, it's fine, the item is still here." Though Cynthia had no idea what the jewel of life was, hearing Sheena's reassurance allowed her to relax a bit. But confusion quickly followed. If the item wasn't stolen, then where had Joker gone? Cynthia glanced at the opposing Houndoom, which was now on the brink of collapse. Forget it, she'd just capture the opponent and interrogate them directly. Garchomp Dragon Claw. Cynthia raised her elegant arm. Garchomp's right arm lit up with a fierce green glow, the entire limb resembling a peerless blade as it slashed furiously toward Houndoom. Dark Pulse. Under Karen's command, Houndoom tried to counterattack. But it was futile. Houndoom was completely out of stamina and couldn't keep up with Garchomp's speed. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Both Karen and Cynthia's expressions changed dramatically. A single Umbreon had appeared out of nowhere, leaping between the dragon and the hound. Her heavily muscled right paw was raised, blocking Garchomp's dragon claw. "Didn't expect to meet you here." A voice came from the side. This marked the first meeting between Stephen and Cynthia. The wheels of fate had begun to turn. Chapter 102, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 102. Credits, Valley. Cynthia and Stephen locked eyes. Beneath her bangs, Cynthia's beautiful gaze first reflected a hint of astonishment, but within less than half a second, it turned into vigilance. "So you came after all, Joker." Taking 2 steps back with her Garchomp, Cynthia placed Sheena protectively behind her. "What are you doing in Sinnoh?" Faced with Cynthia's questioning, Stephen merely smiled without responding. After taking another couple of glances at the slightly youthful Cynthia, Stephen shifted his gaze to Karen. "Good work, let's go." Karen, without wasting words, immediately recalled her Houndoom, which was already exhausted and on the verge of collapse. She then walked to Stephen's side. "Did you get it?" Leaning close to Stephen, Karen whispered into his ear. Seeing Stephen nod gently, Karen finally felt relieved. However, a tinge of doubt lingered in her heart. Hadn't that short-haired woman just said the item hadn't been stolen? Watching the 3 prepare to leave, Cynthia instinctively wanted to stop them. But clearly, Cynthia was not the type to recklessly throw everything aside to confront criminals, unlike Lance. After all, this was a town. Even if the residents had been told to stay indoors, a fight between herself and Joker would almost certainly drag innocent people into the chaos. Besides, Sheena had also said the item hadn't been stolen. There was no need to pursue them relentlessly. Unlike Lance, who had a personality like Akinu, willing to kill 1,000 innocent to kill 1 pirate, Cynthia, as the future Sinnoh champion, acted more like Fujitora. She placed greater importance on protecting her people rather than simply annihilating the enemy. "Very wise. Well then, goodbye, Tilda." Stephen waved a finger at Cynthia with a dismissive gesture, as if saying, "See you again," and then left with Karen and Will. As the 3 figures disappeared into the moonlit distance, Cynthia let out a sigh of relief. She then turned to Sheena. "Sheena, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Sheena shook her head and pulled the jewel of life out from her pocket. Thankfully, it's still here. Looking at the brilliant gem in Sheena's hands, Cynthia's gaze reflected more curiosity than amazement. "Sheena, this is." Sheena glanced around. Noticing that the surroundings had quieted down and some townsfolk were already starting to peek outside, she said, "Too many eyes and ears here. Come with me, I'll explain it to you." Sheena carefully tucked the jewel of life back into her pocket and pulled Cynthia along as they headed back to her house. The existence of the jewel of life had been Sheena's greatest secret, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. But she had known Cynthia for quite some time now. Considering how Cynthia had just protected her earlier, Sheena had complete trust in her character and decided to disclose everything, including the story of her ancestors' betrayal of Arceus. Half an hour later, after hearing everything from Sheena, Cynthia's jaw dropped in shock. Even as a history enthusiast, she couldn't help but exclaim that this was an earth-shattering revelation. "So, you're saying that this jewel of life is the combined energy Arceus used to restore Michna back then?" Cynthia stared in disbelief at the gem on the table. Sheena nodded. "Yes, other than that, I can't think of any other reason why Joker would come here." Upon hearing this, Cynthia became even more confused. If that was the case, why didn't Joker take it? And why did he leave so decisively, without obtaining his target? At that time, it was 3 against 1. Even with all her confidence in her abilities, Cynthia would never claim she could fend off all 3 of them. So why did he leave? The more Cynthia thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. "Sheena, do you mind if I report this to the League?" Cynthia bit her lip and asked. She sincerely felt that this matter was far more complicated than it appeared, and that it was necessary to consult the League's higher-ups. I don't think that's necessary, right? After all, the jewel of life wasn't stolen. However, Sheena was reluctant. Given the magnitude of the matter, she preferred to keep the number of people who knew about it as small as possible. After all, as the embodiment of Arceus's energy, the jewel of life was a priceless treasure. What if some bad guys want to steal it? Cynthia shook her head, but Joker already knows about it. What if he comes back? Besides, I think things aren't that simple. As the future champion of Sinnoh, Cynthia had a broader perspective than Sheena. Even in the best-case scenario, though the item hasn't been stolen yet, Team Rocket already knows about its existence. Next time, or the time after that, can you still protect it? Cynthia felt it was better to protect Sheena and not give Joker a second chance to make a move. Sheena bit her lower lip, contemplating for a long time, and realized that Cynthia's words made sense. Unless she summoned those god Pokémon, she truly had no way to defend the Jewel of Life if Team Rocket tried to steal it again. Besides, those three had their matters to attend to. They couldn't just watch over them 24/7, could they? We can't delay. Let's head to Lily of the Valley Island first. Cynthia was still worried Joker might double back for another attack. Although it was already late, she felt it was better to head to the Sinnoh League headquarters on Lily of the Valley Island as soon as possible. On the other side, after confirming that Cynthia hadn't followed them, Steven and the other two stowed their battle suits into their wristbands and changed back into their usual disguises. After casually finding a hotel and checking in, Will couldn't hold back his excitement. Hey, Steven, hurry up and take out the treasure so we can have a look. Steven unzipped his jacket, took out the genuine jewel of life from an inside pocket, and tossed it to Will. Whoa! Will was startled and lunged forward to catch the jewel. Hey, be careful. This is something left behind by the creator. It's priceless. If it's something left by the creator, it won't break so easily, Steven said with a laugh. In the anime, Arceus himself said, "The jewel of life is a part of my being. It is impossible to destroy so easily." Karen also came over, snatching the jewel from Will's hands and exclaiming, "I can feel it. It contains immense power." 1,000 years ago, Arceus combined the life sources of ground, water, grass, electricity, and dragons to create the jewel of life. Steven explained as he released his Umbreon. Umbreon, give it a try. Hearing this, Umbreon jumped onto the bed. She felt as though the glowing green jewel before her emanated an incredible allure, drawing her closer step by step. Finally, Umbreon pressed her forehead against the jewel of life. Whoosh! The light of evolution burst forth. Her black fur transformed into lush green vines. What is this? Karen exclaimed in shock. A form of Eevee she had never seen before. It's Leafine, Steven said with a slight smile. Then he added, try again. Leafine pressed her face against the jewel once more. The light of evolution flared up again. A long aquamarine tail, like that of a fish, swayed in the glow. Vaporeon. Chapter 103, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 103. After witnessing the wonders of the Jewel of Life, Will swallowed hard several times before barely managing to suppress the shock in his heart. So, Steven, now that we've obtained the Jewel of Life, where are we heading next? Karen removed her hand from stroking the fur of her Houndoom and asked, back to Alola. Steven stroked the smooth body of his Vaporeon with one hand, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, let's head to Hone first. Will has always wanted to catch a Gardevoir, hasn't he? Let's go look for one. Will was so moved upon hearing this that he was nearly brought to tears. Finally, you thought of me. Ring a ring a ring. At that moment, Steven's phone started ringing. Woof woof tilde. Sina picked up the phone from the coffee table and brought it over to Steven. Thanks, Sina, Steven said as he patted Sina's head and took the phone. Maria and Rose, who had just gotten up, lay back down again, a slight look of dissatisfaction flashing in their eyes. Seeing the name Uncle displayed on the screen, Steven pressed the answer button, placed the phone in the center of the group, and switched to speakerphone mode. There was no need to withhold anything in front of these two companions. Though it was an unintentional gesture, it caused Karn's gaze to momentarily freeze, and a faint, involuntary smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Will looked at Stephen with admiration. He felt that he could never be as thoughtful as Stephen when it came to dealing with people. Stephen, I found the information you asked me to look into. Giovanni's voice came through the phone. Zorua. If there was anything Stephen had recently asked Giovanni to investigate, it could only be this. After all, Karen was currently eager to get this Pokémon. Yes, it took some effort, but I finally found something. Have you heard of the name Grings Kodai? Stephen thought for a moment, but Karen was quicker to respond. The business tycoon from the Unova region. As someone born into a family tied to the business world, Karen was particularly sensitive to the names of major entrepreneurs. At that moment, Giovanni stood outside the laboratory in Team Rocket's secret base. While speaking on the phone with Stephen and the others, he watched through the glass as numerous scientists worked on the Mutwo project. That's right, my men discovered that recently, this guy has been hunting down a Zorua. Upon hearing this, Karen frowned and asked in confusion. Kodai is the most renowned business tycoon in Unova. Nearly the entire media industry in Unova is under his name. Why would he go to such great lengths for a Zorua? If Kodai were after legendary Pokémon like Reshiram, Zekrom, or the forces of nature, Karen could understand. But Zorua, at best, was just a relatively rare Pokémon like Riolu. Was it worth all this trouble? Exactly, that's why I also find it strange. Even Giovanni himself was puzzled by this. Perhaps it's not an ordinary Zorua but a special one, Stephen suddenly said. Indeed, the Pokémon world wasn't short of unique individuals that stood apart from their species. The most typical example was Ash's Pikachu. While other Pikachus had the abilities Static or Lightning Rod, his Pikachu had a 50-50 chance ability, becoming stronger when facing strong opponents, yet weaker when facing weak ones. It could give Arceus a shock therapy session, yet still lose to a level 5 Snivy. Are you going, Stephen? Yes, Karen needs this Pokémon right now, and if it truly is a special Zorua, we absolutely can't miss the opportunity. Giovanni took one last look at the scientists in the lab before turning to leave with his Persian. Kodai's company, Kodai Network Group, is located in Nimbasa City in Unova. I'll have my people keep an eye on him. They'll all be at your disposal. Thanks, Uncle. After hanging up the call, Stephen patted Will on the shoulder. Sorry, Will, but we have to make a trip to Unova first. It's fine. Karen needs Zorua right now. And if that particular Zorua is special, we can't let it fall into anyone else's hands, Will replied with a smile. However, it was clear that his smile was a bit forced. After all, both Stephen and Karen knew that Will was eager to strengthen his team's combat power. It was already late at night. Karen returned to her room, and both Stephen and Will went to bed. While Will hugged his pillow and snored, Stephen picked up his phone and sent out a message. The next day, the three of them boarded a private jet arranged by Giovanni and flew from Sinnoh to Unova. Nimbasa City, the second largest city in Unova, second only to Castelia City. Unlike Castelia, which is famous for its business district, Nimbasa is known as a tourist city, famous for its abundant entertainment options. The city boasts attractions such as the stadiums where various ball games are held, the amusement park with its iconic Ferris wheel that has earned it the title of Couples Sanctuary, and the musical theater, where famous artists often perform. Countless entertainment facilities are located in the city. Oh, and by the way, Nimbasa City's gym leader is Alessa, the most famous young model in Unova. However, the trio was in no mood to watch a fashion show. After getting off the plane, the three of them headed straight to their target destination, the headquarters of Kodai Network Group. Situated in the bustling center of Nimbasa City, the area was crowded with passers-by and tourists. Lost amidst the sea of people, the trio went unnoticed. Stephen-sama. A voice called out behind the trio. Without turning around, they already knew it was someone sent by Giovanni. Moreover, the voice was familiar. It was Proton, the executive who had previously participated in Team Rocket's mission to take over the Etha Foundation. Giovanni-sama has purchased a villa across the street for you three to stay in temporarily. During this time, we will keep a close watch on Kodai. If they make any moves, we will notify you immediately, Proton said as he walked past them, blending in perfectly with the crowd like an ordinary passerby. As he passed behind Stephen, he discreetly slipped a key into Stephen's pocket, hidden from view by onlookers. Talk about being loaded. He just outright bought a villa for us, Will exclaimed, clicking his tongue. Do you have any idea how much profit the TMs bring to the Team Rocket? A house like that is a drop in the bucket, Karen scoffed, her expression showing a hint of pride. Will shrugged. Look at you, all proud. Someone who doesn't know better might think you're the one who invented the TM. While we wait, we'll continue our training. It's perfect timing. Umbreon's power-up is entering its final phase, Stephen said without much objection. He recalled that Cynthia owned a vacation villa somewhere in Unova. As a twice-reincarnated individual, why shouldn't he have a few properties of his own? Meanwhile, 2 days later, on Lily of the Valley Island, the site of the Sinnoh League Conference and headquarters of the Sinnoh League. Dragon Master, Lance's voice echoed through the meeting room. This is just a broken rock. Chapter 104, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 104. The clock rewinds slightly to a day prior. After the incident in Michina, Cynthia took Sheena to the Sinnoh League headquarters on Lily of the Valley Island. As someone the Sinnoh League was currently focusing on developing, Cynthia didn't have to expend much effort before meeting the current president of the Sinnoh League. She relayed the events that had taken place in Michina to him. This kind of thing happened. The elderly president looked at Sheena and the jewel of life in her arms in disbelief. The legacy of the creator god Arceus, this was shocking news. But after the initial shock, confusion followed closely behind. According to what you're saying, you were out for quite a while, and during that time, the masked girl was secretly monitoring you. Yet Joker didn't take the jewel of life. The old president expressed the same doubts Cynthia had earlier. Both women had fallen for a decoy strategy, but the artifact hadn't been stolen. This made no sense. Could it be that he couldn't find it? Sheena offered her guess. That would make it even less likely for him to leave. The president shook her head. According to Cynthia, if Joker and his group had gone 3-on-1, they could have easily subdued her. Knocking Cynthia out and then threatening Sheena to hand over the jewel of life would have been a straightforward plan. There was no reason for them to run away. President, what do you think about this whole matter? Cynthia felt a faint sense of unease in her heart. I'll report this to the chairman first. After all, they understand Joker far better than we do. In the meantime, Miss Sheena will temporarily stay on Lily of the Valley Island. We'll provide you with the necessary protection. Not long after, Chairman Goodshow of the League Competition Committee, far away in the Indigo Plateau, received a call from Sinnoh. Joker had appeared in Sinnoh. Upon hearing this news, Goodshow immediately arranged for Nanu, the primary official in charge of Joker-related cases, to head to Sinnoh. Why did he go to Sinnoh? Nanu, who had been discussing a case with Lance, was startled upon hearing the news. Without saying much, he got up to prepare for a private flight to Lily of the Valley Island. President, can I go with him? While Goodshow had delegated all matters related to Joker to Nanu, Lance couldn't help but feel an itch to act when he heard Joker was on the move again. Thanks to the Lance family's connections, he had recently imported a significant amount of TMs from Alola. Most of them were high-power moves like Fire Blast, Flamethrower, Rock Slide, and Stone Edge, specifically designed to counter ice types. My dragon Pokémons have been further strengthened. If the odds of Lance defeating Lorelei before were 70-30, now they are 90-10. That young man who invented the TMs, what was his name again? Dr. Stephen Wright. If I ever get the chance to meet him, I will have to express my gratitude. Seeing Lance's eager expression, Goodshow couldn't help but feel conflicted. Let him come along, it won't hurt. Besides, I haven't finished questioning him yet. Hearing this, Nanu interjected. All right, but Lance, you must follow Nanu's orders. In terms of strength, it was hard to say who was stronger between Nanu and Lance at the moment, but Lance was almost certain to surpass him in the future. However, for now, Lance wasn't unbeatable. When it came to experience and handling cases, though, 10 lances wouldn't measure up to 1 nano. Understood. Lance agreed without hesitation, taking less than a second to respond. He knew full well that if he didn't agree to this condition, Goodshow would never allow him to go. A few hours later, Nanu and Lance successfully arrived at Lily of the Valley Island. After disembarking from the plane, they quickly made their way to the Sinnoh League building and learned about the events in Mychna from the Sinnoh president and Cynthia. The artifact of the creator god. Whoa, that's incredible, Tilda. Even Nanu, who usually exuded a laid-back demeanor, widened his eyes upon hearing this. Compared to the Jewel of Life, however, Lance was more focused on Joker. It wasn't stolen by Joker. Lance also thought this was practically impossible. Not to mention, according to Cynthia, Sheena had left the house to pick her up the previous night, leaving the house unattended for nearly half an hour. With so much time, Joker couldn't find the Jewel of Life that Sheena had hidden in the house. All right, let's assume, for the sake of argument, that Joker somehow failed to locate it. He could have easily taken Cynthia out and then threatened Sheena. As a League investigator, Nanu found this matter to be extremely suspicious. Well, it's no big deal, is it? After all, the Jewel of Life is still here. Although she possessed extraordinary abilities, Sheena felt a bit intimidated when suddenly faced with so many important figures. She thought that since the Jewel of Life hadn't been stolen, there was no need to make a fuss over it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lance turned to Sheena and said, "Can I take a look at this jewel?" Seeing Sheena hesitate, Cynthia quickly jumped in. "Don't worry, Sister Sheena. Lance is someone you can trust, though his tongue can be a bit sharp." Cynthia mentally added this last part. Lance's face briefly flashed a look of utter disbelief, but he quickly took the Jewel of Life from Sheena's hands. Clutching it in his palm, Lance used the power of Viridian Forest to sense it. Half a minute later, Lance narrowed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. "This is just a worthless rock." The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere turned deathly silent. Sheena's eyes widened in shock. What was he saying? How dare he speak so disrespectfully about an artifact left behind by Arceus? Frowning, Lance explained, "I can't sense any special power from this thing. Since it was an artifact created by the creator Pokémon, it should naturally contain immense energy. But when Lance used the power of Viridian Forest to sense it earlier, he felt absolutely nothing special about it. If anything, it felt less impressive than elemental stones like thunder stones or fire stones. It was just a worthless rock." "Impossible." Sheena denied it outright. The Jewel of Life contains 5 powers that Arceus split from its own body: ground, water, grass, lightning, and dragon. At that moment, Nanu, an ace agent from the International Police, speculated. Could it be a fake? Bullseye. That must be Joker's doing. Lance roared. He stole the real Jewel of Life and used a counterfeit to confuse us. Cynthia's eyes widened beneath her bangs. So that's it. Everything made sense now. As expected of a League investigator, his reasoning was razor-sharp. Of course, if Steven were here, he'd probably say, "Razor-sharp my foot." But even so, if you put yourself in Lance's position, 9 times out of 10, you'd also come to the same conclusion. One day later. Sinnoh Celebration TV station. 2 days ago, Joker, a Class S criminal from the Johto region, along with 2 accomplices, infiltrated the small town of Mychna in Sinnoh and stole a precious local artifact. In response, the Sinnoh region has launched a manhunt for the trio. To confuse the Sinnoh League, the cunning Joker even attempted to use a counterfeit to deceive the League. Fortunately, with the assistance of Indigo Elite Lance, Joker's devious plan was uncovered. Meanwhile, in a villa in Unova's Nimbasa city, the trio, eating breakfast and watching the morning news, fell into a mysterious silence. Chapter 105, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 105. Credits Daxter. They found out that the Jewel of Life is a fake. Taking her gaze off the TV, Karen turned her head and asked Steven. It was probably Lance who figured it out. If the news hadn't mentioned Lance's name, he would have been curious about how Cynthia and the others discovered it. But since Lance's name was brought up, everything made sense. Although the perceptive abilities of the power from the Viridian Force weren't as strong as the Damo's aura, distinguishing whether the jewel of life in Sheena's hand was a priceless artifact or just a piece of junk rock was no problem at all. Are we being blamed for this? Will blinked in confusion. That fake gem was swapped by that woman's ancestor, right? It wasn't us who did it. During these past few idle days, Stephen had explained to the two of them the backstory involving Damos and Arceus from 1,000 years ago. To be precise, it was her ancestors' subordinates who pulled that stunt, Stephen clarified. Sheena had always thought that her ancestor betrayed Arceus, but in reality, the real culprits were her ancestors' followers. Although Stephen couldn't recall those people's names, he still vaguely remembered the gist of the story. Even so, it's none of our business. Damn Lance, always trying to pin every blame on us, Will shouted angrily. And what do you want to do about it? File a complaint with Officer Jenny. Besides, we did indeed take the jewel of life. Stephen, however, wasn't too bothered by the matter. Their family has been guarding the jewel of life for 1,000 years, and they still didn't realize it was a fake. That just shows they're incompetent. Better to hand it over to someone who can manage it properly. Karen popped a small cherry tomato into her mouth, with a look of annoyance. 1,000 years and they couldn't tell it was counterfeit. Karen thought Sheena's clan must be truly exceptional, in the worst possible way. The Pokémon League had deliberately avoided disclosing to the public that the treasure Joker had stolen was the jewel of life. Instead, they vaguely referred to it as a precious artifact. The reasoning was simple. They didn't want the existence of the jewel of life to be known to the world. After all, it was a relic left behind by Arceus. Once the information became public, who knew how many monsters and evildoers would covet it? Apart from occasional cries from residents of Sinnoh, demanding that Joker must be brought to justice, most of the general population didn't care, just as the League had predicted. Ordinary people were preoccupied with their own mundane lives, worries about rice, oil, and daily necessities. Who had the time to care about some stolen artifact? But within the League itself, the situation was causing chaos. According to Sheena, the jewel of life was intended to be returned to Arceus. 1,000 years ago, Arceus had been deceived by her ancestor, forced into slumber to heal old wounds. According to prophecy, Arceus was set to awaken within the next decade. If, when the time came, the jewel of life couldn't be returned to Arceus immediately, well, one didn't need much imagination to guess what might happen. Just last year, the expansion project in Cyanwood City triggered massive conflicts between wild Pokémon and humans. If the creator god were to get angry, oh dear, even Goodshow didn't dare to think about the consequences. In secret, Goodshow issued orders to every league chairman across all regions, as well as to the Elite Four and champions. Find Joker at all costs. For a time, the Pokémon League's top experts were mobilized across the regions. The regions under the most pressure were Johto and Sinnoh. The former, because all of Joker's previous actions had occurred in Johto. The latter, because the jewel of life was stolen there. Recently, Lance chose to stay in Sinnoh under Cynthia's command to investigate Joker's whereabouts. Although he suspected Joker might have fled back to Johto or escaped to another region, he couldn't leave Sinnoh yet. And today, the Sinnoh League headquarters on Lily of the Valley Island welcomed a special guest. Stephen Stone. Long time no see, everyone. Despite being of a similar age to Cynthia, Stephen greeted everyone warmly upon arrival. Although he still looked like a young man, his refreshing smile and handsome features made it hard for anyone not to like him. What made people even more envious was his background. He was the son of the president of the Devon Corporation. Yes, long time no see, Stephen-san, Cynthia nodded in response. What are you doing here? Lance raised an eyebrow. After all, Joker had no connection to the Hone region thus far. Tilda, I'm interested in the jewel of life. According to my dad, it's a divine stone left behind by the creator god Arceus. As soon as I found out, I chartered a private jet to come and take a look. As he spoke, Stephen eagerly approached Sheena like a puppy. You must be Miss Sheena, right? Could you let me take a look at it? Of course, Stephen was fawning over the jewel of life, not Sheena herself. Cynthia rolled her eyes discreetly. This genius from the Hone region, who was as famous as herself, was a total rock enthusiast, something she had heard about before. With a sour expression on her face, Sheena handed the fake jewel of life to Stephen. "It's a fake anyway. If you want it, take it. I don't care." Stephen took it, fiddling with it in his hand for a moment, before showing a just-as-I-thought expression. "Indeed, I can't sense any special energy from this. It's just an ordinary rock." Although Stephen didn't possess Lance's unique abilities, as the world's foremost rock enthusiast in the Pokémon world, his appraisal skills were indisputable. "HMPH, if you're just here to look at rocks, you can leave now. If you like it, take the fake with you as well," Lance said, his tone as explosive as if he had swallowed gunpowder. There was no helping it. Even someone as proud as Lance was fully aware of how serious the loss of the jewel of life was. It signified that this world might one day face the wrath of Arceus. And yet, there was no clue about Joker's whereabouts. They could only wait for him to reveal himself. But what if Joker never showed up, even when Arceus descended? What then? Stephen, ever good-natured, paid no mind to Lance's tone and smiled. "Don't worry, I came prepared." With that, Stephen turned toward the door and called out, "You can come in now." Everyone followed Stephen's gaze to the door. A young man with dark blue, almost black hair, who appeared to be around the same age as Stephen, walked into the meeting room, accompanied by a Lucario. "And this is?" Cynthia asked curiously. "This is Riley, a friend I made while training on Iron Island in Sinnoh recently," Stephen introduced. "Hello, everyone," Riley greeted them with a nod. Stephen handed Riley the fake jewel of life. "Here, take this." Riley took it, closed his eyes, and seemed to enter a state of deep thought. Though they had no idea what Stephen was up to, everyone held their breath and waited for the result. After a moment, Riley opened his eyes and said, "Indeed, there's residual aura power inside. If I'm not mistaken, it was left behind by Arceus." Aura? Cynthia, Sheena, and the others, hearing this term for the first time, were puzzled. "To put it simply, it's the manifestation of a being's spirit," Riley explained, scratching his head. Stephen added, "Riley is currently the only person in the world capable of using aura power with a human body. In ancient times, people called individuals like him aura guardians or aura warriors." "Guardians or warriors, whatever," Lance said, crossing his arms and narrowing his eyes. "The key question is, can he help us find Joker?" Riley replied, "Although this jewel of life is a fake, it does contain a small trace of Arceus's residual energy." Stephen elaborated, "Riley can sense the aura of others. He has now memorized Arceus's aura. The real jewel of life, which contains a large amount of Arceus's aura, is in Joker's possession. So." At this point, Cynthia quickly caught on. "Which means he can pinpoint Joker's location." Chapter 106, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 106. Upon hearing this, Lance, who had been sulking with a sour face ever since arriving in Sinnoh, finally broke into an excited smile. Riley's aura abilities, to put it simply, are somewhat like a police dog sniffing out a target based on scent. Though simple, it is undoubtedly an effective method. "Can you sense the aura of the real jewel of life now?" Cynthia impatiently asked. Hearing this, Riley closed his eyes again. The people in the meeting room could see a fleeting blue light emanating from Riley, spreading outward like a wave. About 10 seconds later, Riley reopened his eyes, scratched his nose, and said, Sorry, I can't sense it." "Hi." Lance immediately entered his moody mode. "You held it in for so long, and that's your big reveal." Stephen stepped in to explain. Riley's aura sensing range is only a few kilometers. It just means that Joker isn't within that range. Lance was dumbfounded. A few kilometers, what good is that? Do you think Joker is that dumb? He caused such a massive incident, and you think he'd hang around the area near the Sinnoh League headquarters. Then again, criminals from Detective Conan's crime scenes always seem to return to the location of their crimes, so maybe it's not impossible. Stephen shrugged. "Do you have a better idea then?" For a moment, Lance was at a loss for words. "Nope, he didn't." At this moment, Cynthia finally spoke. Let's set out. We'll take Mr. Riley with us and search for Joker across the entire Sinnoh region. Cynthia was planning to use Riley as a walking aura radar to conduct a carpet search of Sinnoh. Once Joker, who possesses the real jewel of life, enters Riley's sensing range, they'll be able to find him. Honestly, this plan was only marginally better than looking for a needle in a haystack. But for now, it was the best they could do. Shortly after, Cynthia reported her plan to Chairman Goodshow. Goodshow, seeing no better alternative, approved the formation of a temporary search team consisting of Cynthia, Stephen, Lance, and Riley. Initially, Goodshow hesitated about including Lance, but seeing his determination, he figured Lance would have found a way to join regardless. However, Goodshow did not give Lance command of the team, entrusting leadership to the more rational Cynthia instead. What do you think, Nanu? After approving Cynthia's request, Goodshow called Nanu, an experienced investigator. Nanu, who had left Sinnoh to investigate Johto as Joker's main area of activity, replied, "It's fine, there's not much else we can do, but Joker is probably 99% not in Sinnoh. He's smart enough to know the Sinnoh authorities are closing in on him." At that moment, Nanu had just exited Goldenrod City Gym in Johto. He had been investigating the gym leader's granddaughter, Whitney, who had reportedly been saved by Joker during the Goldenrod Station incident a year ago. However, upon questioning her, Nanu discovered the girl knew nothing of significance. Joker had captured dozens of members of Team Shadow and loaded them onto a train before sending them away. What happened to them afterward, nobody knew. Probably nothing good, Nanu muttered to himself, scratching his head. Sir, are you investigating Joker?" As Nanu pondered his next move, a soft, childlike voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hi." Startled, Nanu turned around to see a bespectacled, shy, and adorable girl. "How do you know that?" Nanu raised an eyebrow. "Whitney told me," the girl said, pouting. "She said you asked her lots of questions about Joker, but Joker isn't a bad person." Nanu remembered now, Mary was one of Whitney's friends, also saved by Joker during the Goldenrod Station incident. All right, he's not a bad guy," Nanu said dismissively, too tired to argue with a little girl. He waved her off and left quickly. Mary stomped her foot angrily. "Just you wait, I'll prove it." Meanwhile, Stephen had no idea that Lance, Cynthia, and Stephen, three of the most prominent future Pokémon champions, had formed a temporary team to track him down. He was busy with something else entirely. "Lord Stephen, Kodia has located the Zorua. It's in the Lostlern Forest." Receiving the text from Proton, Stephen stood up and called out, "Everyone, let's move." Finally, I was about to grow mold from boredom," Will said, leaping off the couch like an overexcited husky. Karen took Stephen's phone, glanced at the message, and said, "Lostlern Forest, I've heard of it, it's a small forest." Stephen nodded. According to Proton's intel, Kodai didn't make a big show of it. He only brought a few trusted subordinates, clearly trying to keep this operation under wraps. "I'm curious about this Zorua. What makes it so special that a businessman like Kodai would go to such lengths?" Having borrowed a Zorua from Gladion before, Karen had some understanding of the species. Its illusion ability was undeniably powerful, but it hardly seemed worth all this effort. "Whatever makes it special, it'll be yours in the end," Stephen said with a smile. Karen smiled back. Meanwhile, Will rolled his eyes as he packed his gear. "Did you two forget I'm still here?" A few days later, at the headquarters of Kodai Network Group in Nimbasa City. Under the protection of his trusted bodyguard, Kodai approached the luxury SUV waiting at the entrance. Suddenly, Kodai stumbled, clutching his head in pain as he let out a low groan. "Mr. Kodai, are you all right?" His subordinates rushed to his side, but Goon raised a hand to stop them. "Don't worry about it, back off." Serving Kodai for years, Goon knew exactly what was happening. Kodai groaned, gripping his head as a series of images flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. He saw himself kneeling in a forest, his face twisted in frustration. Opposite him stood three figures wearing masks. At the feet of one of them, a young girl, was the Zorua he had been pursuing so desperately. the searing pain in Kodai's mind began to fade. "Boss, what did you see this time?" Kodai took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light as he rubbed his temples to ease the lingering discomfort. He didn't answer Goon directly, instead mulling over the images in his mind. "Those three, I remember them." After a long moment, Kodai seemed to reach a decision. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Chairman, I've discovered Joker's whereabouts." Chapter 107, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 107. Credits, don't be a pussy. As Steven and his two companions were gearing up and ready to head into the Lostlorn Forest, Proton's call came through again. "Lord Steven, something strange has happened." Hearing Proton's words, Steven and Will exchanged puzzled looks. "What's up?" Will asked in confusion. "I've been bored out of my mind this past month, so don't tell me the intel was fake, okay?" "That guy Kodai, for some reason, he's gone quiet again." Currently working undercover at Kodai Network Group, Proton was taking advantage of his lunch break to hide in the restroom and make a phone report to Steven. According to Proton's intel, Kodai was supposed to send his trusted subordinates today to the Lostlorn Forest to capture a special Zorua. But for reasons unknown, Kodai had suddenly turned back. Proton was still investigating the cause. "Lord Steven, what do you think we should do? Cancel the operation?" "The intel about that Zorua being in the Lostlorn Forest shouldn't be wrong, right?" Steven asked in return. "There's no mistake about it. I had one of my most beautiful female subordinates seduce Kodai's confidant, Goon, to get this information. You know how men are, what they say in bed is usually trustworthy." Proton sounded confident. "Steven." Will's eyes lit up. As expected of Team Rocket, he thought. Karen, on the other hand, looked disgusted. Hey, gross." "Let's move out," Steven said, hanging up on Proton. "We don't need to rush so much. Steven, what if there's some kind of trap behind all this?" Karen asked, concerned. "To obtain rare Pokémon, you have to take some risks. Besides, don't forget," Steven said with a smile, "we're strong." His words were like a shot of adrenaline, filling Karen and Will with renewed confidence. A few hours later, the trio arrived at the Lostlorn Forest. To be cautious, they had already changed into their combat uniforms before entering. This forest isn't that big, but finding one specific Pokémon feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. "Should we release all our Pokémon and have everyone look together?" Will suggested, holding up all the Piquet balls from his belt. "No need for that." Under the curious gazes of his companions, Steven pulled out a round device resembling a large pocket watch. "What's that?" Will leaned in with a let-me-see expression. Soon, the device's screen lit up, displaying an arrow in the center. It was clear that this was their current location. Then, Steven took out a tuft of fur and inserted it into a small slot at the top of the device. A progress bar appeared at the top of the screen, displaying the words "Analyzing." "Step. Use code names during operations." Karen interrupted Will before he could speak. Will rolled his eyes. There's no one else here, though, he thought, but since Karen was far stronger than him, he didn't dare argue. "Let's call this the Pokémon radar for now." Indeed, this device was a Pokémon radar that Steven had created, inspired by the Dragon Ball radar. Its design was almost identical. By placing a Pokémon's fur into the sensor, the radar would automatically scan the area for the same species of Pokémon. This tuft of fur, naturally, came from Gladian's Zorua. In the Pokémon games, the Pokédex has a similar function. Once you've captured a Pokémon, it can help you locate its habitat. But Ash rarely used it. After all, Ash's approach to capturing Pokémon was entirely based on fate. Once the progress bar finished, the words "Analysis Complete" appeared, and a yellow dot showed up in the upper left area of the radar. "Whoa, this thing is awesome," Will's eyes sparkled. "If I can get a hold of some rare Pokémon fur in the future, no matter where they hide, they won't escape me." "This way," Steven gestured for Will to quiet down so they wouldn't scare off the target. As the arrow on the radar drew closer to the yellow dot, the three started scanning their surroundings. The area contained 3 Pokémon. A Passimian lounging on a tree branch, picking fruit. A Scolipede darting through the grass. A Scraggy lying on a rock, legs crossed, napping. but there was no sign of a Zorua. "It's not here," Will wondered aloud. "You idiot," Karen scolded. Will had forgotten Zorua's innate ability. "One of those three is the Zorua in disguise," Stephen explained. "Zorua is naturally mischievous, like the Jenger family, and loves to play pranks on unsuspecting trainers. This particular Zorua has been constantly hunted by Kodai, so it's probably been using its illusion ability to evade capture." "Oh," Will said, nodding in understanding. "So which one is it?" "We'll test all three of them," Karen said, pulling out 3 minimized piquet balls. Inside were her current team's mainstays: Houndoom, Litten, and her newly evolved Honchkrow, which had recently evolved from a Murkrow using a dusk stone gifted by Stephen. "Karen, this Zorua has been hunted by Kodai for a long time. It's likely very wary of humans, so be careful with your approach," Stephen reminded her. "Capturing a Pokémon is like writing a story. The beginning largely determines the outcome." "Got it," Karen replied, taking a deep breath before tossing out the 3 piquet balls. "Let's go, Houndoom, Litten, Honchkrow." Houndoom charged toward the napping Scraggy. Litten pounced at the Scolipede, darting through the grass. Honchkrow swooped toward the Passimian on the tree branch. None of them used attacks, they simply rushed toward their targets. As expected, all 3 wild Pokémon were startled. The Scraggy caught off guard, saw Houndoom baring its fangs, and immediately fainted in fear, rolling its eyes back. Houndoom nudged it with its paw. Sure enough, it was genuinely unconscious. "This one's too weak to be the Zorua." The Scolipede, seeing Litten, whose fire type countered its bug type, instinctively shot a pin missile. Litten agilely dodged, and the needles embedded themselves into a nearby tree. From this reaction, it was clear this was a real Scolipede. After all, Zorua couldn't learn pin missile. "Which left?" All 3 of them turned their eyes toward the Passimian in the tree. "Garu." The Passimian opened its mouth and fired a curved ice beam at the approaching Honchkrow. "Not this one either." Even Karen was shocked. According to their research on Gladian Zorua, it couldn't learn Ice Beam. None of the 3 were Zorua. "Did the radar malfunction?" Will muttered, confused. Karen furrowed her brows. She trusted Stephen's skills, but the current situation was unexplainable. Boom! The next moment, Honchkrow dodged the Passimian's ice beam, which struck a tree behind them and caused a small explosion. Stephen narrowed his eyes at the scene, then suddenly smiled. "I see now. I've figured out what's special about this Zorua. No wonder Kodai is so desperate to capture you." Chapter 108, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 108. Karen cast a puzzled look at Stephen. "It's her, do it." Stephen didn't have time to explain to Karen, and waved at the Passimian perched on the branch. Without doubting him, Karen immediately gave the order. "Houndoom, Litten." From both sides, a dog and a cat swiftly sprang into action. Meanwhile, in midair, the Honchkrow dodged the ice beam and struck the Passimian on the shoulder with its slender beak. The blow caused it to stumble and fall from the branch to the ground. When the Passimian got back up, it realized it was already surrounded, Houndoom in front and Litten behind, blocking any escape. "There's no need to hide anymore, is there? Why not show us your true form?" Stephen teased with a grin. The Passimian shot Stephen a hostile glare, but was mostly filled with curiosity. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged out of the Passimian's body and dissipated within 2 seconds. What reappeared was no longer the Passimian, but a small fox, its fur gray-black with a tuft of red hair on its forehead. "Zorua." Joker was, right after all, Will exclaimed. Karen's eyes were filled with disbelief. When she looked at Stephen's back, admiration glimmered in her gaze. Sure enough, Stephen's judgment was never wrong. Sasuga Stephen Sama. "How did you know it was me?" A lowly-like voice with a slight tsundere tone suddenly echoed in Stephen's mind. "Telepathy." Stephen was briefly stunned. This Zorua, how delightful. She would undoubtedly become a future ace in Karen's team. "You shouldn't have used Ice Beam earlier. Moves like Thunderbolt or Rock Tomb would have been more effective. They're strong against Honchkrow too," Stephen said with a smile. "Joker, what are you talking about?" Karen and Will were confused. Zorua's telepathy was directed only at Stephen. Seeing their confusion, Stephen addressed Zorua again. Zorua, we're not like those people who have been chasing you. You can use your telepathy on all three of us. Zorua hesitated, still showing a hint of doubt. However, after a few seconds, the lowly voice echoed in all three of their minds. Is this okay? Will was so startled he almost fell on his backside. Pointing at Zorua, he shouted, this is her voice. Karen's eyes widened in astonishment. Zorua's voice sounded again in their minds. You still haven't told me how you figured out my true form. Stephen waved his hand, signaling Karen's 3 Pokémon to back off. Karen, understanding his gesture, also gave a signal to Houndoom and the others. Once the dog, cat, and bird cleared the way, Stephen motioned for Zorua to follow him. Zorua hesitated. Perhaps it was the natural affinity people with the power of Viridian Forest exude, or maybe it was just curiosity, but Zorua eventually decided to follow. Karen and Will quickly followed behind. Take a look at this, Stephen said, leading Zorua to the branch she had broken earlier with her ice beam. He pointed to the broken end of the branch. You used ice beam earlier, but there's no ice residue left on the branch. This means the move was an illusion. I guess that you used Dark Pulse or a similar move instead. Zorua's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected this at all. And everything this human said was correct. Behind them, Karen and Will were equally stunned. Joker, are you saying that this little one pretended to use Ice Beam, but it was Dark Pulse? Karen asked incredulously. She had spent some time with Gladian's Zorua before, even if it was just a few hours, so she knew Zorua couldn't do something like this. Zorua might be able to transform into other Pokémon, but the moves it used would still be its own. It couldn't replicate its opponent's moves like a Ditto. That's what makes this Zorua so special, Stephen said, his tone filled with admiration. Ordinary Zorua or Zarark can only use their illusion ability on themselves or people very close to them. But this little one is different. She can even create illusions for her moves. For example, she can make it look like she's using Ice Beam, but it's Dark Pulse. She's truly the master of illusions. She's like that chameleon in Kung Fu Panda 4, Stephen added with a mischievous grin. Maybe she can even drag people into an illusionary world and trap them in eternal nothingness. What do you think of calling that infinite illusion? Karen and Will were completely dumbfounded. Was she really that powerful? That's not something I can do. I can only confuse people's vision. Zorua's voice rang out in their minds again. Haha, just joking, Stephen laughed. But I do hope you'll believe me. With our help, you can become the world's strongest Zorua. No, the strongest Dark-type Pokémon in the world. Stephen extended a hand to Zorua, smiling as he said. With that goal in mind, become our companion Zorua. Zorua stared blankly at Stephen's outstretched hand. For so long, she'd been on the run, always disguised as other Pokémon to evade her pursuers. She was exhausted, both physically and mentally. But now, someone was offering her a helping hand. Even though she was used to being a lone wolf, she couldn't help but feel moved by this moment. The people chasing me won't let you go if I join you, Zorua said hesitantly. It was obvious Zorua was worried that if she joined them, her pursuers would turn their attention to Stephen and his group. Hiatus. Before Stephen could respond, Will burst into laughter. Karen couldn't help but smile as well. You're pretty funny, little fox. Kodai, we don't even take him seriously, Will said, laughing so hard that tears rolled down his face inside his mask. On the surface, Kodai might seem like a big shot, much like Rose. Both were business tycoons. But Kodai's level, as a trainer, was laughable to true geniuses like Stephen's group. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to resort to dirty tricks to capture Zorua in the first place. You underestimate us and yourself, Stephen said, crouching down with a smile. Trust us and trust yourself. Sometimes, words truly are more powerful than fists. At least, for Zorua at this moment, they were. Seeing the change in Zorua's gaze, Stephen knew they had won her over. He shot Karen a look. Understanding, Karen quickly took out a Pokeball and approached Zorua. Zorua instinctively took a step back, looking at Stephen with a bewildered expression. Her gaze seemed to say, "Wait, aren't you the one capturing me?" The way Zorua looked at him left Steven momentarily stunned. Why did this situation feel so familiar? Chapter 109, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 109. Zorua has acknowledged you, so you should be the one to capture her. Karen didn't hesitate and withdrew her Pokéball. But you need a Zorua right now. But Steven didn't refuse. He wasn't a simp who'd keep chasing after someone who had already made it clear they weren't interested. Besides, Zorua wasn't an object but a living being, and its feelings should also be respected. You invented that radar, didn't you? I can just catch another one. Karen smiled and didn't mind. Both she and Steven already had Houndoms on their teams, so adding a Zorua wouldn't be a big deal. Steven stroked his chin and asked Zorua, Zorua, how far does your illusion range extend? I haven't tried that yet. A lowly voice came from Zorua. Then try turning Karen into this. Steven showed Zorua a picture of Fryren and pointed at Karen. Zorua closed its eyes and activated its illusion power. Immediately, waves of energy rippled from Zorua, enveloping Karen. In an instant, the silver-haired and straight-haired Karen transformed into a beautiful twin-tailed elf. Steven quickly picked up Zorua and moved 10 meters away from the transformed Karen. After about 10 meters, the illusion broke, and Karen reverted to her original form. The range is about 10 meters. Steven put Zorua down and said, That's already impressive. Karen marveled. From what I've heard, most Zorua and Zoroark only have an illusion range of about 1 meter. This child has completely surpassed the limits of its species. Surpass the limit. Hearing those words, Steven instinctively thought of Giovanni's Beedrill, Price's Deliberate, and Piloswine. Those three should be considered classic examples of surpassing limits, right? This range is already enough. Karen, there's no need for you to specifically catch a Zorua. This one can help you transform from a distance. Steven gently patted the tuft of red fur on Zorua's forehead. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Karen brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, the part revealed under her mask. After all, she was aiming to collect all 8 badges of the Indigo League. We'll always be together anyway. Steven waved his hand dismissively. Karen's heart skipped a beat. Steven's seemingly casual, always be together, hit her right in the feels. Will shrugged. In his opinion, with Steven's habit of unintentionally flirting with girls, it was only a matter of time before he got into trouble. Woof woofs. Barely 5 seconds after Steven put Zorua into an Ultra Ball, Maria, Rose, and Sina jumped out of their Pokeballs and barked in alarm. What's wrong? Will asked curiously. Woof woofs. Rose unleashed Flamethrower toward the rear right. Lucario, protect. A boy's voice rang out, and a Lucario leaped out of the bushes. It raised a semicircular barrier to block Rose's attack. Arfs. Rose increased its output, turning Flamethrower into Overheat, completely overpowering the Lucario. Who's there? Karen waved her hand, directing her Honchkrow to attack. But... whoosh boom. A flare shot into the sky and exploded into fireworks. A signal flare. Prepare for battle. Steven immediately guessed what was happening. However, he couldn't figure out how their whereabouts had been leaked. Inside the Lostlorn forest and its entrances. When the fireworks lit up the sky, everyone searching the forest looked up simultaneously. Even Steven, as a transmigrator, would have been shocked to see the search lineup. Searching inside the forest were Lance, a member of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four, Cynthia, a rising star from Sinnoh, and Stephen Stone, the son of Hoen's richest man. In addition to these 3 future champions from other regions, many elite trainers from Unova were guarding the forest entrances. At the entrance stood Ilessa, Unova's top idol and Nimbasa gym leader. Drayden, the Oplucid gym leader. Miles, the current gym leader of Mistralton City and grandfather of future gym leader Skyla. And the Unova champion Alder. Someone fired a signal flare. They found him. Alder exclaimed in surprise, then turned to look at Kodai in disbelief. Impressive, Mr. Kodai. How did you know Joker was here? After all, even the League couldn't track Joker's movements. Yet Kodai, a mere businessman, had pinpointed his location so accurately. Ow. Heh heh, I have my ways. But shouldn't Champion Alder be more concerned about whether you can capture Joker? Kodai rolled down the car window halfway, smirking insincerely. Well, that's true, but with Lance, Cynthia, and Steven here, I'm sure they can handle it. My main job is to guard the entrance and prevent those 3 thieves from escaping. Alder had full confidence in Lance, Cynthia, and Steven. With his eye for talent, he was certain these 3 would become pillars of their respective regions in the future. Sigh, but where was Unova's next pillar? Heh, well, I wish you all the best, but don't forget the condition the chairman agreed to. After Joker is arrested, all the Pokémon he's captured must be handed over to me. Kodai smiled sinisterly. Yes, this was his plan. Sell Joker's whereabouts to the League, with the condition that all Pokémon Joker had captured would belong to him as payment. So what if Joker got Zorua first? That Zorua would still be his. As for how he knew Joker was here, there was no way he could tell Alder. What was he supposed to say? I can see the future. Especially since how Kodai had obtained this power was completely unspeakable. Not long after, in the center of the Lostlorn forest, Steven, Karen, and Will stood back to back watching their surroundings. Whoa, what an all-star lineup. Ignoring the large number of officers led by Officer Jenny, there was Lance, Cynthia, and Steven. If Leon were here, the 4 strongest trainers of the future Pokémon League would be complete. As expected, Joker was first found by Riley. Steven wore an expression of, so it's true. All I could do was help in this small way. In battle, I wouldn't stand a chance. Riley smiled bitterly as he recalled his kneeling Lucario. Although it hadn't fainted, if there were a health bar, it'd be in the red. Steven patted his friend on the shoulder. Leave the rest to us. Cynthia spoke sternly. Return the Jewel of Life. This time, don't think you can use your little tricks again. Lance's eyes focused on one person only. Chapter 110, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 110. The clock rewinds to 2 days ago. Cynthia, Steven, Lance, and Riley had temporarily formed the Joker investigation team and arrived in Goldenrod City in the Johto region. For over a month, the temporary team had revisited all the places where Joker had previously appeared, including Goldenrod City, the city that had made Joker infamous. It was during the Goldenrod Station incident that Joker's name spread throughout Johto. Nothing, Riley, who had been sensing the aura of the Jewel of Life, shook his head after wandering around Goldenrod City. This is troublesome, Steven muttered, propping his chin on one hand and striking a pose reminiscent of a washing machine. We've checked every city where Joker has been spotted. Where should we investigate next? Initially, they thought that after stealing the Jewel of Life from Sinnoh, Joker might return to his base to lay low. Blackthorn City, Goldenrod City, Olivine City. These cities, where Joker had appeared, were all potential locations of his hideout. But after over a month of investigation, the 4 discovered that none of these guesses were correct. It's also possible that Guy went back to Kanto, to the Team Rocket's headquarters, Lance speculated with a furrowed brow. Although Joker had been active in Johto since his debut, everyone knew that Kanto was the main base of the Team Rocket's activities. Most of the troublemakers in Johto were from the shadows. After stealing the Jewel of Life and becoming the League's most wanted criminal, Joker likely knew that he couldn't fend off the League's pursuit alone anymore. It made sense for him to return to the Team Rocket's hideout in Kanto. That's a possibility, so Lance, where is the Team Rocket's headquarters? Steven asked, nodding. Lance, he wanted to ask Steven, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? If he knew where the Team Rocket's headquarters was, he would have raided it long ago instead of running around like a headless chicken. Realizing he had asked a stupid question, Steven quickly apologized. Sorry, my bad, my bad. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Riley changed the subject. Speaking of which, where's Cynthia? 9 times out of 10, she's at some ice cream shop, Steven replied without hesitation. Lance rolled his eyes discreetly. After a month of working together, he had come to understand this rising star from the Sinnoh region. He even felt that the rookies from other regions weren't particularly reliable. Stephen from Hone, obsessed with stones. Cynthia from Sino, a history enthusiast and ice cream addict. Kalos Diantha, an actress and celebrity. At a certain ice cream shop in Goldenrod City. Little girl, have you decided yet? The lady behind the counter wore a strained smile. Almost. Cynthia stared intently at the various colorful ice cream flavors in the freezer. The lady glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been nearly an hour and a half. Excuse me, are you Miss Cynthia from Sino? At that moment, a young voice reached Cynthia's ears. Turning her head, she saw a cute little girl about 9 years old, wearing round glasses. It was Mary. Oh, you know me? Cynthia asked, surprised. She hadn't yet become the Sino champion and was only moderately famous within the region. She hadn't expected someone to recognize her in Johto. You're the Cynthia who helped defeat one of Joker's companions, right? Mary asked for confirmation while pulling out a newspaper. It was last month's Celebration Daily from Sino, with the headline, Rising Star Cynthia defeats Joker's masked girl ally, referring to Karen. Yes, that's me, Cynthia replied, briefly stunned as she looked at the headline. Compared to Johto's Goldenrod TV station, which had falsely claimed during the Blackthorn incident that Lance scared Joker away, Sino's Celebration Daily had at least reported the truth. While she hadn't completely defeated Karen, Cynthia was confident she could have won if Joker hadn't intervened. My name is Mary, and I'm working toward becoming a journalist, Mary said shyly, but her determination was evident in her eyes. Is that so? Then good luck, Miss Mary, Cynthia smiled and encouraged her. I'd like to interview you, Miss Cynthia, Mary said, pulling out a pen and notebook. About the artifact Joker stole from Michina. The news mentioned it was a valuable relic, but neither Sino nor Johto reports ever explained what it was. Cynthia, who had been smiling moments ago, now froze as if she were a Psyduck caught off guard. If news about the Jewel of Life leaked, it could cause serious problems. Is there some secret behind it? Mary's eyes widened in excitement, sensing there was more to the story. Sorry, Miss Mary, but this matter is too complicated for me to explain, Cynthia said, shaking her head. She wasn't good at lying, so she opted to refuse politely. Just as Mary was pondering how to get more information out of Cynthia, Cynthia's phone rang. Sorry, Cynthia said, turning to answer. Hello, this is Cynthia. A few seconds later, her tone suddenly changed. What? You found it? Although Mary couldn't see Cynthia's face, her shocked voice suggested that whoever was on the other end of the call had said something important. Big sister Cynthia, I'll leave you to it. Goodbye, Mary said, taking the initiative to leave. All right, take care, Cynthia replied distractedly, waving her hand before hurrying off to regroup with Lance and the others. However, the 12-year-old Cynthia failed to notice one thing. As she turned away, Smee at Mary's feet slipped into the crowd and began following her. Wait, how did they find us? Will shouted in disbelief as the police surrounded the three of them. Noticing Will's questioning glance, Stephen shook his head. Truthfully, even he hadn't expected this outcome. But as he had said before, if you've done something, you'll always leave some trace behind. Luckily, all three of them had already put on their masks. This is the end for you. You'll spend the rest of your lives in the League's prison. How poetic for an artist, don't you think? Lance scoffed, mocking Joker for his previous artist comments. Stephen shrugged and turned to Stephen. Even the heir of Hone's richest man is here, huh? This is a serious matter. The wrath of Arceus isn't something anyone can bear, Stephen said solemnly. As someone obsessed with stones, he was indeed interested in the Jewel of Life, but more importantly, he wanted to protect the world. Hand over the Jewel of Life now, Cynthia demanded again, like a broken record. Stephen reached into his coat and pulled out the Jewel of Life, its azure glow illuminating the forest. Sure, but on one condition, let us go. The Jewel of Life was no longer of any use to him, and he didn't mind returning it to Cynthia. Cynthia, however, was completely stunned. No way, bro. Are you serious? Stephen, Riley, and the surrounding police officer all looked utterly dumbfounded. So generous. Don't let your guard down. Lance shouted. Watch out, it might be another fake. Fake? Hearing that word, Cynthia immediately recalled the events in Michina. Pressing her lips together, she tightened her grip on the piquet ball and said, "Hand over the jewel of life to me. I'll let Sister Sheena verify its authenticity. As for you, even if you return the real jewel of life, it won't erase the crime of theft you committed." Karen scoffed, "Heh, as if the jewel of life in your sister's hands wasn't fake to begin with. We just..." "Forget it. Even if Miss Cynthia agrees, there's one guy who will never let us go." Stephen turned to Lance with a smile. "Correct, there's only one place for you all to go, the League prison." Lance grinned coldly, looking every bit the villain. "Don't think your little tricks from before will work again." Finally, this moment had arrived. Last time in Olivine City, he had fallen victim to Stephen's schemes. He would never make the same mistake twice. Now in the forest, there was himself, Stephen, Cynthia, and the police force. On the perimeter, elite trainers led by Alder had sealed every exit. There was no way out this time. Tricks, strategy, and tactics are high-level skills, and let me remind you, we're very strong. As Stephen raised his voice, he suddenly threw out a piquet ball. The two Dragonair flanking Lance's shoulders immediately focused all their attention on the front. Boom! As the piquet ball opened, a yellow flash darted out. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Lance. However, one of the Dragonair swiftly coiled its long, slender body into a spiral. Like Sasuke's Susanoo armor, it shielded Lance in the center. As pure dragon types, Dragonair had exceptional defensive resistance. ZZZZT. The next moment, the Dragonair winced slightly, its deep blue scales crackling with tiny electric arcs. It was Thunder Wave. Is that a Jolteon? At this moment, Cynthia and the others could finally see the Pokémon that had leapt out of Stephen's piquet ball. It was indeed Jolteon, the fastest member of the evolution family. Svetten frowned. Is that his new partner? Joker's Umbreon was well known within the league. Had he captured another member of the Eevee family during his time in hiding? What's that? But Cynthia noticed something else. Around Jolteon's neck hung a necklace. The gem at its center was glowing with a rich golden light. Its shape was strikingly similar to the jewel of life. Vroom! The sound of something like jet engines roared to life. And not just one, but two. Lance's two Dragonair had taken to the air, their bodies radiating deep blue auras of cold light. They transformed into two green flame-like dragons. Double Dragon Rush. That Dragonair's ability is it shed skin. Karen noticed the electric arcs on the Dragonair that had shielded Lance earlier had completely vanished. What remained on the ground was a shed layer of skin. Shed skin was an ability that gave Dragonair a chance to heal itself from status conditions. Lance waved his hand downward. The double Dragon Rush attack descended simultaneously, creating a deafening boom in the air. This was raw champion-level power. Hathy. Yet at such a critical moment, Stephen's companion, Will, suddenly chuckled. Cynthia and the others stared at him in disbelief. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. In the next instant, the gem on Jolteon's necklace shifted from gold to silver-white. At the same time, Jolteon's body started emitting a blue-white glow. Her sharp, spiky fur transformed into soft, smooth, short fur. Blizzard. Stephen uttered the command softly. The blue-white light dissipated. Now it was Glaceon who stood there, mouth open wide. Glossy Ian. A massive silver-white blizzard, filled with countless snowballs the size of ping-pong balls, surged forward. Blizzard versus Double Dragon Rush. How is this possible? As the attacks clashed, Lance, Cynthia, Stephen, and the police all stood dumbfounded. There was another evolution besides water, fire, electric, sun, and moon. No, that wasn't the key point. The key point was, how did that Jolteon turn into an ice-type Glaceon? You still have time to be distracted. Just as Cynthia gaped in shock, a voice rang in her ears. A cold sweat immediately formed on Cynthia's forehead. She turned her head. A Houndoom, its fangs bared, was charging at her under the command of the masked girl. Flames flickered between its teeth. Fire Fang. Garchomp. Without hesitation, Cynthia called out her ace. as Houndoom's Fire Fang came down. Garchomp extended its arm, shielding its trainer. Fire-type moves barely scratched it. Picking up where we left off in Michina. Facing her enemy, Cynthia instantly switched from her usual approachable big sister demeanor to a valiant warrior mode. But the result will be the same. Oh. Karen smirked mockingly. Garchomp. Suddenly, Garchomp, who had been calm and composed, staggered awkwardly. A faint bluish-purple hue appeared on its face. Poisoned. Cynthia's expression changed dramatically. Ow. Fire Fang didn't have a secondary effect that inflicted poison. And Houndoom didn't have an ability like Poison Point that could poison on contact either. So how did her Garchomp get poisoned? At this moment, Houndoom released Garchomp and leapt back to Karen's side. The flames in its mouth dissipated, revealing something Cynthia hadn't noticed before. On Houndoom's fangs was a coating of dark purple venom. It had pre-coated its fangs with poison and used Fire Fang as a cover. There was such a strategy. Cynthia was stunned for 2 seconds, but quickly regained her composure. Lucario, Milotic, cover us. Without hesitation, she summoned 2 of her main Pokémon. They positioned themselves in front of Garchomp, shielding it as Cynthia pulled out a full restore to cure the poison. In the games, using items on Pokémon took up a turn. But in real life, it was even more perilous. By sending out 2 of her main Pokémon to cover her, Cynthia presented a huge opening for Karen. Houndoom, overheat. Sure enough, Karen raised her finger and pointed at her opponent. A massive fire blast erupted from Houndoom's mouth, raising the temperature in the area sharply. Honchkrow Hurricane. Right after overheat, Honchkrow flapped its wings. A powerful gust of wind merged with the flames. Together, the fiery hurricane surged forward like 5 roaring dragons. As Cynthia quickly applied the full restore to Garchomp, she shouted, Milotic, Hydropump, Lucario, Aurasphere. Milotic and Lucario followed their trainer's orders, firing a blue and white energy beam that merged midair. Boom! The instant the 2 sides collided, the entire forest seemed to quake. 2 seconds later, the elite trainers positioned at the forest's exits saw a small mushroom cloud rising from the center, followed by dense white steam spreading out like a thin fog. At the center of the battlefield, the surrounding trees were all snapped in half, leaving the area in chaos. Many broken trunks were still burning. But it was clear that Cynthia's side had taken more damage. This time, Karen had the upper hand. After all, combining water and steel was at best a 1 + 1 = 2 situation. But fire and wind, that was an absolute 1 + 1 too. The Garchomp, having already recovered from its poison state, raised its protect barrier, shielding its trainer behind it. Meanwhile, Lucario and Milotic, its 2 companions, bore varying degrees of burn marks on their faces. Boom! On the other side, a dull thud echoed as if striking steel. A Metagross used its Meteor Mash to slam into the protect barrier created by a Slowbro. Standing behind these 2 Pokémon were Will and Steven. Chapter 111, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 111. Ka. The protective barrier shrouding Slowbro of Will's kept emitting sounds like shattering glass under the impact of Steven's Metagross's Meteor Mash. The semi-transparent shield, too, began to show spiderweb-like cracks, visible to the naked eye under the force of the steel heavy punch. Boom! After about 2 or 3 seconds of deadlock, the Meteor Mash broke through the shield and went straight for Slowbro's dumb-looking, silly face. Got him! Officer Jenny in the back cheered upon seeing this. However, in the last split second, with the Meteor Mash only 5 centimeters away from that silly face, Slowbro's body glowed faintly blue again. The semi-transparent, hemispherical protective shield reappeared, completely blocking the weakened Meteor Mash from making contact. It used Protect twice in a row. Steven's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? He knew very well that just like how Hyper Beam requires a cooldown period after being used due to its high energy consumption, leaving the user vulnerable, most trainers wouldn't dare use such high-risk moves without a guaranteed win. Similarly, the move Protect also comes with a downside. Although it's not as extreme as Hyper Beam or Giga Impact, there is still a risk. After using it once, attempting to use it again immediately greatly increases the chance of failure. Moreover, Slowbro is a Pokémon known for its slow reaction speed. How could it possibly execute Protect twice within less than 3 seconds? Stevent, over there. At this moment, Riley noticed something unusual and pointed to Slowbro's tail. Steven raised his eyes to look. He saw that on Slowbro's tail, the Shelder, which had evolved into a shell, had its eyes glowing with a faint blue light. Stevent's face immediately turned to disbelief as he exclaimed, "Could it be the second Protect? Was it used by that?" Officer Jenny and the surrounding police were all equally stunned and incredulous. As expected of Hoen's #1 genius, you figured it out in one go. Will grinned smugly. How about it, huh? The parental bond power Joker gave my Slowbro. That's impossible. On the other side, Lance, who had also noticed the situation, frowned deeply. His former colleague Lorelei also had a Slowbro, so Lance was relatively familiar with this kind of Pokémon. While it's true that Slowbro evolves when Shelder bites onto Slowpoke's tail, strictly speaking, Slowbro is essentially a fusion evolution of 2 Pokémon into one. However, as Professor Oak explained, it's the Slowpoke part that primarily controls the body, while the Shelder, despite retaining self-awareness, doesn't possess control over the body, let alone the ability to use moves. And what was this parental bond nonsense? Slowbro's natural abilities are supposed to be oblivious, own tempo, or regenerator, right? Ice Beam. Steven's calm command rang out. Lance's pupils shifted focus. He saw Glaceon leaping high into the air, opening her mouth to unleash an Ice-type move aimed directly at his Dragonair #1. HMPH, Flamethrower. Lance scoffed and shouted, "Did you think I wouldn't have countermeasures for Ice-types?" Dragonair #1 raised its head and released a pillar of flames. And without needing Lance to issue another command, Dragonair #2 followed up with its own flamethrower. The 2 streams of fire converged into one, forming an even larger pillar of flames like a roaring fiery dragon. The ice beam collided with the fire pillar. The clash lasted only 2 seconds before the silvery beam was overpowered and pushed back by the combined flames. It's not over yet. Let me show you and your comrades the true meaning of the fusion of wind and fire. Lance shouted triumphantly. The Dragonite beneath him, serving as his mount, flapped its wings. Hurricane. It was here, the fusion of wind and fire. Lance's favorite battle combination involved 1 Dragonite and 2 Dragonair. The strategy often had Dragonite act as the main attacker, with the Dragonair duo playing support. But the roles could also be reversed. The Hurricane from behind fanned the twin flamethrowers. In an instant, the originally long pillar-like flames spread out, forming a dome-like firestorm, a fiery tsunami. It was akin to Madara's fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Holy crap! Will involuntarily twitched under his mask. If, in the past, Lorelei could somehow manage a 30-70 split against Lance, with a bit of exceptional performance edging it to 40-60, now it was a 20-80 or even 10-90 situation. You're not the only genius here. Riding atop Dragonite, Lance grinned confidently and shouted. In Alola, a scientific genius also emerged. He invented TM, which greatly strengthened my dragon army. Our league also has geniuses. Don't think you're the only capable one in the world. In this reality, Pokémon aren't restricted to learning just 4 moves. And Dragon-type Pokémon typically have the most diverse move pools. As for the Dragonite line, although it never received any later-stage enhancements like Mega Evolution, exclusive Z-moves, or Gigantamax, its move pool remains one of the richest among all dragons. It could learn moves from many types: dragon, flying, water, fire, electric, fighting, rock, ground. The issue was that no matter how talented Lance and his dragons were, mastering these off-type moves would still require significant time and effort. But with the invention of TM, everything changed. High-power moves like Flamethrower or Hydro Pump, which were previously difficult to teach, became accessible at a price. For ordinary trainers, these machines were prohibitively expensive. But for Lance, he didn't care about money. The amount he had spent on these machines could easily exceed 6 figures, equivalent to the cost of a house. For most trainers, this would be an astronomical sum. But for Lance, he didn't care about money at all. While the learning with TM didn't have the overpowered effect of rare candies that directly boosted levels, they massively expanded the attack options for his team. Now, Lance had truly ascended to the level of a champion. However, upon hearing this, both Karen and Will, who had been awestruck by Lance's display of power, suddenly looked amused. They couldn't help but anticipate Lance's reaction when he learned the truth. "Mr. Lance, this move is overkill." Cynthia's concerned voice rang out. The range of this fiery dome was far too massive. It would engulf Joker as well. She'd heard rumors that Lance was ruthless in dealing with criminals, but this was a bit much. "You're underestimating Joker." Karen's voice suddenly drew Cynthia's attention. Cynthia frowned slightly. "What does she mean?" At that moment, the orb necklace around Glayson's neck began to glow red instead of blue. Whoosh! Sparks flew. Fluffy red fur swayed in the wind. Glayson had transformed into a Flareon. Even Lance's eyes widened as he watched the Flareon leap straight into the fiery whirlwind created by his 3 dragons. Then, like a fire dragon slayer from a certain guild, it opened its mouth and swallowed up all the flames. Flareon's ability, Flash Fire. It absorbs fire-type moves, takes no damage, and converts the flames into its power. "Here, take it back." Steven chuckled. In the next moment, the enhanced Flareon raised her head, opened her mouth, and unleashed a powerful blast of flames. Heat Wave. Dragonite quickly crossed its arms to shield its trainer, but even protected, Lance could feel the scorching heat threatening to ignite him. It can even transform into Flareon. Meanwhile, Karen, Cynthia, Will, and Steven's battles continued. It's like a Ditto, but even scarier. Though the parental bond Slowbro was troublesome, Steven's overall strength still surpassed Will's, allowing him to spare some attention to Lance's situation. It's not just as simple as Ditto-like transformations. Will smiled slyly. When Joker's Umbreon changes forms, its abilities and fighting style also adapt. For instance, Jolteon excels at speed and quick attacks, Flareon absorbs flames with Flash Fire, and Umbreon defends exceptionally well against attacks. Terrifying, isn't it, Joker's power? Steven's expression grew increasingly serious. Even your Slowbro has been modified by him. Modified? That sounds awful. Will laughed loudly and shouted. This is helping my partner break through a limit. Dumb shall double surf. Just like Steven naming his 3 Houndoms, Will had also given his Slowbro names. Slowpoke and Shelder, fused through evolution to become Slowbro, focused together and exerted their combined strength. 2 surging waves rose from either side of Slowbro and merged in the next second. The tsunami looked as though it would swallow everything, rushing toward Steven and his Metagross. Even stronger than Wallace's Milotic. Steven gritted his teeth in silence. Insignificant. At the center of the battlefield, Lance shouted. At the same time, his 3 dragons successfully blocked Flareon's heat wave. After all, dragon types have excellent resistances, and these 3 were Lance's main battlers. A single heat wave, even a boosted one, wasn't enough to bring them down. From his elevated position, Lance looked down and noticed that Flareon had already reverted to Glayson. HMPH, trying to increase your damage output, huh? Lance immediately saw through Steven's strategy. Fire types didn't deal much damage to dragons, so switching to ice was the logical choice. But, I already told you, ice types are meaningless before me. Dragonite Rock Slide. Under their trainer's command, Dragonite raised both arms and roared. Dozens of boulder-sized rocks appeared out of thin air around it. With a powerful swing, Dragonite sent the rocks hurtling down like a torrential storm. Rock Slide. It didn't matter if the opponent was fire or ice. Against rock types, they were at a disadvantage. Surf. Steven gave the command. Glayson transformed into Vaporeon, raising her head high and summoning a massive wave. A towering wall of water, over 10 meters high, cut off the incoming rocks. Then the water wall split open, creating a path. Through the gap, 3 houndum leaped out. They were Joker's 3 houndums. What can 3 dogs do? Lance scoffed and gave a knowing glance. No verbal command was necessary. His 2 Dragonair had already understood his intent. Rumble. What had been a relatively clear sky moments ago was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A faint rumble of thunder echoed. Crash. Within seconds, torrential rain began to pour, covering the entire Lostlorn forest. Double rain dance. This way, your 3 dogs are completely useless. Lance smirked. Fire-type moves were naturally weakened in rainy conditions. And with such a heavy downpour, even a fire-type ultimate move would struggle to reach 20% of its usual power. Lance is going all out. At the edge of the Lostlorn forest, Alder wiped the rain off his face. He had already guessed who was responsible for this downpour. Meanwhile, aboard a plane flying over Nimbasa City, Mary and her best friend Whitney were on a trip to the Unova region. Through the window, Mary caught sight of the stormy weather east of Nimbasa City, complete with lightning and thunder. Whitney look. Mary anxiously tapped her friend on the shoulder. Hi. A sleepy Whitney wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. You're finished. With one hand pointed to the sky, Lance declared with full dramatic flair. Dragonair, Thunder plus Hydro Pump, Dragonite, Hurricane. Thunder, a powerful but notoriously inaccurate electric-type move, received a drastic accuracy boost in rainy weather due to water's conductivity. It was now nearly guaranteed to hit. Hydro Pump, a water-type ultimate move, would deal double its usual damage in the super rainstorm conditions. Hurricane, another high-powered but low-accuracy move, similarly gained a massive accuracy boost thanks to the rain. The combined might of these 3 moves was unfathomable. Dragonair 1 charged its horns with electricity, sending bolts into the storm clouds and triggering a massive lightning strike in the next second. Dragonair 2 opened its mouth and unleashed a colossal water jet. Meanwhile, Dragonite flapped its seemingly comical wings, summoning a water tornado. The 3 attacks converged into an overwhelming assault. Earth-shattering wouldn't even begin to describe it. Even with his usual confidence, Stephen was starting to doubt himself. Karen and Will were both visibly shaken. Everyone get back. Cynthia urgently warned. She silently vowed never to team up with Lance again. This guy fought with no regard for the consequences, thinking of using Umbreon to block it. Lance smirked mockingly. Umbreon, the tankiest member of the Evolution family, was renowned for its resilience. Even Elite Four Aldous acknowledged Joker's Umbreon's endurance. But against this attack, forget Sudeffin's Umbreon, even Agatha, the current Indigo League champion, wouldn't attempt to block it head-on. Riley, up here. Stephen, crouching atop his Metagross, pulled Riley onto its back, preparing to retreat from Lance's attack range. Riley said nothing, staring intently in Joker's direction. What's going on? His aura was sensing something unusual. Riley wanted to warn Lance that something was off. But the sheer scale of the Thunder plus Hydro Pump plus Hurricane combo drowned out any chance of his voice being heard. Finally, the triple assault landed. The enhanced water, lightning, and wind attacks struck where Joker, his Vaporeon, and the 3 Houndoom stood. For anyone familiar with Naruto, the scene would have felt eerily familiar, like the detonation of a tailed beast bomb. Boom! Countless cracks spread out in all directions. The violent quake caused even the Unova elites stationed at the forest's edge to stumble. At the western edge of the forest, Alessa, Nimbasa gym leader and Unova's top idol, fell on her backside. Her Imalga quickly helped her up. Thank you, Imalga. Alessa thanked her Pokémon before rubbing her sore bottom, fearfully muttering. What on earth is happening in the forest? Back at Nimbasa Airport. Hurry, Whitney, something big is happening over there. Fresh off the plane, Mary dragged Whitney toward the eastern Lostlorn forest. Mary had specifically chosen Nimbasa City because the headquarters of the Kodai network was located there. And now, upon arrival, she had witnessed this spectacle. After spending a year studying journalism on her own, Mary was certain something major was unfolding over there. All right, but we can't just run there. Still being dragged along, Whitney pulled out a piquet ball and released a toros. The two friends climbed onto its back and charged toward the eastern Lostlorn Forest. At the center of the Lostlorn Forest battlefield, the dark storm clouds blanketing the forest had been blown away by the sheer force of the attack. Below, the ground was littered with shattered branches and fallen trees. Standing atop Metagross's back, Stephen surveyed the scene. Hone's top genius revealed a rare look of shock, murmuring, "As expected of the Indigo League's next champion, Wallace and I still have a long way to go." "Oh, right, Riley, were you about to say something earlier?" After his remark, Stephen seemed to recall something and turned to Riley beside him. "And no, it's nothing. It's just that during the battle between Lance and Joker, I had a strange feeling." Riley shook his head. Elsewhere, Cynthia emerged from behind a tree that had been toppled by the hurricane. Her usually flawless golden hair was now a bit messy. Looking at the scorched battlefield, she swallowed nervously. Joker, could he have been? From the opposite side, Karen and Will also stepped forward. "Damn it." Karen gritted her teeth and glared upward at Lance riding on the back of the Dragonite. Swoosh! Suddenly, a cold, curved beam of light streaked through the air, hitting the massive, round belly of the Dragonite beneath Lance with pinpoint accuracy. The Dragonite's eyes bulged so much from the pain that they almost popped out of their sockets. If it were still in full health, with the bonus from its Marvel scale ability, it might not have been this dramatic. But after such a prolonged battle, it was already in the yellow HP range. Now, after taking this hit, how could it possibly feel okay? The shock on Lance's face was no less intense than what his beloved Dragonite felt. He looked down. There stood Joker, hands in his pockets, smiling mischievously from directly below. And at his feet, the source of the ice beam, a Glaceon. "Yuzu, how are you here?" This might be the most shocking moment in Lance's 20 years of life. "Heh, Tilda not telling you." Stephen grinned slyly, his expression full of mischief as if his prank had succeeded. At the same time, from one of the piquet balls on his belt, his newly recruited Zorua also bared her teeth and gave the same wicked smirk as her trainer. Meanwhile, the Beware standing nearby stared blankly at Zorua. To be honest, among the 4 current teammates, none of them had ever been capable of shocking Beware. But just now, the Beware was genuinely startled. Goodness, what a ruthless ability. Chapter 112, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 112. The next second, the large-bodied Dragonite under Lance let out another cry of pain. "Damn it, I can't hold on much longer." 2 Dragonairs quickly flew over, one on each side, to support Dragonite's body and prevent it from plummeting. Lance, however, couldn't ponder what Joker had done. He immediately began focusing his energy, activating the power of Viridian Forest to heal his Dragonite. Just as Lance's palm was about to touch Dragonite, Karen and Will, who had seen this ability multiple times on Stephen, instantly realized what Lance was trying to do. "Let us help you," the two shouted in unison. They released their Honchkrow and Zadu, both flying types, to attack the 2 Dragonairs on either side of Dragonite with Brave Bird. The stunned members of the Pokémon League, including Cynthia and Stephen, suddenly snapped out of their shock, but realized it was too late to stop them. The 2 birds, engulfed in fiery energy, slammed into Dragonair 1 and 2 with full force. Caught off guard, the 2 Dragonairs were sent flying. With its support gone, Dragonite lost its balance and plummeted straight to the ground. Lance didn't have time to heal his partner with the power of Viridian Forest and also lost his footing, falling from the sky. "Mr. Lance!" Stephen and Cynthia shouted anxiously from either side. Stephen quickly threw out a piquet ball, releasing his Skarmory. Just as Lance was about to hit the ground and turn into a pancake, Skarmory caught him in the nick of time. Phew! Seeing Lance unharmed, Stephen finally let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, his heart, which had just settled, leaped into his throat again. Woof! A ferocious bark rang out from below. everyone turned to see a mound of earth beneath Skarmory, trembling violently. Suddenly, a houndoom leaped out from within. It was hiding here all along. Maria Fire Fang. With Stephen's command, the houndoom that had jumped out bared its fangs, flames blazing along its jaws. Almost simultaneously, as Skarmory caught Lance, the houndoom leaped up and bit into its neck. Focused entirely on rescuing Lance, Skarmory was caught off guard and let out a pained cry as the houndoom dragged it, and Lance down to the ground. Boom, boom. Two heavy impacts echoed as Dragonite and Lance hit the ground one after another. Dragonite, with its thick skin and sturdy body, wasn't heavily injured even after falling from a height of over 10 meters. Compared to the damage it had suffered from the ice beam earlier, this was like being scratched. But it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Dragonite had endured the ice beam with sheer willpower, but now, after the fall, it fainted on the spot. Lance, on the other hand, was relatively unharmed. Thanks to Skarmory's earlier rescue, he fell from a height of less than 2 meters. Aside from some pain and a bit of dirt on his face, he wasn't seriously injured. However, he did look rather pathetic, his face now covered in mud. Damn it! Lance pushed himself up with one hand, his face covered in dirt. With his other hand, he reached toward his belt to release another Pokémon for battle. The remaining Pokémon on his team only had dragon in their names. They weren't actual dragons. But just as Lance's left hand touched a piquet ball, a sharp pain suddenly shot through the back of his neck. His vision blurred, and the next moment, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. For those watching, another houndoom had leaped out from a separate mound of earth, rushing forward and delivering a clean blow to the back of Lance's neck with its paw. "Well done, Rose," Stephen said with a smirk. How did they even see Skarmory and Lance's position from inside the dirt piles? Stephen was baffled and deeply shaken. He couldn't understand. Those two houndooms were buried in the dirt with their vision obstructed. Their sense of smell and hearing should also have been impaired. How could they so precisely locate their targets? Stephen didn't notice that the Cena at Stephen's feet was staring intently at the battlefield, as if directing the houndooms. Now is not the time to be impressed. A drop of cold sweat slid down Cynthia's cheek, her golden hair sticking to her face from the moisture. Stephen looked up to see Joker's trio tossing the unconscious Lance onto the belly of his equally unconscious Dragonite. Then, with playful smiles, they turned their gazes toward Stephen and Cynthia. Stephen's youthful, handsome face twisted into an expression more pitiful than crying. This doesn't look good. Along the path from Nimbasa City to the Lostlorn Forest. Tauros, faster, faster. Mary kept urging her best friend's Pokémon. Whitney wanted to tell her to slow down. She was getting dizzy. Just then, Tauros screeched to a halt, nearly throwing Mary and Whitney off its back. "What's going on?" Whitney, trying to hold back her nausea, asked. "Whitney, there's a crowd ahead," Mary said, pointing forward. Whitney forced herself to look. Whoa. Sure enough, there were a lot of people gathered at the forest entrance. That's Champion Alder. Alder's distinctive silhouette was easy to recognize. Whitney immediately identified the Unova champion standing at the front of the crowd. Recalling Tauros, Whitney grabbed her friend's hand and said, "Let's go ask what's happening." Her uncle, Milton, was a gym leader as well, though not particularly prominent in Johto. Still, as a gym leader, people would likely show them some respect. At the front of the group, led by Alder, the Unova elites were staring intently into the forest, entirely unaware that two young girls were approaching from behind. "There's no more noise. Lance and the others must have taken Joker down by now," Alder said, scratching his head. It had been almost 5 minutes since the battle noises had ceased entirely. Alder assumed the fight was over. "Alder, something feels off," came Agatha's voice through the walkie-talkie. Agatha was stationed at the northern edge of the Lostlorn Forest to prevent Joker and his team from escaping. She had also noticed the silence and guessed the battle was over. But if Lance and his group had won, they should have informed the others by now. Alder also began to feel a foreboding sense of dread, but refused to believe it. "Haha, Agatha, you can't seriously think Lance and the others would lose, can you? Haha." Lance, Steven, and Cynthia were known as the strongest trio of young trainers in the league. There's no way they could lose, Alder thought. Let me go check, came another voice through the walkie-talkie. It was Alessa. Alarmed, Alder quickly tried to stop her. Hey, Alessa, don't act recklessly. If anyone's going, it should be me. If the worst-case scenario had occurred, Phoebe wouldn't stand a chance. Aza. Before Alder could finish his sentence, a terrified scream came through the walkie-talkie. Alder, Agatha, and the others froze, rushing to shout into the device. Alessa, what happened? Are you okay? What's going on? Answer us, are you all right? But Alessa didn't respond. All they could hear were chaotic sounds in the background. A few seconds later, a different voice came through. Relax, she's fine. The league trainer's faces paled. You're Joker, Alder exclaimed in disbelief. Behind him, Mary and Whitney, who were about to greet the group, froze upon hearing the name. Mary instinctively grabbed her friend and ducked behind Kodai's luxurious car, holding a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. What did you do to Alessa? And what about Lance, Cynthia, Steven, Officer Jenny, and the others? The overly intense situation left Alder stumbling over his words. Don't be nervous, champion. They're doing fine, Steven said calmly. Where are you now? Alder took several deep breaths to regain his composure. The west exit, Alder stammered. All right, Steven replied with just one word before ending the call. Alder, along with the surrounding Unova elite trainers, stood frozen, exchanging confused glances. Did Lance and the others lose? Similarly, sitting in the car, Kodai couldn't believe it either. Damn it, has the league become this useless? They boasted about the dream lineup of 3 future champions, and yet they couldn't even handle 3 kids. Kodai's confidant, Goon, leaned closer to the car window and whispered, Boss, didn't you foresee this outcome? Kodai replied irritably, Do you think I can see the future whenever I want? He cursed the incompetence of the league again in his heart. Standing at the forefront, Alder and the others were still too stunned to notice Kodai whispering to his lackey. However, 2 young girls, Mary and Whitney, hiding behind the car, overheard the conversation. The 2 girls, both under 10 years old, looked at each other wide-eyed. What are they talking about, seeing the future? Alder and the others didn't have to wait long. What they saw next would remain etched in their memories forever. Walking at the front was Joker. Beside him, an Umbreon strode proudly like a queen. On the other side, Beware carried an unconscious Lance in her arms like a princess. To Joker's left, one of his companions, a masked girl, was gripping Cynthia's arm. The 2 girls, beautiful as they were, made for a striking image, if only Cynthia's hands weren't cuffed with silver restraints. To Joker's right, the other companion, a chubby boy, sat grinning on the back of a Zadu. Beside him were Steven and Riley, also cuffed. I'm sorry, Champion Alder, we just couldn't stop them. One of the commanders of this operation, Officer Jenny, looked ashamed as she spoke. The rest of the officers trailed behind the group, looking utterly defeated and dejected. How humiliating. Alder and many other Unova elites stared in shock at the scene before them. After a moment of stunned silence, they instinctively reached for their piquet balls. Alder's Volcarona immediately flew into the space between the 2 sides, exuding hostility. Why so serious? Steven asked with a smirk. I've fought enough for today. I'm not interested in another battle, he said, tugging Alessa forward gently. She stumbled a few steps before ending up beside Alder. Are you all right? Alder asked with concern. Although Alessa couldn't exactly be called a prodigy, she was still part of the Unova League, and Alder naturally cared about her well-being. I'm fine, Alessa replied, hanging her head in shame. She hadn't even put up a fight. She was subdued the moment she encountered Joker. After her, Steven and his companions lightly pushed the police officers forward, signaling that they were free to go. Joe! Hiding behind the car, Mary almost shouted out in excitement when she saw the familiar figure after over a year. Fortunately, her friend Whitney quickly covered her mouth. Given the current situation, the 2 little girls knew better than to draw attention to themselves. Soon, everyone except Lance, Cynthia, and Steven had been released. At this point, Alder noticed something. Aside from those three, none of the others, neither Jenny nor Alessa, had been forcibly cuffed. Realizing what this meant, Alessa buried her head even lower in embarrassment. The reason for not cuffing them was obvious: they were too weak to pose any threat. Behind Alder, Sheena looked pale. If even a lineup like this couldn't take down Joker, did that mean the jewel of life was truly beyond their grasp? Can you release Lance and the others?" Alder asked, his gaze fixed on the three remaining hostages. "Of course," Stephen replied without hesitation, surprising everyone. "The condition is that you tell me how you tracked us down," Stephen added. "That's the only thing I care about." "Don't even think about making up some excuse to fool us," Karen interjected coldly, "or else." She reached out and gripped Cynthia's pale neck, applying slight pressure. "Cough." Cynthia let out a faint cough, and Alder immediately panicked, waving his hands frantically. Calm down, please." Good grief, if the Sinnoh champion in training died in Unova, it would cause an international disaster. Stephen placed his hand over Karen's to signal her to ease up. It was Mr. Kodai who told us," Alder admitted. With the lives of 3 future champions on the line, he had no choice but to come clean. Kodai, Stephen raised an eyebrow. The name wasn't unfamiliar to him. After all, his Zorua had obtained intel from none other than Kodai, the wealthy Unova businessman. "We only knew because Mr. Kodai said you would be in Lostlorn Forest at this time." As for how he knew, Alder scratched his head. To be honest, he was curious about that too. If the League couldn't uncover such information, how did Kodai manage it? Alder turned to glance at the luxurious car behind him, prompting everyone else to do the same. Sitting in the backseat, Kodai broke into a cold sweat. "Damn it, I should have left earlier." Stephen shot a look at Will, who nodded and jogged over to the car. Goon tried to block his way. "Move it." Will Zato smacked Goon aside with ease. "Mr. Kodai, would you step out for a chat?" Will said with a smile. "Damn brat." Kodai cursed internally, but had no choice but to get out of the car. "Your hairstyle resembles a Garchamp's rough scales," Stephen remarked with a smirk. Cynthia, still held by Karen, rolled her eyes. "How did you know?" Karen asked coldly. Kodai broke out in a sweat. The ability to see glimpses of the future was his greatest secret and the foundation of his success. No matter what, he couldn't reveal it. But under the current circumstances, it didn't seem like he had much of a choice. "Mr. Kodai, is there something you can't share with us?" Alder asked. In a moment of desperation, Kodai's mind raced, and he found a scapegoat. It was the plasma team, he blurted out. Everyone, including Stephen, looked confused. Kodai elaborated. "When Joker's group arrived in Unova, Team Plasma already had their sights on them. I merely obtained the information from them." Sheena thought for a moment and said, "Team Plasma. I recall them being some sort of religious group active in Unova's outskirts." Alder nodded. "I've heard of them. They advocate for releasing Pokémon from Poké balls and granting them equality with humans. They claim that keeping Pokémon is a form of cruelty and that releasing them into the wild is the only way to make them happy. They've even gained quite a bit of support." "Exactly," Kodai nodded enthusiastically. "That's where I got the intel." Of course, this had nothing to do with Team Plasma. Kodai simply needed someone to take the blame, and the obscure organization seemed like the perfect choice. After all, it wasn't as if they could come forward to dispute his claim. Hiding behind the car, Mary and Whitney's expressions changed drastically. "He's lying." Alder blinked, uncertain whether to believe Kodai's explanation. But right now, what he was most concerned about was the hostage in Joker's hands. "Hey, the intel source has already been shared with you. Can you release the hostage now?" Stephen glanced at Kodai, making the other man visibly uncomfortable. Then he reached out his hand toward Alder and said, "Let's seal the deal with a handshake." "Deal." Without hesitation, Alder shook hands with Stephen. "Joker, are you all right?" Karen asked worriedly. "Yeah, don't worry. Alder, as a champion, can be trusted. Both Shirna and Stephen's characters are also reliable." If the deal was with the 5 elders, Stephen would never consider doing this. But Alder was indeed a man of his word. The same went for Cynthia and Stephen. Alder secretly rolled his eyes. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Should he be happy about it? Shirna. Alder noticed Joker's way of addressing Cynthia. Stephen, who had just been freed from his handcuffs, interjected. Looks like Joker gave Miss Cynthia that nickname. Hi. For a moment, Alder, Alessa, and Sheena all wore strange expressions. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Stephen and Cynthia. A nickname. Were these two that close? Shut up. Cynthia furiously glared at Stephen, then bit her lip and shot a glare at Stephen as well. Since when were we close? Why are you giving me a nickname? We're leaving. Stephen gestured to Karen and Will, then began walking past Alder and his group. At that moment, he happened to spot two little girls hiding behind a car. Will was startled and almost cried out. Where did these two little girls come from? Meanwhile, Mary was visibly excited. But she knew this was not the time to make any reckless moves. Then, as if struck by an idea, Mary quickly pulled out a small notebook she carried with her, jotted something down with a pencil, tore off the page, crumpled it into a small paper ball, and tossed it to Stephen. Chapter 113, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 113. Stephen, Cynthia, are you all right? Alder had fulfilled his promise. He had no intention of pursuing Joker and his group of three. Cynthia shook her head, looking somewhat ashamed as she glanced toward Sheena. Sheena gritted her teeth, contemplating whether or not to use her trump card. She didn't want to resort to it unless necessary. After all, with so many people here, if she revealed her hidden ace, Sheena felt like her peaceful days would be over for the rest of her life. But she also couldn't just stand there and watch the jewel of life slip away from her grasp again. Just as Stephen had walked a few meters away, he suddenly noticed Sheena. Turning around, he called out, "Oh right, I almost forgot this." Hearing Stephen's voice, everyone instinctively looked up at him. In the moment they turned their heads, something was thrown toward them. Reflexively, Cynthia raised her hands and caught it. What landed in her arms was none other than the jewel of life. Cynthia was utterly stunned. The same expression appeared on the faces of Sheena, Alder, Stephen, and the others. It was returned. What's that? Mary and Whitney, two curious little girls, poked their heads out from the back of the car, staring wide-eyed at the jewel in Cynthia's arms. Is it real? Stephen swallowed hard. Riley took a deep breath and placed his hand on the jewel. The moment his fingertips touched it, he felt an endless wave of aura, vast and boundless like the galaxy, emanating from within. It's real, Riley confirmed, his tone shifting from nervousness to certainty. Other than Arceus, he couldn't fathom anyone else possessing such a tremendous aura. He returned it. Cynthia was completely dumbfounded. Looking ahead, the three figures of Joker and his group were already out of sight. She couldn't understand it, she couldn't comprehend it at all. Why go to such great lengths to swap the real jewel of life with a fake, only to return the real one afterward? Well, in any case, the legacy of the creator has been recovered, and that's what matters. At least we don't have to live in constant fear anymore. Alder tried to ease the tension. He couldn't understand why Joker returned the jewel either, but at least it was a good thing. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about Arceus's wrath now, right? The legacy of the creator. Hearing those words, Kodai, who had just settled back into his seat in the car, suddenly froze. Alder then pulled out his phone and quickly called Chairman Goodshow to report the results of their operation. Glancing at Sheena, who was holding the jewel of life like it was her baby, Alder let out a long sigh of relief. The process was dreadful, but the outcome was undeniably good. Far away on the Indigo Plateau, after hearing Alder's report, Goodshow shared a similar sentiment. Although the loss of the Dream Team trio left him shocked, the successful recovery of the jewel outweighed everything else. In the chairman's office, Goodshow stroked his beard thoughtfully before speaking. Alder put me on speakerphone. I have something to say to everyone. All right. Alder pressed the speakerphone button and placed the phone at the center of the group. Everyone, the chairman has something to say. Can you all hear me? Goodshow's voice came through the phone. Yes, Mr. Chairman, Cynthia replied. Steven scratched his temple awkwardly. Apologies, Chairman. After Lance fell, we really couldn't hold them back. Alessa bit her lip. I was too weak. It's fine, it's fine. You've all done very well, Goodshow reassured them. Although he was curious about the specifics of the battle, he chose to comfort the future pillars of the League for now. After a few kind words to soothe the group, Goodshow's tone turned serious. I have a favor to ask of all of you. Agatha immediately chimed in. Chairman, there's no need for formalities. We're all part of the League. Please say whatever you need to. There was a brief hesitation on the other end of the call before Goodshow made up his mind. Please announce to the public that this battle was a victory for the League. Hearing Goodshow's request, Mary, crouching behind the car, almost cried out in shock. Luckily, Whitney quickly covered her friend's mouth, though she stared in disbelief. I know this might sound a bit shameless, Goodshow continued, but Cynthia, Stephen, you two are the future of the League. You should understand why I'm asking for this. Goodshow's tone became more earnest. The team you formed with Lance is, without exaggeration, the League's strongest combat unit for the future. If news spreads that this team was defeated by Joker's group, what will the people of the Pokémon continent think? At these words, the previously shocked Cynthia and Stephen both fell silent. Although their fame had not yet reached the peak of the original timeline, they were already well known in Sinnoh and Hone. Locals had all but acknowledged them as the next champions of their respective regions. Add and Lance, the esteemed head of the Indigo Elite Four, and you had an all-star team. If word got out that they lost to Joker, the impact on the continent's people would be as devastating as a 7-0 soccer scoreline in Stephen's past life. Alder, who was over 50, understood Goodshow's reasoning even more. With an awkward laugh, he tried to lighten the situation. Well, at least in terms of results, we did win, didn't we? After all, the Jewel of Life has been recovered. As he spoke, Alder's voice grew quieter and quieter until he fell silent altogether. Damn, it felt even more humiliating. The Jewel of Life wasn't something they had fought to reclaim. Joker had returned it of his own accord. Behind the car, Mary was almost ready to shout, I have never seen such shameless people in my life. At that moment, Goodshow's voice came through the phone once more. Is Mr. Kodai from the Kodai network there as well? Agatha called out, Hey, Kodai, the chairman wants to speak with you. Having just sat down, Kodai hurriedly jumped out of the car and ran over. Yes, Mr. Chairman, you called for me. I've heard that the media across the Unova region is under your control. I'm counting on you for this matter. Goodshow let out a sigh. Of course, I'll handle it perfectly, Kodai replied obsequiously. After narrowly escaping disaster himself, Kodai was determined to keep a low profile. I'll head to Unova immediately. Cynthia, Stephen, you'll need to brief me on everything that happened. With that, Goodshow ended the call. The atmosphere at the scene turned stiflingly awkward. Whether it was Cynthia, Stephen, or Alessa, all hung their heads in silence. Though they weren't as proud as Lance, as young geniuses they still had their pride. Having to claim victory after such a loss was humiliating. Meanwhile, Whitney took advantage of the group's distraction to drag Mary into the nearby bushes. She had originally planned to say goodbye to Champion Alder, but now, it seemed like revealing themselves would only cause trouble. Ahem. Finally, Alder cleared his throat to break the silence. Everyone must be tired. Let's head back to headquarters for some rest. We'll discuss the next steps when the chairman arrives. Saying this, Alder took it upon himself to carry the unconscious Lance into the car. Cynthia, Stephen, and the others remained silent. Even Stephen, usually obsessed with stones, had no thoughts about the Jewel of Life in Sheena's arms. All he could think about was how Joker had managed to pull off his tactics in the battle. Cynthia, for her part, was reviewing the fight in her mind, though one question lingered above all else. Why did that guy give her a nickname? In another location, Karen had just taken tonight's dinner from the deliveryman when she returned to the living room to see Will leaning over next to Stephen. Stephen was holding a slip of paper given to him by that glasses-wearing girl. Is this that kid's phone number? Will speculated as he looked at the string of digits on the paper. They're the same two girls from Goldenrod Station, right? What are they doing in Unova? Will spoke while unwrapping a sandwich and stuffing it into his mouth. Goldenrod Station. Keen raised an eyebrow as she handed Stephen a glass of cola. She hadn't paid much attention to the two girls, who were barely 10 years old. At Goldenrod Station, during the shadow incident, we saved those two kids, Will explained briefly, his mouth full of sandwich. Ah, little fangirls, huh? I remember back in Johto, before the incident at Olivine Gym, there was even a fan club for you, Karen teased with a smile. Even after your downfall, she still seems to admire you. Quite rare, huh? How about meeting her? Will also thought that Mary's persistence was something else. Ever since the Olivine incident, Joker's reputation had plummeted to rock bottom. It was comparable to the fall from grace of certain celebrities in previous lifetimes. Numerous fans announced their departure from his fanbase on social media. Yet this bespectacled young girl had managed to chase him from Johto to Unova. Even Will was shocked. Was she really this persistent? Can I come along too? Karen seemed intrigued as well. According to Will, Stephen was undoubtedly Mary's lifesaver. Although, in her eyes, Mary's feelings for Stephen were nothing more than a combination of gratitude and idol worship. As for appearance, while Mary was cute, she wasn't quite on par with top-tier beauties like Cynthia, Nessa, or Lorelei. But being this steadfast, Karen felt it was worth observing. In a hotel room in Nimbasa City. I never expected the League to be so shameless. They lost, Lance even fainted, and yet they twist the truth like that. Mary, who usually had a personality reminiscent of early-stage Hinata, was now indignantly accusing the League with all the passion she could muster. However, due to her shy nature, she couldn't bring herself to use harsh language. Words like shameless, excessive, and disgraceful were about the extent of her vocabulary. Whitney wisely chose to remain silent. Seeing her best friend all fired up, she knew anything she said now would go in one ear and out the other. Buzz buzz. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table began to ring. Mary lunged for it with a whoosh. Probably just a spam call, Whitney thought to herself. She couldn't believe Joker would contact her friend. Though the events earlier in the day had made her realize the League wasn't as perfect as she'd once thought, Joker was still a wanted criminal. The fact that the League couldn't apprehend him, after so many incidents, only proved how cautious he was. How could he possibly? This is Joker. Hearing the boy's voice from the phone, the usually bashful Mary was so excited, she nearly jumped up. Joker, is it really you, Joker? My name is Mary, do you remember me? From the Goldenrod Station. Seeing her friend practically steaming with excitement, Whitney was stunned. No way, he actually called. No problem, Joker. Mary nodded so vigorously that it looked like her head might fall off. After hanging up, she took several deep breaths to calm herself, but the blush on her face didn't fade in the slightest. Mary, was that really Joker? What did he say? Whitney asked curiously. Joker invited me to a cafe. Oh my gosh, it feels like a dream. I should have gotten contact lenses earlier. Oh no, I think my hairstyle looks plain. Should I go get my hair done first? Mary held her face in her hands and spun around in circles, looking every bit like a love-struck girl. Whitney was baffled. She couldn't figure out what Joker was thinking. A fan meet and greet. You're a wanted criminal, and you're setting up meetings with fans. Or was he planning to kidnap Mary? But that didn't make sense either. Mary was a civilian with no family background. If Joker wanted to kidnap someone, it would make more sense to target someone like Chantal or Caitlin. No matter how she thought about it, Whitney felt Mary shouldn't meet with Joker. Even if he'd been wronged, it didn't change the fact that he was a wanted criminal. Getting involved with him would only bring trouble. But seeing Mary like this, Whitney didn't dare say anything, afraid it would ruin their friendship. In the end, Whitney decided she would tag along. An hour later, at an outdoor seating area of a cafe next to the Nimbasa City Gym. Mary pouted and gave Whitney a look as if she were a third wheel. Whitney, experiencing her best friend's resentment for the first time, was speechless. I'm only here because I'm worried about you, okay? Why aren't you wearing glasses? A voice suddenly came from behind Mary and Whitney. It was the same voice from the phone earlier. Mary was so excited, she nearly jumped out of her seat. "Just stay seated," Stephen said from the seat behind them. "If my identity gets exposed in the future, they might trace it back to you. It's unlikely, but you should still be careful." Mary bit her lip gently and replied in a barely audible voice, "I don't care." Whitney, on the other hand, was starting to see Joker in a new light. She hadn't expected him to think so far ahead. Meanwhile, Karen, wearing sunglasses, sat directly across from Mary, carefully sizing up the girl who was 3 or 4 years younger than her. As expected, she had a small and delicate kind of cuteness. At least in terms of looks, she wasn't much of a threat. "Mary, right? I think glasses suit you," Stephen chuckled. "Ray, really then I'll keep wearing them." Mary fidgeted nervously, gripping the hem of her skirt. In her rush, she hadn't had time to fix her hair, and had only managed to get a pair of glasses from the optometrist. Whitney rolled her eyes internally. "Half an hour ago, you were swearing off glasses forever." "Good evening, citizens. Welcome to the UNOVA Evening News." At that moment, the large outdoor screen in the plaza lit up as the clock struck 6:00. The face of a female news anchor appeared on the screen, delivering the evening news. The footage first showed a devastated forest. Stephen and Karen immediately recognized it as the Lostlorn Forest, the site of the day's battle. The news anchor reported, "This afternoon, a team led by UNOVA champion Alder, along with Lance of the Indigo League Elite 4, Cynthia of the Sinnoh League, Stephen of the Hone League, and other league elites, conducted a pursuit operation in the Lostlorn Forest east of Nimbasa City, targeting the S-rank wanted criminal Joker and his 2 accomplices. After a fierce battle, the dream team of Lance, Cynthia, and Stephen ultimately defeated the trio of criminals led by Joker. Although the 3 managed to escape, the team successfully recovered the Sinnoh artifact that had been stolen 2 months ago, thanks to the outstanding performance of these young champions, who represent the future of the league. Of course, we mustn't overlook the leadership role played by our champion, Alder, in this operation." As soon as the news anchor finished speaking, Mary couldn't hold it in anymore. With a slam on the table, she stood up and shouted, "Nonsense!" Her outburst drew curious stares from the other cafe patrons and passers-by. Whitney quickly pulled her back into her seat. Karen couldn't help but take another look at Mary. This little girl seemed more agitated than Stephen himself. Stephen, on the other hand, was unfazed. Whether it was the governments of his previous life or the media manipulation of his life before that, he was used to it by now. "Lies, that's not how it happened." Mary puffed up her cheeks in anger after being pulled back into her seat. She had seen the state those 3 were in after the battle. Did they think she was blind? And the artifact wasn't recovered. Joker had returned it of his own accord. "Don't let it bother you. If I were the League, I would have done the same." Stephen spoke calmly, his back still to Mary. He understood why Goodshow had handled it that way. Cynthia, Lance, and Stephen losing would have been a devastating blow to the League's image, comparable to the fall of the 4 emperors. If anything, it might have been even worse. After calming Mary down, Stephen chatted casually with her for a bit. Aside from sitting back to back, the conversation had the warm, casual vibe of childhood friends catching up. Joker, I've made up my mind. I'm going to become a journalist, one who hosts the news. I'm going to tell the truth to everyone. I'll never lie to people like the reporters on TV just now." Mary clenched her fists and pointed at the news anchor, still singing the praises of the dream team on the screen. Hearing her declaration, Karen was momentarily stunned. Was this little girl serious? Chapter 114, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 114. Even though it was only the second time Karen met Mary, and they hadn't even exchanged a word, she could see it. The reason this girl wanted to become a journalist was all because of Stephen. "Mary-chan, it's true that what the League says might not always be the full truth, but there is one thing, it's something I indeed did," Stephen began to speak. "I did take the Jewel of Life for my selfish reasons. Oh, that's the so-called Sinnoh artifact they mentioned in the news. I'm not worth you doing anything for me. Your dream is your own, don't change it because of someone else." Stephen had never pretended to be a virtuous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone so deep into collaboration with Giovanni. For the sake of strengthening his Pokémon, he didn't mind taking things from others. Steven also didn't want Mary, this innocent and pure girl, to deify him in her heart. "It's not like you stole it anyway," Karen interjected. "The jewel of life that woman had was a fake from the start." In her view, the League's claim through the media that Joker stole the Sinnoh region's precious artifact was fake news. The jewel of life in Sheena's possession had been a counterfeit all along. It wasn't theft, it was, at best, picking up a bargain. "You're Joker's companion." When Whitney saw Karen suddenly chime in, she immediately guessed her identity. Karen was wearing oversized sunglasses that covered half her face, so an ordinary person wouldn't associate her with Joker. But her distinctive gray hair, along with her presence here, made it hard for Whitney not to connect the dots. "All right," Steven interrupted Karen, standing up and placing a hand on Mary's soft reddish hair. "Don't do such dangerous things in the future. Head back to Johto early," he said gently. "For some reason, seeing you remind me of things from a year ago. Our meeting this time is a blessing." Mary, feeling the warmth from his hand, suddenly noticed her head felt lighter. When she turned to look, she saw a departing silhouette growing smaller in the distance. The woman in sunglasses quickly followed behind him. Mary pressed her lips together tightly, wanting to say something. But when she saw the figure walking alongside him, that unmistakably stunning beauty, even though her face was hidden, she didn't know what to say anymore. At that moment, Mary suddenly remembered something important and shouted, "Joe, Onii-chan." Realizing there were other passers-by around, Mary quickly corrected herself. Steven paused for a moment. Behind him, Mary mustered her courage and shouted again. That person lied. He didn't find out through Plasma Team or anything like that. He said he could see the future. The passing citizens of Nimbasa City, seeing the little girl's antics, dismissed it as child's play or make-believe. Only Steven and Karen, who had just experienced the events in the Lostlorn Forest, immediately understood what Mary meant. She was talking about Unova's tycoon, Kodai. What? Karen's face changed dramatically. Kodai had learned about their movements by seeing the future. Such a thing could exist. At that moment, Steven raised his hand and waved back at Mary without turning around. Then, he disappeared into the crowd with Karen. Whitney slumped into her chair. No matter what, this matter was over, at least for now. But should she tell her uncle? Whitney hesitated. In the end, she decided to keep it to herself. Although she and her uncle were close, she understood that among the gym leaders of the Indigo League, her grandfather's strength was at the bottom tier. He had no real influence, and knowing too much would only bring trouble. "Hey, Mary, where should we go in Unova next? Or should we head back to Johto?" Whitney tugged on her friend, who was still staring blankly in the direction Steven had left. Mary finally snapped out of it and resolutely declared, "Back to Johto, I need to keep learning." "Hi. I'm going to become a journalist. I'm going to be a news broadcaster. I'm going to reveal the truth to the entire world. Joker is a good person. He is, absolutely." Mary clenched her fists tightly. "Whitney." "So everything Joker just said was for nothing, huh?" Mary-chan, did you see Joker has a female companion? That." Realizing that reasoning with her friend wasn't working, Whitney decided to go for a more direct approach. "Look, Joker already has a girl by his side, someone who's inseparable from him. And judging by the way she looks, she's a top-tier beauty. There's no point in pursuing him further, right?" Mary, now wearing her signature round-rimmed glasses, blinked and said, "Actually, I can be the second." "Whitney." Fine, do whatever you want, I'm done." The next morning, as they prepared for breakfast, news of the League Dream Team Trio versus the criminal Joker Trio dominated headlines across the Pokémon world. Photos of the devastated Lostlorn Forest were plastered on numerous front pages, alongside interviews with Unova's elite trainers who participated in the operation. Unova's top beauty and gym leader, Alessa, told Flying Cloud daily, "This battle showed me the gap between myself and elite trainers like Cynthia. I'll train harder so I won't crumble so easily when facing powerful enemies in the future. Haha, to be honest, Joker took me down in one move. Huh, how did Cynthia and the others win? Oh, sorry, I was unconscious at the time and didn't see it. She ended the interview awkwardly, worried that saying more might expose her. Compared to Alessa, who was around Stephen's age, Alder was much more seasoned. He told TV. It's a shame you couldn't witness yesterday's battle. Of course, I didn't see everything either, as I was tasked with guarding the forest's exit to prevent Joker's escape. But even from the outskirts, I could sense the intensity of the battle, especially the combination of moves used by Lance from the Indigo League. Earth-shattering doesn't begin to describe it. Our young trainers in Unova have a lot of work to do if they don't want to be surpassed by Kanto and Johto. Meanwhile, reports in other regions varied. Sinnoh's top-selling Jubilife daily stated, according to President Goodshow, Cynthia was the commander of this operation. While Lance may be slightly stronger than Cynthia in terms of raw power, her leadership and tactical skills far surpass his. Many Sinnoh gym leaders believe that Lance's slight edge is only due to his seniority. Within 5 years, Cynthia will undoubtedly surpass him. In Hone, Movil TV reported, we've previously mentioned that Stephen Stone and Wallace of Sotopolis Gym will be the future pillars of the Hone League. According to inside sources, Stephen played a pivotal role in this operation. The only reason he wasn't given the commander position was due to his low-key nature. At Goldenrod City Airport in Johto, Whitney yawned and said goodbye to her friend before heading back to her gym. After spending the night on a plane, she was exhausted and planned to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, back home, Mary listened to the reports praising Lance, Cynthia, and others. Her fists clenched tightly. One day, I'll reveal the truth to the world. In her room, Mary opened her laptop, which contained all the news articles she had compiled about Joker. She had even made a PowerPoint presentation with a timeline of events. Finally, her gaze locked onto the Olivine Gym attack incident, the turning point of Joker's reputation. That was the event that caused Joker's reputation to plummet. The official report claimed Joker was a psychopath seeking revenge, but Mary had never believed it. After speaking with Stephen, she was even more convinced. Olivine Gym, there's something wrong there. As Mary and Whitney flew back to Johto overnight, someone else was flying to Unova. That person was Goodshow, the president of the Pokémon League. Accompanying him were Lorelei, Bruno, and Agatha, the reigning Indigo League champion. Aldous wasn't present again. Well, never mind. His family pays so many taxes every year, better to just let it slide. The League's private jet landed in Oplucid City, where the Unova League headquarters were located. Under the protection of Indigo's strongest trainers, Goodshow arrived at the Unova League's main office. Waiting for him at the entrance was Lance's grandmother, the matriarch of the Dragon Clan. Thank you for coming so early, Mr. President, she greeted with a smile. Not at all, old friend, Goodshow replied with a smile, just as they prepared to enter the building. Dong! At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the building. The impact was so strong that the ground trembled slightly. Goodshow froze. What's going on? The old granny sighed. That boy, he's been like this ever since he woke up this morning. She led Goodshow and the others to the indoor training grounds inside the building. Dragonite, use your most powerful Dragon Rush. Dragonair, both of you move faster. Provide immediate backup for Dragonite. Aerodactyl, keep an eye on the entire arena. You are the eyes of this team. Gyarados, Sai, you need to improve in all areas. Got it. Before they even reached the door, the trio from Indigo heard a familiar voice through the doors. Lorelei and Bruno exchanged glances. The old granny wore a helpless expression. He's been in this state ever since he woke up this morning. I'll handle this. Goodshow walked toward the door with a stern expression and grabbed the handle. The sound of the door opening caused the person inside, who had his back to the entrance, to snap impatiently. I already said I'd go to the meeting room when the time comes. Lance. Hearing Goodshow's voice, Lance's body stiffened, sweat dripping from his forehead. Even the Pokémons undergoing intense training all stopped their actions simultaneously. Are you taking out your frustration on your Pokémon? Goodshow, who usually resembled a jolly Santa Claus with a warm smile, now wore a cold, expressionless face. "No, I'm not." After a brief hesitation, Lance emphasized his response. Goodshow glanced at the battle-worn Dragonite and the others. The intensity of this training was obviously beyond the Pokémon's limits. "Why did you lose?" Goodshow asked again. I don't know." For possibly the first time, the normally smug and confident Lance, known throughout the Pokémon League for his bravado, showed a bewildered expression. He truly had no idea how he lost. At that moment, what exactly did Joker do? Then why are you venting your anger here? Instead of wasting time, why not properly review the battle and figure out what went wrong, so you don't make the same mistakes again? Goodshow scolded him bitterly. Instead of this useless rage, it would be better to reflect on the reason for his defeat. "Yes, Chairman." Lance finally calmed down, recalling his dragons and following Goodshow to the meeting room. Lorelei frowned slightly, thinking about how to console her colleague. However, Bruno placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head, signaling her not to say anything. Though Lorelei knew Lance the longest, she clearly didn't understand men. A man's pride is both strong and fragile. Right now, Lance was like a woman having a mood swing. The best thing to do was leave him alone. Any attempt to help might set him off. In this case, time was the best cure. "Apologies for being late," Goodshow said as he entered the meeting room. Several people were already gathered inside. Present were Cynthia and Stephen, who had participated in the mission in the Lostlorn Forest, police representatives from Johto who had clashed with Joker before, and Nanu, the ace agent of the International Police, who was secretly tracking Joker's movements. "No worries, we just arrived as well," Professor Oak said with a smile as he stood up. Agatha snorted and turned her face away. Once everyone was seated, Goodshow gestured toward Cynthia and Stephen, who sat to his left. "Cynthia, Stephen, could you recap yesterday's battle for everyone?" He didn't ask Lance to recount it, partly because Lance was still in an unpredictable mood, and partly because he'd heard that Lance had passed out during the final stages of the battle, meaning he hadn't witnessed the entire fight. "I'll start," Stephen said as he stood and moved to the center of the room, turning on a projector. The battle was primarily divided into 3 phases: Lance versus Joker, myself against the psychic user Masked Boy, and Cynthia against the Masked Girl. As he spoke, the projector displayed photos of 3 masked individuals: Stephen, Karen, and Will. Stephen clicked the remote, and Karen's photo filled the screen. Cynthia stood up and added, "The Masked Girl is extremely strong, using many unexpected tactics. I was able to match her, but her growth rate is alarming. 2 months ago in Michina, I could completely suppress her. However, yesterday, despite fighting her for so long, I was unable to gain the upper hand. Her progress is simply too fast." Stephen nodded and switched the slide to Will's photo. "The psychic user is not as strong as the Masked Girl and certainly no match for Joker. However, his Pokémon, particularly his Slowbro, is highly unusual." Miss Lorelei, could you release your Slowbro? I'd like to use it as an example." Without hesitation, Lorelei released her Slowbro. Stephen pointed to the Slowbro's blank, goofy face, and then to the Shelder clamped onto its tail, which looked perpetually annoyed. As we all know, Slowbro evolves when a Shelder bites a Slowpoke's tail. Technically, Slowbro is a fusion of 2 Pokémon, but the Slowpoke part has primary control over the body. Correct, Professor Oak? That's correct, Professor Oak confirmed, stroking his chin. So, when Stephen called me yesterday and mentioned that the Slowbro he fought could use moves from both the Slowpoke and Shelder parts, I was shocked. What? Both parts can use moves? Lorelei was stunned. Slowbro had been one of her core Pokémon for years, but she had never heard of such a thing. The entire room broke into murmurs of disbelief. "It sounds unbelievable, but it's true," Stephen said with a wry smile. "On the surface, my Metagross was fighting just one Slowbro, but in reality it was 2-on-1, which made it hard to gain the upper hand. The Masked Boy's psychic user mentioned something about this ability being called parental bond. Does Slowbro have such a trait, Professor Oak?" Professor Oak shook his head. "No, I've never heard of Slowbro having such a trait. No Pokémon I've studied has ever exhibited this trait." Nanu scratched his head. One Pokémon being able to use 2 moves at once, that's troublesome. Johto Officer Jenny chimed in. Joker's crew always finds ways to turn things upside down. Alessa added, my Magneton is technically 3 Magnemites combined. Does that mean it could unleash 3 moves at once? At this point, Lance, who had been sitting silently in the corner, finally spoke. Whether it's the masked girl or the psychic user, they have their tricks, sure, but overall, their strength is mediocre. Crushing them isn't the problem, the real issue is Joker. Lance admitted that both Will and Karen had some gimmicks, but against his overwhelming power, those tricks were insignificant. The real problem was Joker. At the mention of Joker, everyone who had witnessed yesterday's battle couldn't help but take a deep breath. Alder nodded. Indeed, we were monitoring the situation from the outside, but Cynthia told us he's grown to a level that can no longer be ignored, hasn't he? Cynthia took the remote from Steven and pulled up a photo of Joker's sly, smirking face. First, his Umbreon. I don't know what he did, but Joker's Umbreon can freely change forms. At the start of the battle, it appeared as a Jolteon, then transformed into a new Ice-type evolution, and later into a Vaporeon. Professor Oak. Alder. Good show. Everyone's. No. They understood each individual word Cynthia said, but when combined, they made absolutely no sense. Chapter 115. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 115. In 10 minutes, Cynthia and Steven exchanged their thoughts back and forth, finally completing the review of yesterday's battle in the Lostlorn Forest. When the two of them finished speaking, the officials of the Pokémon League gathered there fell completely silent. The 3 Houndooms capable of sharing their 5 senses, and the Umbreon that could freely shift forms were already terrifying enough. What truly struck fear into the crowd, however, was the move he used to finish off Lance. How did he even pull it off? Agatha, can you figure it out? Professor Oak scratched his head, seeking advice from his former rival. There was a reason Professor Oak turned to Agatha. After all, his old friend's battle style was also rather eerie. Normally, Agatha wouldn't bother acknowledging Professor Oak. But now, with a dozen pairs of eyes staring at her, and knowing how critical the matter was, Agatha cleared her throat and offered her analysis. Based on what Cynthia and Steven described, Joker and his Pokémon were under the effect of Lance's combination attack one moment, and the next moment, they were behind Lance. If that's the case, it might have been the move, Substitute, or something like Phantom Force. Substitute sacrifices part of the user's health to create a decoy, which can act as a shield to absorb incoming attacks. Phantom Force, on the other hand, allows the user to vanish into a shadowy dimension, sneak up on the opponent, and strike, bypassing moves like Protect or Wide Guard. I don't think it's either of those, Cynthia shook her head. At the time, Joker himself also moved behind Lance, not just his Pokémon. Steven nodded in agreement with Cynthia, adding, and we all saw that Joker and his Pokémon were already caught in the attack. Under those conditions, it's unlikely he could have executed a move like that. Plus, the Eevee evolutions can't learn Phantom Force. After hearing the analysis from the 2 witnesses, the hearts of the gathered experts sank further. Goodshow spoke gravely. We must figure out how he did it. If Joker's tactics weren't thoroughly analyzed, the League might fall into his trap again. This time, they were fortunate. No one had witnessed what happened. The League could manipulate the media to twist the loss into a victory and distort the truth. But what about next time? What if, like the Substitute incident in Cyanwood City, the League was publicly humiliated by Joker in front of an entire city? Would the League's reputation survive? Yet, neither the academic authority of Professor Oak nor the battle-hardened experience of Champion Agatha provided any answers. Could anyone figure it out? The meeting room fell into complete silence. Even Lance, normally proud and confident, could only grit his teeth and admit. He couldn't unravel Joker's strategy. Lorelei, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly raised her head. I think I know of a genius who might be able to analyze it. Everyone turned to look at Lorelei. You're joking, right, Lorelei? Alder said incredulously. After all, even Professor Oak and Champion Agatha couldn't figure it out. Champion Alder, have you heard of the TM? At Loreley's words, everyone guessed who she was referring to. Nanu, also an Alalan, immediately chimed in. Dr. Stephen, you mean? In recent months, there have been frequent trending topics involving terms like TM, Rainbow Corporation, Lucamine, and of course, Stephen. The genius who invented the TM. If it's him, maybe. I wonder how he compares to Joker, the one who created the Pokeball disruptor and modified Pokémon. The meeting room erupted into heated discussion once again, and Goodshow could only grasp at this last straw of hope. He turned to Nanu and said, Nanu, please get in touch with him. Seeing the future, that's possible. Inside the Nimbasa city villa, Stephen and Karen had just relayed the intelligence they'd received from Mary to Will. Will could hardly believe his ears. He knew that a rare few humans possessed supernatural abilities similar to those of Pokémon. For example, Stephen and Lance had the Viridian Force, which could heal Pokémon. Kanto's gym leader Sabrina had psychic powers. And then there was Sheena from Michna Town, who supposedly had the heart-speak ability to communicate with legendary Pokémon. But seeing the future, holy crap, that was overpowered. Could he help me pick tomorrow's winning lottery numbers? Kodai's rise to power in the business world over the past 10 years is nothing short of miraculous. He always makes incredibly accurate decisions, which the industry finds baffling, Karen said, clicking her mouse to display information about Kodai on the computer screen. If he can see the future, that would explain it. But it seems he didn't foresee Lance's team's failure, Stephen interjected while grooming his new companion, Zorua. You mean, the two turned to look at him. That guy probably used his future sight ability to glimpse Zorua's special powers and our trio's activities, but he didn't figure out our true identities. Otherwise, would the League still be sitting idle? Stephen asked rhetorically. Oh right, Will smacked his forehead. Karen added, in other words, he can't see a complete picture of the future, only fragmented pieces, or perhaps his ability has time limitations. Her eyes turned sharp. But even so, his ability is troublesome. Just because he didn't see it this time doesn't mean he won't in the future. Take him out, Will unusually agreed with Karen. The ability was indeed too problematic. They'd been lucky this time. Kodai hadn't seen their true identities in the fragmented future he glimpsed. But what if he did next time? By then, it would be too late. Stephen, you don't have any objections, do you? That guy caused Zorua a lot of suffering. We'll call it revenge. Will was already eager to act. Stephen was about to respond when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Lucamine. Hello, Tilda. As soon as the call connected, Lucamine's pleasant voice came through. Stephen Kun, Nanu just contacted me. He's asking if you can come to Unova. Hearing the first part, Stephen was momentarily taken aback. I'm already in Unova. But after listening to Lucamine's full explanation, Stephen was even more stunned. What's up, Stephen? Will asked curiously. They want me to analyze my secrets, Stephen said, a bit speechless. Hi. His two companions didn't understand at first. After thinking for a moment, Stephen said, that future-seeing ability is indeed troublesome. Whether or not we kill him, we need to control him. Proton and his group are still in Unova. You two coordinate with them and take down Kodai. Rika gave Stephen an okay gesture. With that decision made, the trio split up for the first time. Stephen headed to Oplucid Gym, while Karen and Will infiltrated Kodai's network company. From Nimbasa City to Oplucid City, the flight would take less than 2 hours. But Stephen decided to first buy a ticket to one of the fashion shows and spent over half an hour admiring the model's legs. Afterward, he took his Umbreon and Zorua to an amusement park for a stroll. Finally, he purchased a long-distance bus ticket and slowly made his way to Oplucid City. The reason was simple. Traveling from Alola to Unova by plane would take 10 hours. And Goodshow and Nanu thought he was still in Alola. To keep his presence in Unova a secret, Stephen had to stall for time. By the time Stephen arrived at the Unova League headquarters in Oplucid City, it was already evening. Stephen Kun, it must have been a tiring journey. Goodshow stepped forward to greet him warmly. You're too kind, Chairman. I'm quite interested in this matter myself, Stephen replied politely, glancing briefly behind Goodshow. There's no shortage of big names here. Come, let me introduce you. This is the president of the Unova League. Everyone calls her Grandma. Goodshow enthusiastically began introducing the influential figures present to Stephen. Dr. Stephen, we meet again, said Lorelei, one of the few among the crowd who wasn't meeting Stephen for the first time as she greeted him proactively. Long time no see, Miss Lorelei. You're as beautiful as ever, Stephen complimented. Lorelei didn't respond verbally, but the corners of her mouth curved up ever so slightly. Standing nearby, Bruno noticed his colleague's subtle expression change and immediately looked like he'd seen a ghost. Given Lorelei's striking looks and her devilishly perfect figure, many had admired her since the start of her career, including elite trainers and heirs of wealthy families. Yet her attitude toward such people, the polite ones were told to scram, while the less fortunate ones ended up as human popsicles. For Lorelei to show even this much warmth toward someone, this was a first for Bruno. Enough with the pleasantries, can we get straight to the point? Lance spoke up. He had a favorable impression of Stephen, the young man who had invented the TM, indirectly strengthening his dragon army. But right now, his priority was figuring out the tactics Joker had used in the previous battle. Lance, it's already late. Let's discuss it tomorrow, Goodshow interjected, trying to mediate. He wasn't about to act like those exploitative capitalists of Stephen's past life, dragging someone who had just flown in from far away into a meeting at nearly 9 p.m. All right, Lance conceded, realizing his impatience. He then extended a hand toward Stephen. I'm Lance. Your TM invention has been a great help in our fight against criminals. Haha, you're too kind, Dragon Master Lance, Stephen replied with a smile, shaking hands. A non-darkened Lance was someone he could get along with. But Chairman Goodshow, I'm not tired. That said, didn't the news say Lance and the others won? Why are we analyzing this battle? Stephen asked, feigning confusion. It wasn't that he wanted to mock the Dream Team trio. He simply had to play the clueless part convincingly. As expected, his words caused the faces of the elite trainers present to flush slightly. Especially Cynthia and Stephen. They both lowered their heads in embarrassment. What a disgrace, losing and still having the media spin it as a victory. The media is full of nonsense. We lost that battle yesterday, Lance stated coldly. Lance, Goodshow's face changed slightly. A loss is a loss, Lance said firmly, a rare instance of him contradicting the elder he respected. What had angered him most that morning wasn't losing to Joker. It was the media falsely portraying their loss as a victory. To someone like Lance, whose pride and self-respect were immense, this was a grave insult. And it wasn't even the first time. Lance and the others lost. Stephen feigned shock and disbelief. Chairman, what on earth? Goodshow heaved a bitter sigh. I'll explain it later, but Stephen Kun, please don't spread this matter. Stephen nodded and followed the group into the office building. Half an hour later, inside the conference room, Cynthia and Stephen recounted the events from the morning again for Stephen. Stephen grabbed a piece of chalk and wrote Lance's name on the blackboard. Then, in the bottom left corner, he wrote the word Joker and said excitedly. At the time, Lance was in the air and Joker was on the ground. Lance commanded his Dragonite and 2 Dragonair to launch a combined attack, but we couldn't figure out how Joker and his Pokémon, who were clearly in front of Lance, suddenly ended up directly beneath him. As he spoke, Stephen drew a circle under Lance on the board. Cynthia added, it wasn't substitute, phantom force, or double team. We just can't figure out what move he used. Stephen stroked his chin, imitating a detective in thought. Miss Cynthia, you mentioned that Joker's Umbreon was wearing a strange gemstone necklace, right? Yes, that's correct. It looked very similar to the Jewel of Life, almost like a miniature version of it. Cynthia responded instinctively. The Jewel of Life, Stephen pretended not to know, feigning ignorance. Cynthia froze for a moment, realizing she'd let something slip. It's fine, Cynthia, Goodshow said. Tell him. Since they had already revealed the truth about their defeat, sharing a few additional secrets wouldn't hurt. Hearing this, Cynthia recounted the events in Michana, including the Jewel of Life and its connection to Sheena. So that's the true nature of the rare artifact from the Sinnoh region mentioned in the news, Stephen mused. He analyzed further. That miniature jewel of life was probably a replica Joker created based on the original. The jewel of life contains the primal energy of 5 creation deities, and the replica likely has similar effects. By absorbing its energy, his Umbreon can transform into different forms. And the reason Joker returned the original jewel of life was probably because it no longer held any value for him. Half joking, Stephen added, "How about we call that replica Evolution Orb?" Professor Oak, intrigued, asked, "Dr. Stephen, if other Eevee obtain that gemstone, could they do the same thing?" Cynthia's interest was piqued as well. She also had an Eevee. If it could freely switch forms like Joker's Umbreon, it could become a mainstay of her team alongside her Garchomp. Unlikely, normal Eevee can only evolve once, and they don't react to other evolution stones afterward. Joker's Umbreon was likely specially modified, Stephen explained, shattering Cynthia's hopes. That damn Team Rocket, using underhanded methods like this, Lance cursed suddenly. "Stephen, can you not look down on the power of science? Genos, Android 18, and Bartholomew Kuma might take offense to that." Lorelai's expression wasn't much better, but when she looked at Stephen, her eyes carried a hint of admiration. A scientist who didn't experiment on Pokémon, he was too rare and too exceptional. That Slowbro belonging to the masked chubby guy was probably modified by Joker as well. The parental bond likely refers to its Slowpoke and Shelder halves being able to unleash powerful moves together. Stephen continued analyzing. This reminds me of Kangaskhan in Kanto. Technically, it's the combination of a Kangaskhan mother and her baby, but the baby has no combat capabilities. Perhaps Kangaskhan could awaken such a power in the future. Fortunately, while Slowbro's Shelder half can use powerful moves, it can't act independently. Mr. Stephen, if you face it in the future, just focus on its tail. After Stephen's thorough analysis, nearly everyone in the conference room showed expressions of approval. As expected of the genius who invented the TM, his breakdown of the battle was flawless. Even Stephen couldn't help but express his admiration. "Dr. Stephen, just call me Stephen." Lance finally spoke again. "Dr. Stephen, you still haven't explained how Joker managed to appear behind me." Hearing this, Stephen looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Dragon Master Lance, but that's the one thing I couldn't figure out." Zoroa was one of his trump cards and a critical asset for Karen's future challenge in the Indigo League. There was no way Stephen would reveal that now. He wasn't about to pull a Uchiha Shisui move and give away all his secrets. Hearing this, some of the people in the room shifted from admiration to disappointment. A few Unova council members began whispering. He faltered at the most crucial point. Both are young geniuses, but it seems Joker is slightly superior. If only their positions were reversed." Hearing their comments, Lorelai's face grew darker and darker. "Enough." The Ice-type Elite Four members' cold voice silenced the room, startling the council members. HMPH, Lorelai scoffed internally, thinking these Unova council members were just as ungrateful as those in Kanto. "Dr. Stephen traveled all this way to help you solve your problems, providing plenty of useful information. He answered nearly all your questions, leaving only one unresolved, and you dare to complain? Pathetic." "Leave." Even the Unova League president, Grandma, thought the council members had gone too far. With their own president and Goodshow glaring at them, the loudest complainers left the conference room in shame. Chapter 116, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 116. At Kodai Network Corporation, located in Nimbasa City of the Unova region. Originally, the Rocket Team Squad led by Proton, who were undercover here, had completed their mission and were ready to return to Kanto. Unexpectedly, Stephen contacted them again, asking them to stay undercover in the company. Proton had no objection to this, or rather, he didn't dare to object. Although Giovanni had not explicitly clarified Stephen's position within Team Rocket, the financial benefits brought by Stephen's TM were evident. Proton was well aware of Stephen's importance to Team Rocket. As a mere squad captain, He had no authority to oppose Stephen's decisions. Lord Stephen didn't come. At the alley corner diagonally opposite the company, Proton came here to rendezvous, only to find Will and Karen waiting. Curious, he asked. Cut the nonsense, Karen replied bluntly. Just give us the intel. Being ordered around by Stephen was one thing, but now even a young girl dared to boss him around. However, recalling Karen's strength during the earlier Etha Foundation mission, Proton could only vent his frustration inwardly. On the surface, he obediently replied, Kodai went to Johto. Hi. Will raised an eyebrow. That guy is busy. He just got back from the Lostlorn Forest and now he's heading to Johto. What's he up to? Probably business, Karen guessed after thinking for a moment. After all, as one of Unova's wealthiest individuals, it wasn't surprising for him to expand his market to other regions. Or something shady. Considering how Kodai had gone to great lengths to capture Stephen Zorua, it was clear he wasn't a good person. So what now? Wait for him to come back. With Stephen absent, Will could only ask Karen for guidance. Chase him. Karen's response was firm. The ability to foresee the future was too troublesome. Their success in the Lostlorn Forest was mostly due to luck. Kodai had only foreseen their presence in the forest, not their true identities. But next time, or the time after that, could they rely on luck forever? Karen made a decisive call. They couldn't waste time. They had to neutralize this threat as soon as possible, or at least gain control over him. For all they knew, Kodai might already be predicting the future right now. After sending a message to Stephen, Karen immediately instructed Proton to arrange a private jet to fly from Unova to Johto. Karen's judgment was spot on. On Kodai's private jet, en route from Unova to Johto, Kodai clutched his head in pain, his eyes glowing eerily blue. When he had foreseen the Joker trio in the Lostlorn Forest, he had experienced the same symptoms. This time, however, the vision wasn't of the Joker trio. Instead, he saw a small, pink-purple Pokémon darting through the air over town. Boss! Goon, standing protectively beside Kodai, was about to ask something but stopped as Kodai raised his head again, now wearing a sinister smile. Found it, finally found it. Meanwhile, in Oplucid City, at the Unova League headquarters. One by one, people exited the conference room. Sorry, I talked for so long but still couldn't come up with a way to counter Joker, Stephen said apologetically. Dr. Stephen, you're too modest. You've already helped us a lot, replied Stephen, whose likable personality made him stand out even in a world full of kind-hearted Pokémon trainers. I already know how to deal with that psychic little fatty. Next time we meet, I'll make sure to throw him in jail. Over the 2-hour meeting, Stephen thoroughly analyzed Will and Karen's battle styles and their Pokémon's habits. Stephen, who had fought Will, and Cynthia, who had faced Karen, both learned a lot from Stephen's insights. Currently, Karen and Cynthia are evenly matched in strength. If they fought again, it was hard to predict who would win. But Stephen was confident he could now defeat Will. The main reason they had struggled in the Lostlorn Forest battle was Will's Slowbro and its parental bond ability, which was incredibly tricky to deal with. Now that Stephen fully understood this ability, he was confident he could take down Will without a scratch. Silently, Stephen apologized to Will in his heart. There was no other way. Selling some intel was necessary to avoid the League suspecting any connection between him and the Joker trio. He figured he'd need to patch Will and Karen in the next update. As for Joker, Stephen had, of course, analyzed him too. But when it came to the League's most pressing question, how did Joker defeat Lance? Stephen chose to feign ignorance. Dr. Stephen, please keep this matter confidential, Cynthia softly reminded him, joining the conversation. The jewel of life, right? Don't worry, I won't say a word. With Umbreon's Arceus form already complete, Stephen had no interest in that artifact. But Miss Sheena probably won't return to Michena, right? After all, Joker could strike again, Stephen asked, recalling something. Cynthia nodded. We've already convinced Sheena to move to Lily of the Valley Island. The Sinnoh Elite Four live there and can provide the best protection. This was within Stephen's expectations. In the original movie, Ash and his friends had just met Sheena when Arceus awakened. It was clear Sheena hadn't informed the Sinnoh League about the situation. Otherwise, Cynthia and the others wouldn't have stood idly by. With the jewel of life now known to exist, the League was determined to keep it under tight surveillance. "We're about the same age, let's drop the formalities. Just call me by my name, doctor sounds unnecessary," Stephen said with a smile. After some back and forth, Stephen got along well with Cynthia and Stephen. Later, even Professor Oak joined the conversation. As a leading figure in the Pokémon academic field, he held great admiration for Stephen, a rising star who had invented the TM. "Professor, I recently had an idea. What if we invented a machine that could automatically scan a Pokémon when a trainer caught it? It would analyze its attributes, characteristics, and potential moves, then upload the data to the cloud. Other trainers with the same device could instantly learn about Pokémon's habits when they encountered it. I'm thinking of calling it the Pokédex." Stephen shared his vision for the future Pokédex with Professor Oak. Since the Pokédex was originally Oak's invention, Stephen didn't mind giving him a nudge toward it. Professor Oak froze for a moment, then, after some thought, his eyes lit up. He grabbed Stephen's shoulders and excitedly exclaimed, "Brilliant, that's a brilliant idea." Hearing Oak's outburst, Agatha raised an eyebrow and glanced over. "What's that old coot yelling about now?" The other League trainers nearby grew curious and gathered around, eager to know what the two Pokémon researchers were discussing. "Good show, young Stephen just proposed an excellent idea. If this project succeeds, it'll revolutionize the academic field." Professor Oak excitedly explained to Goodshow and shared Stephen's idea of the Pokédex. Goodshow's eyes also lit up. It was essentially a portable Pokémon encyclopedia. If such a device existed, the survival rate of trainers on adventures would significantly increase. To this day, trainers venturing into the wild often suffer injuries or even fatalities from Pokémon attacks. A major reason for this was a lack of knowledge about Pokémon, especially those from other regions. For example, what if a tourist visiting Alola encountered a Stufful or Beware, two seemingly adorable Pokémon? Most people, likely 99%, would assume they were as friendly as Chansey and its evolutionary family. Especially since Beware often waves to greet people. Many tourists who don't know her mistakenly think she's asking for a hug, which triggers their inner romanticism, and they rush over to hug her. And then, wells, hee. If you could learn about the behavior of Beware in advance, you'd know that when it waves at you, it's not asking for a hug, it's warning you that you've entered its territory. It's a threat. That's the purpose of the Pokédex. It can immediately inform you which Pokémon you shouldn't approach carelessly. It serves as a warning system for trainers venturing out on adventures. The elite trainers gathered here, whether it's Lance, Cynthia, Stephen, Lorelei, or even the older professors like Agatha and Alder. When they heard about the Pokédex's purpose, they were deeply shaken. Which one of them, standing at the top, hasn't experienced countless adventures? Naturally, they could see the importance of the Pokédex. A remarkable invention. Even someone as prideful as Lance couldn't help but marvel at how incredible this invention was. For rookie trainers lacking knowledge, or for trainers traveling to unfamiliar regions without understanding the local Pokémon, this is like a lifeline. Team Rocket has Joker, a genius inventor, but we in the League also have our genius. Even Agatha, who had some bias against researchers due to Professor Oak, gave her approval. "I only proposed the idea," Stephen said. "The actual work of inventing it still falls to Professor Oak." Stephen continued, "I heard Pallet Town produces excellent rookie trainers. Once the Pokédex is invented, Professor Oak can pick a few promising youngsters to test the first-generation Pokédex." Well, Stephen was trying to get some information out of Professor Oak. He wanted to know the current state of that legendary two-dimensional furry enthusiast who, after 20 years, finally became champion and retired immediately after. "Oh, what a coincidence. Pallet Town does have two remarkable kids this generation," Professor Oak said with a clap. "Oh." Stephen was curious. Could it be Ash and Gary? But that didn't make sense. Ash was kind of a mess in the early stages. Professor Oak, looking proud, said, "One is my grandson Green and the other is Red. Both are outstanding. Stephen raised an eyebrow. It turned out to be those two after all. So the other two don't exist. Just as Stephen had this thought, Professor Oak added with a somewhat regretful tone, "But my grandson Gary isn't quite as good, and Red's younger brother Ash. Well, he's not that great either. But that kid is very kind-hearted, a good boy." Stephen. All right, looks like there'll be no shortage of entertainment in the future. It's getting late. If you don't mind, why don't you all stay here for the night? The grandma spoke up. Stephen didn't refuse. Since it was already so late, forcing an excuse to leave would seem unnatural. After arriving at his personal room, Stephen checked his phone and saw a message from Karen. They went to Johto. Stephen frowned. If he were in Karen's position, he would have made the same decision. Kodai's future-sensing ability was too troublesome. It was better to deal with it sooner rather than later. But he hadn't heard of Kodai's network company having any business dealings in Johto. Could they have discovered a rare Pokémon again? Stephen didn't dwell on it. After replying to Karen with "leave it to you," he lay down to sleep. From his observations, as well as information from Proton, Kodai and his subordinates didn't seem to have any particularly strong individuals. Karen and Will could handle it just fine. Whether or not Stephen got involved wouldn't make much difference. It was just a matter of instant victory versus a quick win. The only concern was whether that guy would use his ability to discover their true identities before they dealt with him. But honestly, that was up to fate. Not everything is in the hands of a transmigrator. This was something Stephen, who had already crossed over once, understood deeply. Still, it wasn't a big deal. At worst, he'd fully side with Team Rocket. The next morning, Stephen returned to Hone, Cynthia and Sheena returned to Sano, and Goodshow and the Indigo League 4 returned to Indigo Plateau. "Stephen-kun, are you heading back to Alola? I can arrange a private jet to take you there," Goodshow offered, his smile nearly forming the Nike logo. The joy brought by Stephen's proposal of the Pokédex completely dispelled the shadow of the three future champions' crushing defeat. Once the Pokédex was complete, it would surely usher the League into a new, more prosperous era. This young man truly was a treasure. It's been a long time since I've been to Johto. I want to visit my hometown first, then head back to Alola." Stephen casually made up an excuse, planning to meet up with Karen and Will. That morning, he contacted the two, and Karen replied that Kodai and his group were still lingering in urban areas with no opportunity to strike. Although Stephen thought they'd be fine, he decided to go and check just in case. "In that case, you can take our plane. We'll stop at Cyanwood City on the way and drop you off there." Goodshow had long since investigated that Stephen was from Cyanwood City. Stephen nodded. With this arrangement, he'd have to head to Karen and Will's location after arriving in Cyanwood City. Soon, Stephen, Goodshow, the Indigo League 4, Professor Oak, and others boarded a private jet. TMs and the Pokédex, both are inventions that could trigger world-changing revolutions. Professor Oak marveled after taking his seat. "Professor Oak, I have a question for you," Lorelei suddenly said, sitting beside him. "Hi." Before the plane took off, Stephen tried contacting Karen again, but there was still no reply. "Is everything all right?" Stephen grew a little uneasy. It wasn't that he was worried about the pair losing to Kodai and his weak subordinates. It was more about Kodai's annoying future-sensing ability. He just hoped they wouldn't end up in a situation where, mid-flight, Goodshow receives a report. "President, we've discovered that the psychic kid among Joker's companions is Will." Then everyone turns to look at him. Stephen suddenly regretted agreeing to board the same plane as Goodshow and the others. "Dr. Stephen." Hearing his name, Stephen looked up to see Lorelei's beautiful but stern face. What's wrong?" A sense of foreboding washed over him. Damn it, could it have been exposed? Stephen quietly placed his hand on his Pokémon belt. "You lied to me," Lorelei said coldly, sitting down beside him. Stephen was already preparing to throw a Pokéball and fight. However, catching a glimpse of Lance with the corner of his eye, sitting diagonally opposite, legs crossed, pretending to nap, he felt something was off. If he had been exposed, how could Lance still be in the mood to sleep? He would have charged over already. Miss Loreley, what are you talking about? Stephen quickly composed himself. Professor Oak told me that inventing items like the TM for Pokémon is impossible without conducting experiments. Just a moment ago, Loreley, on a whim, consulted Professor Oak about TMs. Professor Oak explained that specialized Pokémon tools like TMs must involve Pokémon testing. There's no way around it. It's just like the medicines sold in stores today, such as potions, antidotes, paralyze heals, and full heals. All of these went through countless experiments on Pokémon. They would first put Pokémon into abnormal states and then treat them with experimental drugs. Only after ensuring the safety of these medicines were they allowed to hit the shelves. These medicines have saved countless trainers and Pokémon, but behind them are untold numbers of Pokémon sacrificed in experiments. Professor Oak regretfully admitted that it's simply inevitable. After all, how could medicines be sold without first being tested? The same goes for TMs, these Pokémon-specific tools. How could they have been invented without any experimentation? After hearing Professor Oak's explanation, Loreley was immediately enraged. She wasn't angry that Stephen had conducted experiments to invent the TM. She wasn't some naive young girl. She understood that using Pokémon in research was an unavoidable reality in the scientific world. As long as the experiments weren't inhumane, Loreley would usually turn a blind eye. What truly made Loreley furious was that Stephen had lied to her. Using Pokémon for experiments wasn't the issue, but why did he have to lie about it? You see, at the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Rainbow Corporation's opening, when Stephen claimed that the TM was invented without using Pokémon for experiments, Loreley was genuinely delighted and even considered him a friend. For Loreley, the number of people she recognized as friends could be counted on one hand. But now this friend had deceived her. How could she not be angry? After learning the reason for Loreley's anger, Stephen sighed deeply in relief. At least he hadn't been fully exposed. At the same time, Stephen's mind was racing, trying to figure out how to calm this Ice-type Elite Four member down. What's the matter? Nothing to say. Loreley scoffed coldly. If Stephen couldn't give her a satisfactory explanation, Loreley wouldn't harm him, but she would cut ties with him forever. A sigh. The next second, Stephen let out a long, heavy sigh, his face filled with sorrow as if carrying an immense grievance. He looked at Loreley and said, "Kona, I did not lie to you." Ahem. Seeing Stephen's pitiful expression, like a helpless happy, her heart softened by 3 degrees. Can this matter be a secret between us? Stephen asked, as if making the most difficult decision of his life. Loreley's earlier coldness had completely vanished, and she was now fully drawn into Stephen's narrative. Chapter 117, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 117. Stephen stood up, pretending to look around, ensuring no one was nearby before leaning in close to Loreley and whispering, "Can this be kept between us?" The tingling sensation in Loreley's ear made her shiver, and she awkwardly shifted her body, responding softly. You go first." "I didn't deceive you. I haven't used Pokémon for experiments." Stephen's serious expression made it impossible to discern any hint of dishonesty, and indeed, he was telling the truth. "Nonsense. I just asked Professor Oak, and to complete such an invention, it's absolutely." Stephen interrupted. "I did conduct experiments, but the materials weren't Pokémon." "How is that possible? If not Pokémon, then what?" As Loreley spoke, she finally realized what Stephen might be implying, her expression freezing like she was being choked. What else could it be? It was difficult, but could it be? Loreley thought of a possibility, her mouth slowly forming an O. Stephen glanced around again, ensuring no one was watching, and continued whispering to Loreley. "Do you know, Miss Loreley, that in this world, the genetic compatibility between humans and Pokémon is quite high. It's possible for humans and Pokémon to produce offspring. You know how Mr. Riley brought by Stephen can use powers similar to those of Pokémon, right?" Stephen wasn't lying about this either. Human genetic factors have a high similarity to those of Pokémon. In other words, humans, at least in this world, can also be used as materials for Pokémon products. Lurley's mouth had widened from a small O to a large O. You did that. Although Lurley's words seemed like moral condemnation, she was simply shocked. Don't worry, the people I used as materials were scum who committed crimes worthy of the death penalty. However, since the Pokémon League doesn't have capital punishment, they're just wasting taxpayers' money. It's better to use them for inventions that benefit humans and Pokémon. Stephen shrugged. Miss Lurley, don't you have similar thoughts? These people are just languishing in league prisons, wasting resources. The mainstream academic community uses Pokémon like Rattata and Ekans for experiments because they are more aggressive and dangerous, but isn't what I'm doing similar? Those Pokémon, like Rattata and Ekans, are indeed more dangerous than others, but how bad can they be? They might attack humans or steal food, but the people I use have committed crimes that could land them in prison for life. I think my method is more humane than the League's. After finishing, Stephen extended his hands to Lurley. Miss Lurley, if you want to arrest me, go ahead. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Lurley was stunned. Not because Stephen was using humans as materials, but because he dared to do so. When Lurley was working within the League, she had expressed her opinion about using Pokémon for experiments. However, she was rebuked by her superiors, who pointed out that without such experiments, the medicines she used during her travels wouldn't exist. Lurley had often used medicines to treat her Pokémon's injuries, so she couldn't argue against it. Later, as one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League, Lurley proposed using criminals for similar purposes, but was harshly criticized by Goodshow for being too cruel. Lurley had always felt that using Pokémon for experiments wasn't any less cruel. However, she never expected that someone would do what she had thought about, but couldn't bring herself to do. And now, this person had done it perfectly, to the point of potentially changing the world. At this moment, Lurley's gaze at Stephen shifted from cold indifference to admiration, with a hint of fervor. Looking at Stephen's extended hands, Lurley found herself shaking them, silently apologizing. I'm sorry, Dr. Stephen, I misunderstood you. Seeing Lurley bow her head, Stephen also felt a sense of relief. He had dared to reveal this because he understood Lurley's character. At this stage, Lurley was somewhat like a milder version of Lance. She couldn't tolerate harming Pokémon. While she wasn't pleased with using Pokémon for experiments, she knew it was a necessary sacrifice for progress. Just as she was tolerating this, a scientist appeared who didn't use Pokémon, but instead used the criminals she despised. Lurley was almost ready to exclaim, "You are my god." There's no need to apologize, Stephen said honestly. I also love Pokémon. He did this not just out of habit from his past life, but also because he genuinely liked Pokémon. After experiencing the betrayal of Vegapunk's clone in the One Piece world, Stephen became wary of new characters. However, Pokémon were different. Once they accepted you, they would never betray you. Although there were Pokémon like Rattata and Ekans, which were used in experiments due to their aggressive nature, Stephen preferred using human scum. As he told Lurley, Pokémon might be bad, but humans could be far worse. But Dr. Stephen... Lurley was about to speak when Stephen interrupted. I've shared my biggest secret with you, Miss Lurley. Please, just call me by my name. Lurley smiled. Then, Stephen, you shouldn't call me Miss Lurley either. Just call me by my name. Even though Stephen had grown tired of beautiful women in his past life, he was momentarily captivated when Lurley smiled. Indeed, she was the most electrifying figure in the Pokémon world. After they shared a laugh, Lurley continued. But to research so many things, you just need a lot of materials. Where do you get them from? Stephen looked embarrassed again. It's a bit hard to believe, but I acquired them from certain people. Lurley listened and guessed that it might be from organizations like Team Rocket or Team Shadow. Lurley expressed her concern. Stephen, you should keep your distance from those trash organizations in the future. If you need materials, I can get them for you. Getting too close to them is like plotting with a tiger. Promise me, okay. Lurley hated people who colluded with evil organizations, like those tycoons and some senators within the Alliance. However, Stephen was different. He had to deal with those trash organizations to avoid harming Pokémon. How pitiful. She must protect this kind-hearted man. Stephen blinked, feeling as though he had successfully fooled her. Never mind. Gaining Lorelai's favor was something many transmigrators dreamed of. The previous protagonists of the author hadn't even achieved that. LOL. During the subsequent flight, Lorelai sat beside Stephen. She thought Stephen had it tough, carrying so much on his shoulders. She should talk to him more. Originally, Goodshow, Agatha, and others hadn't noticed the two. But seeing Lorelai enthusiastically talking, several elders, along with Lance and his colleague Bruno, were stunned. What's going on? Witnessing this scene, Goodshow recalled how Rose had tried to entice Stephen with an adult woman and couldn't help but smile smugly. Rose, you're still too young. From the few hours spent flying from the Unova, Stephen wasn't bored because he was chatting with Lorelai. The others, though seemingly engaged in their activities, were actually like Agatha, perking up her ears to listen in on the conversation between the two. Interestingly, Lorelai is being so proactive. I've never seen this before, Agatha said with interest. As a genius who was widely recognized by the Alliance from the start, others usually tried to find topics to please her. No one had seen Lorelai so enthusiastic. What do you think, Lance? Agatha raised an eyebrow mischievously at Lance. Boring, Lance replied, crossing his arms and turning his face away. Lance and Lorelai had known each other for 10 years. Even their experiences of obtaining their starter Pokémon were similar. Lance found a Dratini in a polluted river, while Lorelai discovered a seal in a polluted water pool. However, these similar experiences didn't lead to any deeper connection between them. One reason might be that Lance wasn't interested in women. He was a dragon sexual. Ha, Stephen, we're almost at Cyanwood City. Be careful on the way, and would you like Lorelai to accompany you? Goodshow's smile creased his face. If Stephen and Lorelai could get together, it would be easier to bring him from Alola. Chairman. Stephen hadn't responded when his secretary rushed over and bowed. Goodshow waved his hand. Just speak, everyone here is not an outsider. The secretary nodded. Joker's two companions and Team Shadow are fighting each other in the Ilex forest. Stephen was taken aback, summarizing his thoughts into a simple awe. In contrast, Lance's face showed more excitement than shock. Joker's base was originally in the Johto, so it was normal for him to return after finishing things in the Unova. Lorelai and others shared the same thought, asking Goodshow's secretary. Is it a conflict between Team Rocket and Shadow? How many people are involved? In Lorelai's view, conflicts between the two largest criminal organizations in Kanto and the Johto were nothing new. Shadow has about 20 people, led by their chief scientist, Alina, and executive, Napis. Team Rocket has only 2, Joker's companions, Masked Girl and Caped Pudgy. Hearing the secretary refer to Will, Stephen almost couldn't suppress a laugh. Is Joker not there? Lance frowned. It's possible that Bugsy, the gym leader of the Azalea Gym, didn't see him. Anyway, Bugsy contacted us saying he couldn't stop these groups alone and asked for reinforcements. What are we waiting for? Let's go to Azalea Town immediately. Lance shouted. Goodshow nodded to Stephen. Sorry, Stephen, we'll send you back later. It's fine, Stephen replied, also wanting to see what was happening. Karen and Will weren't supposed to be dealing with Shadow. They were supposed to catch Kodai. How did they get involved with Shadow again? The plane didn't take long to reach the Ilex forest west of Azalea Town. The captain's voice came from the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, Azalea Town doesn't have an airport, so we can't land. The nearest airport is. No need, Lance interrupted, standing up and walking to the door. Stand back. Facing away from everyone, Lance warned before opening the door. Whoosh! The strong wind rushed into the cabin, blowing Lance's cloak wildly. The next second, Lance leaped out, shouting against the wind, Dragonite! The Dragonite emerged from its ball, carrying its trainer as they flew into the forest. Watching Lance's departing figure, Stephen thought he truly lived up to being the #1 tyrant in the Pokémon world. I should have caught a flying-type Pokémon, Stephen lamented. However, he quickly rationalized that he hadn't been in a hurry to catch a flying Pokémon, because he usually used a hang glider for transportation. Now he was in trouble. "Do you want to go too?" Lorelei approached and asked. Stephen quickly came up with a perfect reason, nodding. "Yes, since Joker defeated Lance with a move we haven't cracked, yet if he goes alone, he might get into trouble again. If I can see Joker's battle firsthand, maybe I can discover something." Goodshow and others nodded in understanding. "Indeed. Let's go together." Lorelei pushed forward against the strong wind, her beautiful hair blown wildly by the turbulent air. Stephen, who was about to ask for a parachute, was a bit stunned. In his memory, neither games nor comics did Lorelei have a flying-type partner. "Jinx," Lorelei called out softly, her red lips opening slightly. A Jinx jumped out of Lorelei's ball on its own. The next second, Jinx raised her hands. A pale blue light enveloped Stephen and Lorelei, as well as Jinx herself. Lorelei's hair, which had been blown about, suddenly stabilized. It seemed as if a barrier had isolated the fierce wind outside. "Let's go," Lorelei said, tidying up her slightly disheveled bangs, and Jinx descended. Instantly, the two of them and Jinx seemed to be supported by an invisible cloud, descending vertically into the forest below like they were in an elevator. "I forgot about this trick," Stephen said, slapping his forehead. Truly clever one moment, foolish the next. He had forgotten that psychic-type Pokémon could achieve flight by enveloping themselves with their abilities. Didn't the Mutwo and Mew love doing this? "Lorelei, call Lance and tell him not to rush so quickly. Be careful not to get tricked by Joker again," Stephen said to Lorelei. Actually, his true intention was to prevent Lance from joining the battle, fearing that Karen and Will might accidentally reveal their weaknesses. And this reason was flawless, so Lorelei immediately took out her phone to call Lance. Lance was not pleased when he heard the reason, but when he heard Stephen say on the other end of the line, "Do you want to lose to him again?" he suppressed his anger. "You're good at persuading him," Lorelei said with a slight smile after hanging up the phone. She hadn't noticed that she was smiling more and more in front of Stephen. "Honestly, Lance wouldn't want to lose to Joker 3 times in a row, right?" Stephen shrugged. Lorelei had an expression that said she wouldn't laugh unless she couldn't help it. "He's already lost 3 times. 2 years ago, when they first met, Lance lost, but the media." "Hey," Lance arrived, his face looking quite dark. As soon as he returned, he heard Lorelei talking about his past failures. He wasn't someone who couldn't handle losing, but there was no need to tell everyone about his dark history, right? After landing safely in the oak forest, Stephen said, "Mr. Lance, please use your flying Pokémon to scout Joker and Shadow's location from the air. They must be making a big commotion when they fight." Lance had no objections, only mentioning as he threw a poke ball. While the two were distracted, Stephen quietly threw 2 piquet balls into the nearby grass. In less than 5 minutes, Lance's Aerodactyl in the sky let out a cry. "Found it." "Let's go," Lance commanded. "Let's go," Lorelei said, turning to look at Stephen. Stephen nodded and followed. The two running ahead didn't know that because Karen had shared their location earlier, his 2 Pokémon had already arrived ahead of time. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield. Boom, booms, boom. Over a dozen Pokémon were battling in the severely damaged forest. Karen's voice suddenly rang out. "I never thought the richest man in the Unova region would be involved with Shadow." Lance and Lorelei's expressions changed simultaneously. Stephen made a gesture, signaling them to crouch down. The 3 of them crouched behind a bush, peeking through a small opening. Through the gap, Lance was surprised to see that behind the Shadow members in white uniforms was none other than Kodai, the wealthy man from Unova they had worked with in the Lostlorn forest, along with his underling Goon and many others. Involved with Shadow. When Lance heard Karen's words, his face turned dark. He wasn't surprised that a financial tycoon was connected to a criminal organization, but he still detested it. Meanwhile, Stephen's attention was on Alina, the chief scientist of Shadow, who was standing next to Napus, a high-ranking officer of Shadow and a wanted A-level criminal. Right after, Napus shouted with a not-too-intelligent expression, You're here for the Celebi too. Celebi. As soon as he said this, Lance and Lorelai's expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 118, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 118. In this era, information about legendary Pokémon, also known as mythical Pokémon, is incredibly rare. After all, when Ash first started his journey, even the Pokédex didn't have data on Ho-Oh. Later, when Ash participated in the Indigo League, the Indigo Plateau, as the League headquarters, used Molter's flame for the event. By the time Ash competed in the Johto League Silver Conference, however, the opening ceremony had already switched to Ho-Oh's flame. Stevens speculated that during Ash's journey, the Pokémon League must have confirmed Ho-Oh's existence and upgraded the opening ceremony's sacred flame accordingly. In contrast to certain legendary Pokémon like Kyurem, who stays hidden in its lair, or some legendary Pokémon remain unknown due to their reclusive nature. Celebi, however, is far more famous. Like Mew, Celebi doesn't stay put in one location. It has a mischievous, roaming nature and loves to wander around. Sightings of Celebi have been reported in various places over the past decade, making it one of the most well-known legendary Pokémon. Are they targeting Celebi? Lance's eyes hardened. Criminal organizations targeting legendary Pokémon were nothing new, but to date, no one had ever succeeded. Shut up. Elena slapped Nappas on the back of the head from behind. She knew his brain didn't function well, but she didn't expect him to be this stupid. He blurted out their mission objective. Is Joker not here? Elena glanced at the masked Karen and was standing opposite them, silently pondering. Then she called out to the person standing behind her. Hey, Mr. Kodai, are you sure Celebi will show up? They had received Kodai's call and were hired to capture Celebi. Well, hired wasn't entirely accurate. It was more of a mutual exploitation. Kodai, with one hand in his pocket, smirked coldly. Of course, if you can catch Celebi, you can have it. I only want something else. Through his ability to foresee the future, he had already seen it. A Celebi would travel through a time tunnel from the past or the future and arrive in this forest. The location was right here in this grove of oak trees. Sis, is this guy crazy? If he knows Celebi will show up, why doesn't he catch it himself? Why call us? If Kodai had reliable intel about Celebi's appearance, why wouldn't he take action himself? Instead, he hired them, the Shadows, and even promised to give Celebi to them if the mission succeeded. Wouldn't that mean Kodai gained nothing from the operation? Just as Elena was about to respond, a beam of dark energy shot toward them. It was Karen making her move. Her Houndoom had unleashed a dark pulse, and its target was Kodai. Hey, Shadows. Kodai's expression darkened as he shouted sharply. Chi Gardevoir. Elena clicked her tongue and summoned her Gardevoir. The Psychic Queen clasped her hands together, forming a pale pink energy sphere. In the next moment, she pushed her hands outward, and the pink energy ball shot forth, rapidly expanding mid-flight. It was the fairy-type move, Moonblast. Dark Pulse V's Moonblast. The dark energy surged forward, but the Moonblast intercepted it from the side. The two forces collided midair, exploding with a violent shockwave that sent gusts of wind sweeping through the forest. Heh, as always, the future has been altered. Kodai wiped the sweat from the side of his face. Though he maintained a smile, his pupils trembled uncontrollably. There was a reason Kodai had hired the Shadows. In the fragments of the future he had seen, besides witnessing Celebi's arrival in this forest, he also saw his death. He would be killed by the masked girl's Houndoom. To prevent this future, Kodai had no choice but to hire powerful bodyguards. As for why he didn't seek help from the Unova League's experts, well, after the incident in the Lostlorn Forest, Alder and the others had already started to suspect that Kodai wasn't on the up. If he voluntarily approached them now, wouldn't that be suicide? Moreover, capturing Celebi was something he absolutely couldn't let the Unova League know about. After much deliberation, the Shadows were his only option. Boss, if this drags on too long, the Indigo League might show up. Goon reminded Cody, glancing at Karen and Will, who were locked in battle with the Shadows. Understood, begin. Kodai nodded grimly. Upon hearing this, Goon immediately ordered the grunts Kodai had brought from Unova. Move out. The core employees of Kodai's network company threw their piquet balls, summoning Pokémon from the Unova region, such as Heatmer and Bisharp. At their command, the Bisharp's arms gleamed with metallic light as they swung their bladed hands like swords, indiscriminately hacking at the towering trees around them. The Oak Grove, famous for its massive trees that even blocked out sunlight, was a small tourist attraction in the Johto region. One tree after another began to fall. Pokémon living in the trees, mostly flying and bug types, fled in panic. But it didn't stop there. While the Bisharp focused on cutting down trees, the Heatmer unleashed flamethrowers, setting the lush greenery ablaze. In less than 30 seconds, the once vibrant forest had turned into a raging inferno. Come out, Celebi, aren't you supposed to be the guardian of the forest? Seeing the forest destroyed like this, shouldn't you show yourself to stop me? Kodai shouted arrogantly. Observing this scene from a distance, Steven couldn't help but admit that while this tactic was despicable, it was highly effective. For a soft-hearted legendary Pokémon like Celebi, moral coercion worked almost every time. Damn it! With a loud curse, a figure burst out from the nearby bushes. It wasn't Celebi, but Lance, who had finally lost his patience. Unable to bear Kodai's antics any longer, he unleashed a dragon pulse straight at him. But just based on his earlier words and current actions, Lance had only one thought in his mind at this moment. You are dead. This Dragonite, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, startled both Kodai's and the Shadow Organization's people. Gardevoir! Elena shouted. The Gardevoir, who had been battling Houndoom alongside Karen, teleported instantly to block in front of Kodai. Foolish, die. Lance scoffed. With Gardevoir's frail-looking frame, how could it possibly withstand an attack from my Dragonite? Boom! Dragon Pulse detonated directly on Gardevoir's body, spreading a violent surge of energy. The shockwave sent Kodai tumbling to the ground. However, when the dust settled and everyone could see clearly, they found that the Gardevoir was still standing there, as immovable as a mountain. How is this possible? Lance's expression changed drastically. Oh, now that I think about it, the fairy type hasn't been officially cataloged by the League yet, Steven recalled something. But in the original anime, Lance had used dragon-type moves against Gardevoir before. Was this scene a recreation of that iconic moment? Just as I expected. Elena smirked. Her Gardevoir had recently awakened a new attribute distinct from its psychic type. That pink energy orb earlier was proof of it. Not only that, but Elena also discovered that this new attribute had an overwhelming advantage against dragon types. If that was the case, there was a strong possibility that this power also had resistance to dragon-type moves. But Elena hadn't expected the effect to be this powerful. It wasn't just resistance. It was complete immunity. It was like a ground-type Pokémon going up against an electric-type move. Gardevoir used that move. Hearing her trainer's command, Gardevoir brought her hands together, gathering the Moonblast. Elena hadn't given this move a name yet, so she simply referred to it as that move. High in the sky, Dragonite's expression turned grave. It could sense the dangerous aura emanating from the pink energy orb. It was no less threatening than the Ice-type moves it dreaded. Gardevoir thrust its hands forward, unleashing the Moonblast once again. Lapras used Blizzard. A fierce snowstorm swept in from the side, instantly forming a miniature icy mountain that acted as a barrier, blocking the incoming Moonblast. The sudden blizzard drew everyone's attention. Damn it! Lorze! Kodai's expression changed dramatically. In the future visions he had seen, these two weren't supposed to be here. What's worse, his earlier actions had been noticed. If Lance and Lorelei reported his behavior to the League, he would become a wanted criminal, hunted everywhere. Everything he currently had would turn to dust. At this moment, Kodai had only one thought in his mind. They cannot be allowed to leave alive. But Kodai looked around. He realized that taking down Lance and Lorelei wasn't going to be an easy task. Given the current battle strength of the Shadow Organization, even defeating Joker's two allies was proving difficult, let alone dealing with the arrival of Lance and Lorelei. "Boss, we absolutely cannot let Lance and Lorelei leave alive," Goon whispered into Kodai's ear. "But with our current strength, do you think we can take them down?" Kodai frowned and asked. Goon thought for a moment, then suddenly turned and shouted toward Karen and Will. "Hey, you two over there." The two, who were about to finish off Napas's Primeape and Alina's newly summoned Altaria, paused and looked over at Goon. "How about a temporary truce? Lance and Lorelei are with the League. They're your enemies too, aren't they? How about we join forces to take them down first?" Goon shouted. As for Steven, who was standing far in the back, he was completely ignored. After all, in most people's eyes, Steven was just a scientist with no real combat ability. Karen and Will frowned. They didn't take Kodai's weak underlings seriously at all. But if the Shadow Organization and those two joined forces, things would indeed get tricky. Not to mention Joker was still unaccounted for. Karen and Will subtly glanced toward Steven in the far back. With just one look from Steven, they immediately understood his stance. Karen smirked coldly. "I'm not letting someone who can see the future live." The next second, Karen pulled out a new piquet ball. Honchkrow emerged from the ball and began battling Alina's Altaria. "See the future." Lance and Lorelai's expressions shifted again upon hearing those words. What was going on now? Shall usurp dumb psychic. Will seized the moment and issued his commands. Kodai's abilities were indeed troublesome. Today, he absolutely couldn't be allowed to escape alive. The shelter on Slowbro's tail exerted its power, causing a massive wave to rise beneath it. The wave grew larger and larger, until it became a towering 7-8 meter high tsunami. At the front of the wave, Slowbro used its psychic powers to split the wave into 3 parts. The water surged forward like 3 giant serpents, bypassing the minor obstacles and headed straight for Kodai, who was protected in the rear by the Shadow Organization and his underlings. Kodai's face turned pale. His Miss Magius quickly moved forward, unleashing a wide-range thunderbolt in an attempt to block the attack. But despite the unfavorable type of matchup, the surf easily overpowered the thunderbolt upon collision, swallowing it effortlessly. The Pokémon on both sides weren't even on the same level. Miss Magius lasted less than 5 seconds before being consumed by the surf. It had to be said, Pokémon are truly loyal creatures, even when their trainer is scum. "Die, you bastard!" Will shouted. Freezing beam. A surging silver-white beam shot forth, instantly freezing the 3 water snakes in place. Will turned his head with an expression like he'd seen a ghost. He looked at Lorelei and her Lapras, who had just unleashed the freezing beam and couldn't hold back his outburst. "You big-breasted woman, what's wrong with you?" He was furious. "That guy was trying to kill the 2 of you just now, why would you save him?" Lorelei paid no attention to Will's impolite choice of words. Instead, she coldly said to Lance, "Lance, don't let Kodai die. He probably knows a lot of things we don't." Lorelei wanted to kill Kodai. Not only because he had just tried to kill her, but more importantly, because he had caused harm to the forest and the innocent Pokémon living in it. That alone was enough justification for Lorelei to freeze him into an ice sculpture. But Lorelei was more composed than Lance in situations like this. Based on everything she had heard from these people so far, she could tell there was likely some secret behind all this that the Pokémon League was unaware of. It was necessary to capture Kodai and interrogate him thoroughly, especially to figure out what this vision of the future thing was. Lance, hearing this, also found her reasoning convincing. "You hold these people off, I'll go capture him." They could extract the secrets from Kodai before deciding whether to finish him off. With that, Lance leaped onto Dragonite's back and soared over the battlefield, heading straight for Kodai. "He's not yours for the taking." Alina's expression changed drastically. Celebi was still out of her reach. There was no way she could let Kodai be captured by Lance. Karen shared the same sentiment. If Kodai ended up in the League's prison, it would be even harder to kill him. Lapras. Lorelei sent out her most reliable partner to block the path of Gardevoir and Houndoom, who were protecting Karen and Alina. The more the Joker members and the Shadows acted this way, the the more it proved how important Kodai was. Lorelei was now certain Kodai had to be dealt with by her and Lance. Lapras faced off against both Gardevoir and Houndoom, holding them back for the time being. "Steven, stay back." Lorelei turned her head to remind Steven behind her. "Move aside." Elena shouted angrily. Suddenly, Gardevoir's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The thunderbolt attack it unleashed now was far stronger than before. Zap! In the next moment, Gardevoir's thunderbolt, which had initially been losing to Lapras's ice beam, suddenly overpowered it. Whoa! Lapras let out a pained cry as it was struck by the super-effective thunderbolt. What? Lorelei, who had just turned her head back after warning Steven, was shocked to see her Lapras being overwhelmed by the attack. How was this possible? Karen and Alina were equally stunned. For a Pokémon to suddenly grow this much stronger, it was something they'd seen before. In Steven's eyes, through the black-framed glasses on his nose, he could see that Gardevoir's body was now engulfed in ominous black flames. It was the same phenomenon he had observed half a year ago with Altair, the gym leader of Olivine City, and his Salamence. Dark power. The mystery is solved now. Steven smirked, adjusting his glasses. These weren't just ordinary glasses, they were a device Steven had meticulously crafted, based on fragments of Altair's dark sunglasses he had recovered from Olivine Gym. They had the same effect as Altair's sunglasses. Surrender quietly. Meanwhile, Lance, using the time Lorelei had bought, had reached Kodai. Dragonite, massive and muscular, reached out to grab Kodai like a chick. Go. Steven silently mouthed. Roar. Just as Dragonite's claws were about to grab the terrified Kodai, it suddenly sensed an intense wave of danger. Following its instincts, Dragonite activated Protect. A translucent green shield enveloped its body. Almost immediately after the shield appeared, a jagged silver beam shot straight at it. It was an ice beam. Who's there? Lance turned to the direction the ice beam had come from and saw a Glaceon. Around its neck, it wore a silver-white gem necklace glowing faintly. You. Lance's face darkened as he squinted toward the figure behind the Glaceon. From behind a large tree emerged the person Lance had been yearning to catch. Joker. Everyone on the battlefield shouted the name in unison. Lance, Kodai's escaping. Steven shouted a reminder from behind Lorelei. Lance snapped out of it and looked ahead again to see Kodai already running away. You won't get away. Lance's face twisted in anger as he prepared to give chase. However, just as Dragonite deactivated its Protect, the Glaceon charged forward. Get out of my way. Lance growled, and Dragonite's right arm ignited with fire, swinging a fire punch at Glaceon. But as the punch landed, Glaceon's figure vanished like a mirage, leaving both Dragonite and Lance visibly shocked. What was going on? The next moment, a yellow flash streaked across the battlefield. A Jolteon appeared in front of Kodai, glaring at him menacingly. No. Kodai stumbled backward in fear. With a flick of Joker's wrist, Jolteon lowered its body, preparing to end Kodai's life. But just as the killing blow was about to land, several icicles shot down from above, piercing Kodai's throat and heart with precision. Who was it? Chapter 119. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 119. Through studying ancient texts, Kodai discovered that whenever Celebi traveled through time, it left behind an energy known as temporal ripples. This energy would linger at the location where Celebi traveled through time for a period before dissipating. 10 years ago, Kodai gained the ability to occasionally glimpse fragments of the future by absorbing the energy of these temporal ripples. However, this power was not eternal and gradually weakened with time. To sustain his ability to foresee the future, Kodai relentlessly used his influence and power to search for traces of Celebi, aiming to once again absorb the temporal ripple energy. Upon learning that Kodai's target was Celebi, Steven finally remembered who this character was, the villain from the animated movie The Master of Illusions, Zoroark. It's not that Steven was forgetful, but to borrow a line from Dracul Mihawk, I don't bother remembering the names of nobodies. while Kodai was technically a boss-level character. His strength was so underwhelming that he left no lasting impression on Steven. In fact, in that movie, he barely felt like the true boss. It was the Zoroark he manipulated that stood out, transforming into the legendary beast and fooling an entire city single-handedly. Once Zoroark realized its child was safe and no longer under Kodai's control, this white-haired idiot, sporting a hairstyle eerily similar to Garchomp's head, was promptly defeated. Utterly pathetic. As such, Steven had no fondness for him. The power Kodai gained from Celebi to foresee the future was indeed troublesome, but he had to die. Just as Joker ordered Umbreon to take action, something completely unexpected happened. Several sharp ice spikes suddenly flew from an unknown direction. With a SHHSHH, they pierced Kodai's throat and heart. The sudden turn of events left Steven and his companions, Lance and Lorelei, as well as Alina and Kodai's underling Goon, all stunned. As Kodai collapsed with wide eyes, blood spewing from his mouth, everyone instinctively turned toward the direction from which the ice spikes had come. Who was it? Could it be one of Joker's new allies? Lance speculated upon seeing the figure. About 100 meters away, a Delibird was flapping its small wings innocently, looking toward them. Sitting cross-legged on its back was a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, with long gray hair and an icy mask. This resemblance to Joker's style, the mask, was why Lance instinctively assumed they were allies. HMPH, not even worth my time, masked man figure scoffed disdainfully. Who is that? Karen and Will exchanged confused glances. They had no idea who this person was. Meanwhile, Steven, who had been standing on the battlefield's outskirts, turned pale. He might not have remembered Kodai, the pathetic villain, but this individual, completely the opposite. So, I forgot about this. Price is always lurking in Ilex Forest, considering it's the shrine of Celebi. Damn it, how could I forget this timing? Steven's brain worked at lightning speed, trying to devise a strategy. What should I do? What's his goal? Is it Celebi, or Karen and Will, who were supposed to become his subordinates? Lappy Tilda. Amid his frantic thinking, a soft, fairy-like voice echoed, as if from a storybook. A small, purplish-pink Pokémon, with an appearance akin to a fairy, emerged from the depths of the forest. Celebi. And not just any Celebi, it was a shiny Celebi. Lappy Tilda. The shiny Celebi looked upon the forest, which had been ravaged by Kodai and his minions, with sorrow. It stretched out its tiny arms, and energy began radiating outward from its small body, spreading across the sky. Whoosh! Torrential rain began to pour, extinguishing the fiery inferno that had consumed the forest in mere seconds. But Celebi's actions did not stop there. In the moment after the flames were extinguished, the shiny Celebi crossed its tiny fingers. The shattered trees, charred grass, and burned flowers all began to regenerate. New branches sprouted from the stumps of towering trees, fresh grass emerged from the scorched ground, and vibrant flowers bloomed once more. Everything was restored to its original state, perhaps even more beautiful than before. This was the power of the Forest Guardian. It appeared, the Forest Guardian Celebi, Alina exclaimed in shock. That bastard Kodai hadn't been lying after all. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's capture it, shouted Napus, pointing at the shiny Celebi. Go use Fire Punch. In Steven's view, Napus's Typhlosion, much like Alina's Gardevoir, was surrounded by an unsettling dark aura. Stop! Before Typhlosion could take another step, a Dragonite came barreling in from the side, knocking Typhlosion away with a brutal dragon rush. It was none other than Lance's Dragonite. Don't even think about laying a finger on Celebi, you scum, Lance called out, releasing two Dragonair to form a triangular formation with Dragonite, shielding the shiny Celebi. Steven watched this unfold and thought to himself, Celebi has appeared, which should mean Masked Man will focus his attention on it. This might be our chance to escape. He signaled Karen and Will from afar, motioning for them to look for an opportunity to flee. The two nodded subtly in acknowledgement. But just as Steven believed Masked Man would focus entirely on Celebi, he suddenly felt an overwhelming chill. Turning his head, he realized that masked man's gaze was flickering between him and Joker. A terrible sense of foreboding welled up inside him. What was that old lunatic planning? Ahem. Masked man seemed lost in thought before finally fixing his gaze entirely on Joker. With a swift motion, he pulled out another piquet ball and tossed it into the air, pointing directly at Joker. When the piquet ball opened and revealed the Pokémon inside, everyone on the battlefield, including the shiny Celebi, looked on in shock. The orange-red feathers that symbolized life, the massive wings that seemed to blot out the sky. Even without knowing its name, everyone could feel its overwhelming presence. Has he already captured it? Stephen thought to himself, his heart sinking. Ho-oh. Go, capture him. Masked man raised his right hand slightly, pointing his index finger directly at Joker, while muttering to himself. Considering their current achievements, Joker is the more capable one. Besides, capturing Dr. Stephen would be riskier. Hearing the command, Ho-Oh hesitated, its expression conflicted. Masked man noticed this and emphasized his tone, barking. Didn't you hear me? Obey my orders. Under the trainer's second command, Ho-Oh, though visibly reluctant, had no choice but to charge toward Joker. Umbreon's expression shifted dramatically, her fur standing on end like sharp needles as it unleashed a burst of electricity. Thunderbolt. Even if you're a legendary deity, as long as you harm my trainer, you'll receive no mercy. However, against the super-effective Thunderbolt, Ho-Oh simply extended its sharp talons and pushed through the electric assault, relentlessly closing in on Umbreon and the Joker behind it. Zorua, dispel the transformation. Stephen's voice echoed in Zorua's mind. Zorua hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose not to revert the transformation. Zorua understood that if it revealed its true form, its trainer would be in serious trouble. In the end, without using any special moves, Ho-Oh struck Umbreon with its sharp talons, sending it flying. With its other claw, it tightly gripped Joker in its grasp. Joker's been captured. Lorelai's face changed dramatically. It seemed they weren't allies. But who was that long-haired masked man? Why was he capturing Joker? Did they have a grudge? At the same time, Masked Man's deliberate wasn't idle. Carrying its trainer, it approached the shiny Celebi. Ahem. Lance, who had been focusing on the massive bird he'd never seen before, turned toward the masked man and scoffed. Another thief coveting a legendary Pokémon, huh? Although he didn't know the masked man's true identity, due to Joker's involvement, Lance had no goodwill toward anyone wearing a mask. Masked Man ignored Lance's taunts and calmly commanded, Blizzard. Hearing this, Lance smirked disdainfully. Ice moves are no threat to my dragon army. Two Dragonairs unleashed flamethrowers, while Dragonite flapped its small wings to summon a hurricane for support. Here it came, a super inferno akin to Madara's great fire annihilation. However, Deliberate opened its small beak. A fierce, icy blizzard swept through the skies, single-handedly countering the combined assault of the three dragons. Lance's expression slightly shifted. Just one Pokémon was enough to. But soon, Lance's expression evolved from surprise to shocked. In less than 2 seconds of confrontation, Blizzard had completely overpowered the Inferno. The three dragons quickly ascended, narrowly avoiding the terrifying Blizzard. How is this possible? Lance's brows furrowed tightly. The ultimate flames of his three-dragon tactic had been so easily. Lance even felt that this Delibird might be stronger than the giant, unnamed bird nearby. Celebi Tilda. The shiny Celebi, previously shielded by the three dragons, watched the storm of snow and ice approaching. It spread its tiny arms, creating a large, spherical protect barrier to block the incoming blizzard. Continue. Against what appeared to be an impenetrable defense, Masked Man only issued a simple command. As the protect barrier held firm, snowflakes intermingled with the storm began to condense and form into a flock of Articuno replicas, completely white, forged from ice. The next moment, these fake Articunos spread their wings and launched themselves like kamikaze bombers, crashing violently against the surface of Celebi's massive barrier. Booms, 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 boom. Explosions echoed continuously. Cracks. Finally, a crack appeared on the right side of the barrier. Masked man's pupils contracted sharply behind his mask. There. Upon his command, the Delibird beneath him unleashed its full power. From its beak, a curved beam of icy light shot forth. Ice beam. Crackle. The ice beam struck the crack in the barrier, relentlessly attacking until the protect shield was completely shattered. Celebi. The shiny Celebi's face paled. This human was terrifyingly strong. Seal bi. In the next instant, Celebi's cry turned into a scream. The ice beam, having broken through its defense, struck it directly on the side of its face. Super effective. Stop. Seeing the masked man pull out an ultra ball, Lance roared, commanding his 3 dragons to launch simultaneous flamethrowers. Masked man didn't even glance at the incoming attack, continuing to throw the ball. He had absolute confidence in his partner. As expected, the moment the ultra ball was thrown, Delibird lifted its head and unleashed another blizzard. Whoosh! The freezing wind completely suppressed the fiery assault. Ugh! The cries of Lance and his Pokémon echoed throughout the forest. Watching his old colleague and his main team get obliterated, Lorelei stood frozen, unable to recover for a long time. Too terrifying. Beep, 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 click. On the ground, the ultra ball containing the shiny Celebi shook 3 times before emitting the success confirmation sound. Damn it, that was supposed to be our target. Nappas gritted his teeth in frustration. Shut up. Alina waved her hand, signaling everyone to retreat. Before leaving, she couldn't resist glancing back one last time at the masked man. Lance turned into an ice statue, Joker caught by that big bird, and Kodai skewered like a kebab. How terrifying. Where did these monsters come from? Stephen kept signaling to Karen and Will with his eyes. The two hesitated, but under Stephen's persistent glance, they finally turned and ran in the opposite direction. Masked man, who had stepped off the Delibird, glanced at the 2 escaping figures without taking further action. Instead, he bent down and picked up the ultra ball that had been used to capture Celebi. However, in the very next second, Masked man disdainfully tossed the ultra ball into the nearby bushes. This left Lorelei completely dumbfounded. What was that person doing? After going through all that trouble to capture the legendary Pokémon Celebi, now he doesn't want it anymore. Let's go. Masked man climbed back onto the Delibird and spoke to Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, reluctantly holding onto Joker, followed the masked man and the Delibird, quickly disappearing into the horizon. What just happened? What is going on? Lorelei was utterly at a loss over the current situation. She had been one of the Elite Four for 2 years, but had never encountered anything like this before. Beware. At that moment, Stephen sent out Beware, who swiftly knocked out the group of lackeys under Kodai, led by Goon. It was only then that Lorelei snapped back to reality. Stephen shouted to Lorelei, "Lorelei, don't think about anything else for now. Call for reinforcements and get these people arrested. Also, Lance needs medical attention." Stephen's voice was like a calming anchor, helping Lorelei regain her composure. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. With determination, she nodded. How could it be that, in this situation, she, a member of the Elite Four, was less composed than Stephen? While Lorelei was making the call, Stephen quietly recalled his Umbreon and discreetly sent a message. Things were escalating beyond his expectations. Not long after, Azalea Town's gym leader Kurt arrived with a large team of police officers for reinforcements. My goodness, is that Mr. Lance? When they saw the frozen Lance encased in ice, Kurt and the officers were stunned. Be careful while moving him. If he breaks, it'll be a disaster, Lorelei reminded them. As soon as she finished speaking, Lorelei noticed Stephen walking toward the bush and retrieving the ultra ball that had been thrown there. She suddenly remembered that the masked man had used this very ball to capture the shiny Celebi, but for some reason, he had discarded it. Stephen, is it? Lorelei quickly walked over, wanting to check on the shiny Celebi inside. However, when she saw that the ultra ball was empty, she was so shocked that she nearly stumbled. Stephen reached out to steady Lorelei, paying no mind to the astonishing softness he felt against his arm. "Take this." Lorelei didn't notice the awkwardness of their proximity. She stared at the empty Ultra Ball in disbelief. "I guess that the moment it was captured, Celebi used its time-traveling ability to escape," Stephen speculated. Hearing this, Lorelei sighed deeply and gave a bitter smile. "Well, at least that's some good news. No matter how you looked at it, at least Celebi didn't end up in the hands of that terrifying masked man, right?" "Lorelei, take these people back to the station," Stephen said, pointing at the handcuffed goon and his group. "They probably know quite a bit of inside information, and it needs to be reported to Chairman Goodshow as soon as possible." "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" Lorelei asked with concern. "This whole situation is too bizarre. I need some quiet time to sort out the sequence of events. I'll contact you when I have results," Stephen explained with a reasonable excuse. Lorelei hesitated but nodded reluctantly. "All right, I'll leave it to you. Let me know if you need anything." "I will," Stephen assured her. About 10 minutes later, Lorelei and her group departed, escorting Goon and the lackeys back to Azalea Town, along with the frozen Lance. As soon as they left, Karen and Will emerged from behind a tree. "Stephen, what about Zorua?" Karen asked with concern. "I know," Stephen said, clenching his fists. After all this time avoiding him, he never expected to meet him again. Even after being caught, Celebi can escape using its time-traveling powers. It's not good at combat, but its abilities are truly godlike. "No wonder it's a legendary Pokémon," Will remarked. "Stephen, do you have any leads on the masked man?" Karen asked as she walked up to him. Stephen opened the Ultra Ball left behind by masked man. Karen and Will leaned in and saw that there were tiny remnants of ice shards inside. They must have been left behind by the ice beam that hit the shining Celebi during the battle. When Celebi used its time-traveling ability to escape, it left these ice shards behind. Stephen took out a pair of tweezers and carefully picked something out from among the shards. "What's this?" Will asked curiously. Stephen held up a pale purple, slightly pink strand of hair. "One of Celebi's eyelashes." Chapter 120, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 120. Zorua was taken away by that masked man. How should we investigate? That guy flew away, and Houndoom's nose probably can't track him. Karen furrowed her brows anxiously. Finding Zorua shouldn't be too hard. Stephen exchanged a glance with Will. Will opened the backpack he carried with him. Stephen took out a small glass bottle from inside. On the bottle, the word Zorua was written with a marker. "This is." Karen leaned in for a closer look and found that the bottle contained a few nails. "Never thought there'd come a day when I'd have to use this." Stephen held the bottle and said to the two of them, "We'll split up. Karen and I will head back to see Ianwood City to use the equipment there to create a tracker for Zorua. Will, I need you to head to Mahogany Town and keep an eye on Price." Price, the gym leader nicknamed the teacher of Winter's harshness. "Are you suspecting him, Stephen?" Will froze for a moment and asked. Karen chimed in. "In the Johto region, most people recognize Price as second only to Altair from the Olivine Gym and Chuck from the Cyanwood Gym in terms of strength. He's ranked third among Johto's gym leaders. He's powerful, and his specialty is ice types, but is he capable of matching that masked man?" Stephen couldn't exactly tell them he knew the masked man's real identity because he had transmigrated. Instead, he gave a barely plausible reason. "It's just a suspicion for now. After all, in Johto, there probably isn't a stronger ice-type user than him. Will, you only need to covertly monitor Mahogany Gym's movements, nothing else." Even though Stephen knew the masked man's identity, he didn't dare act recklessly. Knowing who the enemy is one thing, being able to defeat them is another. "If you dare harm Zorua, I don't care if you're a master-level trainer or whatever. You've already signed your death warrant." Stephen clenched his fists and silently vowed. So far, Stephen's attitude toward Price was primarily one of avoidance, because Price's strength was genuinely terrifying. If Stephen were to evaluate Price as a person, disregarding his strength, his opinion would remain the same as before. Half angel, half devil, with a hint of that Uchiha Obaido vibe. To allow his Lapras to travel back in time and reunite with its parents, Price had essentially turned the Kanto and Johto regions upside down. He also destroyed the childhoods of many innocent kids like Green and Silver. But Steven wasn't the type to meddle unnecessarily. It was just like in his past life. If the world government hadn't come after him following Vegapunk's death, Steven wouldn't have bothered allying with the Revolutionary Army to fight Emu. If Price wanted to create chaos, Steven had no interest in getting involved. But now that you've dragged my companion into this, well, sorry, it's personal. Meanwhile, on Mt. Mortar, west of Mahogany Town. In this mountain, located between Mahogany Town and Ecruteak City, few people knew about the hidden secret base here. EX. Hearing the cries of birds and beasts from the sky above, dozens of children aged 5 to 12, wearing masks identical to the masked man's ice mask, gathered in the base. Some looked up at the Ho-Oh descending from the clouds. Their expressions were hidden behind their masks. Others kept their heads down, studying as if the sight was nothing out of the ordinary. Among them were two masked children, a 7-year-old girl named Green and a 5-year-old boy named Silver. Both of them remained indifferent. They had already been abducted and brought here for over 2 years. Both were kidnapped by Ho-Oh. And every so often, that big bird would abduct new children to join this child's soldier army. Green and Silver were long used to it. I wonder who the unlucky one is this time, Green muttered quietly while continuing to read her book on Pokémon evolution. The kidnapped children were all taught by the masked man. Each was given a different area of study: battle tactics, Pokémon ecology, Pokémon breeding, and more. Green's assigned focus was evolution. Finally, Ho-Oh released its latest recruit. Some of the masked children glanced curiously in that direction. Yet none of them recognized the boy lying there, Joker, the criminal who had turned Johto and half the Pokémon world upside down in the past 2 years. The reason was simple. This place was completely isolated from the outside world. They had no idea what was happening out there, and naturally didn't know who Joker was. Heth, a genius scientist from Team Rocket. After getting Giovanni's son, now you've found another good seedling. At that moment, Price, wearing his ice mask, stepped out of the base. If Lance or Lorelei were to see this, they would have been utterly shocked. How could there be two masked men? Price waved his hand, and a Delibird shook itself, dropping a masked man from its back. The figure shattered upon hitting the ground. It was just an ice sculpture. Ho-Oh then released its grip on Joker, letting him fall. Team Rocket's genius, I hope you'll work for me in the future, Price said coldly, his tone as icy and intimidating as his specialty. The boy, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and raised his head. I've run out of energy and can't maintain my transformation anymore. The next second, the boy on the ground started emitting a white mist, as if the transformation jutsu from the Naruto world had been undone. Price's expression shifted drastically. When he looked again, where was Joker? All that remained was a weak, panting black fox. Big Sister Green. Silver tugged on Green's sleeve and pointed at Zorua. Green, who had been determined to ignore everything and focus on escaping, finally noticed what was happening in the distance. She was stunned. What's going on? Behind his mask, Price's eyes widened as well. Seconds later, Price remembered something. His old friend, Professor Oak, had mentioned in a recent Pokémon lecture that a new species of Dark-type Pokémon had been discovered in the Unova region. It could transform into other Pokémon or even humans, much like Ditto. And Joker had recently been active in Unova. In less than half a minute, Price pieced together about 70–80% of what had happened. You're Joker's Pokémon, where is Joker himself? Price's voice was icy and sharp, his tone teetering on rage. A trainer who had broken through the champion level years ago and prided himself on being invincible had just been played for a fool. Zorua stubbornly turned its little face away, and a lowly-like voice echoed in Price's mind. I'd rather die than tell you. Price froze again. Telepathy. Interesting, no wonder Joker would capture it. Price squinted his eyes and suddenly smiled. Heh, it's much easier when you can talk. Hi. Hearing this, Zorua turned its face toward him, a sense of foreboding welling up inside. Just as Zorua turned its head, Price threw out another piquet ball. From it emerged a Ghastly. Although not an ice type, this Ghastly was also one of Price's Pokémon. When acting under the guise of the Masked Man, Price rarely used his ice-type Pokémon unless necessary, and he would never deploy his strongest team members. This caution was to avoid anyone suspecting that the ice-type specialist Price might also be the Masked Man. For everyday operations, Price primarily used Pokémon like Ghastly, Ariados, and Golbat, creatures he had casually captured by the roadside, ones that were common and unremarkable. However, even these seemingly weak Pokémon, when wielded by someone of Price's caliber, whether as a master-level or even champion-level trainer, could unleash power far beyond that of any elite trainer. In the recent battle in Ilex Forest, however, Price had been forced to deploy his strongest Pokémon, including Delibird and even Ho-Oh, due to the number of powerful opponents present. This was a necessary move, as Joker was a prospect Price had long sought to recruit. Price felt that if he could just get his hands on Joker, his current group of underlings would become entirely disposable. Ghastly use hypnosis, Price commanded. Under Ghastly's hypnosis, Zorua's eyes gradually became dazed, like a puppet that had lost its soul. "Tell me, why did Joker have you impersonate him?" Price asked directly. Based on his observations, there was no way Joker would have pulled such a trick after Price had joined the fray. It would not have escaped his notice. That left only one possibility. From the very start of the battle, the Joker who had appeared was, in fact, this Zorua in disguise. But why? Why go to the trouble of creating a stand-in under those circumstances? Was he trying to hide something? Because Master. Under hypnosis, Zorua began telepathically revealing everything it knew to Price. When he learned the truth, Price's eyes behind the mask widened in disbelief. What an earth-shattering revelation. The rising star of Team Rocket, Joker, who had turned half the Pokémon League upside down, and Steven, the genius Pokémon researcher celebrated by the League for inventing the TM, were the same person. Price froze for a long moment before gradually calming down. Then, he couldn't help but laugh, louder and louder. In the distant base, the children, Green, Silver, and the others, exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if the old man had lost his mind. After laughing heartily, Price finally calmed down again. He was ecstatic, truly ecstatic. When he had first arrived in Ilex Forest and seen both Joker and Steven, he had agonized over which of the two young geniuses to capture. After some thought, he ultimately chose Joker, reasoning that Steven was a researcher highly valued by the League. Kidnapping him would surely provoke the full wrath of the Pokémon League, a colossal entity. Joker, on the other hand, though a top priority fugitive, was ultimately just a Team Rocket executive. Capturing him would at most draw the ire of Team Rocket. Price understood well the difference between angering the League and angering Team Rocket. Besides, he had already kidnapped the son of Team Rocket's leader. Why should he fear a mere executive? But now, knowing that these two geniuses were one and the same, all his earlier concerns vanished. He could even use this secret to blackmail Steven into working for him. The thought delighted Price further. "Steven, you wouldn't want the League to find out your true identity, would you?" Meanwhile, on the other side, after arranging for Lance, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture by Masked Man to be taken care of, Lorelei hurried back to the Pokémon League headquarters on the Indigo Plateau to report the entire chain of events to Chairman Goodshow. This is unbelievable. After reading Lorelei's report, Goodshow, who had been daydreaming about the possibility of pairing Steven with Lorelei and bringing him into the League, was completely stunned. It turned out that Kodai, the man who had built his empire, possessed the ability to foresee the future, a power derived from Celebi. According to the testimony of Kodai's top lackey, Goon, the Crown City tragedy in Sinnoh 10 years ago was Kodai's doing. Back then, he had discovered a time ripple left by Celebi and absorbed its power. This interference with the balance of time and space had devastated Crown City, leaving it barren and nearly destroyed. Even after more than a decade, the city was still in the process of rebuilding. Goodshow could never have imagined that such a tragedy had been caused by something like this. He deserved to die, Lorelei said angrily. According to Goon's testimony, Kodai had come to Johto from Unova this time, also in search of time ripples. If he had succeeded, Ilex Forest, and possibly even the neighboring Azalea town, would have faced utter destruction. Kodai truly deserved death, no question about it. For once, the usually soft-hearted Goodshow did not argue. He simply nodded. Joker was abducted by a masked man, and this masked man is incredibly strong, Goodshow asked, seizing on another key detail. Strong, unbelievably strong, Lorelei replied, her tone shifting from anger to intense caution. Even as the ICE Elite Four member, she couldn't help but shiver at the memory of that encounter. Goodshow massaged his temples, trying to ease the growing headache. After a long pause, he made his decision. I'll contact the media to expose the truth about Kodai. The credit will go to you and Lance. As for the masked man, let's keep his existence under wraps for now. A super powerful individual, stronger than a champion, who could abduct Joker and defeat Lance in an instant, had suddenly appeared on the scene. And this person did not seem to be on the side of justice. Revealing this information to the public, Goodshow felt, would only lead to chaos. It was better to keep it a secret for now. All right, Lorelei agreed. She didn't mind the credit being attributed to her and Lance. She wasn't someone who sought fame, and at the moment, there was no better solution. 2 days later, the Goldenrod TV station in the Johto region aired the following news. Today, our channel will bring viewers a report uncovering the truth behind the Crown City tragedy that occurred 10 years ago. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Mr. Lance and Ms. Lorelei from the Indigo League Elite Four, we have finally identified the mastermind behind that tragic event. It turns out to be none other than Grings Kodai, the renowned entrepreneur and chairman of Kodai Network in the Unova region. Goldenrod TV, the most watched channel in the Johto region, heavily covered news related to Kodai. However, key details such as the involvement of the shiny Celebi, the time Ripple, the Ice Mask Man, Joker's capture, and Lance being defeated in an instant were conspicuously absent from their reports. Instead, the news exaggeratedly praised Lance and Lorelei for their contributions. How hypocritical. Their so-called Dragon Master was completely defeated, scoffed Karen as she watched the news in the beachside cabin in Cyanwood City. Out of all the noteworthy events at the Ilex Forest battle, they chose to report on nothing but the insignificant news about Kodai. Stephen chuckled and said, "That's normal. Reporting the other stuff would cause too much trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Stephen picked up a palm-sized piece of white paper from his workbench. "It's done." "What is it?" Karen asked curiously as she leaned closer. The next second, Karen noticed that the piece of paper Stephen placed on the table began to move northeast on its own, even though there was no wind and no one was touching it. "This is called a Vivra card. It's a paper that represents the life force of its owner," Stephen explained as he wrote the name Zorua on the paper. "With this, we can pinpoint Zorua's location." Karen didn't fully understand the Vivra card's purpose, but nodded as if she did. Suddenly, a question popped into her mind. "Then, Stephen, how are we going to rescue Zorua?" "Steal it." Considering that they had no chance of winning a head-on fight against the masked man, Karen figured stealing it might be their only option. Stephen shook his head and asked her in return, "Why do we wear masks during our operations?" Karen froze for a moment, unsure why Stephen was asking such a question now. After thinking for a second, she answered, "Because we don't want to reveal our true identities." Huh. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized something. "You're saying that guy's true identity isn't something he can reveal either." People like Alina of Team Shadow, Apollo, and Athena of Team Rocket were already wanted criminals by the League, so they didn't even bother to hide their faces. But someone like Giovanni, who didn't want to expose himself, had to find ways to cover his face during operations. In other words, the masked man also had a reason, like Giovanni, for not wanting his identity to be known. Stephen smiled and nodded. "If we can uncover his identity, we can use that to turn the tables and threaten him." "Price, you wouldn't want the League to find out who you are, would you?" Just then Will called. "Stephen, I don't think Price is the masked man. Stephen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" Will explained, "I asked around with the townsfolk in Mahogany Town. Price has been staying at the Mahogany Gym all week and hasn't gone out at all. Many locals even saw his jinx pushing him in his wheelchair to the market to buy groceries." "Will, your eyes can deceive you," Stephen reminded him. "Using a body double, that's a trivial matter. Didn't I use the same trick back in the Ilex forest?" Stephen then asked, "Price is in Mahogany Town now, right?" "Yeah, I'm watching him right now." Sitting on a public bench, Will discreetly observed Price in the distance, being pushed in a wheelchair by his jinx as they returned to the Mahogany Gym. "Keep an eye on him," Stephen emphasized. Chapter 121. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 121. A few hours later. "Shall we leave now, Stephen?" The Vivre card locking onto Zorua's location was ready, and the rescue plan had already been fully deployed. Karen felt it was now time to take action. "Emma." Stephen nodded. To be honest, when facing a strong opponent of Price's caliber, under normal circumstances, Stephen would want to make the plan more detailed and meticulous. But considering Zorua was still in Price's hands, even though the Vivre card showed it wasn't in any immediate danger, Stephen was still deeply worried. "I'll contact Will then." Karen was about to make a call to notify Will, who was monitoring Price from Mahogany Town. Suddenly, Stephen felt a strange sensation from his waist. Looking down, he saw the Pokémon egg inside the red and white Poké ball vibrating slightly. It was the Altaria egg Stephen had obtained from Bish's. And now, of all times, Stephen immediately released the Pokémon egg, holding it as he rushed into the medical room. Various medical devices were quickly arranged. Beware, without hesitation, jumped out of its Poké ball at once. The anxiety on its face was no less than that of Stephen's. Beware tilde, beware tilde. Beware grabbed a doctor's coat hanging outside the medical room, putting one on itself and another on Stephen. It even handed him a mask. Karen wanted to enter the medical room to take a look, but was blocked by Beware. Its serious gaze behind the mask seemed to say, "No unauthorized personnel allowed." At that moment, Beware looked every bit like a doctor. But honestly, it wasn't far from the truth. Ever since Stephen had captured it, Beware had been learning medical knowledge diligently to take care of the unborn Swablu. Not only had it mastered the use of various medical instruments, but it had even learned how to prepare medicinal solutions for Pokémon treatments. Both Karen and Will were left dumbfounded. They had thought it was a warrior, but turns out it was a scholar. Stephen, on the other hand, was calm. After all, in the anime, Tapu Bulu almost seemed capable of building a Gundam. So what if Beware was a doctor now? Crack, crack. The Pokémon egg on the medical table started to crack on its own. It was about to hatch. Beware. Beware watched the spreading cracks on the egg with an excited expression. Finally, the moment it had been waiting for had arrived. "Come to Mama, little one." However, the cracks spreading from the top of the egg stopped halfway down the shell and went no further. Beware. The anticipation in Beware's eyes turned into panic. "Beware, quick, get the electrocardiogram and the monitoring device." Stephen shouted. "Beware." Beware snapped back to its senses, moving swiftly but methodically. It activated the electrocardiogram and handed the medical sensor to Stephen. Stephen placed the sensor against the eggshell. The screen quickly displayed the heartbeat of the Swablu inside the egg. Damn it, does this little one not even have the strength to break the shell on its own? Stephen gritted his teeth. 99% of Pokémon hatched by breaking the shell from within. But this Swablu was so weak, it couldn't even muster the strength to do that. Beware, get the CPR machine and the infusion pump. As Stephen gave the order, his expression darkened. Given Swablu's current state, even if it managed to hatch, its future would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. After waiting outside the operating room for more than half an hour, Karen finally saw the indicator light above the door switch from red to green. It was over. The door opened, and as Stephen stepped out, Karen hurried forward to ask, "Stephen, how is it?" Stephen stepped aside, revealing Beware emerging from the room. In its large hands, it carefully cradled a tiny, fragile bird-like Pokémon that looked as delicate as glass. Swablu. This Pokémon. Even someone as medically inexperienced as Karen could tell at a glance that something was wrong. This Swablu was too small and scrawny. Although Pokémon are naturally small when they are just born, this Swablu was unusually miniature, barely the size of a palm. Beware. Beware hunched over, pressing its cheek gently against Swablu as if to say, "Don't worry, we'll protect you. We'll make sure she grows up healthy. No matter what," Stephen said, gently stroking Swablu's soft feathers. Karen followed suit, touching Swablu's other wing. At that moment, the Swablu finally opened its eyes, seeing the world for the first time. Unlike its mother, who had experienced hell before her death, this tiny Swablu's first experience of the world was one of pure love. A few days later, in Mahogany Gym, a chilling frost filled the air, creating an icy storm that sent shivers down the spine. The cold wind whipped around, causing the long hair of the blue-clad girl standing in the command area to fly wildly. The girl instinctively raised her hand to shield her face. When the storm subsided, she looked ahead once more. Her Kingdra was now frozen inside a small ice mountain. "Too bad you were so close, Claire." Price, sitting in his wheelchair on the other side of the command area, smiled kindly at Claire. In front of Price stood a dugong. "It seems I'm still far from ready to take over my father's position." Recalling her Kingdra, Claire expressed her admiration. Blackthorn City wasn't far from Mahogany Town, so Claire, the future gym leader of Blackthorn Gym, occasionally came to Mahogany Town to seek advice from Price. "My victory this time was only due to the type advantage. This old man has nothing more to teach you. You can seek guidance from stronger gym leaders," Price said with a kindly smile, waving her off. He was currently thinking about how to confront Stephen without revealing his true identity. He didn't have time to play house with Claire. Claire's talent wasn't bad either. Price had considered whether to bring her under his wing and train her as a subordinate. But after thinking it over, he decided to give up. After all, Claire's background was too powerful. If anything happened to her, he would have to face the entire Dragon Clan's pursuit. Because of this, Price's targets were usually people like Green, exceptionally talented, but coming from humble civilian backgrounds. As for Silver, he had some background too, but Giovanni didn't dare admit publicly that he had a son. Giovanni could only swallow his grievances in silence. After exchanging a few more words, Claire turned and left. Price, who had just recalled his dugong, stroked the little piglet in his arms with one hand while rubbing his temples with the other, still pondering how to get Stephen on his side. A kid as sharp and mature as Stephen, at just 12 or 13, wasn't easy to fool, especially a genius like him. If that's the case, would he have to use his real face and Zorua to threaten the boy? But doing so would surely provoke Stephen's rebellion and desire for revenge. The risk was high. However, it seemed like there was no other option. For the sake of his Lapras, Price had long since embarked on a path of no return. "No choice, I'll head to Alola tomorrow." Price ultimately decides to go to Alola tomorrow in his masked man persona, using Zorua and Stephen's hidden identity as Joker to threaten him. "Sorry for the intrusion." At that moment, the doors of the Mahogany Gym opened again. Hearing the voice, Price's head jerked up. Walking through the door, wasn't it Stephen? To be honest, there weren't many things in this world that could surprise Price, who was the only Pokémon master-level trainer alive today. But Stephen had managed to accomplish just that. The pupils of Price, seated in his wheelchair, widened. "Goodness gracious, I wasn't even planning to look for you and you came to me first." "Wait." The next second, Price realized something wasn't right. Had his identity been exposed? Recalling the battle in the Ilex forest, Price didn't think he had left any loose ends. If there was anything questionable, it was probably the use of his Ice-type ace, Deliberate. After all, he was the only Ice-type gym leader in the Johto region. It should just be at the suspicion stage. Price thought to himself, then quickly put on a kind, elderly smile reminiscent of Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Young man, are you here to challenge the gym? Leading the group of 3, Stephen nodded. Yes, I heard that old man Price, nicknamed the teacher of winter's harshness, is the strongest gym leader in Johto, so I couldn't resist coming to challenge you. Hee, I don't deserve the title of strongest. Gym leader Altair of Olivine Gym is stronger than me. Price feigned humility while inwardly thinking. At the moment, he should only be suspicious of me. This kid wants to use a battle to make me slip up, doesn't he? Fine, I'll humor him for now. In just a few seconds, Price devised a strategy in his mind. He'd put on a show to dispel Stephen's doubts about him, then use his Delibird to secretly track Stephen. Once the boy left Mahogany Town for another location or returned to Alola, Price would approach him as the masked man and use Zorua and the Joker's identity to threaten him into doing his bidding. With the perfect plan in mind, Price spoke again. Well then, the battle rules are 2-on-2. Once one side's Pokémon loses all fighting ability, it's a loss. Any objections? None. Stephen responded humbly. Go Dugong. Price raised his palm, and a Dugong leaped out of its piquet ball on its own. It was the same Dugong that had just battled Claire's Kingdra. However, the Dugong now looked nothing like it had earlier, no longer panting or looking exhausted from its narrow victory against Kingdra. If Claire were still here, she would have been completely dumbfounded. Go Beware. Stephen tossed out his piquet ball. As soon as Beware landed, the ice covering the ground cracked under its weight. Price raised his head slightly. This Beware had an intimidating aura. But that didn't matter. After all, he intended to throw this match. Losing was fine as long as he didn't make it too obvious. The challenger will have the first move. Price gestured with his hand. Then I won't hold back. Stephen raised his right hand and pointed at Dugong with his index finger. Mega Punch. Beware raised its right fist, which began to glow a brilliant white. In the next moment, it lunged forward, charging at Dugong like a heavily armored tank. Seeing the bear charging toward it, Dugong couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. This bear was in a completely different league, compared to that weak little Kingdra from earlier. Surf. As Beware closed the distance to less than 2 meters, Price finally gave his command. Dugong's pupils contracted as waves surged beneath it. The waves lifted Dugong 6 or 7 meters into the air, allowing it to dodge Beware's punch. Aurora Beam. Price issued a second command. From its high vantage point, Dugong opened its mouth and unleashed a rainbow-colored beam of icy light directly at Beware below. Incredible. Karen feigned amazement. Biwa. Beware's left arm ignited in flames as it raised it to block the incoming Aurora Beam. It was using Fire Punch. To think he'd use such a method to counter Aurora Beam. Price was momentarily stunned. Not only does Stephen have a brilliant scientific mind, but he's also exceptional in combat. But that's to be expected. You're the Joker who repeatedly handed Lance defeat, after all. Mega Punch. Following Stephen's command, Beware, still using Fire Punch to block the Aurora Beam with its left hand, spun on the spot. Its right fist, glowing with a brilliant white light, struck the waves beneath Dugong. Boom! The towering 6 to 7 meter wave erupted with a massive hole. The wall behind Price even bore a massive fist imprint. This scene was eerily reminiscent of a classic moment from the movie Kung Fu Hustle. Price was silently taken aback. Strong, where did you tame such a ferocious Beware? On the battlefield, the Dugong, having lost its footing, plummeted from the sky. Price spoke, Dugong use Ice Beam. Given the strength Stephen had just displayed, Price thought to himself that if he were to fight another couple of rounds, he could just lose. After all, the persona he had built for the league was that of a mere elite gym leader, which meant he was only as strong as what many referred to as quasi-elite 4 level. But to avoid making it look too much like he was throwing the match, he decided to symbolically struggle a little. The falling Dugong gathered silvery white icy energy at the sharp horn on its head, preparing to fire the iconic Ice Beam move of the Ice type. Swablu, make your move, Stephen shouted. Hi. Although Price had already been shocked several times by Stephen today, Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but doubt if his age was catching up to him and his ears were playing tricks. What did that kid just say? Swablu. Wasn't he using beware? The next second, Price suddenly felt something hit his side. What was that? Price's expression changed dramatically, and the swinub in his arms immediately sensed something was off. It turned its head to the left, opening its mouth to release a blizzard. However, the trio on the opposite side acted. Maria Rose Sina. Houndoom Incineroar. Zatu. The three called out 6 Pokémon in total, and ordered them to use the same move. Heat Wave. Heat Wave, already a high-power fire-type move, was now simultaneously unleashed by the 6 Pokémon of the trio. It was as if the space within the Mahogany Gym was dyed a fiery red. Even the surrounding walls and ceiling began melting under the terrifying high temperature, only to crystallize in the next second. Price's eyes reflected a world that had turned entirely crimson. As for the swinub, which had just turned its head to the left, it felt the unbearable heat. To protect its trainer, it immediately turned its head back and unleashed a blizzard head-on. From its tiny mouth, which seemed no bigger than a ping-pong ball, emerged a stream of wind and snow. However, the instant these snowflakes left its mouth, they expanded to the size of fists. The raging blizzard, carrying an aura that could freeze all things in existence, clashed fiercely with the 6-pronged heat wave. Is that a swinub? Well, behind Zatu was dumbfounded. It was holding its own against the combined attack of their 3 trainers and 6 Pokémon, all while being at a disadvantage in terms of type. Damn, could that swinub be Kyurem in disguise? While his swinub was locked in battle against Steven's trio, Price keenly noticed something. The beware that had been at the center of the battlefield was now holding something in its hands and was retreating rapidly behind Steven. Boom! Finally, the Mahogany Gym, unable to withstand the clash of ice and fire, began to collapse. The ceiling cracked and fell. Seeing this, the swinub immediately used Ice Beam to create an ice wall to shield its trainer from the falling debris. Meanwhile, Steven and his group seized the opportunity to escape through the back door. Booms, booms, boom. The Mahogany Gym completely collapsed. Huff, 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 damn, he's a masked man. Will, who had just escaped from the gym and was being supported by Steven, panted heavily. That swinub's blizzard was terrifying. Judging by its power, it felt like Price hadn't even gone all out in the previous battle at Ilex Forest. Did we succeed? Karen wasn't in great shape either, but she couldn't care less about her condition right now. She turned to the beware and asked, Geely Tilda. A voice that didn't belong to a beware came from within its arms. The next second, a small Pokémon gradually revealed itself from the beware's embrace. It was none other than the small Swablu that had just hatched 2 days ago. On its body, it wore a black cloak, the same type of stealth battle suit that Steven and his team were wearing. Geely Tilda. The tiny Swablu, no bigger than an adult's palm, happily flew to Steven's shoulder while holding a shrunken piquet ball in its beak. It handed the ball over to Steven. Well done, Swablu, you just defeated the strongest trainer of this era. Steven gave Swablu a thumbs up. Steven, I don't quite understand. Even with the stealth suit, shouldn't Price's swinub, which surpasses champion-level strength, have sensed an enemy sneaking up on its trainer? Will raised a question. First of all, swinub isn't a Pokémon known for its sensory abilities. Secondly, Swablu is very weak, so weak that its presence is practically negligible. Compared to Pokémon like highly perceptive canine species or psychic types, Ice-Ground-type swinub inherently lacked strong sensory abilities, even at a master level. Of course, Price's swinub had grown to the point where it could sense danger. If Beware or Umbreon had stealthily approached, the swinub would have noticed. But Swablu was different. It was weak, so weak that its aura was practically zero. With swinub already being poor at sensing, and its attention being focused on the ongoing battle, it was simply impossible for it to notice Swablu's approach. The weakest Pokémon had taken down the strongest opponent. Steven's Swablu could truly be said to have reached its peak upon hatching. Steven then looked down at the Pokémon inside the Piquet ball, Lapras. Yes, this was the Lapras, named La Glace, that Price cherished most. It was the one he had planned to send back to the past to reunite with its parents. Everything Price had done was for the sake of this Lapras. Chapter 122. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 122. On the way to Mahogany Town earlier, Stephen had been considering the situation. Using only Price's secret as a masked man as leverage didn't seem threatening enough. After all, Price had two cards in his hand, Zorua and Stephen's own identity. With only one card to play, Stephen was clearly at a disadvantage. Fine then, since you've captured my partner, I'll capture yours. That should even be the playing field, right? Besides, even if Stephen exposed Price's true identity, it didn't seem like it would pose much of a threat to him. Price could simply keep chasing Celebi while dodging the League's pursuit. After all, it didn't feel like the League had anyone capable of stopping him. Peak Lance plus Peak Leon might have stood a chance, but as things stand now, not happening. Even if Price's identity were revealed, the worst that would happen was a slight reduction in his operational efficiency. The League might not even issue a warrant for him. Wasn't it clear from the original story? After all the havoc Price caused, the League still shamelessly let him become the Mahogany Gym leader. Why? Because his strength was undeniable, and the League didn't want to push him to the other side. It just goes to show, power truly does grant privilege. Looking at the big three, Price, Giovanni, and Lance, both Price and Lance committed serious crimes. Yet in the end, the League turned a blind eye and let them return as a gym leader and champion, respectively. Giovanni, though, was truly hunted by the League relentlessly. That was because the misdeeds of Giovanni and his Team Rocket were too widespread. Even if the League wanted to recruit Giovanni and clean up his image, it wasn't feasible. After thinking it over, Stephen concluded that the most effective way to threaten Price was through La Glace, the Lapras. After all, Price's ultimate goal behind all his actions was to reunite it with its deceased parents, wasn't it? Boom! Across the way, a frigid beam blasted through the ruins of the collapsed Mahogany Gym. Like an ice age summoned by Aokiji, the cold beam carved a path across the ground. Price emerged slowly from the icy mist, sitting in a wheelchair and cradling a small Swinub that suspiciously resembled a HAREM in disguise. He could no longer maintain the facade of a kindly old grandfather. His expression had shifted from Hiruzen Sarutobi to Danzo Shimura, and he glared at Stephen with gritted teeth. Give La Glace back to me. That's not going to happen. Stephen tossed the piquet ball, containing Lapras, to Beware. The large bear grasped the shrunken piquet ball in its massive paws, its grip so tight it seemed it could crush both the ball and the Lapras inside at any moment. Price's face turned ashen, resembling that of a Namekian, as he suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. You're here for Zorua, aren't you? She's locked in the gym's basement. Let me take you there. As a Master Tier trainer, Price had a good guess as to what trick Stephen had used, but those details didn't matter. The priority was retrieving La Glace. You think I'm an idiot, old man? Stephen smirked. Who in their right mind would walk alone into enemy territory? Price's right hand gripped the handle of his wheelchair, the veins on his bony hand bulging. Then, what do you want? 3 days from now, at Viridian Gym in Kanto, we'll make the trade there. Stephen raised his right hand, holding up 3 fingers. Karen and Will exchanged glances, realizing the reasoning behind Stephen's choice of location. Even if the entirety of Team Rocket showed up, I wouldn't bat an eye, Price scoffed. He had already guessed Stephen's plan. Choosing Viridian Gym, Giovanni's territory, as the meeting place meant Stephen intended to use Team Rocket's forces to ambush him. Swinub delivered Ho-Oh. With these 3 legendary Pokémon in his possession, Price felt that even the entire Indigo League would pose a challenge, but not Team Rocket. Viridian Gym is in the heart of Viridian City. If you want to fight there, old man, you'd better consider the consequences, Stephen reminded him. Viridian City was one of the most prominent cities in the Kanto region, and the gym was located right in the city center. Any disturbance there would draw Officer Jenny and her police force in less than 5 minutes. Stephen had no intention of fighting Price head-on. He simply wanted Price to think twice before acting. Using Laglace's leverage, Price was undoubtedly furious. If he had say in blood, he'd probably have transformed by now. Stephen couldn't guarantee that after the Pokémon exchange, Price wouldn't retaliate by having Swinub unleash a blizzard on him. To prevent such a scenario, Stephen felt it was necessary to set the trading location on his own turf. "Overly cautious brat," Price muttered, shooting Stephen a cold glare. "Not at all. When dealing with someone as powerful and mentally unstable as you, old man, it's only prudent to have a backup plan," Stephen replied with a grin. "Hey, what's going on here?" At that moment, a girl's shout came from the direction of the town. It was Claire. Although Mahogany Gym was located on the outskirts of the town, the commotion had naturally drawn the attention of the townsfolk. "Well then, old man, see you in 3 days." After waving goodbye to Price, Stephen quickly took Karen and Will along a side path to leave. Price said nothing, his face dark as a storm cloud. A dignified master-tier trainer, outsmarted by a kid's schemes. While the loss of Laglace infuriated him, Price wasn't too worried. He believed that with Stephen's intelligence, he wouldn't harm Laglace. Otherwise, he'd face Price's endless pursuit. The real problem was that without Zorua and the threat of exposing Price's secret, he had no leverage to manipulate Stephen. As Price lowered his head in thought, Claire and other townsfolk arrived. Seeing the wreckage of Mahogany Gym, Claire was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. What, old man, what happened here?" Claire was completely dumbfounded. She'd only been gone an hour. How had the gym ended up like this? Price raised his head, activating his Oscar-winning actor mode. His demeanor reverted to that of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and with a pained expression, he pounded his chest and lamented. "It was Shadow. Claire, after you left, Shadow attacked the gym. Sigh, I'm truly old now. I could only watch as they destroyed the gym like this." Since Stephen was affiliated with Team Rocket and would be meeting them later, Price decided to pin the blame on the Johto-based criminal organization, Shadow. Damn Shadow, attacking a league gym in broad daylight. Claire stamped her foot in anger before reassuring Price. "Don't worry, old man. I'll notify Mr. Goodshow immediately and make sure they pay for this." Price nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Sai. With the gym gone, I have nothing to do lately. Could you also ask Chairman Goodshow for a leave of absence on my behalf? I think I'll take some time to travel while the gym is being rebuilt. Stephen, after the deal is done, that old man Price won't come after us, will he?" After leaving Mahogany Town, recalling the strength displayed by Price's Swinub earlier, Will couldn't help but shiver. "Look at you, such a coward." Karen scoffed disdainfully. "Aren't you scared?" Will retorted. This time, Karen surprisingly didn't snap back. Indeed, Price's strength was terrifying. Right now, the three of them still had Laglace, so Price wouldn't dare act rashly. But after they returned it in 3 days, "We probably don't need to worry that much." Stephen, who was walking at the front, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the other two turned to look at him in unison. Stephen glanced sideways at them. Think about it. Back in the Ilex forest, why was he trying to capture Joker? Will shrugged. "How would I know? I'm not a worm living in that guy's stomach." After a moment of thought, Karen speculated. Maybe he has some problem that requires Joker's help. It probably isn't something that sheer force alone can solve. After all, with his strength, anything that can be resolved with brute force wouldn't be an issue for him. So, in that case, Karen suddenly grasped the key point. "Exactly. What he wants is my intellect and skills. It's similar to Uncle Giovanni's situation. Back then, Giovanni had invested in Stephen because he valued his intellect. Now, Price seemed to have the same idea. However, compared to Giovanni's gentle approach of persuading Stephen with reason and emotion, Price's methods were much more heavy-handed. Persuasion, forget it. That guy just outright kidnapped him. But regardless, as long as Price hadn't solved his problem yet, he wouldn't easily make a move against Stephen. After all, he still needed Stephen's help. "Stephen, are you going to help that Price? I don't like him, he's such a schemer." Will muttered under his breath. Stephen wasn't someone who enjoyed being threatened either. Price's forceful recruitment tactics left a bad taste in his mouth. but if he refused, it was likely he'd have to deal with Price's relentless harassment. This left Stephen irritated, as he hadn't yet figured out a foolproof way to deal with Price. One step at a time, let's head back to Cyanwood City first. Stephen finally decided. He planned to destroy all the experimental materials left in Cyanwood City, leaving no evidence behind. Then, they would head to Viridian City to carry out the deal with Price. After that, they could decide whether to return to Alola or go somewhere else. That night, the three of them returned to Cyanwood City from Mahogany Town. As they were about to head back to their seaside cabin, Will suddenly pointed to the right. "Hey, what's going on over there?" Stephen and Karen turned to look. They saw that the western road, leading out of Cyanwood City, had been blocked off by barricades. A traffic officer was standing at the entrance, waving a signal light and shouting, "The western exit is temporarily closed. Please take the eastern road to leave the city." "The road's closed, what's going on?" Will asked curiously. Karen thought for a moment before replying, "Cyanwood City is already the westernmost city in the Johto region. Beyond this point, there's only the Safari Zone." The Safari Zone was home to a large number of wild Pokémon, but was managed and operated by humans. Trainers could pay a fee to receive a limited number of Safari Balls from the operators, and were allowed to capture Pokémon in the area within a set time limit. However, battles were often prohibited in the Safari Zone, and trainers could only use bait or other gentle methods to capture Pokémon. Could it be that they found some rare Pokémon? Will rubbed his hands together excitedly. There were often rumors of rare Pokémon being discovered in Safari Zones across different regions. For example, the Safari Zone in Kanto was once rumored to have Dratini. Now that the League had blocked the road leading to the Safari Zone, could it mean they had found something even rarer than Dratini? Could they be preventing trainers from capturing it by sealing off the road? Could it be a Tyranitar? Will guessed. Probably not. Stephen shook his head, though he also had no idea why the League had closed the road. If it was because of a rare Pokémon and they were blocking the road to prevent trainers from catching it, doing all this for a Pokémon like Tyranitar seemed like overkill. While pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Tyranitar were rare, they weren't valuable enough for the League to go to such lengths. "I love digging into secrets like this." Will excitedly pulled out his combat suit wristband. "I'm going to check it out. What about you two, coming along?" Karen was just about to say she wasn't interested and would rather head back with Stephen, but Stephen spoke first. "Karen, you should go too. If it is a rare Pokémon, it'd be perfect for you to catch it." They had gone to Unova before to help Karen capture a Zorua to bolster her team. But plans couldn't keep up with changes, and Zorua ended up being captured by Stephen instead. As a result, Karen's main team still only had 3 members. If the League had indeed closed the road because of a rare Pokémon, it'd be best for Karen to catch it. What if it was a legendary Pokémon? Although Johto didn't seem to have any Dark-type legendaries, it wasn't impossible that one from another region had wandered over. After all, just like how Celebi was considered Johto's legendary Pokémon, but like to roam, legendary Pokémon often didn't stay in one place. "All right." Karen nodded in agreement. "All set, then let's." Will was about to remind Karen to get moving, but she interrupted him halfway through. "Stephen, let's go. Will, I'll leave the task of destroying the materials to you." "Huh?" Will was momentarily stunned. "Huh, what? Even though you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, you can handle something this simple, right?" Karen said impatiently. With that, she put on her wristband and activated her stealth mode, her voice the only thing left for the two to hear. "Stephen, let's go." Stephen patted Will on the shoulder. "I'll leave it to you." Watching the two vanish one after another, Will muttered under his breath, "Damn couple." Then, he reluctantly turned around and headed back to their old base. Relying on the capabilities of their stealth suits, Stephen and Karen easily avoided the traffic police's checkpoint at the city gates. However, the farther they traveled, the more they realized something unusual was happening. There were too many people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the situation as having checkpoints every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. What exactly had happened to warrant such an overwhelming show of force from the League? Steven to the right. Suddenly, while still in stealth mode, Karen tugged on Steven's sleeve, signaling him to look to the right. Steven turned his gaze in that direction. He saw a man, probably in his late 20s, but certainly no older than 30, standing with his arms crossed and a serious expression as he patrolled the area. The man spoke to the other security guards around him. "Make sure no one leaves the city, understood?" A security guard responded, "Don't worry, Mr. Norman, even a fly won't get through." The man, addressed as Norman, nodded and then pointed toward the sky. Above them, numerous security guards were patrolling the night sky on flying Pokémon, such as Pidgeot and Crobat. Norman shouted, "Aerial units, stay alert. If you see any trainers approaching on flying Pokémon, stop them immediately." Understood. The aerial patrol members responded in unison. "I just remembered who that is," Karen whispered. "Norman, the champion of the previous Silver Conference. But even though he's from Johto, rumor has it that he was recruited by the Hone League to become a gym leader there. Why is he back here now? It seems his role in this operation is security. Be careful, let's keep moving." The two quietly tiptoed past Norman, careful not to attract any attention. Fortunately, they succeeded. But just as they got past Norman, they immediately encountered something even more astonishing. A large group of armed trainers wearing uniforms emblazoned with the Devon Corporation logo had surrounded a tall tower on Route 47. "This is the embedded tower," Karen said, frowning. "No one knows what this tower is for. It's said to have existed for a very long time, but since nothing special was ever discovered about it, it was eventually abandoned. Operation Rayquaza Capture begin." Before Karen could finish her sentence, a commanding voice from the entrance of the embedded tower rang out. "Yes, Mr. Stone." Nearly 100 elite trainers surrounding the embedded tower responded in unison. Hearing the name Mr. Stone, Karen's face instantly changed. Could it be that Joseph Stone, the wealthiest man in the Hone region and the president of the Devon Corporation? Before Karen could get closer to see, the fully armed League trainers had already taken action. The first row of trainers threw their Piquet balls, summoning Slowbro, Swampert, Politoed, and other water-type Pokémon. Surf! Dozens of water-type Pokémon unleashed an enormous tidal wave, drowning the embedded tower in a combined super surf attack. Roar! A furious dragon's roar echoed through the air. A green, enraged dragon burst out from one side of the embedded tower, roaring furiously at the humans below while withstanding the tidal wave. Rayquaza. At this moment, Karen finally understood why the League had gone to such lengths to seal off the area and prohibit outsiders. The legendary Rayquaza indeed warranted such a massive operation. Second unit. Mr. Stone, who was commanding the operation, shouted. Dozens more trainers stepped forward, releasing Raichu, Ampharos, Manktrick, and other electric-type Pokémon. Thunder Wave. Thunderbolt. Discharge. A barrage of electric-type moves rained down. The moisture still clinging to Rayquaza's body conducted the electricity, instantly paralyzing the legendary Pokémon. I see. First, they doused Rayquaza with water to create a conductive layer. Then, they used electricity to paralyze it. A clever strategy, Steven analyzed quietly from the sidelines. Roar! Rayquaza, its body crackling with electricity and paralyzed, roared in fury. A destructive surge of dragon energy erupted from its body as it unleashed a violet-blue dragon pulse. The attack struck down over a dozen water and electric-type Pokémon standing at the forefront, rendering them unable to battle. Mr. Stone, momentarily shaken by Rayquaza's overwhelming power, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. However, he quickly regained his composure and shouted. Third unit, move out. The final group of trainers stepped forward, releasing Weavile, Mamoswine, Frostless, and other ice-type Pokémon. Ice Beam. Blizzard. Icy Wind. A relentless barrage of ice-type moves assaulted Rayquaza, engulfing it in a chilling wave. In an instant, the ground and surrounding trees were coated in frost. Then, from the hole Rayquaza had burst through in the embedded tower, a figure appeared. Chapter 123, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 123. That is... Karen quickly noticed the silhouette of a person appearing at the entrance of the embedded tower. Squinting to get a closer look, Karen discovered that it was a girl about the same age as her. She was wearing a cloak similar in style to those from Lance, adorned with unique emblems. Her demeanor was strikingly heroic and carried a touch of androgyny. The next second, the girl leaped into the air and landed on the weakened Rayquaza, which had been surrounded and attacked by hundreds of elite trainers. Is she Rayquaza's trainer? Karen was shocked, and at the same time, a thought flashed through her mind. But she quickly sensed something was off. If Rayquaza truly had a trainer, wouldn't Devon Corporation's current actions be outright robbery? Rayquaza Mega Evolve. Before Karen could think further, the girl bent her knees slightly and touched a gemstone embedded in the anklet on her right foot with her left hand. Mega Evolution. Hearing this term, not only Karen but also the trainers below were stunned. In the next moment, the previously disadvantaged Rayquaza let out an earth-shaking roar, its dragon cry reverberating across the sky. The gemstone on the girl's anklet began to emit a radiant, multicolored holy light, resonating with the energy within Rayquaza. The two forces intertwined and merged into one. What is that? Karen was stunned. She had seen far too many unexpected things today. Steven, on the other hand, grabbed Karen's hand and pulled her farther away. He had already guessed what was happening. But precisely because of this, they needed to keep their distance. Not to mention the sheer risk of getting caught in a battle of this magnitude. If Devon Corporation discovered that they had witnessed the entire sequence of events, it would certainly spell endless trouble. Soon, amidst the dazzling multicolored light, everyone could see that the massive form of Rayquaza had expanded noticeably. Finally, the light of evolution dissipated, revealing Rayquaza's new form to everyone present. The elongated dragon body now bore even more pronounced features of an eastern dragon, with two golden ripples resembling whiskers hanging down from its cheeks. Its gaze was imposing as it looked down on its enemies from above. Magnificent, dominant. Legendary can evolve further. Karen muttered instinctively. But she quickly recalled the girl's earlier action of touching the gemstone. Could there be a connection between the two? However, before she could think further, Mr. Stone, who was commanding the trainers below, shouted out loudly. Continue. The numerous ice-type Pokémon below, although inwardly trembling with fear, had no choice but to obey their trainers. As Stephen had once said, Pokémon will give everything to their trainers. Frostless, Abomasno, Mamoswine. Numerous ice-type Pokémon opened their mouths, releasing beams of ice beam. The icy blasts converged in midair, forming an ultra-powerful ice beam that shot directly toward Mega Rayquaza. Roar! Mega Rayquaza, with its now larger and more elegant form, twisted its body like a spring. It spiraled around the massive ice beam while closing in on the trainers below. Then, flames ignited at the tip of Mega Rayquaza's tail. Dragon Tail. The dragon tail swept out in a wide arc. The ice-type Pokémon were sent flying like baseballs struck by a bat, soaring dozens of meters into the air. The sheer disparity in size and power made Stephen think of Madara's rampage against the allied Shinobi forces during the Shinobi World War. Attack! Under the orders of Mr. Stone, other electric-type Pokémon, such as Raichu and Ampharos, rushed forward. They clung tightly to Mega Rayquaza's neck, tail, and back, releasing electricity at close range. However, unaware of Mega Rayquaza's unique ability, they didn't realize that electric-type attacks were now utterly ineffective against the Sky Dragon. You really won't let us go, huh? Standing on Mega Rayquaza's head, the girl in the cloak gritted her teeth. Mega Rayquaza's claws glowed with a blue-purple dragon aura as it grabbed the electric-type Pokémon clinging to its body. It was enraged now. Without holding back, these Pokémon were no match for the overwhelming power of Mega Rayquaza. One after another, The Pokémon were slashed open by Dragon Claw, their wounds bleeding profusely. Some were even disemboweled. Although Pokémon were generally known for their resilience, especially in the kid-friendly versions of the anime, where injuries rarely resulted in bloodshed, there were limits to what they could endure. Now, they were facing Mega Rayquaza, a Pokémon ranked at the pinnacle of Tier 1 legends. "Rayquaza, calm down," the girl shouted anxiously. Seeing the Pokémon below being battered and bloodied by Mega Rayquaza, her face turned pale. After all, it was their trainers who gave the orders. The Pokémon themselves were innocent. Hearing its trainer's voice, Mega Rayquaza hesitated for a moment. And in that brief pause, Mr. Stone shouted, "Use flower." Flower? Hearing this command, Karen was utterly confused once again. What was flower? The trainers to the right of the embedded tower parted to reveal a large transport truck resembling Optimus Prime. At Mr. Stone's command, the truck's cargo bay opened, revealing a cannon-like weapon that looked like it had been pulled straight from the set of an Ultraman movie. With a grave expression, Mr. Stone explained, "This is a secret weapon developed by Devon Corporation through research on infinity energy. It can drain the life energy of its target. With this flower fire." A researcher in a lab coat, sitting in the truck's passenger seat, shouted as they pressed a red button on the dashboard. The cannon's barrel began to charge with multicolored light, identical to the glow emitted during Rayquaza's Mega Evolution earlier. "Rayquaza, dodge it quickly." The girl on Mega Rayquaza's back waved her hand and shouted. Mega Rayquaza narrowed its eyes. With its speed, this kind of attack was nothing to fear. However, just as it was about to evade, it suddenly froze in place. Looking down, it saw that the Pokémon it had knocked down earlier had desperately climbed back up, clinging to its tail with its last ounce of strength. These guys. Mega Rayquaza's pupils contracted sharply. Many of the Pokémon had injuries so severe that their bones were visible through their wounds, yet they still dared to stop it. For humanity, they were willing to go this far. Under normal circumstances, Rayquaza would have ignored such foolish creatures. It would have simply used another dragon tail to send them flying to their deaths. But seeing the determination in their expressions, the Sky Dragon hesitated in this critical moment. However, it was in that brief moment of hesitation. In an instant, a rainbow-colored laser cannon struck Mega Rayquaza directly. It wasn't an attack of devastating power, but the Mega Rayquaza hit by it seemed to have been drained of all its energy, visibly growing fatigued. Its body reverted from its mega form back to its normal state. "No, Rayquaza." The caped girl standing on Rayquaza's head turned pale, and in one breath, she threw all the Pokéballs from her belt. "Everyone, destroy that device." Noivern, Dragulge, Hydreigon, Kingdra, Altaria, and Flygon, the 6 dragon Pokémon charged together toward the cannon behind the large truck. "Stop them!" Mr. Stone shouted. Blizzard. The Ice-type team, originally the main attackers, immediately redirected their Ice-type Pokémon to surround and attack the Pokémon dragons sent out by the caped girl. But those 6 dragons weren't pushovers. They quickly launched flamethrowers, dragon pulses, and other signature moves to counter. Since Rayquaza had already taken down more than half of Devon Corporation's Pokémon earlier, the remaining team couldn't immediately subdue these 6 dragons. At this moment, a trainer noticed the caped girl on Rayquaza's head. "Skarmory, take out that girl." A Skarmory emerged from its Pokéball, its steel wings gleaming with a metallic white light, rushing toward the caped girl at an incredible speed. It was Steel Wing. Rayquaza, severely weakened and barely able to move, had no strength left to protect its partner. The 6 dragons also momentarily lost focus as they realized their trainer was in danger. Noivern immediately turned back, chasing after Skarmory in an attempt to save its trainer. However, with one ally turning back, the remaining 5 dragons immediately fell into a disadvantage. Not to mention that moment of distraction, Blizzard quickly broke through Flamethrower's resistance, striking the 5 dragons out of the sky. Even so, the Devon Corporation trainers weren't satisfied. They ordered their Pokémon to pursue and finish them off. Meanwhile, Skarmory's steel wing was about to strike the caped girl. At the critical moment, Noivern finally caught up and bit down hard on Skarmory's neck from behind with a super fang. Ka! Skarmory screeched in pain, losing its balance midair, causing its attack to veer off course. But even so, the sharp edge of steel wing still slashed across the girl's shoulder. Arg! The girl's anguished scream echoed through the night sky. 2 seconds later, she plummeted to the ground. The next moment, an arm landed beside her. But it didn't stop there. The sharp blade of Skarmory's attack, after severing her left arm, had also sliced open her abdomen. Blood spilled everywhere, and the wound on her side was so deep it nearly bisected her body in half. Woo! Rayquaza let out a sorrowful cry and collapsed weakly. In its final moments of consciousness, it took in the horrifying sight of its partner's tragic state. Yeah. Noivern quickly landed beside the girl. Seeing her in such a state, let out a heart-wrenching cry of grief. Don't worry about me, Noivern. The girl barely lifted her head, clinging to her last breath as she spoke. Hurry, take my ankle bracelet back, tell everyone. With that, her head tilted to the side, and she fell completely silent. Woo. Noivern's face was streaked with tears as it fought to suppress its grief. It carefully removed the bracelet with the keystone from her right leg and shot into the sky. Don't let it escape. The Devon Corporation trainers quickly summoned their flying Pokémon to give chase. Meanwhile, the girl's remaining 5 dragons used all their strength to act as a shield, blocking the pursuers at the cost of their own lives. Mr. Stone's attention, however, was entirely focused on the unconscious Rayquaza. Load Rayquaza into the truck. At the president's command, Devon Corporation employees quickly drove up another semi-truck. A dozen Machoke swarmed forward, lifting the unconscious Rayquaza into the cargo hold. President, what about this girl? Should we dispose of her? A subordinate pointed at the girl's corpse and sought Mr. Stone's instructions. Do as you wish. After a brief moment of thought, Mr. Stone nodded in agreement, then got into the truck carrying Rayquaza, leaving with most of her subordinates. There was still much to do. The dozen or so Devon Corporation employees, left behind, began cleaning up the battlefield. They were to destroy not only the girl who had controlled Rayquaza, but also her 5 dragons. Burn her directly. A male employee, who seemed to be in a management position, coldly ordered as he looked down at the girl's corpse. As he spoke, he released a magcargo. Use flamethrow. Before the man could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. Looking down, he saw a golden spike piercing the center of his neck. It was Pin Missile. Kill them all. A cold voice rang out beside the remaining Devon Corporation employees. An Umbreon, Houndoom, and Executor appeared out of nowhere. 10 minutes later, looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, Karen's expression remained calm as she scoffed coldly. So this is the true face of the supposedly kind and benevolent Joseph Stone, the president of Devon Corporation. Ordinary people are utterly deceived by these capitalists. Human nature is complicated, and besides, the lure of Rayquaza is simply too great. Stephen did not comment. To be fair, Stephen's father wasn't a bad person. But it couldn't be helped. Such a legendary Pokémon was an irresistible temptation for most people. In his past life, Stephen used to casually drink at Amusement Street, thinking of himself as a man with decent self-control. But if Boa Hancock ever lay before him, making peace signs and making a hegao face, he admitted even he'd want to test his limits. Hey, such an exciting event, and you only called me when it was over. Do you even see me as a friend? Will complained. Cut the chatter and go check on the condition of that girl's Pokémon. Stephen pointed to the 5 dragons, who were barely alive in the distance. Stephen turned the girl over so that she was lying face up and began performing emergency treatment on her. Even Karen, who had been by Stephen's side for over 2 years and had grown accustomed to witnessing major events, went pale at the sight and felt a strong wave of nausea well up in her throat. The girl's internal organs were spilling out. She can't be saved, at least not by conventional methods, Stephen muttered to himself. Hurried footsteps approached, and Will ran over, shouting. Stephen, aside from a shiny Altaria and a Flygon barely clinging to life, the other three. They're completely gone. After a brief moment of thought, Stephen said, Bring the 3 dead dragons over here. Hi. Will was baffled. If they were going to save anyone, shouldn't they focus on the 2 that were still alive? Why bother with the dead ones? Coastal Cottage, Cyanwood City. The entire night passed without Stephen, Karen, or Will getting a wink of sleep. Karen and Will, physically and mentally exhausted, waited outside the operating room. When the light above the doorframe switched from red to green, but Stephen and Linlin, Beware still didn't emerge, the 2 grew increasingly anxious. Do you think something went wrong? Karen quickly stood up and pushed open the door. Fortunately, the crisis she imagined hadn't occurred. However, the scene inside the operating room still gave Karen and Will quite a scare. Drenched in sweat, Stephen, wearing a white lab coat, sat slumped against the wall alongside Linlin, who looked equally exhausted. On the operating table lay the remains of 3 dragons, a Dragapult, a Hydreigon, and a Kingdra. However, their bodies were all missing parts here and there. In the corner of the operating room stood a rejuvenation capsule, the kind used by Goku during the Namek saga in Dragon Ball. Inside the capsule was the girl who had been Rayquaza's trainer. Her left shoulder, which had been severed, was now connected to Dragapult's arm. The cut at her side had been stitched up, but around the scar, blue and black dragon scales had begun to form. Karen and Will immediately recognize them. They were the scales of Kingdra and Hydreigon. Stephen, Will pointed at the girl in the capsule, about to ask something, but Karen stopped him. Let him rest for a while. At Karen's reminder, Will realized that Stephen, slumped against the wall, had already fallen into a deep sleep with his head bowed. Karen fetched a blanket, draped it over Stephen, and sat down beside him, tilting her head to the side. Will, on the other hand, sprawled out on a chair in the hallway and fell asleep. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Stephen was the first to wake up. He rubbed his eyes and noticed Karen leaning her head on his shoulder. Carefully, Stephen picked her up in a princess carry and placed her on the living room couch. He then walked over to the rejuvenation capsule and looked at the girl inside, who was still in a deep sleep. Although I successfully modified Bartholomew Kuma's body, transplanting Pokémon organs into a human is uncharted territory, Stephen murmured through the transparent glass. Whether you survive or not depends on your fate. Stephen had already deduced the girl's identity. Aster, a lorekeeper trainer from Meteor Village. Although she never made a formal appearance in the manga or games, she was undoubtedly a champion-level trainer, and an exceptionally strong one at that. Compared to her cousin Zinnia, who was rejected by Rayquaza, Aster was the true chosen inheritor recognized by the legendary dragon. What a coincidence that he had encountered her. Such a powerful individual, it would be a shame to let her die. Recently, Stephen's research revealed that the genetics of humans and Pokémon in this world were strikingly similar. If that were the case, could organ transplants between the 2 species be possible? However, since he hadn't caught any suitable test subjects recently, Aster became his first live experiment. Whether she survived or not depended on her luck. Stephen. At that moment, Karen came in, rubbing her eyes. Awake, you can sleep a bit longer if you want. Karen shook her head. I've already slept for more than 10 hours. Don't forget we still have an appointment with Price in Viridian City. Chirp tilde chirp tilde. Just then, a Swablu flew in from outside, landing on the back of Stephen's neck. Its wings, softer than cotton, wrapped snugly around his neck. Oh, I almost forgot it's nearly winter, Stephen said with a smile. Thanks, Swablu. Chirp tilde chirp tilde. The little Swablu squinted its eyes and smiled back, but then glanced worriedly at the 2 remaining Pokémon on the operating table, the shiny Altaria and the Flygon belonging to Aster. Don't worry, their condition is much better than their trainers. They're out of danger now. Stephen patted the little Swablu on the head. Chirp tilde. Swablu nodded, visibly relieved. However, just as Stephen withdrew his hand, Swablu's eyes suddenly widened, and it stumbled, almost falling. Luckily, Stephen reacted quickly and caught it. What's wrong now? When did you get hurt? Even Karen, who usually had strong nerves, felt like she was about to lose it. How had so much gone wrong in just a few days? First the masked man, then Rayquaza being captured by the Hone League, and now even Swablu was in trouble. No, it's not an injury. After examining Swablu, Stephen shook his head solemnly. Swablu's body had always been frail, much like Trafalgar Law when he suffered from the amber lead virus as a child. To put it bluntly, Swablu was a natural-born glass cannon with a fragile constitution. However, unlike the One Piece world, there was no no me to cure all diseases here. Wait, cure-all. Stephen suddenly remembered something. Didn't Price have Ho-Oh, one of the most powerful healers in the Pokémon world? Chapter 124, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 124. Sorry to trouble you, Miss Wick. Several hours later, Stephen said this to Wick, the branch director of the Etha Foundation, who had rushed over from Alola to replace Faba. Not at all. Without you, the president's family might have. Wick shook her head, indicating that Stephen shouldn't dwell on it. She then turned her gaze to the girl floating in the nutrient tank nearby. The girl's left arm had been replaced with a dragon limb, and her upper body was covered in blue and black dragon scales. However, I didn't expect that in such a short time you would develop something so remarkable, Dr. Stephen. Wick had come to Alola specifically to transport Aster and her treatment pod. Today, Stephen and his two companions were heading to Viridian City in Kanto to trade with Price. The purpose of the trade wasn't just for Zorua, but also for Swablu. After seeing off Wick and the still deeply comatose Aster, Will let out a long sigh, rubbed his head, and complained. While I do enjoy a bit of excitement, isn't this getting a bit too much lately? Sometimes I just want to take it easy. Even as Stephen's self-proclaimed #1 source of fun, Will couldn't help but feel a bit mentally and physically drained from recent events. One major event after another, just as one crisis was resolved, another would arise. They had just dealt with Kodai, that fool who could predict the future, and before they even had a chance to rest, they now had to face Price, a Pokémon master-level trainer. Stop whining. If it weren't for Stephen, do you think you'd even stand a chance against Stephen Stone? Karen couldn't help but deliver a swift kick to Will. Will pouted. I'm just venting, okay? And it wasn't a 4-6 split, it was 6-4. I had the upper hand in that fight. After tidying up, the three of them boarded the next flight from Cyanwood City in Johto to Viridian City in Kanto. Seated by the window, Stephen gazed silently at the blue skies and clouds outside. He was debating whether to inform Giovanni that Silver had been kidnapped by Price. After thinking it over for the duration of the flight, Stephen decided it was best to pretend he didn't know. Without the aid of legendary Pokémon, Giovanni honestly stood no chance against Price. Even though Giovanni was already at the pinnacle of champion-level strength and could even be considered to have 1 foot in the master-level threshold, he was still not a master-level trainer. In the original story, when Giovanni learned the truth later, he wanted revenge against Price. But in the end, he had to let it go. It wasn't that Giovanni didn't want revenge, Stephen figured he did. The problem was that at the time, Giovanni no longer had access to either Mutwo or Deoxys, the 2 legendary Pokémon he once controlled. In the end, he could only swallow his loss in silence. Unlike the long 10-hour flight from Unova to Johto, the distance between Kanto and Johto was much shorter, with just Silver separating them. In less than 2 hours, Stephen and his companions landed in Viridian City. Mr. Stephen, over here. As soon as the three exited the airport terminal, they heard a sharp, peculiar voice that sounded like an exaggerated caricature of those eunuch characters from historical dramas. Stephen looked up and saw a pale-skinned individual with sharp, slanted eyes. After some effort, he determined that the person was likely female. I am Surd, a new recruit to Team Rocket. I was sent here by Master Giovanni to welcome you, Mr. Stephen. Surd's sharp voice made Will shudder and break out in goosebumps. Stephen gave her a quick once-over and, without saying much, nodded and followed her to the car. They quickly headed to the Viridian gym. Has Price arrived yet? Stephen had already recalled who this Sird was, but he had no time to dwell on it now. The trade with Price involved the safety of 2 of his companions. Not yet, sir. This gives you some time to discuss strategy with Master Giovanni. Sird, who was driving, responded. To prepare for any potential mishaps, Giovanni had summoned all of Team Rocket's elite forces stationed in Kanto. This was because he feared that if Price decided to double-cross them, a fight might break out. In such a case, they could rely on numbers to create an opening. As a newcomer, Sird wouldn't normally qualify to participate in such an operation. However, her exceptional strength prompted Giovanni to make a rare exception and include her. Before long, they arrived at the private workspace behind the Viridian Gym. Come, Stephen. Giovanni wasn't sitting in his usual boss chair. Instead, he was seated on a couch by the coffee table, motioning for Stephen to sit as well. Stephen glanced at the people standing behind Giovanni. The 4 Rocket executives, as well as Sird, a stout and somewhat dopey-looking man named Orm. Just as Sird had mentioned earlier, Giovanni had indeed gathered all of Team Rocket's top operatives. The only ones missing were a few individuals likely kept away to avoid arousing suspicion from the Pokémon League. This mission's primary goal is trade. Unless necessary, no one is to take any action, Stephen said, his expression unusually serious. After all, Price wasn't just a master-level trainer. He was a master-level trainer backed by legendary Pokémon. And who knew? In addition to Ho-Oh, maybe Price had already captured Lugia as well. If that were the case, there would be no chance of victory. Who would have thought the most low-profile gym leader in Johto would turn out to be stronger than a champion? He even hides it better than you, Master Giovanni. Proton, one of the executives, stroked his chin and commented. Lance was defeated in seconds. The league didn't report it, though. Heh, probably because they were embarrassed. Ariana, another executive, smirked. Archer, the leader of the executives, remembered something and asked. By the way, Mr. Stephen, during your call with the boss, you mentioned that Price has a legendary Pokémon, correct? Yes, so unless it's necessary, no one is to make a move, Stephen replied calmly. Archer nodded and then proposed. That being the case, boss, shouldn't we try to negotiate with him? Maybe we can obtain cells from Price's legendary Pokémon and incorporate them into the Mutwo project. Giovanni contemplated for a moment and then turned to Stephen. Stephen, what do you think? Could it work? Incorporating Ho-Oh's cells into Mutwo, this suggestion caught Stephen off guard. A fire-flying type Ho-Oh fused with Mutwo, what would that even look like? A red Mutwo, or a Mutwo with wings? The thought alone was an eyesore. It's not realistic. Ho-Oh is a first-tier legendary Pokémon. Price values it immensely. And Price isn't the kind of person motivated by money. I don't think Team Rocket could offer him anything he'd want. Stephen shook his head. This was the same Price who had kidnapped Giovanni's son. There was no way he'd help strengthen Giovanni's forces. That's a shame. Still, since you're here, Stephen, why not take a look at the progress of the Mutwo project? With your assistance, I believe we can create an artificial Pokémon even stronger than Mew. Saying this, Giovanni signaled to Archer. Archer nodded, walked to the wall behind Giovanni's desk and tapped it. The wall opened to reveal an elevator. A short while later, Archer returned and handed a USB drive to Stephen. At that moment, Giovanni's secretary, Matori, rushed into the office in a panic. Master Giovanni, Price has arrived. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Giovanni immediately made the decision. Everyone stay put, Stephen and I will handle this. The vast and empty battlefield of the Viridian Gym was eerily silent. A Delibird was pushing Price's wheelchair with its small, stubby hands, stopping in the middle of the arena. I came alone, yet you've prepared such a grand scene. The largest crime organization in Kanto, and this is how little courage you have. Price rested his hands gently on the back of the Swinub in his lap. His tone was flat and emotionless, but his squinting eyes betrayed a faint hint of mockery. Earlier, due to carelessness, he had failed to notice an ambush from a Swablu. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Even though the gym appeared empty at first glance, with just a bit of awareness, Price could sense that in the dark corners and behind the walls, the place was packed with trainers. Standing on the second floor with Giovanni, Stephen couldn't help but mentally exclaim, "Impressive." The battle hadn't even started, and Price had already brought out 2 master-level Pokémon. Giovanni stood up and smiled. "Please don't blame us for being cautious. After all, you might very well be the strongest trainer of this era." "HMPH, spare me the pointless pleasantries." Price raised his hand slightly, his tone indifferent. Behind him, the Deliberate rummaged around in its large, pouch-like tail and pulled out an ice sculpture. No, to be precise, it was a frozen Zorua. "You bastard." Karen almost couldn't hold back from attacking. How dare Price treat Zorua like this? Stephen's face darkened as well. Price remained calm. "Its abilities are far too troublesome. It even managed to deceive me and Ho-Oh. I had no choice but to take precautions." As he spoke, the Deliberate placed its hand on the frozen Zorua's head. In less than 2 seconds, the ice melted away, and Zorua returned to its original state. "Master." Zorua's long-lost telepathic voice rang in Stephen's mind. Just as it was about to leap into his arms, the Deliberate grabbed the loose fur on the back of its neck, holding it firmly in place. "Where is La Glace?" Price asked coldly. Stephen took out the piquet ball that the Swablu had stolen from Price and lightly tossed it. A slightly smaller-than-average Lapras appeared before Price. Giovanni was momentarily stunned when he saw Stephen release the Lapras so easily. He had thought Stephen wouldn't return the bargaining chip without a fight. What if Price went back on his word? "Laprea." As soon as La Glace landed, it hurriedly rushed to Price's side. Although Stephen hadn't mistreated it, La Glace had experienced the pain of losing loved ones before. Coupled with Price's overprotective care, La Glace had always struggled with stress. The past 3 days had been terrifying for it. Fortunately, Giovanni's fears didn't come true. Once La Glace returned, the Deliberate immediately released Zorua. "Master." Zorua ran on its short legs and threw itself into Stephen's arms. "My mistake, I'm sorry." Stephen apologized sincerely. Although the situation had been an accident, if he hadn't let Zorua impersonate Joker, none of this would have happened. Zorua shook its head and nuzzled into Stephen's chest. Placing Zorua on his shoulder, Stephen tossed La Glace's piquet ball back to Price. "That settles the score, right?" Price gave a slight nod and gestured to the Deliberate, which once again placed its stubby hands on the wheelchair, ready to push him away. "Wait." Stephen raised a hand to stop Price. Under Price's curious gaze, Stephen opened another piquet ball. A Swablu, much smaller than usual for its species, lay limply in Stephen's arms. Giovanni glanced at it and muttered, "A new partner of yours, Stephen." "Its condition doesn't look good," Price observed. Even though he wasn't an expert in medical care, it was obvious. When the Swablu tried to fly, it couldn't even maintain its balance and fell back into Stephen's arms. Its poor health was apparent to anyone who wasn't blind. "Could I borrow Ho-Oh?" Stephen got straight to the point. "Its healing powers can even revive Pokémon that have recently passed away. I believe it could cure this little one without issue." Price paused for 2 seconds, and then the corner of his mouth curved into a barely perceptible smile. How convenient. He had been wondering how to get Stephen to work for him, and here Stephen was, offering himself up on a silver platter. But another thought crossed Price's mind. What if Stephen went back on his word after Ho-Oh healed the Swablu? Based on Stephen's reaction to the Zorua incident, it was clear he wasn't happy about it. Even if Ho-Oh cured the Swablu, Stephen might later refuse to cooperate, claiming, "Sorry, I can't do it." In that case, Price would be left with no leverage. Price pondered this for a moment. After 2 minutes of silence, Stephen, growing impatient, watched as Price finally spoke again. "Let me think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning." With that, Price signaled the Deliberate to push his wheelchair, leaving the Viridian gym. "What's that old man scheming now?" Karen walked over to Stephen, glaring at Price's retreating figure. "Do we have to get involved with him? I think the farther we stay from him, the better," Will chimed in. Stephen looked down at the feeble Swablu in his arms and shook his head. Aside from Xerneas in the Kalos region, Ho-Oh was arguably the greatest healer in the Pokémon world. While Xerneas was known to be soft-hearted and would almost always help those in need, there wasn't time to search for her. Besides, she might currently be in her dormant tree form, sleeping somewhere in a forest. The Swablu's condition couldn't wait. All hope rested on Ho-Oh. After leaving the Viridian gym, Price found a quiet corner in a small tea house, sat down, and ordered a cup of tea, instructing the waiter not to disturb him. He wasn't like Hones Wallace or Unova's Elsa. High-profile gym leaders are known across the Pokémon world. Sitting here, he didn't attract any attention. Taking a sip of tea, Price pulled out an Ultra Ball and placed it in front of the teacup. Through the semi-transparent cover of the ball, one could faintly see the Pokémon inside. Ho-Oh. "I need to talk to you," Price said softly. Ho-Oh didn't respond with telepathy. Instead, it lifted its gaze slightly, meeting Price's eyes. "That Swablu of Steven's, I plan to save it," Price continued. Hearing this, a faint glimmer of light appeared in Ho-Oh's previously dull eyes. It seemed like this human, who had captured it, still had some compassion. However, in the next moment, Price shifted his tone. "But don't heal it completely all at once." Ho-Oh. This left Ho-Oh completely baffled. "You want me to heal it, but also not to heal it completely? What? What does that even mean?" Price elaborated. "If you heal it completely in one go, that boy might not feel motivated to put in the effort. So, you don't need to cure the Swablu right away. Just make sure its condition doesn't deteriorate. Once that boy helps me capture Celebi, then you can perform a full recovery." After hearing Price's explanation, Ho-Oh was utterly stunned. It understood what Price was implying. Price believed that if Swablu were healed all at once, he wouldn't have a way to control Steven. So, he planned to have Ho-Oh merely keep Swablu alive, preventing its condition from worsening. During this time, Steven would have no choice but to do everything he could to help Price successfully capture Celebi. Only then would Price allow Ho-Oh to fully heal Swablu. Ho-Oh was left speechless. This is just too despicable, isn't it? Having been bound to Price for years, Ho-Oh had come to understand this person quite well. To be honest, Price didn't match the kind of trainer Ho-Oh admired. Ho-Oh preferred trainers like Ash, pure-hearted individuals who would always strive to do what's right, even in the face of great adversity. Trainers with unwavering compassion and integrity. Price, on the other hand, was nothing like that. But Price was undeniably strong. Because of this, Ho-Oh had been observing him, hoping to reform him into the kind of trainer it could truly respect. However, after today, Ho-Oh's hope had completely faded. While Price's ultimate goal of reuniting with the two Lapras he once lost was understandable, his willingness to treat others' lives, human and Pokémon alike, as mere tools to achieve his ends was something Ho-Oh could no longer tolerate. At that moment, Price was entirely consumed by the thought of controlling Steven and the prospect of reuniting his Lapras family. He was so caught up in his plans that he didn't notice the change in Ho-Oh's gaze. The next day, Price once again set out for the Viridian gym, riding in his wheelchair, aided by a Delibird. "Just do as we discussed yesterday, got it, Ho-Oh?" Price said, speaking to the Ultra Ball in his hand without looking up. At this point, he was accompanied by 3 powerful Pokémon, Delibird, Piloswine, and Ho-Oh. As he had once confidently declared, even if the entire Team Rocket came after him, he wouldn't be worried. However, the response he was expecting didn't come. No telepathic reply reached his mind. Instead, the Ultra Ball in his hand began to shake uncontrollably, causing Price's expression to change. Cracked. In the next moment, the Ultra Ball fractured, breaking apart from the inside. A dazzling light burst forth, filling the sky. The Sovereign of Sacred Flames unfurled its semicircular wings, forming a radiant sphere in midair. A heavy, oppressive aura blanketed the entirety of Viridian City, as if the sky now held 2 suns. Ho-Oh had broken free. Why? From high above, Ho-Oh gazed down at the trainer it had been bound to for years. Price, now calm once more, raised his head to look at the magnificent bird in the sky, his expression emotionless. "Are you going to betray me?" Chapter 125, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 125. Hello, dear viewers, Ayano has now arrived at Viridian City in the Kanto region. Next, I'll be taking the bus to Pallet Town to attend Professor Oak's summer camp. At Viridian Airport, a young girl greeted the camera with energy, holding her phone in selfie mode. She was filming a video, working hard to become a video blogger. In the middle of filming, Ayano suddenly noticed a rainbow-colored glow coming from a nearby street. What is that? Her eyes lit up with curiosity as she put away her phone and ran toward the glow. It feels like something really interesting. Wow, cool, tilde. Anyway, summer camp doesn't start until next week, so Ayano, am going to check it out. At the same time, in another location, Ho-Oh, who had just freed itself from its piquet ball, was locked in a tense standoff with its trainer of several years, Price. The look in their eyes was anything but friendly. Ho-Oh had never truly trusted Price. In fact, during these years, it had been observing him, trying to see if it could reform him into the righteous trainer it had hoped for. Price was exceptionally strong, and Ho-Oh believed he had the potential to become a righteous trainer, someone who could help both humans and Pokémon coexist happily, building a bridge between the two worlds. For this reason, Ho-Oh temporarily submitted to Price, and even, under his coercion, abducted many human children to serve as his pawns. Originally, Ho-Oh had hoped to slowly change Price for the better. But now, it had completely lost hope. Are you planning to betray me? Price stared coldly at Ho-Oh from his wheelchair. Of course, Price had always known that Ho-Oh was not fully loyal to him, but he hadn't expected Ho-Oh to turn against him at such a critical moment. Lili tilde. The Delibird, which had been pushing Price's wheelchair, remained calm and composed, just like its master. With the same practiced ease as Doraemon pulling gadgets from its pocket, it pulled out an icy mask, a black cloak, and a wig from its tail. In less than 2 seconds, the Swinub returned to its piquet ball, and Price transformed into his masked man persona. He flung the wheelchair aside, and just like the last time in the Ilex forest, mounted the back of his Delibird. This time, however, it wasn't an ice clone. It was the real Price in action. Do you think you can defeat me? Price, now with a hoarse voice due to the mask, scoffed coldly. Avalanche. At Price's command, Delibird flapped its short wings. The surrounding air rapidly condensed, and in less than half a second, countless massive ice blocks formed in the sky. Like icy meteors, they rained down on Ho-Oh. What the heck is that? Although it was still early in the morning, many office workers had already started their day. Upon seeing the legendary bird Pokémon in the city center and the apocalyptic ice meteors falling from the sky, they froze in shock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the icy meteors were about to hit Ho-Oh, 3 powerful forces, red, yellow, and blue, intercepted them from the side. Boom! The resulting explosion shook half of Viridian City. The wig on the back of Price's mask flew wildly in the shockwave. That was Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and Hydro Pump. Who was it? Price turned in the direction of the attack. It was Entei, Reiku, and Suicune. The legendary beasts, known as Ho-Oh's royal guards. Tilde, so you called in your subordinates for backup just to betray me. Quite the preparation. Price smirked under his mask. But what can they do against my power? With a dramatic flourish, Price pulled back his black cloak, and Swinub once again emerged from its piquet ball. Blizzard. The tiny snowflakes from Swinub's mouth instantly turned into massive ice balls, blending into a white storm that could devour everything in its path. In an instant, the 3 legendary beasts' vision was filled with white. The distance between the legendary beasts and Swinub was about 200 meters, but in just a moment, everything in that space, roads, green belts, and nearby houses, was frozen solid. It was eerily reminiscent of the scene when Kyurem froze Oplucid City using Team Plasma's technology. A mortal wielding the power of a god. Whoosh! High above, Ho-Oh spread its radiant, rainbow-colored wings, resembling a second sun. A sea of sacred flames surged forth, melting the frozen streets in an instant. Sacred fire. While Ho-Oh resisted Swinub's blizzard, it shot a glance at its 3 subordinates, signaling them to evacuate the civilians. Even in this critical moment, Ho-Oh's first thought was to avoid harming the innocent. Sure, it could have waited for Price to leave the city and fight in the wilderness. But Ho-Oh had briefly lost control of its emotions. It had committed many terrible acts under Price's orders, but the man still showed no signs of changing. Damn it, I can't believe I wasted years of my life on this scumbag. The three legendary beasts immediately smashed through nearby houses, urging the residents inside to evacuate. Meanwhile, in the Viridian City gym, Stephen, Giovanni, and the others were still waiting for Price to arrive for negotiations. Just then, Giovanni's secretary rushed in, panicked. "Guy Giovanni, sir, outside. Giovanni raised his head slightly, but before the secretary could finish speaking, boom! The pressure from the outside explosion shattered the windows of Giovanni's office. Countless shards of glass flew toward the two men. In an instant, Linlin holding Swablu and a Nidoqueen leaped into action. Linlin turned its back to the window, shielding Stephen and Swablu. Nidoqueen spread its arms wide, forming a protective barrier for Giovanni against the flying glass and debris. The once luxurious office of the Team Rocket Boss now looked like a war zone. Both Stephen and Giovanni stood up and looked outside. Just 2 kilometers away, in the opposite part of the sky, the air condensed rapidly, forming countless razor-sharp blades of ice in less than half a second. It was like an icy version of Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. That move was Icicle Spear. Holy crap, this is way too over the top. Because the distance was too far, it was hard to make out the appearance of the Pokémon wielding this Gate of Babylon-style Icicle Spear. However, the opposing side was crystal clear. Why are the two of them fighting? A deep sense of astonishment flashed across Giovanni's eyes. In the original work, Ho-Oh and Lugia once left Price alone, so Stephen wasn't too surprised by this. But of all times, they had to pull this kind of stunt at such a critical moment. Even Stephen was a little dumbfounded. Facing Price's Gate of Babylon-style Icicle Spear, Ho-Oh flapped its enormous wings and unleashed 2 crescent-shaped air blades. Dual wing beat. The two sides collided viciously, producing a crisp sound resembling clashing metal. At this moment, yet another third-party force joined the battle. Fire, water, and thunder combined into a triple force, attacking Price from the side. But from the sky, an endless hail of icy meteors rained down, suppressing the triple force. It was easily a clash of 4 top-tier powers. The surrounding area, spanning a 2-mile radius of Viridian City's urban district, had been reduced to nothing. Everywhere lay massive trenches caused by the devastating attacks, with icy shards scattered about and even a few flickering flames here and there. Gym leader Giovanni, help us. At this moment, a large group of citizens rushed to the gym entrance, crying and begging Giovanni in tears. Some masked lunatic came out of nowhere and froze my house. Thankfully, a big fluffy dog saved my child. Otherwise, my entire family would have been done for. Can the League reimburse us for these damages? Officer Jenny can't hold out any longer. We need you, gym leader Giovanni. As the Viridian gym leader, and on the surface, the guardian of this city, Giovanni quickly stepped forward to calm the crowd. Everyone stay calm, I'll take care of this matter personally. Ah, help. Mom, Dad, it looks like Yano is going to die here. When you see this video, remember to burn some extra snacks for me every year on my death anniversary. Meanwhile, on another street in the city center, Ayana was holding her phone, pointing the camera at herself as she sprinted in the opposite direction. Her mouth was running like a machine gun, chattering nonstop. Boom, booms, boom. Behind her, the deafening sounds of explosions echoed endlessly. They were the result of the battle between Ho-Oh and the 3 legendary beasts versus Price's 2 ace Pokémon. Piano didn't dare to look back at all. Feeling the waves of air slapping against her back, she thought that if she so much as glanced behind her and delayed for even 0.1 seconds, the shockwaves from the attacks would be enough to kill her. At that moment, Deliberd's ice beam collided with Ho-Oh's sacred fire once again. In that instant, the world seemed to change color. It was as if Ace's Flame Emperor and Blackbeard's black hole from One Piece had been enhanced and brought to life. The entire sky over Viridian City turned half silver white and half fiery red. Aza, The terrifying shockwave directly blew the petite girl's body into the air, and she was about to be swept into the chaos. Suspended over 10 meters high in the air, Yano was so frightened that she started crying, imagining her final moments. "Goodbye, Mom. Tonight I set sail for the afterlife." Swoosh! At that moment, she felt something tugging at her body. Looking down, she saw webbing. Before she could get a good look, she felt a powerful pulling force. In less than 2 seconds, she found herself being yanked from midair to the ground. She landed in a warm embrace. But before she could savor the moment, the person let her go. Yano looked up at her rescuer and widened her eyes in shock. "Use your Joe." "Joker, what's our move in this situation?" Before Yano could figure out her savior's full name, 2 more masked individuals approached Joker, taking the opportunity to ask questions. Yano's mouth hung open in surprise. Those were Joker's 2 accomplices from the wanted posters. But Joker was the one who saved her just now, wasn't he? Then why did the news reports from Kanto and Johto call him a villain? Steven pulled the girl he had just saved behind him, his eyes locked firmly on the distant battlefield. From the earlier exchanges, it seemed that Price had sent out 2 of his ace Pokémon, most likely Delibird and Swinub. On the opposing side, besides the rebellious Ho-Oh, there were also helpers wielding the powers of water, fire, and thunder. Steven had a pretty good guess about their identities. However, the real problem now was that he needed Price to use Ho-Oh to heal his Swablu. But with Ho-Oh rebelling at such a crucial moment, it probably wouldn't listen to Price's orders anymore. That left Steven with only 2 options. Help Ho-Oh fight Price. Ho-Oh naturally belonged to the friendly-to-humans camp. If he got the chance to communicate with it and ask for help in healing his Pokémon, it would likely agree. Moreover, if he helped it break free from Price's control, Ho-Oh would feel indebted to him and probably agree to help. Help Price fight Ho-Oh. This would allow Price to regain control of Ho-Oh and then command it to heal Swablu. But this approach was more roundabout. After a brief moment of thought, Steven made his decision. The first option was more suitable. After all, the one doing the healing was Ho-Oh, not Price. Why bother taking the long route? Besides, Price wasn't exactly the most trustworthy person. While Price wasn't as twisted as Uchiha Obaido, Steven felt he was one of those one moment a saint, the next moment a demon type. In simpler terms, you could never predict what Price might do next. Would he repay your kindness if you helped him? Not necessarily. Just like how Minato and Kushina treated Obaido so well, yet he didn't hesitate to kill them. "Joker, what's our move?" As Karen asked this, a deafening boom came from the distance. Price's Pokémon had created a massive ice ball, which fell like Madara's meteorite. Ho-Oh, engulfed in fierce flames, launched a Brave Bird to counter it. Ho-Oh's Brave Bird shattered the massive ice ball. However, the falling ice shards scattered like a meteor shower across Viridian City, causing secondary destruction to the city. Ho-Oh panted slightly. Back then, it couldn't even beat Delibird one-on-one. Now, with Swinub added to the mix. Even with the help of its 3 underlings, the battle wasn't going well. After all, even if its 3 helpers teamed up, they couldn't stop one of Price's ace Pokémon, let alone 2. "I'm here to help you." At this moment, Ho-Oh, who was gradually falling into despair, heard a shout coming from behind and quickly turned its head. It saw 3 people wearing masks rushing in from the back of the battlefield. "You alls." Under the mask, Price's face darkened. Steven had chosen to side with Ho-Oh to fight against him. Noticing Price looking in their direction, Will nervously swallowed. Won't this completely offend him? Are we really okay with doing this?" "HMPH, even if we don't offend him first, do you think he'll just let us go?" Karen scoffed coldly. Through telepathy, Zorua had already told everyone what it had witnessed personally at Price's side. Just distancing themselves wouldn't stop him from coming after them. If they were going to offend him, they might as well do it thoroughly. At the very least, Ho-Oh was far more trustworthy than Price. Noticing Ho-Oh looking down at them from above, Steven raised his head and said, "Let's be honest. Even with the 3 of us helping, it's not going to be easy to win, so we need to exploit their weaknesses." Stephen pointed at the small Swinub in the masked man's arms. We'll start with the Swinub. Swinub and the Delibird were Price's two trump cards. Their overall strength was evenly matched, though their combat styles were quite different. The Delibird was an all-around warrior. Long-range attacks, close combat, speed, agility, it excelled in every area. Swinub, on the other hand, was a specialized fighter, having poured nearly all its power into the attack. Its attack power surpassed even that of the Delibird, and could rival that of some first-tier legendary Pokémon. However, it was severely lacking in mobility, speed, and agility. Its role was essentially to sit in Price's arms and act as a stationary nuclear cannon. If they could exploit this weakness, there was still a chance. Ho-Oh, I'll need you to keep Swinub occupied. Stephen pointed at the three legendary beasts. You three, come with us. Being ordered around by a human wasn't something the proud legendary beasts were used to, but noticing the signal from their leader, Ho-Oh, they reluctantly complied. Roar! Although the power gap was significant, Entei, who had the attribute advantage, charged forward first. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a massive pillar of flames, which split into 5 smaller streams midway through its flight. Sacred Fire. Honchkrow provides support. Karen gave a low command. From the rear, Honchkrow used the move Hurricane, fanning the flames to make them even more intense. Wow, this is amazing. Yano, standing on a rooftop, continued recording the scene excitedly with her 480p resolution phone. This kind of high-level battle, never seen anything like it in Paldea. No, in the entire world. Will, who was the closest to Yano among the trio, was dumbfounded. Are you serious? How are you still here? Astonished by her lack of fear, Will wanted to warn her. However, he quickly refocused on the battlefield. There was no room for distractions. Tricks like this won't work. As expected, Price's expression under the mask remained disdainful. The Swinub in his arms began to gather a silvery white icy breath in front of its mouth. In the next instant, the silvery white ice beam shot out like a divine sword of frost, slicing vertically through the enhanced sacred fire and scattering it into countless sparks. Your turn, you two. Stephen glanced at Suicune and Reiku, signaling them with his eyes. Still retaining its dignity and grandeur, Suicune raised its head high. A massive water column shot straight toward the masked man and the Swinub in his arms. This level of water, what do you hope to achieve? Price's eyes narrowed slightly behind the mask. The Swinub in his arms emitted a chilling aura, freezing the water cannon before it even reached within half a meter of him. We're not done yet. Stephen's voice rang out coldly. Suicune's gaze sharpened. Boom! The water cannon exploded like sacred fire, turning into countless water droplets that continued their assault. The water cannon had transformed into water pulse. But it wasn't over yet. Crackle! The scattered water droplets lit up with electricity, linking together to form a dense, massive electric web in the sky. Many people know that the combination of wind and fire is a powerful combo. Wind enhances fire. But few realize that water and electricity are also an excellent pairing. Water conducts electricity, extending the range of electrical attacks. A flicker of surprise flashed across Price's eyes, but it was gone in an instant. Use Icy Wind. Following his command, the Swinub slightly raised its head. The light blue icy wind it released was so expansive that it covered Price's entire field of vision. Whether it was lightning or water, everything was frozen under its power. Watch your blind spot, old man. Will, riding on a Xatu, shouted as Slowbro, flying beside him with the help of psychic power, combined psychic and surf for a dual attack. The rising waves split into 3 streams, resembling giant sea serpents aiming for Price's blind spot at the back of his neck. As Will had pointed out, because Price used Swinub as a cannon in his arms, his back was indeed a blind spot. HMPH. Faced with Will's taunt, Price let out a disdainful chuckle. In the next instant, the ice surrounding Price condensed into a solid form, transforming into a massive ice titan. The towering figure rose from the ground, blocking Slowbro's combo attack. It wasn't surprising, though. Price had always been skilled at creating doppelgangers. In the original story, when he recaptured Ho-Oh for the second time, he created an ice doppelganger, a nearly 2-meter-tall masked man, to throw off suspicion from the League, as no one would suspect a 1.5-meter wheelchair-bound old man. He could even create Pokémon ice sculptures and have these ice clones fight like shadow clones. When pushed to the brink by Gold, in the end, he created an ice titan for a last stand. So constructing an ice version of Titan was nothing difficult for him. After blocking Slowbro's attack, the ice titan turned and raised its massive right arm to deliver a heavy punch. Slowbro's face twisted in shock as it hurriedly used Double Protect to shield itself and its trainer. However, even the double protective barrier that could easily block the meteor mash of Metagross, which belongs to the future Hone champion Steven Stone, rapidly cracked and shattered at a visible speed under the Ice Titan's attack. Boom, boom. Two of Will's other Pokémon, Exeggutor and Jinx, leaped out simultaneously, jointly erecting a reflect to defend. They barely managed to block the blow. Yet the intense shockwave still sent Will and his partner flying backward with a whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. They crashed into an ice-sealed house behind them. The sharp pain from his back made it difficult for Will to even breathe. Watch out, Karen shouted in warning. The next moment, Will, who was enduring the pain, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger looming above his head. Looking up, he saw the Ice Titan, now over twice its original size, protecting Price and the Swinub within it. The Ice Titan raised a massive fist and swung it down fiercely at him. Steven raised his hand and shot out a web thread launcher that hadn't been used in ages. Latching onto Will, he yanked him forcefully. Thud! The icy fist smashed into the spot where Will had just been, leaving a half-meter-deep crater. Lying at Steven's feet, Will's face turned pale. He had almost gone to meet King Yama. Damn it, there's no opening at all. Will looked up at Price again. At this moment, Price was completely protected within the Ice Titan created by the Swinub. Steven noticed that the Swinub had poor mobility and, being held in Price's arms, could only fight head-on. So Will had attempted a sneak attack from behind. Who would have thought that Price could manipulate the ice like this? Calling it absolute defense wasn't an exaggeration. How do we even win this? Chapter 126, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 126. Using the Ice Titan to fully protect oneself, achieving an all-encompassing, impenetrable absolute defense along with formidable melee capabilities, and adding to that the mini Swinub's built-in attack power, comparable to a level 1 deity's long-range destructive force. 99.99% of trainers witnessing this scene would have only one thought left in their hearts: despair. Deliberate acrobatics. Price issued his command remotely through an earpiece hidden under his wig. Whenever he sent Deliberate on missions, he used this method for remote instructions. Deliberate darted swiftly around Ho-Oh, utilizing its small size to continuously harass the opponent. Each time Ho-Oh attempted a counterattack, Deliberate would reposition itself close to another part of Ho-Oh's body. Finally, Deliberate seized an opportunity, moving behind Ho-Oh's head before it could react. Ice Beam. Price's voice transmitted once again through the earpiece hidden in Deliberate's feathers. Deliberate slightly opened its beak, and a silver-white energy beam shot forth, transforming into a massive freezing ray. Just as Ho-Oh turned its head, it was directly struck in the forehead, a critical hit. Roar! Entei, who had been confronting the Ice Titan, witnessed its master being severely wounded. For a moment, it disregarded its immediate foe and turned, unleashing a vast, sun-like crimson flame from its mouth. A unique move that only it and its master could perform: Sacred Fire. HMPH. The masked man scoffed disdainfully. The Ice Titan extended its arm, forming a barrier between the Sacred Fire and Deliberate. The Sacred Fire rapidly melted the massive ice wall. But then, to everyone's shock, the ice hand regenerated as it burned. No, to be precise, it was freezing over again faster than it was melting. Despite the elemental disadvantage, the freezing speed surpassed the melting speed. Master level, this is insane. The next second, the Ice Titan reached forward. It withstood Entei's sacred fire head-on and gripped it in its palm. Grrr. Reiku and Suikyun's expressions changed drastically. Both unleashed Thunderbolt and Extrasensory, targeting the Ice Titan's right arm that held Entei. Full of openings. Behind his mask, Price's narrowed eyes gleamed as he coldly remarked. In their desperation to save their comrade, they had exposed their backs to the enemy, one of the most basic mistakes a Pokémon could make. For legendary Pokémon to make such a rookie error. It was no wonder that in the original future, the three legendary beasts sought human trainers as partners. They indeed possessed power far beyond ordinary Pokémon. But in actual combat, their tactics paled in comparison to human trainers. Avalanche. Price would never let such an opportunity slip away. Swinub opened its mouth and released specks of ice. However, in less than a second, these ice flecks expanded 1,000-fold, transforming into an avalanche of glacial meteorites. Reiku and Suikyun's pupils dilated in shock. For the first time since being resurrected by Ho-Oh a century ago, they felt an emotion they had almost forgotten: fear. Maria, Rose, seen a flamethrower. From the side, 3 Houndooms leaped into the air, gathering all their fire-type energy into their throats before releasing a triple-layered flamethrower, aiming to intercept the incoming ice meteors. However, the falling ice meteors remained unaffected, continuing their descent. But Steven had never expected such an attack to stop Price's Swinub in the first place. Would this move at least alter the attack's trajectory? Boom, booms, boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions echoed throughout Viridian City. Pillars of white smoke shot into the sky, and cracks spread dramatically across the city's landscape. From a bird's-eye view, one could see a massive white scar running from the city center to the outskirts. Cracks. Finally, under the combined assault of Thunderbolt and Extrasensory, the Ice Titan's right arm shattered into 2 pieces. Entei was freed from its grasp. Howl. Below, Suikyun and Reiku also leaped off the ice boulders they had been trapped on. The 3 legendary beasts regrouped, turning their focus to Delibird, the one who had ambushed their master. Sacred Fire. Thunderbolt. Hydro Pump. Blind Loyalty. I told you, never expose your back to the enemy. Price coldly stared at the 3 beasts, who had completely turned their backs on him. He ran his hand over Swinub's fur, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the 3. Hurricane. Old man, did you forget about us? Before Price could finish, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from below. Looking down, he saw Steven and his 2 companions staring directly at him. Price scoffed. I'll break my defense first, then we'll talk. He acknowledged that this trio had high potential, even surpassing some of the children he had personally trained. However, at best, their average strength was on par with the Elite 4. They were nowhere near strong enough to break through his Ice Titan's defense. That might not be the case, old man. Pokémon have moves that can bypass defensive barriers and directly attack the target's core. Steven grinned. Upon hearing this, Price's expression subtly shifted. Ahem. In the next instant, his pupils shrank drastically. From within the Ice Titan's shadow, a distorted silhouette emerged out of thin air. A mischievous black fox grinned slyly as it lunged toward the last piquet ball on Price's belt. Inside that ball was none other than La Glace, which Steven had just returned to Price the day before. Phantom Force. Seeing the sneaky Zorua go for his piquet ball, Price instinctively called out the move's name. Phantom Force, a ghost-type move that allows the user to phase into shadows, bypassing Protect, Reflect, Wide Guard, and other defensive techniques, striking directly at the target's core. It was a signature technique of Price's old acquaintance, Agatha, the Indigo League champion. Could Zorua use it too? As Zorua got closer to La Glace's piquet ball, Price quickly shook off his initial shock and regained his demeanor. The same trick won't work on me twice. After La Glace had been stolen by Swablu last time, Price had learned his lesson. He had Swinub stay close to La Glace's piquet ball, keeping it tightly guarded. Seeing the reckless fox charging in, Swinub released a chilling aura from its body, not as a move, but simply as an instinctive cold presence. Much like how, during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru didn't use any jutsu. He simply exuded killing intent, rendering Sasuke and Sakura unable to move. The same was true for Swinub. Against a weakling like Zorua, it only needed to release a slight chill to freeze its opponent into immobility. But in the next moment, both Price and Swinub were shocked. Zorua completely ignored the cold air emanating from Swinub. With a quick movement, it grabbed the piquet ball containing log lace, flashed a sly smile, and immediately jumped into the shadow space, escaping with phantom force. Price's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Boom! At that moment, a series of explosions erupted. In the instant Price was distracted by Steven and Zorua, the combined attack of the three legendary beasts had struck another master-level Pokémon, Deliberate. For the first time in the battle, Deliberate let out a painful scream. Ho-Oh, which had taken a hit to the forehead, barely lifted its head. Had they finally managed to turn the tide? Deliberate was injured, and Loglace had been stolen once again. The situation had flipped in an instant. However, Price had no time to worry about Deliberate. Instead, his eyes were filled with both anger and frustration as he glared at Steven, who was smugly shaking the piquet ball containing Loglace in front of him. What did you do? Zorua was a new partner that Steven had only recently captured, and it was extremely weak. Price was well aware of that. How could it possibly ignore Swinub's cold? Even Steven's longtime partner, Umbreon, wouldn't be able to do that. Whoa, that was amazing. What the heck just happened? From the back, Ayano, who was holding her phone and recording everything, was also startled. To be honest, she didn't understand what had happened, but she was completely in awe. From where she stood, she was already outside Zorua's illusion range. So in her perspective, she only saw Joker make some kind of move. Then that massive ice giant, and the masked lunatic inside, suddenly froze in place. To sum it up in one sentence, I don't get it, but I'm amazed. Wait, you're still here. Even Will, who was still aching from his injuries, was stunned. Damn, after all that crazy fighting, you're still sticking around. Are you seriously risking your life just to record a video? That's not important. Now, can we calm down and renegotiate, old man? Steven asked with a mischievous grin. Woo tilde woo, woo. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed. There was no doubt, the League's reinforcements had arrived. We can't stay here. How about this? You trade me your beloved Lapras and you give Ho-Oh's freedom. Deal. Steven got straight to the point. Price's blood boiled, not just from anger at Steven, but also at himself. While he never considered himself invincible, as the only master-level trainer in this era, he still had his pride. And yet, Joker had stolen his precious Loglace twice in a row. HMPH. Price snorted heavily, then controlled the ice giant to pluck a feather from Ho-Oh, who was barely conscious. Now give me back Loglace, huh? Just as he obtained the rainbow feather and was about to demand Loglace's return from Steven, his expression changed drastically. Because he saw that the piquet ball containing Loglace in Steven's hand was rapidly becoming transparent. Within 2 seconds, it had completely disappeared. No need to return it. That Pokémon was never gone in the first place, tilde. Steven smiled and pointed at Price's waist. Price quickly looked down, only to find that the piquet ball containing Loglace was still securely attached to his belt as if it had never left. Inside the piquet ball, Loglace tilted its head slightly in confusion, as if wondering what its trainer was doing. It seemed to be thinking, why does it sound like I was stolen, but I've been here the whole time? Was that also that Zorua's ability? Price suddenly realized, his eyes locking onto Zorua perched on Steven's shoulder. I never used the same trick twice, at least not on the same person. Steven grinned mischievously. This was all Zorua's illusion. What do you think? Even a master-level trainer like you got fooled. In reality, Zorua wasn't capable of learning Phantom Force at all. Steven thought back, among non-ghost-type Pokémon, The only ones that could learn Phantom Force were mythical and legendary Pokémon like Mew, which had the DNA of all Pokémon, Arceus, the creator of the Pokémon world, Hoopa in its unbound form, and Yveltal, the destruction Pokémon. Everything Steven had done was to create an opportunity for Zorua to cast an illusion on Pryce, tricking him into believing that Laglace had been stolen using Phantom Force. But in reality, Laglace had never left Pryce's side. "You are full of tricks, Joker." Pryce recalled his injured delivered into its piquet ball and quickly left. "Joker, the League's forces are here," Karen reminded him. Steven nodded and quickly ran to the half-dead Ho-Oh lying on the ground. "How are you? Can you still move?" Ho-Oh weakly opened its eyes halfway. By the time Steven and the others had arrived as reinforcements, it had already been exhausted. And just moments ago, it had taken a blizzard attack from Delivered right to the back of its head, a critical weak spot. There was no way it could be fine after that. "Sorry, you're too big to carry. Rest in here for now. Don't worry, I don't intend to capture you." Steven picked up an Ultra Ball and recalled Ho-Oh inside. Fortunately, Ho-Oh didn't resist. And with its legendary-level stamina, it wouldn't take long for it to recover. Once it did, no piquet ball would be able to contain it. After all, it had already proven that when it betrayed Pryce earlier. "You guys should come with us too," Steven said to the three legendary beasts, who, though injured, were in much better shape than their boss. As Steven and his companions prepared to retreat, Ayano, standing on the rooftop, suddenly called out. Only then did Steven remember the girl he had just saved. Half-pink, half-blue hair, quite a rare sight. "Go home," Steven called out to her, before disappearing into the dark alley with Karen and Will. Watching the now empty street where Joker had vanished, Ayano pouted and muttered. "Why'd he run off so fast? I didn't even get to say thank you." "Woo tilde woo, woo." Before she could finish speaking, the sound of police sirens grew louder. A large number of officers from the Jenny squad had finally arrived. Seeing Ayano standing on the rooftop, Officer Jenny anxiously shouted, "Little girl, don't move. We're coming to rescue you." Less than 2 minutes later, an Arcanine leaped off the rooftop, carrying Ayano. "You're safe now, little girl. We've got you." Officer Jenny gently patted Ayano's head to comfort it. Ayano secretly rolled its eyes. "You're only arriving now, after the fight is already over. Lord Joker, this way." On the other side, a sharp, eunuch-like voice rang out. Surd, who had come to receive them, suppressed the shock in her heart and thought. The two most talented young prodigies, whom both Team Rocket and the League rely upon, are the same person. This is, interesting. Steven and his two companions followed Surd into a shop specializing in TM, technical machine, sales, then took a hidden passage back to Viridian Gym. There was no need to guess. The shop was one of Team Rocket's informant bases. Steven, his two companions, and the three beast Pokémon followed Surd through the hidden passage back to Viridian Gym. Giovanni was outside, handling the League trainers who had come as reinforcements, maintaining his facade as the gym leader. However, what surprised Steven and the others was that the hidden passage led directly to a research facility beneath the Viridian Gym. As soon as they arrived, they coincidentally ran into a group of scientists conducting experiments inside. Both sides stared at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. "Oh, come to think of it, this is the first time Lord Joker is meeting our Mutwo research team." Surd stepped forward to introduce them. "Research Director, Dr. Blaine." Surd first pointed to Dr. Blaine, a bald man whose head seemed to reflect light, wearing sunglasses. Then she smiled and added, "He's also the Cinnabar gym leader of the Indigo League, so please keep that a secret." Karen scoffed, "The boss is the Viridian gym leader, and the director is the Cinnabar gym leader. Just what kind of misfits has the Indigo League been raising?" Surd shrugged, thinking, if only she knew the identities of the three executives, she'd probably be scared stiff. "This is Instructor, Dr. Fuji." When Dr. Fuji was introduced, a trace of guilt appeared on his face, as if something was weighing on his mind. "And this is the data analyst, Dr. Nanba." As soon as Surd finished speaking, the old man angrily corrected her. Not Nanba, it's Namba. And this one, who just transferred from Alola, is our research assistant, Faba. Upon hearing Surd's introduction, Faba was displeased, saying, "The assistant part is unnecessary. I'll be promoted to director soon." As he spoke, Faba discreetly observed Steven and thought, "So he's Team Rocket's genius scientist. I wonder how he compares to Dr. Steven, the inventor of TMs. Who is truly superior?" At this moment, Faba still didn't know that Steven and Joker were the same person. Surd, being smart, also refrained from revealing unnecessary details. "Enough introductions, I have something more important to do." Steven interrupted. Upon hearing this, Surd gestured for Steven to proceed. The four of them took the elevator to the gym's battle arena on the first floor. Steven opened an Ultra Ball, releasing Ho-Oh. It remained in its usual half-dead state. Steven then took out another Piquet Ball. Chirp Tilda. A second sickly bird appeared. It lay on the battle arena alongside Ho-Oh, both looking equally melancholic. Steven gently picked up the little Swablu and asked Ho-Oh, "Can I ask you to heal her?" Ho-Oh, still enduring the lingering pain from the cold energy it had suffered earlier, examined Swablu's life force. "Oh." Ho-Oh let out a weak cry, speaking in a language Steven couldn't understand. Steven raised an eyebrow, about to ask, "Can't you just use telepathy?" At that moment, Zorua's voice echoed in Steven's mind. "Master, Ho-Oh says that Swablu's condition is congenital. Many of its internal organs were malformed from birth." "I already know that." Steven interrupted Zorua, showing a rare moment of impatience. "What I want to know is, can it be cured?" "Is-oh." Ho-Oh responded again. Zorua translated. "Ho-Oh says that normal methods won't work. The only way is to break and rebuild, just like what it did with those three." Saying this, Zorua pointed with its tiny paw at Reiku, Suicune, and Entei. Using the same method, as with the three legendary beasts. Steven was momentarily stunned. After thinking about Ho-Oh's words for a moment, he quickly realized what it meant and said in shock, "You mean reconstructing the body?" In the Johto region, there was an ancient legend. Over 100 years ago, 3 unknown Pokémon perished in the fire at the Burn Tower in Ecruteak City and were later revived by Ho-Oh. That was the origin of Ho-Oh's 3 guardian beasts, Reiku, Suicune, and Entei. Some scholars speculated that the 3 Pokémon were originally Eevee, since water, fire, and electric matched the first 3 known evolutions. But that detail didn't matter to Steven right now. What mattered was Ho-Oh's method. Ho-Oh deemed Swablu's current body irreparable and intended to give it a new one. After a brief silence, Steven nodded. No matter what, saving Swablu was the priority. "Don't be scared, Swablu. This bird auntie will save you." Steven gently reassured the worried Swablu and placed it before Ho-Oh. Hearing how Steven addressed it, Ho-Oh secretly rolled its eyes. "Who's your bird auntie?" "I'm genderless, okay." After silently complaining, Ho-Oh, now mostly recovered thanks to its immense life force, spread its magnificent, rainbow-glowing wings. A warm, radiant light expanded outward in rings, enveloping Swablu before beginning to contract. Just as it had done long ago for the 3 Pokémon that perished in the Burn Tower, Ho-Oh was now granting Swablu a new life. So this is the truth behind the Ecruteak City legend. Will stepped closer in awe. Through the rainbow light, they could faintly see Swablu's body rapidly growing before their eyes. From a tiny, stunted Swablu, it expanded to the same size as a normal Swablu of its species. Crackle! At that moment, a brilliant pink light surged alongside Ho-Oh's rainbow glow. Chirp! Swablu's voice, now much livelier, rang out from within the glowing radiance. At the center of the pink fairy light, Swablu emerged in its reborn form. Chapter 127, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 127. The 7-colored light, symbolizing Ho-Oh's power, and the pink radiance representing the fairy type, burst forth together, revealing a newly reborn Swablu in its transformed state. This is... Everyone present, including Steven, was visibly shocked at the sight before them. Unlike a typical Swablu, which symbolizes blue skies and white clouds with its body covered in blue and white downy feathers. This reborn Swablu had wings as fluffy as clouds, now glowing with a pink hue that would be particularly detested by dragon-type Pokémon. This, what exactly is happening? Karen took several deep breaths, barely managing to suppress her excitement as she looked at the transformed Swablu. Meanwhile, Linlin, a fighting-type Pokémon, sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the pink-winged Swablu. Was this still the same little one that used to snuggle in her arms so affectionately? Ho! At that moment, Ho-Oh spoke again, and Zorua promptly provided a translation. Ho-Oh says, "I have awakened within her a power akin to Xernea's. Consider it an additional gift." A power akin to Xernea's? Could it be fairy type? Stephen knew that Swablu's evolved form, Altaria, gained the fairy typing upon evolution. Did this mean Swablu had already awakened to the fairy type? Had it changed from normal plus flying to fairy flying? Before Stephen could take any further action, Ho-Oh suddenly used telepathy to communicate with him. "Your Eevee is special." Hi. Stephen was taken aback and quickly took out a Pokéball ball to summon his Umbreon. Ho-Oh fixated on the evolution gem hanging around Umbreon's neck for a long time, then used its rainbow-colored light to sense something before sighing in admiration. "I see now. You have also reshaped her body, and you even drew upon that Great One's power. To help Umbreon break through her limits, I had to resort to some unconventional methods." Stephen knelt and placed his right hand gently on Umbreon's head. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ho-Oh seemed to come to a major decision. A burst of sacred blue, red, and yellow light radiated from its rainbow-colored wings and infused itself into the evolution gem, which Stephen had modeled after the Jewel of Life. This is... Even Stephen himself was uncertain about what Ho-Oh was doing. Umbreon briefly sensed the newly surging power within the evolution gem. The very next moment, her body suddenly expanded. From its original corgi-sized form, it rapidly grew to the height of a golden retriever. In less than 2 seconds, it reached a stature equivalent to that of the 3 legendary beasts, comparable to a fierce tiger. No, it wasn't just the size. Its entire form had become identical to the legendary beast, Entei. Entei. Karen's pupils shrank in shock. Indeed, at this very moment, Umbreon had transformed into none other than Entei, one of the 3 legendary beasts and a member of Ho-Oh's personal guard. Even the actual Entei standing nearby was visibly bewildered, staring wide-eyed at its doppelganger. But it didn't stop there. Umbreon sensed yet another power within the evolution gem. The once flowing, lion-like brown mane of Entei suddenly became rigid and spiky. Its color shifted from brown to yellow. Reiko. Surd was dumbfounded. What else could happen next? Ho-Oh's telepathic voice echoed once more. "Just as I suspected. By channeling the sacred power, I used to revive the 3 legendary beasts into this imitation of the Jewel of Life. Your Eevee can accomplish this transformation." With these words, Ho-Oh essentially confirmed a long-standing theory. When it resurrected the 3 Pokémon that perished in the burned tower, their original species had been Eevee. And now, with Ho-Oh infusing the same sacred power into the evolution gem, Umbreon could freely shift between the forms of the 3 legendary beasts, just as she had always been able to switch between evolutions. At that moment, the transformed Umbreon reverted to her original form. "Thanks." Seeing this, Stephen clasped his hands together in a show of gratitude toward Ho-Oh. A few seconds later, Ho-Oh finally broke the silence and communicated telepathically once more. "With this, we are even." Although Stephen had helped Ho-Oh escape from human control, the legendary Pokémon had never intended to follow him. Resurrecting Swablu and granting Umbreon the power of the legendary beasts was the extent of its repayment. From this point forward, neither owed the other anything. Stephen also understood he was not the kind of righteous trainer Ho-Oh would favor. If it had been Ash Ketchum, maybe there would have been a chance. Oh wait, no, Ash would just release the powerful Pokémon after catching it. "I hope you will use this power to foster harmony between humans and Pokémon." With those solemn words, Ho-Oh spread its wings, preparing to leave with its 3 subordinates. "Wait a moment," Stephen suddenly called out, raising his hand in a halting gesture. Ho-Oh and its 3 legendary beasts instinctively turned back. With a sly grin, Stephen said, "Since you've helped this much, why not go all the way? Ho-Oh, in ancient times, you resurrected fallen Pokémon to become your royal guards, right? Why not grant Umbreon the power of the ancient genes as well?" At these words, the 3 legendary beasts simultaneously tilted their heads in confusion. If this were an anime, there would probably be big question marks floating above their heads. "Human, you seem to know quite a lot." Ho-Oh narrowed its eyes, its expression no longer as friendly as before. Although historical records are scarce, there are indeed ancient texts documenting this. Stephen spoke as if he were drawing from scholarly research, though in reality, his knowledge came from being a reincarnated individual. Most modern scholars, including Professor Oak, believed that the 3 legendary beasts had originated from the Pokémon Ho-Oh, revived in the burned tower over a century ago. However, in truth, even in ancient times, Ho-Oh had already resurrected deceased Eevee and endowed them with immense power, making them its ancient royal guards, a rank far superior to the modern legendary beasts. If you know this, then you should also understand why I no longer grant that power. Ho-Oh's voice was grave. The 3 legendary beasts were completely lost. "What is our boss talking about with this human? We don't understand a word." Stephen pressed further. "True, granting the modern legendary beasts the power of ancient genes would make them excessively strong and disrupt the ecosystem. But I promise that Umbreon will only use this power in special circumstances and never abuse it. How about that?" Just like how the professors in Pokémon Scarlet and Violet warned that letting Paradox Pokémon out of Area 0 could wreak ecological havoc. Unleashing the power of the ancient legendary beasts was no trivial matter. Because even the weakest Paradox Pokémon has quasi-divine power. And as for the ancient 3 legendary beasts, there's no need to even mention their might. The modern 3 legendary beasts are considered 3rd-tier beasts at best, but those ancient ones, they're solid 2nd-tier gods. Even Ho-Oh thought their power was too overwhelming, and when creating its followers afterward, intentionally toned them down. "Stephen, what are you talking about? What ancient stuff? I don't understand at all." Not to mention the 3 dogs, even Karen, and Will looked a bit confused. "I'll explain it to you all later." Stephen smiled faintly and turned to Ho-Oh, saying, "Though I'm not the kind of righteous trainer you may like, I promise I will contribute to the harmonious coexistence of humans and Pokémon, and soon I'll have results to show. However, my identity is a bit special. There are plenty of people in both the light and dark worlds who want to take me down, so I need great power to rely on. Please, Ho-Oh." This time, Ho-Oh fell silent. It couldn't even remember how many years it had been since it last created its ancient personal guard. Could it be time to reawaken that power? After a long silence, Ho-Oh's voice, which leaned toward a feminine tone, echoed through telepathy. "If you use this power for evil, I will reclaim it." "Much appreciated." Ho-Oh's body surged with boundless regenerative energy, which flowed into the evolution stone on the chest of the Umbreon. The color of the energy was a deep blue, symbolic of the dragon type. As they were about to part ways, Ho-Oh glanced at the sealed ceiling and blinked, wondering whether it should ask these humans to open the door for it. Hey, wait a moment." Giovanni's secretary, Mattori, came rushing over in a flurry, stopping them once more. "Don't go out that way. The outside is swarming with reporters, citizens, and police, if these legendary Pokémon appear out there." Giovanni had already gone out to deal with the media and reinforcements sent by the League, while Stephen and his group had hidden themselves. If Ho-Oh and the 3 beasts were to leave openly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stephen rubbed his chin in thought before pulling out 4 red and white piquet balls. "How about you guys hide in these for now?" Ho-Oh. The 3 beasts. Though they mentally wanted to rant, Ho-Oh and its 3 subordinates ultimately had no choice but to obediently enter the piquet balls Stephen prepared for them. "When I leave the city, I'll let you out," Stephen said, glancing at the balls containing the legendary bird and 3 dogs. Steven, that girl seems to have seen a lot. Is that okay? Will pointed out something, gesturing toward Serd, who had witnessed everything from start to finish. Serd's face subtly changed. It's fine, Serd is a smart girl. She won't do anything unnecessary. Steven cast a glance at Serd, smiled, and said, Isn't that right? Serd froze for half a second before returning the smile. Of course, Sint, no Joker-sama. The exchange between the two schemers was simple and subtle. As the trio left Viridian City through a secret passage, Giovanni was still outside dealing with the media. You've all seen it. The culprit behind this tragedy is a mysterious masked individual wearing an ice mask. The battle between him and what seems to be a legendary Pokémon caused this disaster. However, further investigation is required. Please give us some time, and we guarantee to provide a satisfactory explanation. As for the losses suffered by our citizens, the Viridian Gym will bear all the costs. Giovanni's generous gesture instantly won the applause of the surrounding citizens. He then walked to the devastated battlefield, surveying the smoke-filled chaos, where traces of ice and fire still lingered. So this is what a battle between a master-level trainer and top-tier legends looks like. Giovanni muttered to himself, frowning. Giovanni-sama. Matori came up from behind, reporting. Joker-sama and his group have already left through the secret passage. Understood. Anything else? Giovanni asked without turning his head. Chairman Goodshow of headquarters has called, asking you to head to Indigo Plateau to explain the situation. Giovanni wore an expression of inevitability. After a brief pause, he said, Find me the contact information for Mahogany Gym leader Price. I want to talk to him. As Giovanni walked away, a Dragonite and Slowbro descended from the sky. Dragonite carried Lance, while Slowbro carried Lorelei. Both Elite Four members dismounted. By now, it was almost noon, and the golden sun hung high in the sky. Yet, as they stood in the center of Viridian City, which had seemingly transformed into an island of ice and fire, all they felt was a chilling unease. This is too much, isn't it? Lorelei murmured, her lips parting slightly in disbelief. Where are they? Lance was the first to recover from his shock, immediately searching for the culprits. Mr. Lance, they're already gone. A young girl's voice called out. Come help, there are many injured people. The Elite Four members turned to see a 10-year-old girl with rare blue and pink hair urgently waving at them. 2 hours later on Route 1, south of Viridian City. Goodbye. Steven didn't waste any words. After releasing Ho-Oh and its 3 little followers, he waved his hand to say goodbye. Phew. Once the 4 figures gradually disappeared into the distance, Will plopped down onto the ground, looking utterly exhausted. Zorua has been saved, Swablu is now healthy, and we can finally catch our breath. Don't forget, we've completely offended Price. Karen interjected. I don't want to hear it. Will clutched his head and rolled around on the ground. He had just barely managed to forget about that. Ring-a-ring of ring, a ring-a-ring of ring. Suddenly, the phone rang. Steven glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered, Uncle, what's up? Giovanni's voice came through the phone. I just got in touch with Price and learned about his true objective. Oh, he told you. Steven raised an eyebrow slightly. After all, we both hold each other's biggest secrets. We know he's a master trainer attempting to capture Celebi, and he knows we're from Team Rocket. In a sense, we're keeping each other in check. There was a hint of amusement in Giovanni's tone. So he won't come after me anymore? Steven asked. I made a deal with him. I also hope you, Steven, can help create a device capable of capturing Celebi, because I, too, want to borrow Celebi's power. Oh, do you also have regrets from the past that you want to fix, Uncle? Giovanni asked curiously. I want Celebi to use its ability to travel through time and show me who exactly kidnapped my son 3 years ago. Giovanni's previously calm tone suddenly became twisted with rage. Damn it, if I find out who it was, they're dead. Steven. Before Giovanni gained enough power, it was best not to tell him the truth. Even though Price had lost Ho-Oh, Giovanni was still not Price's match for now. Meanwhile, in Viridian City, emergency rescue efforts were in full swing. Apart from the Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy families, Giovanni and his gym staff, 3 Elite Four members had also rushed over from the Indigo Plateau to assist in the rescue. Lorelei released her Lapras and Slowbro, using moves like Life Dew and Heal Pulse to provide emergency treatment to the injured. The Jenny squad stood on the side of the street with their Growlithe and Arcanine, looking troubled. In front of them, a thick ice wall had trapped several civilians inside. However, their Growlithe and Arcanine were helpless against what seemed like millennia-old frozen ice. Their regular flames couldn't even scratch it. What should they do? How could they rescue the people trapped inside? Meanwhile, Lance and Bruno had commanded their Dragon-type and Fighting-type Pokémon to move collapsed buildings and rescue citizens trapped underneath. Ah, it hurts so much. A Dragonite and Hitmonchan lifted a collapsed wall, revealing a young man whose lower body had been crushed beneath it. He let out a blood-curdling scream. "You're safe now, it's going to be okay." Bruno quickly stepped forward to comfort him, bending down to carry him to the ambulance. However, the young man, sobbing uncontrollably, suddenly punched Bruno in the face and roared with anger. "Bastards, why didn't you come to save us sooner? If you had come earlier." Halfway through his sentence, his agitation caused him to pull at his wounds, making him scream even louder. Among the Indigo Elite Four, Bruno was known for having the best temper, yet he remained silent. Lance and Lorelei, frowning, wanted to say something. But when they looked at the young man's legs, now a mangled mess of flesh and blood, the words that had reached their throats could no longer come out. Deep breaths, try to stay calm." Viridian City's Nurse Joy quickly stepped forward to comfort him, assisting Blissey in checking the young man's legs. As the examination continued, Nurse Joy's frown deepened. After having Blissey push the young man onto the ambulance, she turned to what seemed to be his grandmother or great-aunt and said, "His condition, he may need an amputation. Please, come sign the consent form." The elderly woman froze in shock, before collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. Nurse Joy hurriedly crouched down to support her. "Ma'am, please stay calm. Breathe deeply." My poor grandson. What did we do to deserve this?" A wave of grief and sorrow engulfed all of Viridian City. Across the street, Giovanni, who was still on the phone with Steven, was momentarily distracted by the scene. "You did a good deed this time, Steven." Giovanni suddenly spoke again. "Hi." Steven, on the other end of the call, was caught off guard, having no idea what Giovanni meant. Giovanni continued. "If it weren't for you, the number of casualties in Viridian City wouldn't just be this small. Ho-Oh's sudden betrayal had been too unexpected. And the one fighting it had been the only master-level trainer of this era. To make things worse, their battlefield had been in the heart of Viridian City, one of Kanto's most prosperous cities. If Steven and his team hadn't intervened in time, the number of casualties wouldn't have been just a few hundred. It could have easily exceeded 1,000 or even more. If the League had arrived sooner, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Someone in the crowd suddenly muttered. In an instant, Lance, Bruno, and Lorelei's expressions darkened further. Officer Jenny, who was leading the rescue efforts, opened her mouth to defend them. After all, they had rushed over from the Indigo Plateau as quickly as they could. It's not like they could instant transmission like Kakarot. Can they protect us? What's the point of all the hard work we put in to pay taxes to the League? My cousin was also sent to the hospital. I hope he'll be okay. The surrounding citizens began whispering among themselves. The Pokémon world is, after all, a simple and honest place, unlike the Naruto world's Konoha, where the villagers would directly hurl abuse and drive their heroes to despair. But this time, given the heavy casualties, the public inevitably had some complaints. The person who had just watched the battle, Ayano, pursed her lips, scratched her head, and ultimately did not join in the public outcry against Lance and the others. She had the most right to complain. After all, if it weren't for Joker's intervention, she would have died under the frozen assault of the masked man. Yelai. At that moment, a clear and sacred cry of a bird-like Pokémon echoed across the sky. Yano, the 3 Elite Four, Giovanni, and others turned their heads toward the sky. Under the blazing noonday sun, a large Pokémon radiating a 7-colored holy light hovered over Viridian City, resembling a second sun illuminating the entire area. Ho-Oh! Giovanni, still holding his phone in his right hand, muttered the name of this divine entity. Directly beneath Ho-Oh, the Pokémon known as the three legendary beasts, Suicune, Entei, and Reiku, lowered their heads and knelt on the ground like loyal subjects before their sovereign, as if worshipping their true ruler. Why has it returned? Giovanni furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. From his earlier conversation with Stephen, Giovanni had already learned that Ho-Oh and the three legendary beasts had been released. But now, Giovanni looked up at Ho-Oh, its wings spread wide over Viridian City, along with its three loyal followers. Why has it come back? Is it not afraid of price? That old monster probably hasn't gone far yet. Is it not afraid of being captured again? Yee-I tilde tilde tilde. At that moment, Ho-Oh let out an even louder cry. Under the radiant midday sun, its massive wings flashed with an even more brilliant 7-colored glow, casting their light over every person in Viridian City. So warm, Yano murmured in awe. Meanwhile, a young man who had just been placed in an ambulance by a Blissey, preparing for amputation surgery, widened his eyes in shock. His legs weren't hurting anymore. He looked down. His rotting, bloodied flesh was healing at an astonishing speed, visible to the naked eye. And it wasn't just him. All around, the ice walls that had trapped numerous citizens, frozen by Price's two ace Pokémon, began to melt on their own. Before long, one by one, the frozen citizens were freed, breaking into tears of joy as they shouted. I'm saved, I'm saved. Wah, I'm alive, I'm really alive. The young man who had been told he needed an amputation ignored Blissey's attempts to stop him, jumped off the ambulance, and ran to hug his grandmother, jumping and shouting excitedly. I'm healed, Grandma, I'm completely healed. The elderly woman burst into tears, taking a long moment to process what had happened. And then she realized it was all thanks to that magnificent Pokémon in the sky. She hurriedly knelt, clapping her hands together and bowing deeply toward Ho-Oh. Thank you, great and nameless Pokémon. Other survivors and citizens, some newly healed, some spared from harm, followed suit, either kneeling to bow or offering deep bows of gratitude. Even the officer Jennies removed their police caps, standing at attention to salute Ho-Oh, offering their highest respect. The people of this city are endlessly grateful. Bruno lowered his head and solemnly thanked Ho-Oh. If it weren't for this Pokémon, he had no idea how they would have resolved this disaster. Yelai. However, after confirming that the city no longer had any injured individuals, Ho-Oh let out one final cry. Scattering radiant 7-colored light particles, it turned and soared toward the sunlit horizon. And the three legendary beasts followed closely behind, trailing after their leader. This act was Ho-Oh's way of making amends. It, too, had been reckless, fighting Price in the middle of a densely populated city, causing many humans and Pokémon to suffer as collateral damage. Now, it was merely righting its wrongs. Watching as Ho-Oh grew smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing from sight, Lance murmured, Pokémon truly are the most beautiful creatures. Giovanni, too, spoke again, this time through his phone to Stephen. Stephen, the situation here has been resolved by Ho-Oh. Too bad, I was looking forward to watching the Pokémon League make a fool of itself. Chapter 128, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 128. Stephen froze on the spot for a few seconds after hearing this, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. What's going on? He asked with a puzzled face. Giovanni replied, Ho-Oh, it came back and revived all the victims caught up in the battle. Giovanni then retold the events that had just unfolded in Viridian City to Stephen. Stephen. All right, while its temperament isn't as saint-like as Xernea's, Ho-Oh is indeed the epitome of a benevolent Pokémon. Giovanni smirked mischievously and said, What a pity, Stephen, that you missed the scene where the 3 Indigo League Elite Four members were publicly shamed. Sigh, it's too bad the one who got beaten up was Bruno, the peacemaker. If it had been Lance, that would have been much more entertaining. Giovanni reminisced about the moment Bruno got beaten earlier. If only Bruno had been replaced with Lance. Now that would have been a spectacle. Stephen was momentarily speechless. Uncle Giovanni could be pretty childish sometimes. After confirming that Ho-Oh hadn't been captured again, Stephen hung up the call with Giovanni and said to the other two, "Now, there's nothing to worry about." According to Giovanni's final update, he had already signed a temporary peace agreement with Price over the phone before calling Stephen. For the time being, Price wouldn't make any moves to capture them. Waya. Overwhelmed with relief, Will couldn't stop himself from bursting into tears. Finally, we can get a good night's sleep. Although Karen wasn't as dramatic as Will, she leaned against a nearby tree trunk and let out a long sigh of relief. After all, being targeted by a master-level trainer was like living with a constant thorn in your side. Seeing the two looking like they'd just survived a disaster, Stephen couldn't help but smile. Even as someone who had lived 3 lifetimes as a transmigrator, he felt a little nervous when dealing with Price. Let alone Karen, who had just turned 13, and Will, who was only 11. Stephen reached out to pull the two of them into a hug, one on each side. Anyway, we've survived another ordeal. Let's take this time to rest and recover. I swear I won't go out looking for trouble again. Will cried loudly, sniffling and tearing up. He loved thrills, sure, but these past few days had taken it way too far. Especially the battle with Price. He had genuinely felt like he'd almost met the Grim Reaper. On the other side, Karen couldn't help but shoot a disdainful glare at Will. Life would have been so much easier without this fool. Wait a second, this is Route 1, isn't it? While the three were chatting, Stephen suddenly remembered something. Route 1 in the Kanto region connects 2 cities, Viridian City and Pallet Town. It's Route 1, why do you ask Stephen? Karen asked curiously. Stephen flashed a radiant smile and waved his hand. Let's go, let's visit the starting point that symbolizes new beginnings. Hi. Karen and Will were momentarily confused, but as usual, followed behind Stephen without further questioning. Pallet Town, the place where countless Pokémon fans in Stephen's previous lives had started their dreams. Of course, this included Stephen himself. Walking from Viridian City to Pallet Town via Route 1 was no short journey. At an ordinary walking pace, it would take about 4 days. But the three weren't in any particular rush. Like a miniature version of Ash, Misty, and Brock from the original trio, they returned to a long-lost sense of everyday adventure. After deciding on their next destination, Stephen soon received a message from Lorelei. Stephen, that masked man has reappeared. Based on what we know, 2 days ago he fought Joker's trio and 4 legendary Pokémon in Viridian City. According to Giovanni, Joker has already been rescued. Be careful. After reading the message, Stephen could infer that Giovanni had temporarily pacified the League. Although the League was 99% unlikely to uncover anything substantial, Stephen was certain the masked man would soon be put on a wanted list. After all, the battle in Viridian City had been far too big of an event. Many citizens had been caught in the chaos, becoming first-hand witnesses and victims. This is also why Stephen chose to use Joker instead of his real identity. Stephen, what are you looking at? Will came over. Stephen calmly put his phone away. If this guy found out that Lorelei had messaged him, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Nothing, is the food ready? Stephen asked in return. Unlike the original trio of protagonists, Ash being reckless, Misty serving as the sarcastic one, and Brock as the dad figure, Stephen's trio rotates cooking duties when camping outdoors. Today was Will's turn. We ran out of ingredients long ago. Did you forget that we were too busy running from Viridian City to release Ho-Oh and didn't have time to restock supplies? Will shrugged. Should we fly straight to Pallet Town or head back to Viridian City? Karen asked. Forget it, we're almost there. Since nothing big is happening, we might as well walk step by step and enjoy the atmosphere, Stephen replied with a smile. We can pick berries, forage for wild vegetables, or fish. There are plenty of ways to gather food in the wild. Then I'll go fishing. I can temporarily regress my Slowbro into a Slowpoke. I've heard that Slowpoke is great at using its tail as a fishing rod, Will said excitedly. I hope you're eaten by a Gyarados, Karen said with a pout. Huh, what's your problem, you evil woman? All right, stop arguing, Steven said, patting Karen on the back. Let's go pick berries. The three split up. Steven and Karen walked side by side through the forest. Karen brought up a topic. Steven, what are you planning to do about what Giovanni mentioned before? Karen was naturally referring to the matter Giovanni had brought up on the phone, asking Steven to devise a perfect plan to capture Celebi. Well, I plan to stall for now, Steven replied honestly. The methods for capturing Celebi had already been explained in the original story. One method was devised years later by Professor Oak, or rather, his friend Kurt, using feathers from Ho-Oh and Lugia to craft a GS ball capable of sealing Celebi. Once Celebi was captured in the GS ball, it couldn't use its time-traveling abilities and therefore couldn't escape as it had in Ilex Forest. The second method was used by Iron-Masked Marauder, a Rocket Team executive, and an unlucky guy who Steven and Will had already dealt with. He used a new type of Piquet ball called the Dark Ball, which was presumably a Rocket Team invention. This Piquet ball could steal other people's Pokémon, brainwash them, and at the cost of their life force, unlock their hidden potential. To summarize, one method involves imprisonment and the other brainwashing. Steven personally thought the second method was more efficient. Although the first method prevented Celebi from escaping, what could you do if it flat-out refused to cooperate? The second method was much more straightforward, just brainwash it and give it orders. However, it was undeniably cruel. Celebi, a dignified mythical Pokémon, was almost drained dry after being controlled for less than half an hour. In Steven's view, the so-called Dark Ball was a complete failure. Wait a minute. Steven suddenly remembered something. He had reviewed Rocket Team's research plans, but he hadn't seen anything related to the Dark Ball. On the contrary, Steven suddenly recalled what he witnessed a year ago at the Olivine Gym. Salamence breaking through from the peak elite level to champion level in an instant. Then there was Alina's Gardevoir, breaking through from standard elite level to peak elite level in the Ilex Forest. The principle behind Shadow's technique seemed more akin to the Dark Ball used by Iron-Masked Marauder in the future. Is there some connection between the two? Several guesses surged in Steven's mind. Steven, is someone crying? Karen furrowed her delicate brows as she glanced around. Steven snapped out of his thoughts and listened carefully. Sure enough, someone was crying nearby. Judging by the voice, it was a little girl. Karen released her Houndoom, whose sharp ears perked up, and it led the way to the right. Under the shade of a large tree stood a 6-year-old girl with light brown, slightly curly long hair. She wore a straw hat and a pink princess dress, her little head lowered as she sobbed uncontrollably. Sob, sob, I told you I didn't want to come. Bad mommy, bad mommy. The girl, Serena, cried while complaining about her mother, Grace, who was far away in the Kalos region. Because Serena was shy and timid around strangers, her mother had sent her from Kalos to attend Professor Oak's summer camp, hoping the experience would help her overcome her social anxiety. But when Professor Oak had announced free activities, Serena had been startled by a Poliwag that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Frightened, she had run out of town, only to trip and fall. It hurt so much. Buey Tilda. At that moment, Serena suddenly felt a warm sensation on the wound on her knee. Her tear-filled, pearl-like eyes looked up. She was surprised to see a Pokémon resembling an Eevee evolution, its body composed of pink and white hues. It was both adorable and elegant. The Pokémon was touching her wound with ribbon-like feelers. In just a moment, the gash on her knee healed on its own. You are. Serena stared wide-eyed at the unfamiliar Pokémon. This is Heal Pulse, you're fine now. Steven walked up with Karen, and the Sylveon jumped to Steven's feet, asking for a pat. Chapter 129, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 129. Wow, amazing, it was healed in an instant. Before Serena could respond, a boy's exclamation suddenly rang in her ears. Turning her head, Serena saw a boy about her age, around 6 years old, wearing a vest and holding a bug-catching net, just like the typical bug-catching kids you'd see on the roadside. Somehow, he had already dashed over to the Sylvian in front of her. "Big brother, what kind of Pokémon is this?" The bug-catching boy leaned in close to the Sylvian, yelling excitedly. Sylvian stepped back 2 paces in disdain. She seemed to sense that if this kid touched her, his ridiculous energy might somehow infect her. This situation. Looking at the boy who seemed straight out of a bug-catching scene, and then glancing at the girl who had fallen under the shade of a tree, Stephen began to put the pieces together. Her name is Sylvian, but hey, kid, shouldn't you be more concerned about the girl over there than the Pokémon? Stephen pointed toward Serena, who was under the tree. Didn't your Pokémon already heal her? She's fine now." The boy didn't even spare Serena a glance. Instead, he bounced around excitedly like a monkey, saying, "I just spotted a Poliwag earlier. I was chasing it to catch it, but darn it, where did it go?" The overly energetic Ash didn't pay any attention to the girl his age, who, despite her young age, already showed the makings of a beauty. Stephen slapped his forehead and muttered under his breath, "Don't blame me later for not giving you a chance." Meanwhile, Karen cast a disdainful look, one that seemed reserved for completely oblivious men, before reaching out and helping Serena to her feet. Thank you, big sister." The shy Serena murmured. "It's nothing." Karen's expression remained cold as usual. Around anyone other than Stephen, she tended to exude an aura of aloofness and distance. "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself." Ash, at this age, was the complete opposite of Serena in personality. After wiping his nose, he introduced himself energetically. "I'm Ash from Pallet Town. My goal is to become a Pokémon master. I just saw a Poliwag and chased it all the way here. Have you guys seen it?" "Poliwag?" Serena thought to herself with a hint of annoyance. That Poliwag was exactly what had startled her and caused her to fall earlier. Pressing her lips together, she softly said, in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, My name is Serena. I came from the Kalos region to join Professor Oak's summer camp. I'm Stephen, and this is my companion, Karen. Coincidentally, we're also heading to Pallet Town." Stephen smiled as he observed the boy and girl in front of him. The reason he wanted to visit Pallet Town wasn't just because it was the dream starting point for every Pokémon fan. There was also another big reason. This kid who had gone 20 years without a championship. In the final arc of Pokémon Journeys, Ash pushes himself to the limit, finally defeating Steven, Cynthia, and Leon to become the world champion. And then in the next series, poof, he was retired. "Mr. Steven, I've never seen this Sylvian before. When I watch Professor Oak's lectures, I remember Eevee only having 3 evolutions. I think they were, Ash's eyes sparkled with curiosity at first, but then grew increasingly unsure. He scratched his head, stuck on the names. It couldn't be helped. Up until his Indigo League challenge, Ash hadn't even memorized the type of matchups properly. "Water, fire, electric," Serena softly interjected. But they later discovered 2 new evolutions, one for the sun and one for the moon. "Oh, right. Ash slapped his forehead and tried to cover his embarrassment. Tilda, I've been so busy lately, I haven't had time to watch the lectures. Sorry about that, Tilda." Serena discreetly rolled her eyes. That announcement was made 2 years ago during one of Professor Oak's programs. "Serena, you're supposed to meet up with Professor Oak, right? Since we're also heading to Pallet Town, how about we go together?" Stephen smiled and extended an invitation to Serena. Thank you. At this age, Serena wasn't used to interacting with strangers. However, after what had just happened, she mustered her courage and agreed, not wanting to face another scary situation alone. "Let's head to Pallet Town quickly," Stephen said, waving to Ash. "Could I trouble you to lead the way, future Pokémon Master?" Hearing Stephen's title for him, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No problem," he exclaimed enthusiastically. Then, as he had suddenly been injected with adrenaline, he dashed forward. "Everyone follow me." "Don't rush. We still need to meet up with another companion," Stephen reminded him. Do you think he'll get us lost? Serena quietly muttered, watching Ash bounce around like a hyperactive monkey. As a friend, someone like Ash is the ideal template, Stephen commented objectively. Although Ash seemed to forget all about his previously captured Pokémon and travel companions whenever he entered a new region, and his occasional cluelessness could easily frustrate anyone, as a companion, he was unbeatable. He was pure-hearted, spoke his mind, and had no hidden agendas. If I had Ash's personality, Stephen thought, Ho-Oh might not have left the other day. That shiny Firo would probably adore a trainer as innocent and straightforward as him. In a suburban area, not far from Pallet Town, Stephen and the group finally met with Professor Oak. Upon seeing Serena among the group, accompanied by several elementary school students, Professor Oak clutched his chest in shock. "You scared me. When I did roll call earlier, I found someone missing. I was just about to send out Dragonite to look for them, but it turns out you brought them back, Dr. Stephen." During the free activity time, Professor Oak had been doing a head count, only to discover a child missing. It had frightened him half to death. "It was just a coincidence that we met on the way here, but it seems there was an unexpected bonus," Stephen replied, pointing toward Ash, who was cheerfully greeting the other kids from the summer camp. "We also ran into him on Route 1. Ash, didn't I tell you not to leave the town without your own Pokémon?" Before Professor Oak could respond, a young woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s and exuding a warm, motherly MILF presence, suddenly rushed over. She grabbed Ash by the ear and scolded him. "Ouch, ow, 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 Mom, I won't do it again. Mercy, please," Ash cried, his face contorted in pain as his mother pulled his ear. The other kids standing with Serena couldn't help but laugh at his misfortune. Stephen observed Ash's young mother with interest. Although her appearances in the series were rare, Delia Ketchum was a character full of quirks and charm. "Oh my, our future Pokémon master went out to catch Pokémon again? Tell us, did you catch anything this time?" A boy with spiky brown hair approached, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Gary, you jerk," Ash gritted his teeth in frustration. "Still as lucky as ever, huh?" Gary smirked. "It's amazing you didn't get yourself killed by an Arbok or a Beedrill." He continued mockingly, "Every trainer knows the basic rule. Never leave town without your own Pokémon. Even a rookie understands that. Honestly, as your rival, I'm embarrassed for you." Already irritated after failing to catch a Rattata, Ash's temper flared. Gary's taunting was the final straw. He exploded like a powder keg. "What did you just say?" Ash lunged at Gary with the same ferocity he had used earlier on the poor Rattata. The two boys tumbled to the ground, wrestling and rolling around in the middle of the street. "Ash, stop it," Delia yelled. "Knock it off, Gary," Professor Oak scolded. These two had been at each other's throats since they learned how to talk. Both Professor Oak and Delia were used to their endless bickering, but in front of so many people, couldn't they at least behave? Just then, two other boys ran over and managed to pull Ash and Gary apart. Interestingly, Ash and Gary seemed to respect these two more than their mom and grandpa. "Ash, brother red. Gary, brother blue. It was that idiot Ash who started it first." The silent and mute attribute Red remained speechless, only shaking his head to signal Ash to stop. Blue, on the other hand, knocked Gary on the forehead, giving his annoying little brother a flick. "Don't embarrass yourself here." The stark contrast in their attitudes perfectly showcased the differences in personality between the two elder brothers. Good grief, are they the four brothers of Pallet Town? "Dr. Stephen, why didn't you tell this old man when you came to Pallet Town? Is there something important?" Professor Oak shifted his attention back to Stephen. "It's nothing too special. I just saw the news again about rookie trainers getting into accidents in the wild. I figured it would be best to get the Pokédex done as soon as possible, so I came over." Stephen had already prepared a reasonable excuse. Mainly, he suddenly remembered that Viridian City and Pallet Town were connected by Route 1. Plus, he had previously made a promise to Ho-Oh to help humans and Pokémon coexist in harmony. So he simply decided to drop by and work with Professor Oak to get the Pokédex ready ahead of schedule. "Oh, Dr. Stephen, you are thoughtful." Professor Oak excitedly shook Stephen's hand. Thank you, This will bring a revolution to the league, no, to the entire Pokémon continent. Professor Oak, you flatter me. I'm just proposing an idea. The follow-up work still depends on you. Stephen smiled. After all, the Pokédex was originally Professor Oak's invention. If it weren't for his promise to Ho-Oh, and the fact that he needed Oak's help for something soon, Stephen wouldn't have bothered to take credit for the professor's patent. Haha, being too humble isn't always good. A young man should have some confidence, Professor Oak chuckled. Who is this guy? Grandpa is sucking up to him. Seeing his most admired grandfather looking so appreciative, even slightly flattering, Gary was a little displeased. He invented the TM. Red, who rarely spoke, actually said something. Unlike his little brother, who couldn't even memorize type matchups, Red, though he hadn't received his first Pokémon yet, had been eagerly studying battle strategies from a young age. Gary's expression changed instantly. TMs, any aspiring Pokémon trainer would be familiar with them. Those were legendary devices that could instantly teach a Pokémon powerful moves. So what? Grandpa is way greater. Gary stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Stephen didn't mind Gary's words at all. Having been a Pokémon fan in his past life, he knew Gary's personality very well, constantly boasting about himself as an arrogant young master. Before suffering a crushing defeat in the Indigo League, getting schooled by some unknown NPC, and even getting eliminated earlier than Ash, Gary's personality was indeed quite annoying. Gary, you must show respect to Dr. Stephen. However, the usually kind and gentle Professor Oak suddenly showed a very serious expression. There was even a hint of anger in his eyes, which startled Blue, Gary, and even Ash and Red. Professor Oak solemnly declared, "The Pokédex that Dr. Stephen is developing will play a crucial role in your journeys and adventures. It's something that might even save your lives. How can you speak to him like that?" This time, Professor Oak was truly angry. As the original inventor of the Pokédex in his timeline, he understood better than anyone just how important it was. It could genuinely save lives. Once this invention was completed, countless rookie trainers' lives could be saved. In Professor Oak's eyes, the significance of the Pokédex was even greater than that of TM's. Because this was a truly great invention that could rescue trainers from peril. And yet, Gary had spoken rudely to the brilliant scientist who created such a revolutionary device. If it weren't for the fact that his son and daughter-in-law had passed away early, leaving his grandsons lacking love since childhood, Professor Oak might have already taken off his belt to teach them a lesson. "Gr Grandpa, Gary was also startled. What? Is it that serious? I was just casually joking around, wasn't I?" Blue was also a bit confused, wondering if his grandfather was overreacting. "Forget it, Professor Oak. Let's talk about the main topic first." Stephen didn't care much and said casually, "Even if you don't mind, Dr. Stephen, I still need to properly discipline this kid." Although Stephen was almost of his grandson's generation, his contributions to Pokémon and the people of this world far surpassed his own, making him worthy of such respect. "You're not allowed to eat today. Your punishment is to stand outside the door all night." After reprimanding Gary, Professor Oak made a please gesture towards Stephen. "Come, Dr. Stephen, let's go to the research lab and talk in detail." "Oh, right, Delia. Please take care of these children attending the summer camp." Under Professor Oak's guidance, Stephen headed toward the Oak Research Lab, located at the foot of the back mountain of Pallet Town. "Brother Blue, isn't Grandpa being too harsh?" Gary complained to his elder brother. Usually, when he teased Ash harshly, Grandpa never said much. Blue stroked his chin. "It just shows how much Grandpa values him. After all, just the existence of TMs alone has benefited countless trainers." As someone who would later be called a trainer-breeder by Professor Oak, Blue understood Stephen's significance better than his younger brother. Later in the evening, Professor Oak personally hosted Stephen and his companions for dinner at his home. As they entered the house, a young girl about the same age as Stephen, with an elegant demeanor, warmly greeted them. "You must be Dr. Stephen, Miss Morgan, and Mr. Will, right? Welcome, dinner is ready." Daisy Oak, the eldest daughter of the Oak family, the elder sister of both Blue and Gary, Many Pokémon fans might not even know about her. Compared to her two younger brothers, her presence was indeed much lower. However, while she didn't have Blue's overwhelming talent, she was still a formidable Pokémon trainer. In the original series, she even won the Pokémon Contest Grand Festival Championship. Thank you. Steven nodded in acknowledgement. The Oak family had good genes, and Daisy was a natural beauty. Hurry and eat. Blue, Gary, don't forget to wash your hands. Daisy gently reminded them while calling her two younger brothers. Gary won't be eating tonight, he'll be standing outside. Professor Oak hadn't forgotten Gary's punishment. Daisy instinctively wanted to plead for her younger brother, but seeing the rare stern expression on her grandfather's face, she figured Gary must have made a serious mistake. So, she refrained from speaking further. Gary stood outside the window, looking pitiful. Karen went to the kitchen to help Daisy serve the dishes. Will and Blue turned on the television. Meanwhile, Professor Oak and Steven sat across from each other at the dining table. To be honest, Dr. Steven, Professor Oak said, when I was young, I suffered due to a lack of information. Back when I was traveling in the Johto region, I encountered a Sneasel, its pre-evolution form to be precise. At the time, I thought it looked like a small cat, not very big and probably quite gentle. So I reached out to pet it, and it immediately used slash on me. It tore my clothes apart. From that moment on, I started recording details about the Pokémon I encountered, their appearance, habits, and signature moves. I wanted to compile these observations into a book so that curious rookie trainers wouldn't make the same mistakes I did. I never expected a genius like you to appear and solve a problem that had troubled me for years. Hearing this, Steven suddenly recalled something. In the movie Pokémon, Celebi, voice of the forest, young Professor Oak, was indeed seen sketching Pokémon. So, he had already conceived the idea of developing a Pokédex back then. You truly are incredible, Professor. Steven sincerely expressed his admiration. In his previous life, he chose to become a scientist because he realized he had no talent for martial arts. But he also wanted to hold Boa Hancock in his left arm, Shirahoshi in his right, and have Yamato kneeling before him. He wanted to be at the top of the world. So, Steven took an unconventional path, becoming a disciple of Dr. Vegapunk and embarking on the road of science. At the end of the day, everything Steven did was for his own personal desires. He didn't see anything wrong with that. But that didn't stop him from admiring Professor Oak's selflessness. While other trainers focused on making their Pokémon stronger and winning championships, Professor Oak was already thinking about how to pave the way for future trainers. You're giving me too much credit, Professor Oak chuckled. I merely had the idea, but you're the one who brought it to life. Tomorrow, I'll take you to my research lab. I have decades worth of research on the Pokémon ecology of both the Kanto and Johto regions stored there. Once you've completed the Pokédex, you'll be able to integrate all this data right away. At that moment, the news anchor on the television reported. 3 days ago, a major disaster occurred in Viridian City. Based on testimony from Viridian gym leader Mr. Giovanni and numerous citizens, it has been confirmed that the incident was caused by a battle between 4 legendary Pokémon and a mysterious criminal known as Masked Man. The League has classified the Masked Man as an SSS-level criminal. According to Pokémon researcher Professor Elm from the Johto region, 3 of these legendary Pokémon are the 3 legendary beasts, Suicune, Raikou, and Entei. The remaining large bird Pokémon, seemingly referred to as Ho-Oh by the Masked Man, appears to have a superior subordinate relationship with the 3 beasts. This legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh, returned to Viridian City after the battle and helped heal hundreds of civilians affected by the conflict, confirming that it is a benevolent legendary Pokémon. In other news, the notorious Team Rocket executive known as Joker, along with his 2 subordinates, Mask Girl and Psychic Fatty, have reportedly been sighted in the Kanto region. Authorities are still investigating the details. Citizens of Kanto and Johto, please remain vigilant. If you have any information, please contact Officer Jenny immediately. Chapter 130, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 130. Everyone come eat. Daisy brought out the last dish, and warmly called out to everyone, "What the heck is Psychic Fatty?" After reading the news, Will sat down, yelling in frustration. It was obvious that he was very unhappy with the nickname the league had given him. As he spoke, Will shot a resentful look at Stephen. He felt that this was all because Stephen hadn't given him a cool codename as well. Before we came to Pallet Town, we landed at Viridian Airport and happened to witness that fierce battle last week. The power of legendary Pokémon is truly terrifying. Stephen pretended not to notice Will's resentful gaze and changed the topic. He thought to himself, at least they didn't call you Caped Baldy or something. I've heard about Suicune, Entei, and Raikou before. They're legendary Pokémon whose tales have been passed down in Johto for centuries. I never expected them to have a superior. Ho-Oh, was it? I wonder what kind of power it possesses. Professor Oak's eyes were filled with admiration. The rarest Pokémon he had ever encountered was Celebi. Grandpa, isn't that beside the point? The main issue is that masked man. The news said he could fight against Ho-Oh and the 3 legendary beasts without losing ground. Damn, just how strong is he? At this moment, Green was already showing hints of his future pride. But it was merely confidence, not arrogance. He was well aware of the vast difference between his current self, who hadn't even obtained his first Pokémon, and that masked man. An SSS-level wanted criminal. Since the league was established, this must be the first case, right? Daisy joined the conversation at this point. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance worriedly at her younger brother, Gary, who was standing outside by the window as punishment, his back facing the living room. Yes, before this masked man, the 2 most wanted criminals with the highest bounty levels were the still unidentified SS-level Team Rocket boss and the Shadow Leader. Professor Oak continued. Below them are Team Rocket's genius scientist, Joker, and Shadow's chief scientist, Elena, both of whom are S-level criminals. And Daisy, don't even think about pleading for Gary. He has to stand there for the entire night. His son and daughter-in-law had passed away early due to a car accident, so he had essentially raised these 3 grandchildren on his own. At this point, he could predict what they were about to say just by looking at them. Daisy stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything more. After discussing the masked man for a while, Professor Oak steered the conversation back to what he cared about most, the Pokédex. Stephen also shared his vision for the future evolution of the Pokédex. For example, adding a radar-like search function, or a scanning feature that could instantly reveal what moves a Pokémon had learned. He even suggested merging Rotom with the Pokédex, essentially turning it into a living entity. His ideas left Professor Oak and the others completely stunned. Wait, we can do that. Of course, Stephen didn't plan on revealing all his ideas at once. After all, the Pokédex was something to be sold. He decided to take a page from an old master's playbook, releasing improvements little by little. Sigh, in the end, I've become the kind of person I once hated the most. Then we'll take our leave. After dinner, Stephen and his 2 companions bid farewell to Professor Oak and his family. They had barely taken 2 steps when a figure blocked their way. It was Gary, who had been standing in the doorway as punishment. What do you want? Karen's expression darkened. She had no fondness for this arrogant little brat. Sorry. Although struggling with it, Gary still lowered his head and managed to say those words. Inside the house, everyone's conversation had been perfectly audible to him outside. He didn't understand everything, but as someone destined to take over his grandfather's role as a Pokémon researcher, the moment he heard that the Pokédex could monitor a Pokémon's status and moves at any time, he immediately realized just how revolutionary this invention was. Gary, though arrogant and inexperienced in the real world, wasn't blind to its significance. After all, news of Pokémon trainers being attacked by wild Pokémon during their adventures was reported every so often. With this Pokédex, 99% of such incidents could be avoided. It's nothing, just do your best. Stephen patted Gary on the shoulder and walked past him. Honestly, aside from his early habit of provoking Ash, Gary wasn't a bad rival at all. He never trained his Pokémon through near-abusive methods like Paul, nor did he act overly arrogant despite lacking skill like Trip. As the series progressed, especially in the Johto arc, Gary matured significantly and even helped Ash multiple times. Unfortunately, to make way for other rivals, he switched to being a researcher after the Silver Conference. As Steven and his group walked further away, Professor Oak's voice called out from inside the house. "Come in and eat." The old man had witnessed everything just now. That night, Steven and his companions stayed at an inn. The next morning, they headed toward Professor Oak's research lab, located at the foot of the mountains behind Pallet Town. They were preparing to begin the development of the Pokédex. On the way, Will, who was scrolling through his phone, suddenly spoke up. "Someone recorded our battle against the masked man." Steven leaned over to look, but before he could see the screen, a very familiar voice rang out. "Wah, help, help, Mom, Dad, it looks like Yano is going to die here. When you see this video, remember to burn lots of snacks for Yano on my death anniversary." Hi. Not only was Steven taken aback, but even Karen found the voice oddly familiar. Where had she heard it before? The two of them leaned in for a closer look. On the screen, a cute girl with rare dual-colored hair, half blue, half pink, was running straight toward the camera. Behind her there were continuous explosions. Boom, boom, boom. In the background, the roads, houses, and trees were collapsing, as if the world itself were ending. Wait, isn't that the little girl we saved before? Karen recognized her immediately. Her unusual hair color had made a lasting impression. Will also gave his evaluation of the girl. Yep, the little girl who risks her life to record videos. Whyas? Just as Will finished speaking, Ayano let out another scream on the video. The camera spun wildly as she was sent flying by a massive force. Through the chaotic footage, one could vaguely see the entire scene behind her, split into two distinct halves. On the left, red flames blazed. On the right, white ice spread. Fire and ice clashed violently, as if dividing the entire world in two. At that moment, viewers watching the video worldwide were left speechless. In the next second, the camera steadied. Yano, holding the phone, lifted it slightly, just in time to capture Joker's face. Hi. Viewers everywhere were stunned. Far away, in Goldenrod City of the Johto region, Mary shot up from her chair. Joker-sama. Meanwhile, in the Indigo Plateau at the Elite Four's office, Dragon Master Lance bit his lip in deep thought. Back in the video, Joker pulled Ayano behind him, exchanged a few words with his two companions, and then joined the battle. Ho-Oh and the three legendary beasts versus Delibird and Swinub. The entire battle was captured in full by Ayano's recording. However, some parts left the audience confused. That was at the very end of the battle. Why did the masked man suddenly stop fighting? He had the upper hand at that moment. Regardless, this battle could be said to be the largest-scale war since the League was founded, and it ended with both sides agreeing to a ceasefire. At the very end of the video, it concluded with Joker's final words, "Go home quickly." The entire video was less than 10 minutes long, yet it fully showcased the latter half of the battle, one that could truly be described as earth-shattering and heaven-shaking to viewers around the world. Although some doubts remained, at the very least, people had a general understanding of how the battle unfolded. Within 10 minutes of being uploaded, the video had already garnered 500,000 views. The comment section was exploding with activity. "Oh my God, I've been watching every regional league tournament for years, but I've never seen anything as insane as this." As a Galar native, I agree. I used to think our new Galar champion, Leon's Charizard, was already crazy strong, but compared to this shiny Fearow, it's not even close. Shiny Fearow? That's Ho-Oh, damn it. I'm from Viridian City. I got caught in the battle and my leg was crushed under a collapsed building. Nurse Joy told me I might need an amputation, and I was devastated. But then Ho-Oh flew back and cast a light over me, and I was completely healed. If anyone dares call Ho-Oh a shiny Fearow again, I'll fight them to the death. Wow, is this bird that kind-hearted? Do you think it could cure my ED? Aren't we ignoring the real horror? The masked man? The footage was blurry, so I couldn't see clearly, but didn't he have the upper hand against Ho-Oh? What exactly is this masked man trying to do? Is he going to cause more trouble? What the hell was the League doing? I'm from Viridian City, and by the time their reinforcements arrived, the fight was already over. Not that it would have mattered. With the strength that the masked man showed in the video, who in the Indigo League could have stopped him? The aging champion Agatha, or the flying-type Elite Four who gets completely countered by ice types? My cousin called me yesterday. She said that while they were evacuating, my aunt was frozen into an ice sculpture by the masked man. If Ho-Oh hadn't intervened, she would have died right there. The comment section was flooded with heated discussions about the newly revealed legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh and the terrifying strength of the masked man. Many people were deeply unsettled by the masked man's overwhelming power. After all, if Ho-Oh hadn't returned midway through the battle, the fight in the city center yesterday would have resulted in hundreds of injuries, if not deaths. Meanwhile, many users were also discussing Joker. Wait, wasn't it Joker who saved that little girl filming the video? That's not surprising. 3 years ago, Joker saved over 1,000 passengers in Goldenrod City. Hold on, wasn't the League calling Joker a terrorist? Is he saving people now? Doing one good deed doesn't erase countless bad ones. What bad things has Joker even done? If he and his 2 subordinates hadn't stepped in to fight the masked man, who knows how many more people in Viridian City would have died? Oh please, do you guys have no memory? Have you all forgotten that he attacked the Olivine Gym a year ago? Seeing that comment, Mary frowned, typing out a reply. I suspect that Olivine Gym's leader, Altair, isn't a good person. Almost immediately, Mary received a notification. Her account had been muted for 3 days. Her small face puffed up in frustration. This hater is unbelievable. Meanwhile, a comment saying Joker and the masked girl make such a hot couple, but Psychic Fatty ruined the aesthetic, pissed off Will so much that he transformed into a full-on keyboard warrior, arguing hundreds of replies deep. On the other hand, Steven and Karen weren't too concerned about the video itself. They watched it several times, making sure that none of the 3 of them had accidentally exposed their identities. Just as they were approaching the research lab, Steven noticed Will was still furiously typing, locked in an online battle. Are you seriously still going? Even Karen couldn't help but roast him. Just one more, I need this guy to post a picture of himself. I want to see what kind of face he has to call me ugly. Will refused to back down. But just as he clicked send, the page refreshed. The video was gone. All that was left was a big exclamation mark and a single line of text. This video has been removed due to content violations. What the hell? Will shouted, I was just about to go all out. Steven and Will exchanged glances. Something about this situation felt off. Indigo League headquarters. Goodshow sat wearily in the chairman's office chair, his expression haggard. Hearing the knock-knock on the door, the slumped Goodshow weakly responded, Come in. Chairman Goodshow. An officer Jenny stepped into the office, saluted, and reported, That video has been deleted. As the largest police family in the League, the Officer Jenny family was involved not only in military police, criminal police, and patrol police, but also in cyber police. Officer Jenny standing before him was from the Cyber Police Division. Good work. Goodshow nodded tiredly. The Cyber Police Jenny hesitated, then said with some guilt, Although we deleted the video within half an hour of its release, by then, the view count had already reached nearly 1 million. It might not make much of a difference. Goodshow smiled bitterly. There was no other way to prevent the negative impact from spreading further. After watching the video, Goodshow immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. These past few days, as the Viridian incident continued to ferment, many Viridian citizens, people from all over the Kanto region, had begun to question the League's competence. According to many online comments from users with IP addresses in Viridian City, the battle had already ended by the time Lance and the other Elite Four arrived. Had Ho-Oh not intervened at the last moment, who knows how many people would have been affected or even lost their lives. To be honest, Goodshow felt wronged. After all, the battle hadn't lasted that long. The first half was Ho-Oh and the 3 legendary beasts versus Masked Man's Swinub and Deliberate. Then Joker joined in for the second half. In total, the fight barely lasted 10 to 20 minutes at most. Had it gone on any longer, Viridian City, one of Kanto's major metropolises, might have been wiped off the map. Given such a short time frame, Lance and his team had already moved as quickly as they could. But the public didn't care about reasoning. All they saw was that by the time the battle was over, the League's reinforcements had only just arrived. The people were already dissatisfied with this situation. Fortunately, the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh had intervened in the end, saving all the casualties. This helped calm the emotions of the citizens until that video surfaced. The internet exploded. Netizens who watched the video furiously commented. Even Joker and his team arrived before the League did. What the hell are we paying all these taxes for? Seeing countless comments like these, the elderly Goodshow felt utterly speechless. To be honest, he suspected that Joker and his group had something to do with this leak. But there was no evidence. And whether or not Joker was behind it, one fact remained indisputable. Their trio's intervention prevented the situation from escalating further. Not to mention, whatever method Joker had used, the video clearly showed that he had forced the masked man to back down. When you put it that way, Joker had contributed far more than Lance's team. Good grief. After the Olivine Gym incident, many within the League had actively manipulated public opinion to smear Joker. Yet now, this incident was completely reversing that narrative. Watching the video's view count skyrocket like a Rayquaza soaring into the sky, Goodshow had no choice but to cut the Gordian knot and order the cyber police to delete it. After dismissing Officer Jenny, he turned to his secretary and instructed, "Summon Lance and the others. No, summon all gym leaders from Kanto and Johto. We need to discuss how to handle this situation." As he waited, Goodshow opened the saved copy of the video on his device. Watching Joker's trio battle Ho-Oh, the 3 legendary beasts, and 2 master-ranked Pokémon, Goodshow sighed and muttered to himself. Their progress is way too fast. 3 years ago, when Joker and Lance first met, then again at Cyanwood City, they had fought twice. Each time, Lance had suffered setbacks. Back then, Goodshow could still tell himself that it was because Lance was young and had fallen for Joker's tricks. In terms of raw power, Lance had nothing to fear. However, the Lostlorn Forest incident in Unova had rung alarm bells in Goodshow's mind. Even though Joker had once again used some unknown tactic to outmaneuver Lance, when they fought head-on, according to Cynthia and Steven, Joker might not have been able to defeat Lance yet, but he was no longer afraid of him. And now, seeing Joker's latest performance in the video, 1,000 miles in a day didn't even begin to describe his growth. Goodshow couldn't help but murmur. If they face off again, could Lance lose? Chapter 131, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 131. 2 days later, the Indigo League gathered the Elite Four and the gym leaders from both Kanto and Johto to discuss countermeasures. The result, well, it was predictable. They had no plan at all. They didn't even know who the masked man was. How were they supposed to catch him? And even if they did know, so what? Who in the League had the strength to take down the masked man? To make matters worse, at this critical moment, the video posted by Yano sparked another wave of public opinion online. Before the League's reinforcements arrived, it was the Joker trio who held back the masked man. Good grief, so in the end, it was criminals who stepped up at a crucial moment to prevent the situation from worsening further and to stop more civilians from getting caught in the crisis. Now the League was even more panicked. They hurriedly took down all videos related to the Battle of Viridian City from the internet. Otherwise, if criminals ended up as the heroes who stopped the masked man, where would that leave the League's reputation? This is ridiculous. It's not like we're interested in being heroes. After listening to Giovanni's explanation over the phone, Will interjected with a complaint. The ruling class doesn't see it that way. After all, they worked so hard to pin the blame for the Olivine Gym incident on you a year ago. How could they let you clear your name so easily? Giovanni's tone was full of disdain for the League. I don't care whether I'm seen as good or evil. I just want to live a carefree life. Steven remained expressionless. Uncle, is that all you wanted to say? If so, I'm hanging up. Wait, Stephen. Giovanni stopped him. One more thing, be careful of Nanu. Nanu. Hearing this name, both Karen and Will were momentarily stunned. They had some impression of him, but they couldn't quite remember who he was. What about him? Stephen asked. Nanu, he had only met him once at the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Rainbow Corporation. They barely exchanged words, so Karen and Will didn't have much of an impression of him. However, in the original story, whether in the anime or the games, Nanu had always been depicted as a mysterious and powerful figure who kept a low profile. According to a Sorola's description in the games, the Alola League originally wanted Nanu to be one of the Elite Four, but he refused because he found it too troublesome. This suggested that he was at least Elite Four level in strength. In the anime, Nanu and Giovanni were old acquaintances, though no one knew what had happened between them in the past. After the meeting, he asked a lot of questions about the Viridian City incident. On the surface, he seemed to be inquiring about the masked man and Ho-Oh, but I could tell, what he was interested in was you, Joker. As Giovanni sat in his private car, leaving Indigo Plateau and returning to Viridian City, he glanced out the window at the towering Indigo League headquarters and continued. I've already looked into it. Besides being one of Alola's island kahunas, that guy has another identity. He's a top agent of the International Police. Be careful, Stephen. With that, Giovanni hung up. Back in Pallet Town, Stephen, now reminded of this, recalled that Nanu did indeed have that identity. However, by the time Ash began his journey in the original timeline, Nanu had already retired from the role. Stephen, is that Nanu investigating us? Will deliberately put on a sinister expression and made a hand knife gesture. Should we, take care of him? Stephen flicked Will on the forehead with an annoyed look. Cut it out. Nanu might be lazy, but he was a good person. Unless necessary, Stephen didn't like the idea of targeting good people. We've always been very careful to erase our traces during operations. He shouldn't be able to track us down, right? Karen rested her chin on one hand, analyzing the situation. Stephen shook his head. Every action leaves a trace. He wouldn't assume he was the smartest person in the world just because he was a transmigrator, even though he had already crossed over twice. Many modern people fantasized that if they traveled back in time, they could just plagiarize a few poems and become prime ministers. Did they think they were the only smart ones? Even though Stephen had been extremely cautious when acting as Joker, never leaving behind clues, he wouldn't dare say that no one could ever track him down. Then what do we do? Karen couldn't help but worry. We do what we've always done, no need to overthink it. After all, in the later parts of the original story, Giovanni's identity was exposed too, but that didn't stop him from doing whatever he wanted. It just meant he couldn't operate openly under the sun anymore. As long as they are here. Stephen patted the piquet balls on his belt, where his Umbreon, Swablu, Houndooms, and Zorua were stored. Then, he looked at Karen and Will. And as long as you two are here. Then, I have nothing to fear. Will silently turned his head away, wiping the corner of his eye where he thought Stephen wouldn't see. Karen pressed her lips together tightly, swallowing the lump in her throat. At a moment like this, she felt wrong not to hug him. But then she saw Will, the annoying third wheel, standing right there. She figured she should find a way to get rid of him first. All right, kids, listen up. If you don't have your own Pokémon, you must never leave the town's jurisdiction. In the main hall of Professor Oak's lab, Professor Oak gathered the 4 kids from Pallet Town, as well as the children participating in the summer camp, including Serena, and pulled out a blackboard to lecture them on the basics of traveling. Wild Pokémon like Oddish and Caterpie are generally gentle, but aggressive ones like Mankey and Beedrill must be avoided at all costs. Did you see this morning's news? Another rookie trainer got into trouble because they didn't understand Pokémon behavior. Sigh. Professor Oak sighed halfway through his sentence when a child in the crowd raised their hand. Professor, those kinds of idiots only get into trouble because they didn't study Pokémon knowledge properly in advance. I would never make such a basic mistake. Professor Oak was momentarily stunned. And Stephen, who had just stepped through the door and overheard this, couldn't help but laugh. There were know-it-alls in every world. "Oh, Dr. Stephen, you're here." Noticing Stephen, Professor Oak quickly waved him over. Stephen glanced at the kid, who had just contradicted Oak. For some reason, he looked somewhat familiar. "You are." "My name is Trip." "Stephen." Goodness, turns out it's Ash's most unimpressive rival. Although every opponent Ash encountered during his Unova journey was pretty lackluster, this guy was the worst of the worst. He got eliminated by Ash in the first round of the Virtus Conference. And the battle was an absolute disaster. Just thinking about Trip's performance in the anime made Stephen sick. At least Paul was arrogant, but backed it up with skill. Trip had an even worse attitude than Paul, yet he was so weak that he got knocked out in the first round. Did he live up to all the trash talk he did beforehand? Trip frowned slightly, feeling that Stephen was looking down on him. Ahem. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Professor Oak coughed twice to regain everyone's attention and said, "But when you all turn 10 and start your journeys, you'll receive a Pokédex invented by Dr. Stephen, so you won't have to worry about that." Professor Santilda, does that Pokédex contain information on legendary Pokémon? For example, the Ho-Oh that appeared in Viridian City last week. At that moment, a pleasant and incredibly familiar girl's voice came from the crowd. Stephen turned his head and nearly choked on his saliva. What the heck, why is she here? Rare blue-pink dual-colored long hair, eyes that seemed to sparkle with electric energy. Wasn't this the same Ayano he had briefly met during the battle in Viridian? The fleeting shock on Stephen's face was quickly noticed by Ayano, who tilted her head and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Dr. Stephen? Is there something strange about me?" Stephen quickly recovered and put on a neutral expression. "Oh, it's nothing. I just think I might have seen you in a video before." "Oh, Dr. Stephen, you've seen my videos too." Before Stephen could finish speaking, Ayano excitedly jumped up, her eyes shining as if she were possessed by an electric-type Pokémon. This was the first time Ayano uploaded a video online, and I didn't expect it to blow up with super high traffic. As she said this, Ayano spread her arms wide, drawing curious glances from the people around her. But the next second, she suddenly wilted like a frozen grass-type Pokémon, looking dejected. But less than half an hour after I uploaded the video, just as it was about to hit 1 million views, the website suddenly notified me that it violated regulations and forcibly took it down. So annoying. She stomped her feet in frustration. If Trip or Ash acted like this, Stephen would have found it disgusting. But with Ayano, who is only 10 years old, it just seemed adorable. No wonder she would eventually become Paldea's top influencer gym leader. Then, as if remembering something, Ayano raised her phone excitedly and asked Stephen, "Oh right, Dr. Stephen, can Ayano record your lecture? After my Joker video got taken down, I've been looking for another chance to hit 1 million views. I never expected to meet the genius scientist who invented the TM system here. Ayano is so lucky." As she spoke, she flashed her signature shark-toothed grin. "I'm not here to give a lecture, just working with Professor Oak on the Pokédex." "Oh well, go ahead and film if you want." Stephen thought for a moment and figured there was no harm in letting Ayano record. After all, he had promised Ho-Oh to do something beneficial for Pokémon-human relations. And what he was about to discuss was something that should be widely known anyway. Besides, it would eventually be sold to the public. "Ayano, what kind of video did you make? Can we see it?" As soon as Ayano sat down, 2 younger girls, who seemed to be about the same age as Red and Blue, came over curiously. "No problem, I have a backup on my phone. If you're interested, just ask me to show you." Actually, before coming to Kanto, I always thought Joker was a villain. But after meeting him in person, I think he's pretty nice. Maybe the people in Kanto and Johto misunderstood him. As she mentioned Joker, Ayano seemed a little regretful. Stephen glanced at them, and his expression subtly changed. "Wait a minute, why do these 2 girls also look familiar?" Turning to Professor Oak, Stephen asked, "Professor Oak, can I take a look at the summer camp roster?" "Huh, oh sure, no problem." Professor Oak pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Stephen. As soon as Stephen glanced at it, several familiar names stood out. Vannyville Town, Kalos Region Serena. Levincia City, Paldea Region Iano. Nuvema Town, Unova Region Trip. Nuvema Town, Unova Region Hilda. Espertia City, Unova Region Rosa. Vermilion City, Kanto Region Go. Vermilion City, Kanto Region Chloe. Stephen. Good Lord, in the anime, we only knew Serena attended this summer camp. But now, this many of them showed up. Oh right, I remember that a certain dog, and the least memorable female protagonist, also attended a summer camp hosted by Professor Oak. Just not the same one as Serena. But now they ran into each other. Is this the butterfly effect caused by my actions? The bravest heroine, the influencer gym leader, the doujinshi king, the worst rival, the dog go. Such a small summer camp, yet it managed to gather this bunch of prodigious misfits. Respect, truly respect. Every single one of them is a force to be reckoned with. While Stephen was lost in thought, a certain dog raised his hand and asked, Dr. Stephen, can you explain the Pokémon called Ho-Oh that appeared in Viridian City last week? Stephen glanced at him sideways. Go didn't notice the slight disdain in Stephen's eyes and said with a smug tone, I've already studied all the known Pokémon in Kanto, but this Ho-Oh seems to be a newly discovered Pokémon and I'm quite interested in it. The news says it's really strong. If it's real, I wouldn't mind capturing it as my first Pokémon. As soon as he said that, the entire crowd fell into an awkward silence. Even the usually good-natured Ayano couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows and mutter in a low voice. This guy's personality is annoying. Although Ayano herself wasn't injured during the incident in Viridian City, she witnessed Ho-Oh healing hundreds of victims there. Calling Ho-Oh great was by no means an exaggeration. Yet, despite being a legendary Pokémon with such a righteous nature, this brat showed not even a shred of reverence toward it. Blue scoffed, with your attitude, you think you can capture Ho-Oh. You don't even stand a chance against the 3 legendary beasts under its command. Blue had coincidentally seen Ayano's video as well. A Pokémon that powerful, how could it possibly submit to such an arrogant brat? Forget Ho-Oh, even the 3 legendary beasts were out of his reach. However, upon hearing Blue's words, Stephen's expression turned a little strange. The shortest reigning champion, huh? You're setting yourself up for a slap in the face. Because the guy in question would manage to capture a Suicune in the future. Oh, wait, wasn't that Suicune already being mocked by the Pokémon community as Water Dog? A legendary Pokémon, yet it got caught in a poacher's net. The comedic value was on par with the Nika fruit. Stephen continued explaining. Ho-Oh, as a legendary Pokémon, was only discovered last week. So far, we only know its name and suspect that it's a fire-flying type and that it possesses strong healing abilities. It has a superior subordinate relationship with the 3 legendary beasts, but beyond that, we know very little. Actually, for most people, there's no need to learn too much about legendary Pokémon, because the vast majority will never encounter one in their lifetime. However, understanding how they view humans is still important. That's right, Stephen believed that, for the average person, there was no need to delve into the details of legendary Pokémon. After all, the chances of ever meeting one were slim to none. But there was one exception. Thinking of this, Stephen couldn't help but glance at the young boy sitting in the corner, dozing off with his eyes half-closed, Ash. This little guy could be called a human-shaped, legendary Pokémon radar. He could be walking down the street and somehow attract legendary Pokémon. How legendary Pokémon perceive humans, Dr. Stephen, can you elaborate? Hearing Stephen bring up this topic, Professor Oak's interest was piqued. Ayano even scooted closer, so she could get a clearer shot of Stephen's handsome face with her low-quality 480p phone camera. Stephen picked up a piece of chalk and wrote 3 lines on the blackboard. Friendly group. Neutral group. Hostile group. As Stephen wrote these words, even the previously arrogant and rebellious Trip subconsciously held his breath, focusing entirely on the lecture. Not to mention the 2 geniuses, Red and Blue, who were destined to reach the pinnacle of the Pokémon world. Only one exception. Zzzz, zzz. Hearing his annoying little brother snoring beside him, Red silently reached over, grabbed Ash's shoulder, and shook him awake. For once, he spoke up. Pay attention. For example, the Ho-Oh that appeared in Viridian City last week and was officially recognized as a legendary Pokémon by the League. As he spoke, Stephen wrote Ho-Oh under the friendly group category and continued. I'm sure you've all heard, Ho-Oh saved hundreds of lives last week. This clearly shows that it is a friendly legendary Pokémon, which is why I've categorized it as part of the friendly group. Hearing this, whether it was the well-behaved Serena, the Doujin Queen Rosa, or the ever-competitive Blue, they all nodded in agreement. If saving that many people didn't qualify as friendly, then no legendary Pokémon could be considered friendly. Stephen continued. Besides Ho-Oh, the Forest Guardian Celebi is also undoubtedly a friendly legendary Pokémon. As soon as Stephen mentioned Celebi, Professor Oak immediately chimed in. That's right, I can personally vouch for that. Professor, so does that mean legendary Pokémon are all quite friendly toward humans? Then I can safely go capture them. Go excitedly raised his hand and shouted. Stephen! This kid never quits, huh? Professor Oak, noticing the displeasure in Stephen's eyes, awkwardly laughed and tried to smooth things over. Go, let Dr. Stephen finish before you ask questions, okay, Tilda? There are still 2 more categories, after all. Stephen pointed at the neutral group and hostile group on the blackboard. Most legendary Pokémon fall under the neutral group. For example, Rayquaza from Hoenn and Kyurem from Unova don't particularly care about humans. Simply put, as long as you don't bother them, they won't bother you. But if you provoke them, well, you'll die a very painful death. Finally, Stephen tapped on the hostile group category. This group is much smaller. So far, the only legendary Pokémon that is confirmed to be outright hostile toward humans is Yveltal, the destruction Pokémon from Kalos. To be precise, Yveltal is hostile toward all living things besides itself. It's pure chaos incarnate. Stephen didn't mention Necrozma from Alola or Eternatus from Galar, since their situations were more complicated. Strictly speaking, neither of them hated humans. Necrozma was in pain because humans stole its light. Eternatus harbored resentment because it had been sealed away for 20,000 years after losing. But Yveltal, that thing was just a straight-up menace to society. Chapter 132, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 132. All right, that's all for today. Professor Oak, let's start developing the Pokédex. After briefly explaining to the 4 brothers of Pallet Town and the group of kids who had a fateful connection with Ash, Stephen turned to Professor Oak and said, if possible, Stephen hoped to get the Pokédex up and running before leaving Pallet Town. He would still need it later. All right. Then, kids, today's originally planned activity of making friends with Pokémon will be led by my granddaughter, Daisy. As Professor Oak spoke, Daisy, who had been taking care of a large group of Pokémon in the backyard, walked over quickly with a warm, intellectual smile. Come with me, kids, and be careful not to get lost, Tilda. Saying this, Daisy took Rosa's hand and led the group of children toward the backyard. Who would get lost on such a short path? Chloe, walking in the back, pouted. Gary raised an eyebrow slightly, instinctively wanting to roll up his sleeves. Damn, how dare you talk to my sister like that? But after thinking about it, Gary held back. After all, there were many outsiders here, and he didn't want to embarrass his grandfather and sister. Stephen glanced toward the backyard and noticed that although Ash's journey was still several years away, Professor Oak's backyard was already home to quite a few Pokémon. Professor Oak, did you catch all those Pokémon? Stephen asked out of curiosity. Oh no, most of them were caught by trainers from Pallet Town and left here with me. Since I want to study Pokémon from all over the world, I ask trainers from Pallet Town to leave any new species they find here when they travel, especially if they have more than 6 Pokémon on hand. Professor Oak smiled as he explained. This way, they solve the issue of exceeding their carrying limit while also providing me with new research subjects. It's a win-win situation. At that moment, Stephen finally understood why Professor Oak kept so many of Ash's Pokémon in the original series. Back then, many fans had speculated that Oak had some kind of secret relationship with Delia Ketchum, which was why he treated Ash so well. Ah, how embarrassing. But honestly, even with Professor Oak taking care of them, Steven didn't approve of Ash's habit of switching out his entire team whenever he entered a new region. Not only did this approach hinder the development of a strong core team, but it could also emotionally hurt the Pokémon. It was fine if a Pokémon like Bulbasaur or Muck voluntarily stayed with Professor Oak. But some Pokémon wanted to travel with Ash, and yet he just left them with Oak without checking in on them. Wouldn't that break their hearts? Yeah, I'm looking at you, Greninja, who's been left alone for who knows how many years. But the backyard seems to be getting full. If more Pokémon move in later, won't it be too crowded? Steven pointed out another issue. Right now, Professor Oak's backyard was just a backyard, not the vast mountain reserve it would later become in the original timeline. As expected of you, Dr. Steven, I've noticed that problem too, but it's fine. Professor Oak chuckled. I'm planning to apply for permission from the real estate developers to buy the entire mountain behind us. Though after that, I'll probably have to live on instant noodles for a while. Steven blinked, thinking that didn't happen in the original story, did it? But within half a minute, he figured out the reason. In the original timeline, Professor Oak invented the Pokédex. Though it was pretty much his only invention, it was a revolutionary product on par with Piquet balls and TM machines. Almost every new trainer had one. Professor Oak made a fortune just from the Pokédex royalties. But now, the inventor was himself. Steven pondered for a moment and made a decision. After the summer camp activities ended that day, Ayano immediately borrowed the computer from Professor Oak's lab. She edited the footage of Steven's explanation and uploaded it. Remembering Ayano's future as an internet celebrity, Steven got curious and said, Ayano, you should try adding more of yourself into the video so people can get to know you better. Oh, Japanese symbol, oh great idea, as expected of the League's genius scientist. But what should I say? Ayano's eyes lit up at first, but then she looked puzzled, resting her chin in her hand. Steven tried to recall Ayano's future catchphrases and suggested, maybe you could try a pun like, who's here to tell the story? Ayano is here. Oh, tilde. Ayano's big, bright eyes sparkled as if she were about to unleash a thunderbolt attack. This was good. This was really good. That night, a video titled Dr. Steven's Legendary Pokémon Lecture, Who's Here to Tell the Story? Ayano is Here, was uploaded by a user named Ayano Stories. Many viewers still remembered this video creator, and seeing that she had uploaded another video so soon, clicked out of curiosity. As soon as they hit play, Ayano popped into the frame like a cute little bird, flashing her signature shark-toothed grin. Hee tilde welcome to Ayano Stories. Who's here to tell the story? Ayano is here. Guess what, everyone? Ayano is currently in Pallet Town, attending a summer camp hosted by Professor Oak. And guess what? I met an important person here. Can you guess who? Now, time to reveal the answer, ta-da. It's none other than the genius scientist of the Alola League, Dr. Steven. Now, let's dive into Dr. Steven's Pokémon lecture. Watch this tilde. This intro was filmed separately and edited into the original footage. Even though she was still young, Ayano already showed great potential as a top-tier internet personality. She wasn't completely comfortable in front of the camera yet, but she wasn't shy at all. Many viewers, after just watching her introduction, flooded the comments with things like, so cute, and aw. Among these viewers were also the internet police, who had previously taken down Ayano's videos. To be honest, if it weren't for the name, Dr. Steven, in the title, considering what she had uploaded before, they wouldn't have even bothered watching and would have just taken it down again. Chairman, take a look at this. The same Officer Jenny who had reported to Chairman Goodshow in the morning and taken down Ayano's first video, now brought her phone to his office. Originally, Goodshow wasn't interested. He was already stressed out with all the messes he had to deal with. But as he watched, he unknowingly became engrossed. When he finally finished watching, Officer Jenny asked, President, should we take this video down too? Even with his usual gentle personality, Goodshow couldn't help but feel the urge to fire someone after hearing that question. Are you stupid? How could this kind of video get taken down? Push hard. Goodshow passionately declared. Give this video the most traffic. He felt like he had found a solution to the Veridian incident. Meanwhile, on another floor, inside the Elite Four's room, Lorelei was also holding her phone, watching Stephen passionately explain in front of a blackboard on the screen. She muttered to herself in a low voice, "Stephen, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about?" The next morning, the kids attending the summer camp gathered once again. Yano, like a scholar who had just passed the imperial exam, jumped around excitedly among the children while holding up her phone. I went viral today. Hi. Rosa, Hilda, Serena, and the other girls all looked at Yano curiously. It exploded in popularity. Yano proudly held up her phone, unable to stop bragging. A few girls who got along well with Yano gathered around to take a look. Whoa. Overnight, 3 million views. This level of popularity was even crazier than the Joker video that had been taken down before. The overwhelming success left Ayano completely stunned. Clap, clap. At that moment, the sound of applause came from nearby. The children turned their heads and saw Delia approaching with a warm smile, clapping her hands. Hello, everyone, I'm Delia. You can just call me Mrs. Delia. Today is the second day of Professor Oak's summer camp, and I will be guiding you all. Mrs. Delia, wait a moment. Before Delia could finish speaking, Ayano impatiently rushed into the research lab, leaving Delia momentarily stunned. Sorry, Stephen, I need to take this call. Inside the lab, the Pokédex development was still ongoing. A research assistant called out, Professor, you have a call. Professor Oak gestured to Stephen, signaling that he needed to step away, and walked over to the video call station. Dr. Stephen, it blew up. Just as Professor Oak stepped away, Ayano came rushing into the lab like a whirlwind. Hi. Stephen raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Look, check out this view count. Ayano held out her phone like a treasure. Seeing the numbers, Stephen was also stunned for a couple of seconds. In this era, people's understanding of legendary Pokémon was still quite limited. He had expected that his educational content yesterday would spark some discussion, but he hadn't anticipated it would blow up this much. Something felt off. Dr. Stephen, can you give more lectures in the coming days? And of course, let me record them. Yano's little scheme was so obvious that they probably could hear it across the ocean in Unova. And what do I get in return? Stephen asked with amusement. Spending a little time every day teaching these future protagonists wasn't a big deal. But unfortunately, among these kids were a few problematic ones. They weren't annoying enough for Stephen to want to eliminate them, but they were still a bit of an eyesore. Woo XX. Yano pouted so hard that it looked like she could hang a kettle from her lips. In the end, she dug into her pocket and took out a few small coins, giving Stephen a pitiful look. Here, I'll pay you, okay, Tilda. Stephen couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was even cuter than he had imagined. Dr. Stephen. At that moment, Professor Oak returned. When Stephen turned his gaze toward him, Professor Oak continued. Old Tama just called me. He hopes your educational series can continue. Hi. Stephen was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I mean Goodshow, that old guy. Professor Oak explained. Old Tama just contacted me. He said yesterday's video was fantastic and that it helped the general public better understand Pokémon. He hopes you can keep making more. He also said he'd fully support you. I think it's a great idea too. It'll help the kids learn more about Pokémon. Hearing this, Stephen immediately understood why the video had gained so much traction. So the Pokémon League chairman himself was secretly pushing it. But that wasn't surprising. After all, Goodshow had dedicated his entire life to developing the Pokémon League. All right then. Stephen wasn't particularly excited about seeing certain people, but since they had gone this far to request it, and considering his previous promise involving Ho-Oh, he decided not to refuse. Half an hour later, Yano, sitting in the front row, opened a new video. The four brothers of Pallet Town, Serena, Rosa, Hilda, and the others had formed a neat little group, sitting properly. Stephen picked up Sylvian and placed it on the prepared podium, and then faced the group and the camera to begin his lecture. This is the newly discovered evolution of Eevee, Sylvian. So beautiful. Serena, a self-proclaimed beauty enthusiast, was immediately captivated by Sylvian's elegant posture. Yano, Rosa, Hilda, and the other girls were just as excited. Even the power-focused trainers like Green and Gary were impressed. It's really beautiful. Its typing is just like the dark type that Professor Oak discovered a few years ago. It's a brand new type. I have named it the fairy type. Many well-known Pokémon have this typing. However, fairy type moves are difficult to awaken, so for a long time, many trainers didn't realize their Pokémon had this attribute. Here's the simplest way to identify fairy-type Pokémon. Use a dragon-type move to attack the target. If it's immune to dragon-type attacks, just like ground types are immune to electric-type attacks, then it's a fairy type. There was no doubt about it. Ayano's second educational video featuring Stephen had gone viral once again. It was even more popular than the last one. As Stephen had pointed out, many people go their whole lives without ever encountering a legendary Pokémon. So, while learning about legendary Pokémon might be interesting, it wasn't particularly useful for most trainers. However, Stephen's revelation of the new fairy-type attribute completely overturned the balance of battles in the Pokémon League. For years, dragon types had been one of the most dominant typings. This was especially true after Stephen invented TM, which allowed dragon-type Pokémon to learn powerful moves from various other types, further boosting their strength. A prime example was Lance, the dragon-type Elite Four member. If in the past, Lance's win rate against Lorelei was about 6-4, now it had become 7-3 or even 8-2 in his favor. But with the introduction of the fairy type, everything changed. Not only did fairy type moves deal super effective damage to dragon types, but fairy types were also completely immune to dragon-type attacks. This new typing was practically the Dragon Slayer. Alola's Manalo daily spared no praise for their local genius. Dr. Stephen's discovery of the fairy type has fundamentally altered the balance of Pokémon battles worldwide. He is undeniably the greatest genius in the league, no, in the world. And it is only thanks to President Lucamine's support that Stephen has been able to fully showcase his brilliance. Upon seeing Alola's report, Goldenrod TV from the Johto region couldn't sit still. Their top news anchor fired back. A simple background check would tell you that Dr. Stephen is from Johto. The only reason he chose to stay in Alola is because a certain older woman used some unspeakable means to keep him there. We don't want to comment on anyone's love life, but we do feel the need to remind certain individuals to respect ethical boundaries. A relationship with someone nearly the same age as your children, that's not something to flaunt. For Johto residents, the fact that Stephen, a Johto native, chose to work in Alola had always been a sore spot. To make matters worse, Stephen's public confession to Lucamine from 2 years ago still frequently resurfaced in trending videos. Naturally, people from Johto believed that Lucamine, that cunning seductress, must have used underhanded tricks to ensnare him. And just like that, the whole affair between Stephen and Lucamine was back in the spotlight, trending once again after 2 years. Suddenly, everyone seemed to have forgotten about the Viridian City incident that had happened less than 2 weeks ago. Oh, I see what they're doing. Stephen glanced at the top, trending search terms on the news sites. Fairy type. Legendary Pokémon Guide. Dr. Stephen Romance. Older widow ex-younger boy. But there wasn't a single trending topic related to Masked Man or the Battle of Viridian City. At that moment, Stephen understood exactly what Goodshow was trying to do. A diversion tactic, huh? To be honest, this kind of move had been overused back in his past life. Shifting public attention with gossip and sensational news. Even after reincarnating twice, he was still witnessing the same tactics at play. These people are disgusting. Karen clenched her fists, her face dark with anger as she stared at the trending topics. So trashy, yet so insanely popular. There's nothing we can do. Gossip is embedded in human DNA. Stephen shrugged and casually joined in on the gossip. Honestly, I used to suspect that Professor Oak and Mrs. Delia had something going on. Karen, Stephen continued, think about it. Professor Oak has done so much for human Pokémon relations, made countless contributions to our understanding of Pokémon. But what does everyone care about the most? His rumored affair with Ash's mom. And yeah, I was one of those people too. After hearing Stevens, your mom is home alone. Here, take this Pikachu and go become a Pokémon master, joke about Professor Oak. Karen rolled her eyes beautifully and scoffed. You guys are seriously disgusting. Since arriving in Pallet Town, Karen had never even spoken to Professor Oak. But she still had immense respect for him as a scholar who had contributed so much to Pokémon research. And yet these people, all they cared about was his love life. Can't help it, this is just what people love to focus on. Stephen admitted openly. Just like how some dog-tier authors love writing about multiple love interests. Just like how they always pair the protagonist with every beautiful girl from the original story. At first, they at least tried to be subtle. But now, they weren't even hiding it anymore. As they continued chatting, Stephen suddenly realized. At some point, the two of them had gotten very close. He could feel Karen's breath on his face. She closed her eyes slightly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Stephen, thinking back to her birthday celebration just earlier this year. Then looking at her now, with her eyes shut, waiting. For a brief moment, Stephen hesitated. He wasn't one of those morally upright protagonists who could resist even when the girl had been drugged. But the atmosphere was already this perfect. If he didn't make a move now, was he even human? After a short internal struggle, Stephen made up his mind. Even if it meant risking the FBI knocking on his door, he had to go for it. With that thought, he slowly lowered his head. Karen's heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it would burst out of her chest. She could feel his breath growing warmer, closer, closer. And then, bam! The door slammed open with brutal force. Stephen, someone's looking for you. 1 minute later. From the inn where Stephen's group was staying, loud, agonized screams echoed through the night. Karen, stop hitting me. I swear I won't interrupt you guys next time, okay? Hearing that, Karen hit Will even harder. Chapter 133. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 133. Half an hour later, Professor Oak's research lab. Will's face was covered in bruises, with no part of his skin left unscathed. His battered appearance startled the group of young boys and girls who had come to attend the lecture. Brother Will, what happened? Were you attacked by terrorists? Blue asked curiously. Not terrorists, more like a tigress. Will had barely finished speaking when he noticed Karen's murderous glare. Swallowing the rest of his words, he immediately shut up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Stephen was greeting Olana. For those who might not remember, Olana was the secretary of Rose, the chairman of the Galar League. She had previously appeared at the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the launch of Rainbow Corporation. It's been a while. Olana maintained her usual indifferent demeanor, responding with a blank expression before continuing. Chairman Rose asked me to inform you, Dr. Stephen, that he has found what you requested. The preparations are complete, and he's just waiting for you to inspect the goods. A phone call would have sufficed for something like this. No need to travel all this way. Stephen chuckled. Olana remained as composed as ever. Chairman Rose holds you in very high regard, Dr. Stephen. This level of effort is expected. At that moment, Professor Oak pushed over a blackboard for the lecture. Sitting in the front row, Ayano skillfully opened her phone's camera. She noticed that her inbox was flooded with messages, more than 99 plus unread messages. She grinned. Wow, I'm getting more famous, hee tilde. It was all thanks to Dr. Stephen, O, and Joker. Even though Joker's videos were quickly taken down, they had helped Ayano gain her initial popularity. Not to mention, Joker had saved her once. Whether it was Dr. Stephen or Joker, if she ever got the chance, she would make sure to repay them. With that thought, she clicked on her inbox. Unlike celebrities in Dr. Stevens' past life who had assistants managing their social media, the still up-and-coming Ayano handled her account. As long as the messages weren't inappropriate, she made sure to reply to each one. Ahem. One message caught her attention. The sender's username was Joker's No One Fan, and the message read, "Hello, I'm an intern journalist. May I interview you?" Yano blinked, thought for a moment, and replied, "Sure, but today is the last day of summer camp. Tomorrow, I'll be heading back to Paldea. Where are you? Will you be able to make it in time?" Before she could see the reply, Professor Oak clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "All right, kids, today is the last day of summer camp, and it's also Dr. Stevens' final lecture. Make sure to listen carefully." As soon as he said that, the children's eyes widened in shock. Hilda, is it already the third day? Time flies so fast. Rosa, the thing I look forward to the most every day is Dr. Stevens' science lessons. They're super helpful for Pokémon battles. And he's so handsome, hee Tilda. Serena, we're leaving tomorrow. I felt so out of place when we first arrived, but now I don't want to go. Under the watchful eyes of the children and Ayano's camera lens, Steven took out a device that resembled a GBA, Game Boy Advance. This is a new invention that Professor Oak and I developed together, the Pokédex. Dr. Steven. Professor Oak was momentarily stunned, as if he wanted to say something. However, Steven raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Steven continued. Its main function is to scan a Pokémon within a second and search the database to provide you with basic information about the targeted Pokémon. For example, he exchanged a glance with Professor Oak, who nodded and tossed out 3 Piquet balls. Bulba, Charmander, Squirtle. Landing on the ground was the Kanto starter Pokémon offered to new trainers. Oh, it's Bulbasaur, the Pokémon I've always dreamed of having. Ash's eyes sparkled as he stared at Bulbasaur, standing on the far left. Professor Oak chuckled. Unfortunately, Ash, you'll have to wait a few more years before you can have one. Steven quickly scanned the Kanto starters with the Pokédex. Immediately, the device played an AI-generated voice. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. A seed is planted on its back at birth, and it grows along with the Pokémon. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. Its tail flame represents its life force. When it's full of energy, the flame burns brightly. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. It hides in its shell for protection and attacks with water gun when it sees an opening. The children stared in awe. Professor Oak stepped forward. As you can see, the Pokédex provides basic information about scanned Pokémon, including their name, type, abilities, and nature. At that moment, Go raised his hand. Professor Oak, I've already read about all of this in books. Isn't it unnecessary to carry a Pokédex on a journey? Professor Oak was momentarily speechless. He silently turned to look at a boy sitting in the far left corner of the group, the one who always acted like a know-it-all. You might not need it, but others do. Just as Professor Oak was about to explain, Steven stepped in. So you're saying you have the confidence to memorize every single Pokémon in the world, even this one? With that, Steven casually tossed out a Piquet ball. A Beware emerged. The towering Beware stood before the children. Whether it was Ash's group, Iana, or Serena, they were all wide-eyed with curiosity. Since there were no children from Alola present, none of them had seen this Pokémon before. Rosa, is that Dr. Stevens' Pokémon? Yano, it's so tall and so muscular. Hilda, even though it's huge, it somehow looks adorable. Go, I think it looks a bit dopey. Saying that, Go reached out and poked Bewere's knee. Go, don't do that. His childhood friend, Chloe, tugged on his sleeve. It's fine, look, she's waving at me, I think she likes it. As he spoke, Go increased the pressure and pinched Bewere's knee. In an instant, Bewere's demeanor changed drastically. Before anyone at the scene could react, the originally friendly waving right arm clenched into a fist and swung down toward the annoying kid head that barely reached its knee. Whoosh! The exaggerated force even produced a wind-breaking sound as it swung. Oh my God! Professor Oak, standing nearby, was startled. The others at the scene were even more caught off guard. It all happened too suddenly. Bang! A large dragonite, which had been lazily dozing inside Professor Oak's piquet ball on his belt, instantly jumped out. Its two dragon claws stretched from the side, attempting to grab Beware's arm. However, just as Dragonite clung to it, the entire dragon was flung into the air. Boom! Like a volleyball being spiked, it crashed against the research lab's wall behind the group. Yet, Beware's palm did not lose momentum and continued its downward swing toward the kid's head. Stop! At the last moment, Stephen's stern command rang out. Beware's massive paw halted just 0.001 millimeters above Go's head. Feeling the faint softness of Beware's paw pads hovering over his head, Go was drenched in cold sweat. The next second, under Stephen's command, Beware withdrew its paw. The relief of surviving the ordeal surged through Go's body, and in that moment, he lost control. Brother Red, do you smell something? Ash sniffed the air. Red remained silent and looked at Go's pants, which had turned from white to black. Nearby, Trip burst into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha, this guy peed himself. Go's face turned red with shame. He grabbed Trip by the collar, and the two started wrestling. You bastard, what's your problem? You peed yourself, and don't even let people mention it. I told you to shut up. Stop it, stop it. Professor Oak hurried forward to break them apart. Meanwhile, Stephen, as if nothing had happened, calmly scanned Beware with the Pokédex prototype. The AI introduction voice sounded again. Beware, the strong arm Pokémon, a normal fighting-type Pokémon. It appears to wave in a friendly manner, but this is a warning gesture. Never approach it carelessly. Numerous trainers have lost their lives after having their spines crushed by its immense strength. A group of young boys and girls silently swallowed a gulp of saliva. Stephen said, Now do you understand? There are many Pokémon in this world that are not recorded in books. Some may look deceptively harmless, but are extremely dangerous. You never know when you might encounter one. Now do you understand the importance of a Pokédex? Everyone nodded vigorously, like pecking chickens. Even the future champion of Mount Silver and the shortest reigning champion were among them. The four brothers from Pallet Town glanced at Dragonite, who was just getting back up from the ground. They had watched the video of Professor Oak's participation and victory in the first Indigo League tournament many times. That very same Dragonite had appeared in the tournament. In the video, it was undoubtedly a champion-level Pokémon. Even though Professor Oak had completely switched to research over the years, almost abandoning battles, maintaining an elite 4-level strength should not have been a problem. Yet just now, it was flung aside so effortlessly. Even Ash, the most naive of the four, glanced at Beware and swallowed hard. That bear, just how strong is it? Dr. Stephen, could you at least give us a warning when demonstrating something like that? You scared everyone. Professor Oak finally managed to separate Go and Trip. I didn't expect him to squeeze Beware's fur that hard either. Stephen shrugged, looking innocent. By the way, Professor Oak, maybe you should change your coat. It smells a bit strong now. Stephen reminded him. Professor Oak looked down and realized that while breaking up the fight, a corner of his white lab coat had been stained with some child's urine. It must have happened during the scuffle just now. And Trip was even worse off. Excuse me, could we take a break? Daisy, could you grab me a spare coat? And also get these two kids some fresh pants. Just use Blue or Gary's. As Professor Oak's assistant, Daisy quickly brought 2 pairs of pants. Seeing this, Blue and Gary both showed looks of utter disgust and muttered, I don't want those pants anymore. Professor Oak, is there a changing room? Trip asked awkwardly. There were too many people around, and there were girls too. No, there isn't. Maybe you could go to the backyard. Actually, never mind. Professor Oak, now in a fresh lab coat, suddenly remembered that the backyard was filled with Pokémon. What if one of them ambushed the boys while they were changing? Girls, please step outside for a moment. Daisy led the blushing girls out of the lab. Just as they stopped outside, they suddenly heard a burst of laughter from within. Ha ha ha, both of them are so small. Instantly, the girls didn't know how to react. After Go and Trip finished changing, the boys rejoined the group. The 3-day course had concluded, and now the summer camp's official activities were about to begin. "All right, everyone, gather around. Time to head out." Daisy clapped her hands, signaling everyone to assemble. "Next, we'll be heading to Route 1 to observe wild Pokémon. According to league regulations, anyone without their own Pokémon is not allowed to venture into the wilderness, so we'll only be observing from the outskirts. Make sure not to wander off, understood?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Yes, Tilda." After receiving a unanimous response from the children, Daisy glanced through the window at her grandfather and Stephen, who were already busy in the research lab, and thought to herself, "Grandpa was originally supposed to take everyone out today, but he probably isn't in the mood for that right now." Daisy led Serena and the other summer camp participants onto Route 1. At that moment, a group of Butterfree flew overhead, and Daisy smiled as she introduced them. "Those are Butterfree butterfly Pokémon. They are bug. They are bug plus flying type Pokémon. They have excellent flower bud detection abilities and are said to bring nectar from flowers up to 10 miles away from their nest." Before Daisy could finish her sentence, Go, who was walking at the front of the group, suddenly stepped forward and cut in. "Go." Chloe, who had a rather dangerous-looking hairstyle, tugged at his sleeve. Gary, walking in the middle of the group, frowned slightly. After listening to Stephen's explanations, Blue and Red had already left. They felt that only Stephen's information was useful for their journey as Pokémon trainers. Hanging around with these little kids was just a waste of time. It was better to study on their own. Originally, Gary also wanted to leave, but his grandfather always told him that he should learn as much as possible before receiving his first Pokémon. So, reluctantly, he came along. Although Gary was only 6 years old, he still felt that he was on a completely different level from these little kids. Gary silently glanced at Ash, who was walking beside him and showing interest in everything. This guy sure enjoys everything he does. Daisy didn't mind being interrupted by Go. She gently nodded and said, Yes, Go is right." The group continued walking along Route 1. At that moment, a group of Chansey happily chirped, "Chansey," as they walked past Daisy and the others, waving at them in a friendly manner. Daisy introduced them. "Those are Chansey, they." Go cut in again. "They are egg Pokémon, very gentle in nature. They even share their highly nutritious eggs with injured humans or Pokémon." "That's right, Go is very knowledgeable." Daisy still had a smile on her face as she praised Go, but this time, her smile seemed a bit forced. Just as she finished speaking, a group of Kangaskhan emerged from the bushes ahead. Like the Chansey, they also had pouches on their bellies. However, instead of eggs, their pouches carried baby Kangaskhan. "Chansey Tilda." The Chansey smiled as they handed over their eggs to the Kangaskhan, who in turn accepted them with grateful nods. "Huh, that Kangaskhan looks a little strange." Rosa pointed at a Kangaskhan on the far right. Serena and Hilda turned their heads and noticed something was indeed odd. Because instead of a baby Kangaskhan, the pouch of that Kangaskhan mother held a Pichu. What's going on? Do Pokémon have the concept of adoption too? Meanwhile, Ash was staring straight at the Pichu, snuggling with the Kangaskhan mother. He didn't know why, but for some reason, Pichu seemed to have a mysterious attraction to him. Daisy, leading at the front, spoke up for the third time, that. However, just as she uttered a single word, a certain someone interrupted yet again. "That is a Kangaskhan. They raise their young in their pouches, and after about 3 years, when the child is fully grown, they separate and go there. I've had enough of you." Before Go could finish his sentence, Gary suddenly launched a flying kick at his back. Go fell flat on his face, eating dirt. Whether it was Serena, Chloe, or even Yano, who had been focused on the Kangaskhan and Pichu, they were all dumbfounded. "Let Big Sis finish talking." Gary pointed at Go, who was spitting out a mouthful of dirt, and scolded him. "Damn it, I've been holding back for so long, and you still won't stop. You little." Go, who had wanted to show off his knowledge to make up for wetting his pants earlier, spat out some mud and got up, ready to retaliate. Fortunately, Daisy and Chloe reacted quickly, immediately grabbing their younger brother and childhood friend to stop them. Meanwhile, during this commotion, the Kangaskhan and Pichu looked around in panic, as if searching for something. When everyone was too busy breaking up the fight, they suddenly turned and ran back into the forest, calling out as they went. After struggling for a while to separate Gary and Go, Daisy forced a smile and said, all right. From here on, everyone can move freely. But remember, you can only stay in the outer areas of Route 1. The deeper you go, the more dangerous the wild Pokémon become. HMPH. Gary snorted coldly, straightened his wrinkled clothes, and walked off. Go, on the other hand, headed in the opposite direction from most of the group. This is exactly why you never make any friends. Chloe hesitated for a moment before following her childhood friend. She had lost count of how many times she had said this to him. Who cares about making friends? I just want to capture the strongest Pokémon that no one has ever seen before. Go rubbed the spot on his back where Gary had kicked him, his face still full of disdain. Huh, what's that? Just then, Go noticed something unusual. Chapter 134, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 134. That is. Go stared blankly at the lawn on the right. Noticing her friend's change in expression, Chloe also turned her head to look in the same direction. On the lawn across the river, two small Pokémon were facing each other, one floating in midair, the other lying on the grass, staring at each other with wide eyes. What are those two Pokémon? I've never seen them before. Chloe widened her eyes in curiosity. The floating one resembled a cat, covered in soft, light pink fur, with a slender, long tail that seemed to be longer than its entire body. Meanwhile, the Pokémon on the ground looked like a little black fox, exuding a mischievous aura that contrasted with the graceful presence of the floating cat-like Pokémon. It tilted its head up, gazing at the other. Are they Pokémon from another region? Go, who was familiar with almost all known Pokémon, also showed a puzzled expression. Although he claimed to recognize all Pokémon recorded in books, that knowledge was mostly limited to the Kanto and Johto regions. The next second, the floating cat-like Pokémon tilted its small head, seemingly curious about the little fox below. Then, a blue-white glow, reminiscent of an evolution light, flashed across its body. Under Go and Chloe's incredulous gazes, it transformed into an identical version of the little fox and landed on the ground. Mutilda. The transformed cat moved closer to the little fox, tilting its head with a playful smile as if saying, Look, impressive, right? Go's jaw dropped in shock. It turned into the same form as the other one. However, instead of reacting with surprise, the little fox narrowed its eyes. The corner of its mouth curled into a sly grin. In the next instant, the little fox's body shimmered, and its form changed. Standing now was a bipedal Pokémon with ominous red eyes and fur, resembling a werewolf. Lycanroc Midnight Form. It transformed too. Go and Chloe's expressions shifted once again. A transformation ability similar to Ditto. No, something feels different. Arr. The transformed Lycanroc let out a low growl toward the now Zorua cat, and a youthful telepathic voice echoed in the latter's mind. Clearly, I'm the stronger one. As everyone knows, wolves are natural enemies of foxes. The little fox was using this transformation to prove that its ability was superior. However, wasn't this somewhat self-defeating? After all, it was a fox itself, turning into a wolf just to prove wolves are stronger than foxes. Wasn't that just slapping itself in the face? Hearing the real little fox say this, the fake little fox puffed up its cheeks in defiance. Once again, a blue-white glow flashed across its body. This time, it transformed into an Incineroar. Mutilda. The Incineroar curled a finger at the Lycanroc, which was now a head shorter than it, oozing with provocation. Even without telepathy or translation, its meaning was clear. Something along the lines of you became a wolf, then I'll become a tiger. Tigers are stronger than wolves. But that voice was just too out of place. It felt like one of Doflamingo's subordinates, the stone guy, who had a rough, burly face but spoke in a high-pitched, eerie voice. The wild and fierce-looking midnight Lycanroc pursed its lips in a pout, making an expression completely unfitting for its appearance. Even though Go and Chloe didn't recognize Lycanroc, the sight of such a feral Pokémon making a childish, pouting face utterly disgusted them. It was like seeing a Gardevoir acting shy and demure. It would be heartwarming. But if a Machamp did the same thing, it would just be heart attack-inducing. Just as Go and Chloe were starting to feel nauseous, the Lycanroc shimmered and transformed once again. This time, they recognized the Pokémon. Its round belly, its goofy yet gentle expression. Wasn't this Dragonite, the pseudo-legendary of the Kanto region? This Pokémon was so famous that nobody in the Pokémon world wouldn't recognize it. Not to mention, Go had just been saved by Professor Oak's Dragonite earlier. But instead of the usual warm and friendly demeanor of a Dragonite, this one bared its teeth in a smug, mischievous grin, completely out of character. A tiger, so what, can you beat a dragon? The Incineroar narrowed its eyes. It was getting serious. Once again, the blue-white light flared. This time, it transformed into a form that the two kids on the other side of the river had never seen before. It was a majestic, deer-like Pokémon with long, X-shaped antlers radiating a holy aura. Xerneas. As the god of life, Xerneas was the embodiment of sanctity. Yet now, it was grinning playfully like a child. If Princess Diancie, the devoted follower of the life god, were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "This isn't how Xerneas-sama usually acts." Mew tilde mew tilde. The Xerneas tilted its head with a smirk as if saying, "A dragon? So what? I'm a dragon slayer." The usually warm, golden retriever-like Dragonite now took on the expression of a stubborn husky, visibly displeased. It didn't recognize this Pokémon, but judging by its appearance and aura, it was likely legendary. Ha, legendary, big deal, who hasn't seen one? Its body shimmered once again. The already towering Dragonite expanded in size once more. Oh! A divine bird's cry echoed through the sky like the sun itself, descending upon the land. If Go and Chloe had only been surprised before, they were completely stunned now. It even transformed into Ho-Oh. The Xerneas widened its deer-like eyes in shock. "You little black fox, you've seen Ho-Oh, that big bird. Well then, I won't hold back anymore. Prepare yourself." The blue-white glow of transformation flared up yet again, dazzling as ever. The Xerneas also transformed, this time into a massive bird Pokémon with wings so vast they seemed to cover the land. Lugia. The two enormous bird Pokémon faced each other in midair, their cries echoing through the sky. But why did the cat transform into Lugia? There wasn't any deep reason behind it. It was simply because it knew that over 100 years ago, these two legendary beings were neighbors. They lived in the same city and were even worshipped by humans. So, when the little black fox transformed into Ho-Oh, it naturally transformed into Lugia in response. Thud. Seeing Ho-Oh and Lugia majestically soaring over Route 1, Go was so overwhelmed that he collapsed onto the ground. The scene was just too spectacular. On the other side of Route 1, Daisy and a group of other children also noticed the commotion. "What is that?" Ash's mouth dropped so wide that he could fit a whole fist inside, pointing across the river and shouting. Daisy, Gary, Hilda, Serena, and the others turned their heads to look. One by one, their eyes widened in shock. Ho-Oh, and the other one is. Gary immediately recognized one of the giant birds. After all, Ho-Oh had caused quite the incident in Viridian City just a week ago, and was currently one of the most talked-about legendary Pokémon online. As for the other one, that's Lugia. Daisy provided the answer to her younger brother. A legendary Pokémon said to have been sighted by fishermen living near the sea. It's rumored that its power is so immense that a mere flap of its wings can create storms strong enough to blow away houses. Because of this, it resides deep in the ocean. But why would it appear in Pallet Town, which is far from the sea? Daisy was just as shaken. Pallet Town has been way too lively recently. Even legendary Pokémon were showing up now. Mew, hehe, you little fox, you truly delight me. Lugia cried out excitedly. As one of the most mischievous legendary Pokémon, it had been a long time since it had encountered something this entertaining. Lugia raised its head toward the sky. Mew, this isn't enough fun. Why don't we go to the Tree of Life and feast for 3 days, then play for 300 rounds? With that, Lugia flapped its massive wings, preparing to take off. Ho-Oh's expression instantly changed. It couldn't fly. Its transformation ability was more of an illusion. It could shape-shift into different forms, but it wasn't like the other one, which became what it transformed into. Seeing the other about to leave, Ho-Oh immediately reverted to its original form, then leaped onto Lugia's back in a desperate tackle. Na. Daisy and the children, who had rushed over to see the spectacle, were dumbfounded. What was happening now? Ho-Oh just turned into a little fox. Before anyone could process this shocking revelation, Lugia had already taken off into the sky with the little fox on its back, disappearing into the clouds. Meanwhile, Ash and the others were unaware that the moment Zorua pounced on Lugia's back, it had already sent a telepathic message to Steven, who was inside Oak's lab. "Master, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back in a couple of days." "Hi." Steven, who had been adjusting the Pokédex testing machine, froze for a moment before quickly stepping out of the lab. The moment he looked up, he saw a large white bird soaring swiftly into the clouds. And from its back, he could sense Zorua's presence. Was that Lugia? Steven blinked in confusion. "Dr. Steven, what's going on?" Professor Oak had also stepped out of the lab by this point. At the same time, Daisy and the others arrived back in a hurry. "Gee, Grandpa, just now we saw." Daisy, still catching her breath, tried to explain what had just happened. Between gasps, she recounted the entire event to Professor Oak. Ho-Oh and Lugia. After hearing the story, Professor Oak's eyes widened like copper bells. Ho-Oh was somewhat understandable. Reports had already mentioned that Ho-Oh had appeared in Viridian City 10 days ago, and since Viridian wasn't far from Pallet Town, it might have just been passing through. But Lugia? Why on earth would Lugia, which was supposed to dwell deep in the sea, appear in Pallet Town? No, Grandpa, that Ho-Oh wasn't real. Gary, still panting, interrupted to clarify. That Ho-Oh was fake, just a little fox Pokémon in disguise. A fox Pokémon that can transform into Ho-Oh. Professor Oak stroked his chin in thought. After a moment, he deduced the answer. That must be Zorua from the Unova region. Their ability, Illusion, allows them to take on the appearance of other Pokémon or even humans. I never expected to see one here in Kanto, though. They're quite rare, even in Unova. Hearing this, Steven raised an eyebrow slightly. Standing beside him, Karen leaned in and whispered, "Steven, isn't this a bit bad? The kids saw Zorua." "It's fine." Steven shook his head. Just like how Giovanni used different Pokémon when acting as the Viridian Gym leader versus when he was the leader of Team Rocket. Steven also had two identities, Dr. Steven and Joker, each with completely separate Pokémon teams. Neither Steven nor Joker had ever publicly used Zorua. So there was nothing to worry about, at least not yet. Hearing this, Karen felt more at ease. But still, Lugia appearing in Pallet Town is. Steven had a vague suspicion, but before he could voice it, Go suddenly spoke up. "Professor Oak, that Lugia wasn't real either." The moment those words landed, everyone's expressions changed once again. Another master of illusions. Go and Zio Chloe recounted everything they had witnessed from the beginning to the end. Professor Oak fell into deep thought once again before explaining. Then what you saw was probably the legendary Pokémon Mew. As he spoke, Professor Oak shared his current research findings on Mew with everyone. Mew. Go repeated the name, his eyes filled with longing, before finally declaring, "I've decided, I will catch Mew and make it my first Pokémon." Gary almost couldn't resist kicking him again, but considering that his grandfather was present, he held back. This guy may not be good at much, but when it comes to daydreaming, he's top tier. Boom. Just as Go finished speaking, the sky suddenly rumbled with distant thunder. Everyone looked up to see that the once clear, cloudless sky had now been overtaken by dark storm clouds. Oh dear, it looks like outdoor activities won't be possible. For the last day of summer camp, let's switch to indoor activities instead, Professor Oak called out to the group. Yes, Tilda. The children responded in unison. Excuse me, Professor Oak, I need to step out for a bit. Stephen took an umbrella from Daisy's hand. Is something wrong? Professor Oak asked curiously. When I left the inn this morning, I let all my Pokémon out to play except for Beware. I need to call them back, Stephen explained with a smile. Oh, I see. You should go quickly, this rain looks pretty heavy. Professor Oak nodded repeatedly. Stephen, Karen, and Will walked through the forest along Route 1, umbrellas in hand. Before long, they had gathered back all the Pokémon that had been let out earlier, except for Zorua. The first time it took action, it got caught by Price. The first time it went out to play, it got taken away by Mew. What kind of legendary luck does Zorua have? Will muttered. Karen ignored him, casually scanning the surroundings, until she suddenly noticed a Kangaskhan walking unsteadily, looking incredibly weak. Stephen, over there. She tugged on Stephen's sleeve and pointed toward the Kangaskhan. Stephen turned his head and saw the Pokémon staggering like a drunkard, its face unnaturally flushed in the pouring rain. Pichu Tilda. From the pouch of the Kangaskhan, a small Pichu jumped out. But as soon as it landed, the Kangaskhan reached out and gently pulled it back, murmuring something softly. Without Zorua around, they couldn't translate, but the three of them could more or less guess what was being said. I just remembered what I forgot, Stephen muttered. He had felt all day that he was forgetting something, now he knew what. Oh, Tilda. The Kangaskhan took a few more steps before finally collapsing, her legs giving way beneath her. Just as she, along with the baby Kangaskhan and Pichu in her pouch, was about to hit the ground face first. A strong, firm arm reached out and caught her. Ooh. Using the last of her strength, the Kangaskhan looked up at her rescuer before succumbing to the dizziness overwhelming her, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Beware gently reached into the pouch, carefully cradling the startled and slightly anxious baby Kangaskhan and Pichu in one arm. With the other, it effortlessly hoisted the much larger Kangaskhan onto its shoulder. Good job, Linlin. Stephen and the others walked up, and he praised Beware while reaching out to pat Pichu's little head. This was the only Pikachu in the world, with the unique ability 50-50. Oh wait, technically, it was still just a Pichu for now. Stephen, should we take it back to the lab for treatment? Karen gently played with the baby Kangaskhan, but the little one was too worried about its unconscious mother to enjoy the attention. Stephen glanced around before pointing to a cave less than 100 meters away. Let's treat her there. The Kangaskhan's condition isn't too severe, our medicine should be enough to heal her. Half an hour later, inside a cave on Route 1. With Stephen's help, the Kangaskhan had been given an IV drip. After hearing from Stephen that its mother would be fine, the baby Kangaskhan finally relaxed and fell asleep beside her. Pichu Tilda. Once everyone else had drifted off, Pichu suddenly opened its eyes. It hesitated for a moment, then turned back frequently as it walked toward the cave entrance. Finally, it looked back at the sleeping Kangaskhan mother and child, memories of their time together flashing through its mind like a slideshow. And then, under the moonlight, a radiant glow of evolution shone forth. Pikachu. Pichu had evolved into Pikachu. Pikachu cast one final, grateful glance at the Kangaskhan mother and child before bowing deeply in gratitude. Then it turned to leave. You're leaving. A voice startled Pikachu so much that it nearly tripped. Pika. With a panicked expression, Pikachu spun around. It was the human who had treated Kangaskhan. That Kangaskhan was already weak to begin with. Taking care of two little ones must have been tough for her, Stephen said. Hearing this, Pikachu lowered its head in sorrow. But I know a good place for you. Pika. Pikachu's ears perked up, looking at Stephen with curiosity and nervousness. Stay for just one more night, Stephen said. Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere. If you don't like it, you can leave then. Pika. Pikachu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. After all, who wants to be separated from their loved ones if they have a choice? The next day, when Kangaskhan woke up and saw Pikachu's new form, her expression was a mix of shock and joy. It was as if she were saying, "My child has finally grown up." The baby Kangaskhan excitedly grabbed Pikachu's hand, bouncing up and down. Pikachu felt both exhilarated and bittersweet. "Don't look at me like that. It just makes me not want to leave even more." "Let's go." Steven walked over, calling out. Chapter 135. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 135. Even though Pikachu had already successfully evolved, Kangaskhan's mother was still accustomed to putting him and the baby Kangaskhan together in the pouch on her belly. However, Pikachu, who was one size larger than Pichu, made the pouch noticeably crowded when squeezed in with the baby Kangaskhan. Before long, everyone arrived at the entrance of Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town. Among them were Yano, Serena, and other children who had come to participate in the summer camp. They were already gathered in groups, waiting at the entrance. "Dr. Steven, over here, over here." Seeing Steven and his companions approaching, Ayana was the first to raise her hand high, jumping up and down in greeting. "The summer camp is already over," Steven asked as he recalled something. According to what Serena had mentioned before, Professor Oak's summer camp seemed to last only 3 days. Yeah. The experience I've had these past few days in Kanto might be more exciting than my entire future life." Yano clasped her fingers together nervously, shivering like a chihuahua, but then suddenly opened her arms wide, excited like a happy cat. But it was a huge success. The video I uploaded yesterday blew up again. The subscription count on my channel has now surpassed 1 million. Hooray, hooray. "Oh, Tilda, congratulations, congratulations, Tilda." Steven thought that Ayana was probably evolving from a Paldea region internet celebrity into a continent-wide Piquet World influencer. Yano continued to show off her channel's subscriber count to Steven and expressed her gratitude for his help. "It's a pity that starting today, I won't be able to film videos of you anymore, Dr. Steven. I wonder how much my view count will drop because of that." At the mention of the day after tomorrow, Ayano's face fell, looking as downcast as a frostbitten eggplant. These summer camp participants were gathered here, waiting for the bus from Pallet Town to Viridian City. Soon, they would head to Viridian Airport and then take flights back to their hometowns. "Dr. Steven, who are they?" The Unova sisters, Rosa and Hilda, were more focused on the Kangaskhan behind Steven and the 2 little ones in her pouch. "We ran into them last night," Stioheb explained just as Professor Oak happened to walk out of the laboratory. "Professor Oak, can they stay here?" "Kangaskhan and Pikachu." Professor Oak glanced at them. To be honest, he had already thoroughly studied both species long ago. But since it was Steven's request, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Although keeping them would mean an extra expense for food, he was already planning to apply for a loan, so a little more or less didn't make much difference. "They're nice Pokémon. Once they grow up, they could even be given to new trainers as their starter Pokémon." Professor Oak stroked his chin as he observed the baby Kangaskhan and Pikachu. "Tilda." Kangaskhan's mother frowned in displeasure. This old human wanted to separate her from her children. Steven quickly reassured her. "Calm down, Kangaskhan. Professor Oak will find suitable trainers for them, and even if they become someone else's partners, you'll still be able to see them often." Hearing this, Kangaskhan reluctantly calmed down. "Professor Oak, I think this Pikachu would be a great match for Ash." Steven pointed at Pikachu. "Ash, huh? I suppose I could let them spend some time together and see how it goes." Professor Oak was momentarily surprised, thinking back on Ash's behavior in front of Steven these past few days. He honestly couldn't recall anything particularly outstanding that would make Steven take notice of him. But since Steven had such an opinion, he must have his reasons. However, Steven didn't have any deeper reasoning. He just felt that if Ash didn't end up with the Pikachu, it would feel weird. Steven personally disliked how some protagonists in certain novels loved playing matchmaker. Got addicted to shipping characters. But Ash and Pikachu, that was an exception. They were like peanut butter and jelly, inseparable. Plus, since he had already stirred up quite a storm with his butterfly effect, Steven figured it was best to give Professor Oak a heads up, just in case. "Oh right, Dr. Steven, The video Ayano uploaded yesterday about your Pokédex research has once again drawn massive attention. And, well, a little controversy. As he said the words, a little controversy, Professor Oak made a gesture as if he had just lost the market. Hi. Stephen didn't quite understand what Professor Oak meant at first. Dr. Stephen, look. At that moment, Ayano quickly moved closer, pulling up a news page on her phone. The top trending headline read, Dr. Stephen once again sparks an era of change, the essential travel tool for future trainers, the Pokédex. That seemed normal enough. But as he scrolled further, things started to look a bit off. The second top story was a video interview from Kanto's highest-rated Goldenrod television network. In the video, Goodshow, the chairman of the Indigo League and the overall head of the Pokémon League, smiled kindly like Santa Claus and said, Dr. Stephen is the pride of our league. He has invented yet another revolutionary product. The Pokédex will greatly enhance the safety of new trainers on their journeys. In fact, for years, we've considered raising the minimum age for new trainers from 10 to 14 or even 16. But with the Pokédex, there's no need to worry anymore. Without a doubt, Dr. Stephen is a genius who has made outstanding contributions not only to the league, but to the entire world. Then came the third trending news story, published by Macrocosmos Financial Report from the Galar region. It featured a statement from their chairman, Rose. We are delighted to collaborate with Dr. Stephen and Rainbow Corporation. The Pokédex is expected to launch within a month, with Macrocosmos and Rainbow Corporation handling distribution. It will be available exclusively to registered trainers from Alola and Galar. Trainers can purchase the Pokédex at Macrocosmos' official flagship store, and the first batch of customers will receive a free Dynamax band. Stephen checked the timestamps on the two news reports. Rose's statement had come out less than half an hour after Goodshow's interview. Stephen immediately understood what was going on. The real issue was Rose's statement. By making the Pokédex available only to trainers from Galar and Alola, it was clear discrimination. Trainers from other regions were outraged. Am I not a person? Do I not count as a person? To make matters worse, Goodshow had openly praised the Pokédex in his video, making the situation even more awkward. Soon, news outlets from various regions started reporting on the controversy. The top journalist from Lumios News, Alexa, covered the story. Good evening, viewers. Dr. Stephen from Alola has invented the Pokédex, which is now the hottest topic of discussion. However, according to Galar's chairman Rose, the Pokédex will only be available to registered trainers from Alola and Galar, sparking widespread debate among trainers from other regions. Right now, I am standing in front of Rose Tower in Winden Galar. In the background, several Galar trainers made funny faces at the camera. Alexa then stopped a scruffy, exhausted-looking punk youth and asked, Hello, what are your thoughts on the Pokédex being sold only to trainers from Alola and Galar? The punk youth lazily replied, Doesn't matter. My sister's from Galar, so she can get one. That's good enough for me. Waving dismissively, he entered Rose Tower. Alexa looked awkward. Wait, that's not the expected response at all. Turning back to the camera, she said, Perhaps interviewing Galar trainers isn't the best approach. Let's ask trainers from other regions. At that moment, a large crowd had already gathered outside Rose Tower, many of whom were holding protest signs reading, We object. Hello, where are you all from? The microphone was pointed at a young man with red, explosive hair by the reporter, Alexa. Next to him stood another young man with yellow hair. Compared to the excited, red-faced redhead, the blonde seemed much calmer. I'm from Sinnoh, and so is he. Originally, we were preparing to take the gym leader qualification exam, but when we heard about the Pokédex issue, we came here to protest, the redhead said passionately. The blonde responded lazily, Whatever, right? We don't need the Pokédex anyway. Once we become gym leaders, we'll just stay in Sunnishore City and won't be traveling around. You bastard, how can you say that? What about the kids in Sinnoh? The redhead shouted at the camera. Rose, how can you be so selfish? A product that benefits humanity should be shared by everyone. Dr. Stephen, you should also come out and explain why you agreed to such collaboration terms. Did Rose seduce you or something? Fine, Come to Sinnoh, our genius Cynthia is also a great beauty. If you come, I, Flint, will personally set you two up. The screen of the Lumiose channel suddenly went black, followed by a message. Due to technical difficulties, the channel is currently under repair. In the comment sections of news articles and major video platforms. Comment section. Damn, Chairman Rose is shameless in trying to recruit people for Galar. Everyone knows what Chairman Rose is up to. But wasn't this thing invented by Dr. Stephen? What gives Chairman Rose the right to make the decision? Yeah, wasn't Professor Oak involved too? Shouldn't the decision be up to the two of them? What does Chairman Rose have to do with this? Damn it, Dr. Stephen is from Johto. Why did he exclude Johto from this? Ha, brother, does your Johto have a top-tier wife like Lusamine? Wait, I just remembered. Melanie, the gym leader from Circhester in Galar, is a widow. Her husband passed away recently. Holy crap, now everything makes sense. Damn, Dr. Stephen, you have a thing for MILF. And so, terms like young stud with an older woman, honey trap, and widow killer once again trended on social media. Back in Pallet Town. Originally, Ayano and her friends were waiting for the bus to take them to Viridian Airport so they could return home. However, a huge crowd of journalists and protesters suddenly rushed over, surrounding Professor Oak's lab in multiple layers. It couldn't be helped. After Ayano's 3 consecutive video uploads, the entire world knew that Stephen was here. Although the people who came weren't as aggressive as Flint in the news, they were still very curious about why Stephen agreed to Rose's conditions. Hey Stephen, a lot of people online are saying you have a thing for widows, Will teased while showing his phone to Stephen. The news even had a photoshopped image of Stephen and Melanie together, with a big question mark on it. Get lost. Karen pushed Will aside with a huff. Dr. Stephen, why isn't the Pokédex being sold in Paldea? I heard you have a good relationship with Chairman Jita, Yano asked curiously. As soon as she brought this up, Serena from Kalos, Hilda and Rosa from Unova, the 4 brothers of Pallet Town, and others all turned their curious gazes toward Stephen. They were all very interested in this question. I made a deal with Chairman Rose. In exchange for giving him the exclusive distribution rights for the Pokédex, he helps me track down Articuno and Moltres. I want my companions to catch these 2 legendary bird Pokémon, Stephen explained, pointing at Karen and Will. The 2 of them froze. They had guessed that Stephen must have had a reason for agreeing to Rose's terms, but they didn't expect it to be for them. Karen hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Stephen, you don't have to. Stephen raised his hand to signal that she didn't need to worry and continued. It's fine. You 2 have been running around helping me out nonstop lately, and you haven't had the chance to strengthen your teams. Think of this as a little payback from me. They had been living together for almost 3 years now, yet Karen still only had 3 Pokémon on her team. That wasn't right. And as for Will, it was even worse. Half a year ago, when they went to Sinnoh to retrieve the Jewel of Life, Will had mentioned wanting to visit Hone to catch a Gardevoir. But one thing after another kept coming up, and such a small matter had never been settled. Even though Will always acted carefree and playful, Stephen could tell that he sometimes felt frustrated. The entire lab fell silent after Stephen said that. Even Ash, who had been trying to greet Pikachu excitedly, froze in place. Dr. Stephen, you are truly a man of loyalty and honor. Serena, usually shy, was the first to speak. The first time they met, Stephen had healed her injuries with his Sylveon. That had already given Serena a good impression of him, but now she admired him even more. Stephen, actually my team is pretty solid already, Will muttered, feeling a little guilty. To be honest, he had been cursing Stephen and Karen as a shameless couple in his heart quite a bit lately. Now, with Stephen suddenly doing this for him, Will wanted to slap himself. Damn, I'm such a jerk. It's fine, Stephen smiled. I think those 2 birds suit you guys well. They're just wandering around aimlessly anyway, so why not let them follow you? Silence filled the lab once again. Even Gary, who usually scoffed at words like friendship and bonds, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. To have a friend like this, what more could one ask for? Wait a second, Dr. Stephen. Gary, having been completely won over by Stephen's generosity, had also changed how he addressed him. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Aren't Articuno and Moltres from Kanto? What does this have to do with Galar?" Hearing that, everyone else also realized something. Unlike mythical Pokémon like Diancie or Xerneas, which rarely appeared before humans, the legendary birds and legendary beasts were known to roam around. They were widely recognized. Anyone with basic knowledge knew that the legendary beasts primarily appeared in Johto, while the legendary birds were found in Kanto. So why was Stephen dealing with Rose? Shouldn't he be negotiating with Chairman Goodchow instead? Even Professor Oak, Karen, and Will looked confused. "Have you guys heard of regional forms?" Stephen asked. Professor Oak nodded. "Of course, Alola has the most regional forms of any region. Pokémon like Geodude, Rattata, and Vulpix all have regional forms." Wait. Professor Oak's cousin, Samson Oak, was based in Alola, so he was naturally familiar with regional forms. But halfway through his sentence, Professor Oak suddenly realized something. "Dr. Stephen, are you saying that even the legendary birds have regional forms?" Stephen nodded. The Galarian legendary birds have completely different typings from their Kanto counterparts. Galarian Articuno is flying Psychic, and Galarian Moltres is flying Dark. Karen and Will immediately understood. Stephen had thought of everything. "Some people are just ridiculously lucky to have Stephen as a friend," Karen said, not missing the chance to mock Will. But Will, for once, didn't argue back. He secretly turned his head and wiped his eyes before hooking Stephen's neck and laughing. "We can't let that Zapdos go either. Stephen, why don't you catch it?" "Stephen." To be honest, the design of the Galarian Moltres is cool. The red plus black color scheme is just off the charts in terms of style. As for Articuno, although it feels a bit odd, at least it's not too bad. But Zapdos, Sai, why do you look so lame? "Prepare me a helicopter to Pallet Town." At the Indigo Plateau, Goodchow, who had only been happy for 2 days, suddenly felt his high blood pressure acting up again. Using Stephen to divert public attention from the Viridian City tragedy, honestly, it had worked quite well. As soon as the videos of Stephen, recorded by Yano and the others, were released, not just Kanto, but almost the entire Pokémon world was captivated. The revelations, the legendary Pokémon's stance towards humans, the official acknowledgement of the fairy type, and the Pokédex launch event, each piece of news was more explosive than the last. Especially the last one. Once Goodchow's official Pokédex was released, it would significantly boost the safety of rookie trainers traveling the world. But he hadn't even been happy for an hour before Rose, that backstabber, sent a message saying that the Pokédex would only be available in Galar and Alola, and trainers from other regions wouldn't be allowed to buy it. That instantly cured Goodchow's low blood pressure. To be fair, if the Pokédex had been invented by someone from Galar, Rose pulling this move wouldn't be surprising. But according to the intel he had gathered, the development of the Pokédex was led by Stephen, with Professor Oak assisting. What the hell does this have to do with Galar? Why does Rose think he gets to interfere? Goodchow felt the urge to fly straight to Pallet Town and question Stephen in person. Before setting off, he happened to come across news about Stephen and Melanie's scandal. His bloodshot eyes almost popped out of his wrinkled sockets. WTF, are young people this wild nowadays? After a brief moment of thought, he went up another floor, didn't even bother knocking, and barged straight into Lorelai's room. "Do you seriously have time to just sit around right now?" Seeing Lorelai scrolling on her phone, Goodchow shouted in frustration. "Chairman, what's wrong?" Lorelai, who had just been about to buy a ticket to Alola, frowned slightly. Ever since the fairy type had been officially announced, Lorelai had taken a great interest in it. She had heard that there was a beautiful ice fairy type Pokémon in Alola, so she wanted to go check it out. More importantly, that was Stephen's workplace. She figured this would be a good excuse to spend more time with him. "Your man is about to be stolen, and you're still doing nothing." Goodchow slammed a photoshopped tabloid image of Stephen and Melanie leaning close together, in front of Lorelai. Lorelai shot up from her seat. Amid her confusion, a hint of darkness flashed across her stunning face. Chapter 136. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 136. At this stage, Lorelai's feelings toward Stephen have not yet developed into romantic affection. After all, it's quite difficult for a young woman old enough for college to develop that kind of emotion for a boy who has just started high school. However, Lorelai does have a strong fondness for Stephen. They share a deep sense of camaraderie and mutual understanding. That being said, compared to her feelings for Lance, Lorelai does have a slight tinge of something more toward Stephen. After all, she has known Lance since childhood, and sometimes, when two people are too familiar with each other, romantic feelings simply don't arise. Not to mention that Lance is dragon-sexual. But when Lorelai saw the rumors about Stephen and Melanie from the Galar League, she couldn't hold back anymore. On the helicopter flying from Indigo Plateau to Pallet Town, Lorelai put down her phone with an expression of disbelief. "Chairman, are you serious?" Chairman Goodshow remained silent and pulled up the top-rated comment from the news discussion section. As everyone knows, Dr. Stephen is originally from Johto. However, a year ago at the Alola Women's Achievement Awards, he publicly confessed to Lusamine, the president of the Etha Foundation. Within a month, he partnered with her to establish Rainbow Corporation, with TM as their first product, achieving great success. Dr. Stephen's career development is closely tied to Lusamine. And now, Chairman Rose, who has contributed nothing to the development of the Pokédex, somehow holds the publishing rights. Coincidentally, Melanie, Galar's Ice-type gym leader, recently became a widow. The second most liked comment read, "When you were 14, you called her gym leader. When she was 14, she was already making gym leaders call her that." Lorelai's stunning face instantly turned into the Subway old man face meme. Good grief, the foreshadowing has been neatly wrapped up, huh? Whenever something like this happens, netizens all turn into Sherlock Holmes. "I was too careless. I didn't expect that little Rose to have such a hidden trick up his sleeve." Sitting across from Lorelai, Goodshow was still cursing Rose. This time, he was genuinely furious. From his perspective, Rose's actions were simply outrageous. The Pokédex is a great invention that benefits not just trainers, but all of humanity. How could Rose limit it to just 2 regions? "I don't think gym leader Melanie would do something like this," Lorelai commented. She had been paying attention to Melanie from the Galar League, as they were both Ice-type specialists. Among Galar's gym leaders, Melanie was exceptionally strong, with skills approaching the level of an Elite Four. Moreover, Lorelai didn't believe Melanie would get involved in something like this, when her husband's 7-day mourning period hadn't even passed. Regardless, that guy must have used some underhanded tactics. Goodshow's mustache trembled with anger. "Tilda, it's a pity you're not married, Lorelai. Oh wait, even if you were, it wouldn't work, since you don't have a dead husband." Goodshow muttered to himself, leaving Lorelai with a face full of black lines. What the hell was this old man thinking? Still, Lorelai couldn't help but worry. Could Stephen have a thing for widows? After all, Lusamine was also a widow. When the League's official aircraft landed in Pallet Town, with the help of Officer Jenny's clearing the way, Goodshow and Lorelai quickly arrived at Professor Oak's lab. The gathered media reporters obediently stepped aside, but their shutter speeds increased dramatically. The chairman himself getting involved, things were getting more and more interesting. Just as Goodshow was about to knock, he suddenly heard Stephen's voice from inside. "Professor Oak, please sign this contract." Moments later, Professor Oak's shocked voice rang out. "F50%? That's too much. No, I can't accept this." Hearing this, both Goodshow and Lorelai were stunned. Even with just these 2 lines, they could already guess what Stephen and Professor Oak were discussing. "It's not too much. I just need to get the Pokédex built, but Professor Oak, you have much more to consider." Stephen's voice carried a smile. "From now on, the Pokédex will need constant updates with new Pokémon data. This enormous task will depend on you, Professor Oak, while I'll just sit back and relax." Originally, the Pokédex was Professor Oak's invention, and currently, it only contained data on Pokémon from Kanto, Johto, and parts of Alola, not including legendary Pokémon. To collect information on the countless Pokémon in the world and upload them into the Pokédex, they would need Professor Oak and his team of protagonists. This. Professor Oak was still hesitant. He felt that his contributions to the research process were far less significant than Stephen's. Moreover, researching Pokémon was his duty. He shouldn't be compensated like this. Come on, Grandpa, just accept it. This is Brother Stephen's goodwill. Gary shouted from the side. Yeah, I'll help fill out the Pokédex too. Just consider it a little side quest before I claim my champion title. Blue flicked his bangs in a dramatic pose. Well, all right then. Only after Professor Oak finally agreed did Goodshow knock on the door. After spending over 10 minutes discussing the matter, Goodshow finally understood that Stephen's decision to collaborate with Rose's Macro Cosmos Corporation had nothing to do with Melanie. Compared to Goodshow, Lorelei was the one who truly sighed in relief. The two colleagues she respected the most, one was dragon sexual, and if the other had a widow fetish. That would have completely broken her. What kind of friends do I even have around me? But even though Goodshow now understood the reason, it didn't change the situation. Because Lucamine's Rainbow Corporation had already signed a contract with Rose's Macro Cosmos Corporation. The publishing rights and mass production were already in Macro Cosmos' hands. Unless Rose relented, once the Pokédex was released in a month, only trainers in Alola and Galar would be able to purchase it. Getting that Galar nationalist to back down is as difficult as getting Lance to switch from dragon types to fairy types. Goodshow shook his head with a bitter smile. Dr. Stephen, the private jet Chairman Rose prepared for you has arrived. Olana stepped in and added. Also, the item you requested, Chairman Rose has found it. As Rose's unwavering supporter, Olana felt uneasy about Stephen continuing to discuss matters with Goodshow. If Goodshow somehow convinced Stephen to cancel his cooperation with Macro Cosmos, that would be a disaster. Even though breaking the contract would require massive compensation, Rainbow Corporation had plenty of funds. Thanks to TMs, they were rapidly catching up to industry giants like Devon Corp and Sylph Co. Besides, Rose didn't care about the penalty fees at all. To prevent any accidents, it was best to get Stephen to Galar as soon as possible. One of my partner Pokémon is out playing. It should return in 2 days. Would it be okay to wait? Stephen replied. This, all right. Olana had no choice but to agree. This was an important client personally assigned by Rose. Chairman, there's a journalist who wants to interview me but can't get in. Could you ask Officer Jenny to let her through? At that moment, Ayano, who had just received a message, pleaded with Goodshow. Goodshow hesitated for a moment. This little girl. Wasn't she the one Joker rescued and later filmed videos for Stephen? Sure, no problem. Officer Jenny, could you help with that? As a kind old man, and since this girl seemed close to Stephen, Goodshow had no reason to refuse. But which journalist would ignore Stephen, the walking traffic magnet, and instead choose to interview this little girl? Soon, a young girl with round glasses was led inside by Officer Jenny. When the girl stepped in, Stephen, Will, and Karen all froze. Mary. Hello, Miss Ayano. I'm the journalist who contacted you online for an interview. My username is Joker's biggest fan. Ignoring the big names in the room, Mary walked straight toward Ayano. Upon hearing Mary's self-destructive online username, everyone present, including those younger than her, such as Blue, had a strange expression. The chairman of the Alliance and the elite were all here, yet she dared to use such a username, and even say it out loud. Oh, hello. Ayano, who was being interviewed for the first time, was a little nervous. I'd like to ask, what exactly happened in Viridian City at that time? After finding 2 small stools in a corner and sitting down, Mary took out a notebook and a pen to start her interview. To be honest, the sight of 2 10-year-old girls doing this looked just like kids playing pretend. However, many people in the room couldn't help but glance in their direction. Yes, at the time, I saw a rainbow-like light emanating from the center of Viridian City. It was so beautiful that I wanted to see what was happening. Then, that masked person who used ice started fighting with Ho-Oh. Keanu exaggeratedly waved her hands while recalling the scene. Was it Joker who saved you? Yes, he was amazing. It felt like the moment they started fighting, half the city got caught up in it. I was blown away by the storm, and then Joker used some strange machine to shoot out spider silk and pull me back. Recalling the power displayed by Ho-Oh and Price, Ayano trembled like a chihuahua. But when speaking about Joker, her face showed gratitude and excitement. Chairman this. Officer Jenny leaned toward Goodshow. Goodshow gestured for her to hold back for now. In your video, many viewers said they couldn't understand why the masked person suddenly stopped attacking despite having the upper hand. Since you were there in person, did you notice anything? Hearing Mary's question, Goodshow and Lorelei secretly perked up their ears. Because the move Joker used against the masked person seemed similar to the one he used months ago in the Lostlorn Forest to take down Lance. At the time, Joker told me to stand farther away, so I didn't see clearly. It looked like they said something to each other, but the commotion was too loud, so I couldn't hear. I just saw the masked person throw a high-grade piquet ball to Joker, and then they stopped fighting. Much to Goodshow's disappointment, Ayano also couldn't provide any definitive answer. One last question. Mary looked up and asked, "Your video was taken down in less than a night. What do you think the reason was?" As soon as she mentioned this, the expressions of the League members, led by Goodshow, subtly changed. I don't know. The website just told me the reason was spreading false and misleading information. But I didn't even edit it. Yano, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, pouted in confusion. False information, huh? Heck. In Stephen and the others' impression, Mary had always had a personality similar to Hinata's. But at this moment, she let out a disdainful smirk like a rebellious girl. However, in the next second, she returned to her usual polite and humble demeanor. "Thank you for accepting my interview. I wish you success in making more great videos." "Oh, no problem. By the way, Mary-chan, which news agency are you a reporter for?" Yano asked curiously. She was about the same age as her yet already a reporter. That was amazing. "I'm the forum moderator and reporter for the Pokémon forum and the Joker fan club." Mary replied with a smile, leaving Yano completely dumbfounded. Sticking out her tongue, Mary held her hands together and apologized. "Sorry about that. The thing is, no TV station or media outlet is willing to publish articles that say good things about Joker. No one wanted to hire me, so I could only post online. If I told you the truth from the start, you probably wouldn't have agreed to this interview." "Yano. Kanto is too complicated. I want to go back to Paldea." After finally appeasing Ayano and even exchanging personal contact numbers, Mary turned to leave. As she walked away, she didn't spare a single glance at Stephen, Goodshow, Professor Oak, or any of the other big shots in the room. HMPH, the League is full of hypocrites. "Little girl." Just as Mary was about to push open the door, Goodshow's voice suddenly called out. He continued, "Joker is a member of Team Rocket." Without hesitation, Mary fired back, "Who stopped the masked person?" That casual counter-question left Goodshow completely frozen. Before Goodshow could use Stephen to shift the topic, Joker fans had already developed their best rebuttal to haters. Who stopped the masked person? Even Joker's harshest critics had to admit there was no flaw in this argument. People always say actions speak louder than intentions. No matter Joker's identity or stance, one simple question remains. When the masked person caused chaos in Viridian City, who stepped up? "That girl has grown a lot since the last time we saw her," Will quietly commented while leaning next to Stephen. "She's probably been quite busy these past few months." Stephen watched Mary's figure quickly disappear into the distance, lost in thought. Will she be okay like this? Won't she be in danger? Karen couldn't help but ask. To be honest, Goodshow was a kind person, but if it were some petty leader instead, who knew what they might do after being humiliated by a kid like that? Will glanced at Karen awkwardly. "Whoa, you're worried about your love rival's safety." Bezazizate. Just then, Goodshow's assistant handed him a phone. "Chairman, a call from Jodo." Goodshow sighed, momentarily setting aside Mary's words as he took the call. "Hello, this is..." 5 seconds later, his expression changed drastically, as if witnessing the end of the world. You said what? 10 minutes earlier, Goldenrod City, Johto region. Speaking of which, this city had quite a connection to Steven. The Goldenrod train incident, which truly made Joker famous, happened right here. It was also where he first met Will, Mary, and future gym leader Whitney. But this city had another famous landmark: the largest Pokémon research facility in the Johto region. At a dimly lit alley on the street corner, diagonally opposite the research headquarters building, a hooded girl, her upper face concealed, stood coldly gazing at the research building across the street. She looked as if she had walked straight out of the set of Assassin's Creed. Judging by her physique, she seemed to be around the same age as Mary and Alano. Suddenly, the girl threw out a piquet ball. Emerging from it was none other than the pseudo-legendary dragon of the Hone region, Salamence. The girl spoke coldly. Salamence, eliminate anything that approaches. Upon hearing its trainer's command, the Salamence soared high into the sky. The girl pulled her hood further down, completely covering the upper half of her face, then briskly crossed the street, heading straight for the research building. Hey, who are you? This place is off limits. The security guards stationed at the entrance quickly took notice of her and rushed forward to intercept them. Tyrantrum, the girl said coldly. Roar. A ferocious dinosaur-like dragon Pokémon leaped out of its piquet ball on its own, bearing its massive fangs, dark energy seeping from its maw. Crunch. Crack, crack, crack. The iron gate barring the entrance shattered like a brittle biscuit under Tyrantrum's powerful bite. The security guards' faces turned pale. This wasn't just causing trouble, this was outright terrorism. Go Hitmontop. Mighty Ina, stop her. Someone notify the director now. As waves of Pokémon surged toward her, the girl once again gave a chilling command. Gudra, Altaria. Boom, boom. Two more dragons emerged from their piquet balls. The three dragons charged forward like wolves among sheep, tearing through the security guards' Pokémon with ease. Noivern. Reaching the entrance, the girl threw out her final piquet ball. It was Noivern. The same Noivern that had escaped the embedded tower before. Dragon Pulse. The girl shouted. Facing the towering building emblazoned with the League's emblem, Noivern unleashed a powerful dragon energy blast from its mouth. Boom! In an instant, the entire building shook violently. Inside, countless researchers in white lab coats turned pale with shock. What's happening? Lord Rayquaza, we're here to rescue you. The girl leaped onto Noivern's back. From her vantage point, she could now see it, the legendary sky dragon imprisoned in the deepest part of the top floor. Meanwhile, in a park outside the research building. I'm so tired from playing. We should probably go find Dad and the others now. A boy, covered in dirt and appearing to be around the same age as Ash and Gary, called out to a girl. The girl, dressed like a little princess and estimated to be around 5 years old, nodded. Ahem. Just as the two prepared to head toward the research building to find their parents. High in the sky, Salamence patrolling above noticed them. Chapter 137, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 137. The next day, Steven and his two companions walked out of the guest house, preparing to head to the Oak Research Institute. The first-generation Pokédex had been completed, and today, Steven planned to say goodbye to Professor Oak and the group of young trainers. Originally, the main participants of the summer camp were supposed to leave yesterday. However, due to the media surrounding the Research Institute, they had no choice but to delay their departure by a day. Buzz. Feeling his phone vibrating in his pocket, Steven took it out and checked. It was a news notification. Unexpected incident in Goldenrod City, Johto region. Steven clicked on it and saw that an unexpected incident had occurred in Goldenrod City, Johto, the day before. The Pokémon Research Center, headquarters in Goldenrod City, was attacked by a rampaging wild Salamence. The attack caused multiple security personnel casualties. According to reports, the Johto League had determined that the primary responsibility for the incident lay with Norman, a Johto native who was originally scheduled to take up a gym leader position in Hone. At the time, Norman was in charge of the research center's security. As punishment, the League ordered Norman to compensate for all economic losses incurred by the research center, and banned him from participating in gym leader assessments for the next 5 years. Will leaned in to glance at the news and commented, "Johto, huh? Yesterday, that old man Goodshow also went to Johto, right? You don't think there's some connection, do you?" Salamence was already known for its aggressive nature, and a wild Salamence attacking human settlements wasn't exactly unheard of. However, Will had seen it with his own eyes. Yesterday, after receiving a phone call, Goodshow's expression had drastically changed. He had only left one sentence: "I need to head to Johto immediately," before boarding a helicopter and leaving. From Goodshow's expression at the time, it was not a trivial matter. After all, what could scare the League's chairman like that? And now, just a day after Damalanche's sudden departure for Johto, the news was reporting that Johto's research center had been attacked. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Wow, Will, you managed to think this far. Have you been hanging around Steven for so long that your intelligence has finally made a comeback? Karen teased, her pink lips curving into a smirk. Will rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear Karen's sarcastic remark. Instead, he turned to Steven and asked, "Steven, what do you think?" They had long learned to take news reports with a grain of salt, or even outright doubt them. Some things can only be truly understood once experienced firsthand. The Rayquaza, captured by Devon Corporation. As soon as Steven spoke, Will and Karen's expressions changed. Steven slightly turned his head, looking at his two companions. Where do you think Devon Corporation would transport it? The three of them had all seen it. Steven's father, Mr. Stone, had ordered his subordinates to load Rayquaza onto a transport truck. But where it was headed, they had no idea. After all, they had been too busy trying to save Aster at the time. That's obvious, Rustboro City, Hone. Will answered without hesitation. Rustboro City was the largest port city in Hone and also the headquarters of Devon Corporation. In Will's mind, if Mr. Stone had captured the Rayquaza, he would naturally bring it back to his home base immediately. Karen glanced at Will. Okay, his intelligence had indeed improved a little, but only just a little. Or could it have been taken to the Goldenrod Research Center? After a brief moment of thought, Karen made her speculation. Why do you think that? Steven asked as he led them toward the Research Institute, chatting along the way. At the time, Mr. Stone brought so many people from Hone to Johto to capture Rayquaza. There's no way the locals in Johto didn't know about it. They must have been involved in some way. After all, wasn't the person in charge of security at the time Norman, a Johto native? Karen reasoned. Since Rayquaza was captured in Johto, the Indigo League wouldn't just let Mr. Stone take the legendary dragon back to Hone without a fight. They would try to keep it here. And now, coincidentally, the news is reporting that the Goldenrod Research Center was attacked. I suspect this is just a cover-up by the League. The real truth is that Rayquaza escaped, and they're using this incident as an excuse to deceive the public. It wouldn't be the first time they've done something like this. Will, who had been about to retort, suddenly found himself at a loss for words after hearing Karen's analysis. All right, fine. She thought things through more thoroughly than I did. Thinking about it carefully, the research center was a pretty suitable place to contain Rayquaza. And if they had managed to capture a legendary Pokémon, of course, they would want to study it. Having followed Steven for so long, Will had learned this lesson well. So you're saying, Rayquaza is no longer in the League's hands. Should we do something about it? Will blinked and asked. Not for now. If we do anything, it'll have to wait until she wakes up. The she Steven referred to was, of course, Aster, who had been transferred to Alola but remained in a deep coma. The situation surrounding Rayquaza was much too complicated. It involved not only the Hone League and the Indigo League, but also Devon Corporation and several other major corporate giants. And if the Salamence attack on the research center wasn't just a coincidence, then the culprit was most likely Aster's junior, Zinnia. There were simply too many people and factions involved. Steven already had plenty of things to deal with. Until Aster woke up, it was best to pretend they saw nothing. Mew Tilda, were you guys just talking about Rayquaza? Right at that moment, a voice innocent and childlike echoed in their minds. Telepathy. The three instinctively looked around. But before they could react, a pink blur floated in front of them. Steven. Before they could even see what it was, another dark shadow leaped into Steven's arms. Who else could it be but Zorua? Did you have fun? Steven cradled Zorua in his left arm, while using his right hand to pat her on the head. Zorua nodded enthusiastically. Hum. Meanwhile, Karen finally got a good look at the pink figure, Mew. Unlike Zorua's lowly voice, another childlike but slightly different tone echoed in their minds through telepathy. Were you guys just talking about Rayquaza? Karen and Will turned their heads simultaneously to look at the floating pink feline, who was tapping its chin with its tiny paw while tilting its head at them. It's why yeah. Will nodded blankly. Even though they had encountered legendary Pokémon before, this one's personality was quite different from the last. Rayquaza was captured by humans, but you don't need to worry, it has already escaped. Steven returned Zorua to her Pokéball and continued on his way to Professor Oak's lab, chatting idly with Mew. It was as if the legendary Pokémon wasn't a mythical beast at all, just a child making conversation. I don't care about it, I'm just curious about what happened. But you said it was captured, what happened? That big guy is so strong, how could it be caught? At this moment, Mew looked like it had been possessed by Uruchatanda, its big sparkling eyes staring straight at Steven with an expression that screamed, I'm very curious. Steven. Damn, how can it be so carefree? Oh well, it's not surprising. After all, Mew never gets involved in any conflicts, whether between Pokémon or humans. It only enjoys playing without a care in the world. Meanwhile, at Professor Oak's laboratory, Olana was already there waiting for Steven's arrival, while her boss, Rose, was sitting across from Professor Oak, testing the Pokédex functions. This is amazing, absolutely amazing. After trying out the Pokédex, Rose's keen business instincts immediately told him that this invention, like Pokéballs and technical machines, would take the world by storm upon release. No wonder Professor Oak was regarded as the League's top genius scientist. Bzzz. Just then, on the other side of the lab, Lorelai's phone rang. Although Chairman Goodshow had rushed to Johto yesterday, Lorelai did not accompany him. She had been instructed to stay behind and keep an eye on Rose. Well, mainly because Goodshow was worried that Rose might pull some kind of stunt again. And he was right to be concerned. Standing next to Rose at that moment was a girl, about 13 or 14 years old, around the same age as Steven, who looked as graceful as a mermaid. Lorelai took out her phone and glanced at the screen, her expression changing instantly. The message was from the League headquarters. It contained a photo of a child, likely around 10 years old, wearing a hood that obscured the upper half of their face. And this child was commanding a Noivern to wreak havoc on a building. Lorelai recognized the building. It was the Goldenrod City Pokémon Research Facility, the same one that had just been reported in the news. Along with the photo, the League headquarters stated that this child was the culprit behind yesterday's attack on the research center. They ordered the Elite Four and champions of both the Indigo League and the Hone League to capture them at all costs. That's right, only the Elite Four and champions received this message. Not even gym leaders were informed. After all, the Rayquaza incident involved too many powerful factions. The fewer people who knew, the better, even among their ranks. Seeing the message, Lorelai frowned slightly. She had just seen the news earlier, and now this message from headquarters. Thinking back to the League chairman's expression after that phone call yesterday, she knew things were far more complicated than the news reports suggested. Those people, what have they done this time? Lorelai bit her lower lip lightly. Even though she was part of the Elite Four, she disliked some of the decisions made within the League. Had they done something shady again this time? If the truth was just a research facility attack, why not simply issue an open warrant for the suspect? Why the secrecy? Meanwhile, in Goldenrod Hospital, Johto. Master Stephen, the president is fine. You may go in now. A doctor stepped out of the examination room and informed Stephen Stone, who was waiting outside. Stephen nodded and placed his hand on the doorknob, still thinking about what had happened yesterday. Who was that masked person? Why did they try to kill his father? If he hadn't arrived in time to stop them, his father might have already. Father, what exactly happened yesterday? As soon as Stephen entered the room, he couldn't wait to ask his father. Let's go, we're returning to Hone. Before Stephen could finish speaking, Mr. Stone got up and walked toward the door, leaving his son confused. He didn't intend to drag Stephen into this mess. On the way back, Stephen kept pressing for answers. Eventually, an impatient Mr. Stone brushed him off with, "It was just an assassin sent by a business rival." It wasn't entirely untrue, but it was not the full story either. Back at Professor Oak's lab. At the entrance, Stephen looked at Mew and said, "I've told you everything you wanted to know. Aren't you leaving?" Mew was still processing the story, amazed at how bold humans had become. They dared to capture Rayquaza, and succeeded. After a moment, Mew finally snapped out of its thoughts and looked curiously at Stephen. "Huh, you don't want to catch me?" Mew disliked appearing before humans because everyone who saw it always tried to capture it. But this guy, not only was he not trying to catch it, he was even telling it to leave. "I choose my partners based on fate." Stephen shrugged. In his past life, fans often joked that Ash Ketchum never really caught Pokémon using traditional battles and Piquet balls. It was either talk no jutsu or sheer luck. Stephen didn't entirely agree with Ash's training methods, but when it came to catching Pokémon, they were quite similar. Unless he specifically needed a Pokémon's unique ability, like Zorua's, he wouldn't go out of his way to capture any particular Pokémon. Mew's powers were undeniably incredible, but honestly, they overlapped a bit with Zorua's. So Stephen didn't feel a strong need to capture it. "All right then, that's it, goodbye." Stephen waved at Mew, then pulled the door handle and stepped into the lab. Stare tilde tilde tilde. Mew half closed its big eyes, staring at Stephen's back as he disappeared inside. "Human, you have successfully caught my attention." Inside the house, aside from Professor Oak, Rose, and others, the four brothers of Pallet Town, Hilda, Serena, and other summer camp kids had also arrived one after another. Today, they were finally going back to their respective homes. However, before leaving, they wanted to say goodbye to Stephen. Over the past few days, his lectures had taught them a lot. Suddenly, Jairath, a heart-wrenching scream, erupted from the backyard of the research lab. Some curious summer camp kids turned to look toward the source of the sound. They saw Ash pressing his hand on the head of an electric mouse, but the Pikachu looked annoyed and immediately released an electric shock, frying Ash into an afro-haired mess. Red, Blue, and the others were already used to such sights. Is this Pikachu suitable for me?" Ash, now charred and lying face down on the ground, muttered weakly. Yesterday, Professor Oak approached him and introduced this Pikachu, saying that Stephen believed it would be a great partner for him. At first, Ash was thrilled. Even though he wasn't the brightest, he had realized over the past 3 days of lectures that Stephen was an incredible person. For him to suddenly say that this Pikachu suited Ash, did that mean he saw something special in him? Yes, that must be it. After all, he was destined to become a Pokémon master. Brimming with confidence, Ash immediately hugged Pikachu, ready to declare something grand and forge a deep bond with it. And then, he got electrocuted again. From the moment Professor Oak entrusted Pikachu to him, until now, not even 24 hours had passed, yet Ash had already been shocked more than 10 times. Pikatilda. Pikachu turned its head away in disdain. Ash looked like he was about to cry. Why did Dr. Stephen think this little guy was a good match for him? A disobedient electric rat and a trainer who can't even memorize type matchups. What a perfect pair. Brother Stephen has an eye for people. Gary seized the opportunity to mock Ash. At first, he was a bit upset that Stephen had chosen to give Pikachu to Ash. But now seeing this, wow, they were a perfect match. Both were third-rate. What did you say? Ash jumped up in fury, tackling Gary as they started wrestling. Red and Blue acted like they saw nothing. They were used to it. He recovered so fast. Serena couldn't help but marvel at how Ash went from being near death to full of energy in just a second. "Ah, Big Brother Steven, good morning." Suddenly, Ayano cheerfully waved and called out. Everyone looked up and saw Steven walking into the house with two companions. Rosa and Hilda were also about to greet him. But before they could, Rose suddenly dashed forward at an astonishing speed and grabbed Steven's hand. "Dr. Steven, long time no see, long time no see." Rosa, who had just opened her mouth but hadn't had a chance to say anything yet, muttered under her breath. "This old man, his belly is so big, yet he runs so fast." Even Steven was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. "Oh, Chairman Rose, long time no see. I've already used the Pokédex, and it's even better than I imagined." Rose was full of praise for the Pokédex that Steven and Professor Oak had developed together. Steven felt a little embarrassed. After all, this was just the first-generation model, which only had basic Pokémon scanning and analysis functions. Later, he planned to add features like move detection and maps, and even fusing it with Rotom to create an overpowered device. Steven intended to take an approach similar to how NVIDIA sold graphics cards, releasing upgrades little by little. Suddenly, Rose remembered something and waved someone over. A tan-skinned girl stepped forward, looking at Steven with a mix of displeasure and curiosity. "Here, Dr. Steven, let me introduce you. This is Nessa, the gym leader of Hulberry and Galar. She will also be the spokesperson for the Pokédex's advertisements." As he spoke, Rose kept giving Nessa meaningful glances. Under the watchful eyes of Karen, who looked like she wanted to kill someone, and Lorelei, who had an openly hostile gaze, Nessa reluctantly extended her hand to Steven. "Dr. Steven, hello, I'm Nessa." "Ah, it's hello." Steven himself wasn't sure what kind of expression to make. Rose was using this tactic again. "I mean, shouldn't this kind of thing be done secretly? Why in front of so many people? Chairman, the private jet is ready." At this moment, Olana walked up and informed Rose. Rose nodded and turned to Steven. "Dr. Steven, let's take the helicopter to Viridian Airport first, then board the private jet to Galar. Big Brother Steven, we're also preparing to return to Unova. Thank you for your guidance these past few days." Finally finding an opportunity to speak, Rosa cheerfully bounced up and called out. Steven wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but even though she was still far from puberty, it felt like Rosa had a noticeably greater bouncy compared to Serena and Hilda, who were the same age. "Good luck, I hope one day the world will tell me about your achievements." Steven's words made the little one's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Oh right, take these." Steven suddenly picked up several first-generation Pokédex devices from the research table and handed them to Rosa, Hilda, Ayano, and Serena. Hilda was shocked. This is too valuable, we can't accept it." "Take it, it's only the first-generation model. Just keep it as a memento. By the time you reach the age where you can go out on adventures, this version will be completely outdated." Steven chuckled. "Blue, Gary, aren't you going to say, 'Thank you, Big Brother Steven'?" Daisy called out to her two younger brothers, who had just received their Pokédex. After all, the Pokédex was only officially released in Alola and Galar. As kids from Kanto, her two younger brothers technically weren't eligible to own one. Steven giving them these devices was bending the rules for them. Realizing this, the two quickly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Big Brother Steven." Yano read, and the others also expressed their gratitude. Standing in the back, Go and Trip were dumbfounded, staring at Steven, who still hadn't handed them anything. W8, what about us? Chapter 138, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 138. Sorry, that's all there is. Noticing the expressions of the two arrogant brats, Steven shrugged, indicating that he was powerless to do anything. Go and Trip were even more bewildered. Damn, what are the odds? They just happened to be short of two. The two turned their heads to look at Ash holding a Pokédex like a clueless deer, endlessly scanning the Pokémon in the Research Institute's backyard. Their sense of injustice deepened. Although Go and Trip didn't think much of each other, they both looked down even more on this idiot who got electrocuted by Pikachu 7 or 8 times a day. Why did this guy get one, but they didn't? Noticing Go and Trip casting unfriendly glances at Ash, Red's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stepped forward, silently positioning himself in front of Red and staring at the two. Under Red's gaze, the two awkwardly withdrew their stares. Although, as far as they remembered, this mute hadn't spoken a word since the first day of summer camp. For some reason, their instincts told them this guy was not to be messed with. Go, how about I give you mine? Chloe hesitantly extended the Pokédex towards her childhood friend. Go's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out. Really? Then I won't be Paul. Before he could finish the last syllable of polite, he suddenly realized that everyone in the laboratory was staring at him intently. Even big names like Lorelei, Rose, and others were looking at him with expressions of disdain, as if he were garbage. Although he was shameless, under the pressure of so many people's gazes, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Awkwardly, he retracted his hand. What a bastard. Blue raised an eyebrow and commented. He was certain that if there weren't so many people here, that guy would have snatched the little girl's Pokédex without hesitation. Well then, everyone, goodbye. Stephen waved to the summer camp kids, preparing to leave with Rose. Stephen, are you heading to Galar next? Lorelei started a conversation. Yes, the Pokédex project will be released in Galar and Alola next month, and I also need to retrieve something that Chairman Rose helped me find in advance. Stephen nodded. Then you wouldn't mind having one more person join you, would you? Lorelei smiled. As she said this, she pointed at herself. Karen's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression turning unfriendly. Rose introducing Nessa to Stephen had already annoyed her, and now this cow was clinging on as well. Miss Lorelei, as a member of the Indigo League's Elite Four, wouldn't it be inappropriate to travel to another region on your own accord? Karen deliberately reminded Lorelei. How unfortunate this isn't on my own accord. Lorelei crossed her arms, emphasizing her already prominent assets. Chairman Goodshow just contacted me. He has returned from Johto and is preparing to meet up with you all in Viridian City before heading to Galar together. I'm just tagging along as an escort. With such a legitimate reason, even though Karen was displeased, she had nothing to say. However, Lorelei's gesture once again drew the attention of the other women present. Hilda muttered in a low voice, "My God, what did she eat to grow that big?" Rosa patted her friend's shoulder. Hilda-chan, does that bother you a lot? Don't worry, if yours isn't enough in the future, I'll share some with you. Screw you. Hilda snapped. Serena lowered her head, lost in thought. Mine should be fine, right? If Stephen knew what Serena was thinking, he would reassure her in his heart. In the future, among her peers, her figure would only be second to Rose's. At least, that's how it was in the manga version. Of course, he would only think that in his head. Saying it out loud would make him a total creep. Since there were so many people heading to Viridian Airport, Rose arranged for a luxury stretch limousine instead of a helicopter. Not only Stephen and his group, but also Lorelei, Ayano, Rosa, and the others got into the car, traveling together from Pallet Town to Viridian City. Goodbye. As they departed, the lively girls Ayano and Rosa rolled down the car windows, waving enthusiastically to Chloe, who was being picked up by her parents, as well as to Ash and the others. Serena-chan, do you want to become a league champion in the future, or a performer or coordinator trainer? On the road, Stephen struck up a conversation with Serena. I haven't decided yet. After 4 days of summer camp, Serena's personality had improved slightly, but she was still a bit shy. I see, no rush, take your time to figure it out. Stephen smiled gently. He was just curious which path this Serena would choose. After all, in the parallel worlds of the anime, games, and manga, Serena had chosen different career paths. League champion, coordinator trainer, sky trainer. But if you're picking a starter Pokémon, I'd recommend Froakie. Stephen was referring to Ash's bonded Greninja. Unlike the original story, where the timeline was eternally stuck in the same year, time in this real world flowed naturally. If every region Ash traveled through took about a year, by the time he reached Kalos, 6 years would have passed. Would that Froakie still be available for him? Besides, Ash's favorite thing to do was to release his fully trained partners or leave them with Professor Oak. Rather than letting him waste its potential, it would be better for Serena to use it. Serena didn't quite understand why Steven wanted her to choose Froakie, but she figured that if Dr. Steven said so, there must be a good reason. With that thought, she obediently nodded. Before long, the luxury car arrived at Viridian Airport. Outside the window, on the tarmac, a private jet bearing the logo of the macrocosmos had been waiting for quite some time. Big brother, goodbye. Next time we meet, I'll be a really strong Pokémon trainer. Just as she was about to board her flight back to Unova, Rosa turned around at the boarding gate and waved to Steven, standing next to Hilda. Goodbye. Compared to other game protagonists, Rosa didn't have much screen time. However, her figure and signature black stockings left a deep impression on many. She's the Doujin Queen for a reason. Goodbye, big brother. Serena spoke softly. Goodbye. Steven nodded. After saying farewell to 3 female protagonists in a row, Chairman Goodshow approached with a smile, flanked by several assistants. Hello everyone, this old man is here to intrude. Chairman Goodshow, regarding the issue of the Pokédex distribution regions, I believe we've already made our stance clear, haven't we? Rose replied calmly. Yesterday, Goodshow ran off to Johto, and now he had rushed back early this morning. As one of the top business tycoons, how could Rose not see through his intentions? Rose, I think there's still room for negotiation on this matter. Goodshow dropped his benevolent smile and became more serious. Oh. Rose's expression shifted slightly. Chairman Rose, it's time to board the plane. Olana reminded him. Hearing this, Rose gestured invitingly to Steven and Goodshow. Well then, gentlemen, let's continue this discussion on board. Big brother Steven, can I come along and visit Galar with you? Yano clasped her hands together and pleaded with Steven, eyes sparkling. Aren't you going back to Paldea? Steven asked. Tilda, I'm already over 10, and I have my own Pokémon partner. I was planning to travel anyway. Plus, I get to hitch a ride on Chairman Rose's plane. How could I pass up this opportunity? Yano grinned playfully, revealing her signature shark-tooth smile. You just want to film me to boost your views, don't you? Steven exposed Ayano's little scheme with a chuckle. Ayano's cheeks flushed slightly as she stuck out her tongue, trying to play cute and deflect. On the plane. My conditions remain unchanged. The Pokédex needs to be distributed in all regions. Kanto and Johto can forego all profits. Seated across from Rose, Goodshow stated his terms in a firm voice. Steven and the others sat diagonally, watching the conversation unfold as bystanders enjoying the drama. Rose smiled and shook his head. This was a golden opportunity to close the power gap between the Galar League and the Indigo League. There was no way he would pass it up for such a trivial concession. What exactly do you want? Seeing how impervious Rose was to persuasion, the usually mild-mannered Giovanni finally lost his patience. Give me Bruno and Giovanni. Rose raised his right hand and made a 2 gesture with his index and middle fingers. What? Goodshow's expression changed drastically. Rose smiled and continued. Transfer these 2 trainers to Galar and make them part of our Elite Four. If you do that, I'll agree to your request. Steven had just taken a sip of juice from the flight attendant and immediately sprayed it all over Ayano's face. But Ayano, juice still dripping from her face, didn't even care. She, Steven, and Karen all turned to look dumbfounded at Rose. Rose went on. Let's be honest. One of Galar's biggest headaches has always been the inability to assemble a complete Elite Four. If Chairman Goodshow is willing to help us solve this problem, I would be more than happy to compromise. Compared to other regional leagues, the Galar League had an awkward issue. It lacked an Elite Four. Because they simply couldn't find 4 trainers at that level. Currently, Galar has Champion Leon, elite-level Rayhan and Melanie, and over 10 gym leaders. But they were still 2 elites short. Rose was trying to poach talent from the Indigo League, which had no shortage of top trainers. Why Bruno and Giovanni, aren't there 3 other Indigo Elite Four members? Piano wiped the juice off her face and raised her hand like a curious student. Piano, Nessa, and the other younger trainers were equally confused. If Rose wanted to recruit Elite Four members, why did he only target Bruno from Indigo's Elite Four while ignoring the other 3? Even Lorelei, sitting there with her glasses on, had a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Rose replied calmly, "Aldous is the son of President Cation. He won't leave Johto. Lance and Lorelei both have terrible tempers." Oof, straight to the point. Aldous was the son of President Cation, and in reality, he was more like his father's personal bodyguard than a dedicated Elite Four member. There was no way he'd leave Johto to move to Galar. As for Lance and Lorelei, well, anyone who knew them understood. Compared to those two, Bruno was much easier to deal with. Hearing this, Lorelei's expression darkened slightly. "So I don't get any respect now." Lorelei calmed down. Stephen gently placed a hand on Lorelei's to comfort her. To be fair, Lorelei's public image, well, she never really came across as a mild-mannered person, especially when dealing with criminals. Certainly, she didn't seem more easygoing than Bruno. The moment Stephen's hand touched Lorelei's, another hand immediately reached over to separate them. Karen and Lorelei exchanged glances, and for a moment, a faint electric spark seemed to pass between them. But Uncle Giovanni has a really good temper. Will was halfway through his complaint when he suddenly realized that Rose wanting Giovanni made perfect sense. After all, to the general public, aside from rarely appearing in public, Giovanni had the perfect image of a kind and respectable gym leader. Not to mention, during the recent Viridian disaster, he covered all the losses of the local citizens. Strong, good-tempered, and highly respected. Isn't that the ideal candidate for an Elite Four member? Absolutely impossible. Goodshow sternly rejected the idea. "Chairman Goodshow, the Indigo League is full of talent, and you're not even willing to give me 2 people. That makes me seriously doubt your sincerity." Seeing Goodshow reject him so decisively, Rose stopped pretending and simply gave a suit-yourself expression. "HMPH, we're leaving." Even the usually good-tempered Goodshow was visibly upset. "Chairman, we're on a plane. We can't exactly leave," his assistant said with a helpless smile. Goodshow. A few hours passed in an extremely awkward atmosphere. Finally, the flight attendant's announcement came over the speakers. "Chairman Rose and distinguished guests, our flight is about to arrive at the Isle of Armor. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened and prepared for landing. It has been an honor to serve you." Isle of Armor. Hearing this name, Goodshow, Lorelei, and the others were momentarily stunned. Shouldn't they be heading to Rose's territory, Winden City? Noticing the confusion on Goodshow's face, Rose explained. "One of the items that Dr. Stephen requested is located on the Isle of Armor. It's better to retrieve it first before discussing business." Goodshow secretly curled his lips in disdain, sighing inwardly at how skillful Rose was at winning people over. The cabin door opened. Rose stepped out first and gestured politely toward Stephen. As Stephen stepped out, he immediately spotted a man with a small beard on his chin. His features were rugged yet exuded a friendly aura. It was none other than Leon, the champion of the Galar League. "Chairman Rose." Seeing the 2 of them descend, Leon called out, "Leon, this is Dr. Stephen." Introduced by Rose, Leon flashed a bright smile and extended his hand toward Stephen. "Dr. Stephen, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. Just a short while ago, I was training my Charizard to use Thunder Punch. But right after we finally got it down, you released a TM for it, haha." "All right, Leon, as much as I'd love to chat with Dr. Stephen, the priority right now is the item he needs. You mentioned that you've already found it, correct?" Rose interrupted. Leon nodded, releasing Stephen's hand. "Yes, the Galarian Articuno. It's currently on Challenge Road. My mentor is keeping it from escaping. Please follow me." "No need, I know where Challenge Road is. If I let you guide us, we'll probably get lost." This time, Rose didn't bother sparing any face for the champion he had personally nurtured. Leon awkwardly scratched the back of his head. On their way to Challenge Road, he kept striking up conversations with Steven. This champion has a very different personality from Lance. Watching Leon constantly chatting with Steven, Lorelei commented in a low voice. As a genius who had become champion slightly earlier than Lance, Leon was often compared to him by fans from different regions. This was also the first time Lorelei had seen Leon in person. In terms of strength, it was hard to say who was superior, but at the very least, Leon had a much better temperament. I don't expect Lance to be this cheerful. I just wish he wouldn't overthink and burn himself out so much. Good show sighed. Challenge Road was located in the eastern part of the Isle of Armor, a mountainous path. As they reached the base of the mountain, they could hear the piercing cries of flying-type Pokémon from up ahead. One of them was a large, heavily armored bird covered in black steel plating. It was Corviknight, the regional bird of Galar, known by many players in Steven's previous life as the coolest regional bird. Facing it was another bird Pokémon with a mask-like face resembling a magician. Its purple feathers fluttered mysteriously, making it seem just like a real illusionist. Galarian Articuno. It looks like grown-up Will. Seeing the Galarian Articuno in person, Steven had the same thought he'd had when playing the game in his past life. Yes, this legendary bird looked exactly like the future Elite Four member Will. Both had purple feathers, similarly styled masks, and were even both psychic types. Steven almost thought Will and Articuno had been fused by a re-Uniclus. Of course, in the present, the Kid Will and the Galarian Articuno had no real similarities apart from the purple feathers. For one, Will was still a chubby kid, and for another, he wasn't wearing a mask yet. "Master, they're here." Leon cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted. "Oh ho, then I'll leave it to you guys, Tilda." Only then did everyone notice that a thin, elderly man with a white beard was sitting on the Corviknight's back. It was Leon's mentor, Mustard. "Will, it's your turn." Steven glanced to the side. "I've been waiting for this." Will grinned and pulled out a piquet ball. Just as he was about to throw it, Karen suddenly kicked him in the butt. "What the hell, violent girls?" Will, who had fallen flat on his face, turned around and shouted. "Idiot!" Karen shot him a look, motioning toward all the people around them. Will instantly realize. Oh right, he almost forgot. He wasn't Psychic Fatty right now. He needed to change his lineup. Damn, speaking of which, I don't like this nickname at all. Will quickly stood up, and from an angle where the others couldn't see, switched piquet balls. "Come on, Alakazam." Jumping out from the new piquet ball was Alakazam, the most famous Psychic-type Pokémon from the Kanto region. "Go, Shadow Ball." A light purple psychic energy surged around Alakazam's body as it levitated like an elevator, rapidly closing in on Galarian Articuno, who was perched halfway up the mountain. When they were less than 10 meters apart, Alakazam crossed the spoons in its hands and formed a dark energy sphere, launching it from the side toward Galarian Articuno. Galarian Articuno turned its head to look. Since Mustard had already put some distance between them while riding Corviknight, Articuno now had the freedom to deal with other opponents. In the next instant, Galarian Articuno slightly parted its beak. A mirror appeared between them, and at the tip of its beak, a ball of dark energy rapidly formed, the same move. Shadow Ball. Boom! The two shadow balls collided midair and exploded. Was it an even match? No. In the next moment, Galarian Articuno's shadow ball emerged from the smoke. Although its power had been slightly weakened, it still struck Alakazam directly. Huffed. Alakazam cried out in pain, seemingly about to plummet from the sky. Even though Wilson is Big Brother Steven's companion, the skill gap seems pretty big. Giano had already skillfully pulled out a camera and started filming, making a merciless remark. Will's face darkened. Damn it, I've only been in Pallet Town for less than a week. Catching an Alakazam was already my limit. If I could use my main team, would I be getting mocked by this little girl? It's coming again. Karen reminded them. Everyone looked up and saw Galarian Articuno spreading its wings wide in the sky, its entire body wrapped in an orange-red aura, resembling a small phoenix. That was brave bird attack. Going all out like this, Will exclaimed dramatically. Looks like Master Mustard's prolonged battle with it pissed it off. Leon speculated. All that could be said was that Will was unlucky. He had become the scapegoat. No choice, capture first, tame later. Steven suddenly interjected. Before the others could react. High above, Galarian Articuno suddenly withdrew its brave bird's momentum because it sensed it, an overwhelming pressure that made it feel suffocated. Its narrow avian eyes looked downward. Standing at the forefront was a human, and behind him, a towering shadow slowly rose, gradually standing up. Even though that figure was positioned below it, its gaze felt as though it was looking down upon Articuno. Will and Karen instinctively took half a step back, distancing themselves from the invincible presence standing behind Steven. Chapter 139, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 139. What's going on, this aura? Not to mention Karen or Will, but even champions like Leon and Lorelei felt an astonishing sense of oppression from the beware that suddenly emerged from behind Steven. Go! Since he wasn't wearing a hat, Steven's fingertips brushed the black-framed glasses on his nose bridge as he pointed at the Galarian Articuno soaring in the sky. Linlin behind him bent her knees slightly and sprang forward like a coiled spring. A sharp, explosive sound like firecrackers bursting echoed in the air. In an instant, Linlian had already shot toward Galarian Articuno. Meanwhile, on the ground behind Steven, two massive bare footprints, each over 10 centimeters deep, were left behind. Seeing the rapidly enlarging bear head in its vision, Galarian Articuno's expression changed drastically. At the critical moment, relying on its flying-type advantage, it flapped its wings desperately, barely dodging the incoming headbutt. The momentum carried Beware past Articuno, taking it even higher into the air. A cunning glint flashed in Articuno's eyes beneath its mask, as countless pale purple energy spheres formed around its body. A move that resembled a purple version of Admiral Kizaru's Yasukani, no Magatama. That psychic shock, hey, watch out. Mustard, seated on his Corvic Knight, shouted a warning. As a master of fighting-type Pokémon, Mustard naturally understood how devastating psychic-type moves could be against fighting types. He also knew that Pokémon, without the flying type, would struggle to evade attacks when airborne, as they lacked a foothold to maneuver. Psychic types could still use their psychic powers to move in midair, but their agility was inferior to flying types, let alone fighting types. The next moment, the psychic shock energy spheres blasted toward Beware. This is looking bad. Nessa gasped. Not only was Beware unable to defend itself midair, but it was also weak to psychic-type moves. However, what happened next made everyone widen their eyes in shock. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of purple energy spheres, Beware remained eerily calm. Just as the first energy sphere was about to strike her face, she swung her right palm violently, as if performing the legendary Buddha's palm technique. Slap! A highly concentrated burst of energy erupted from its palm, creating a deafening explosion in midair. Using the recoil from this attack, Beware shifted its body sideways, narrowly dodging the first wave of projectiles. Not just the trainers below, but even Galarian Articuno was startled. What kind of move is that? But in the next second, the legendary bird quickly regained its composure. The faint blue glow in its masked eyes flickered, and the energy spheres that Beware had just dodged suddenly reversed direction, bending at a sharp 180-degree angle to strike from behind. And that wasn't all. The purple orbs adjusted their trajectory from all sides, above, below, left, right, surrounding Beware in a 360-degree inescapable attack. Let's see how you dodge this. Beware's gaze shifted briefly, locking eyes with Steven below. Kamiye. Upon hearing Steven utter those words, Beware took a light breath and completely relaxed its body. As the endless energy spheres rained down, everyone was startled to see. Beware's body swayed like a piece of paper, like a feather caught in the wind. Each time an energy sphere approached, its body would shift by an imperceptibly small margin, dodging every single attack by a hair's breadth. That could it be foresight? Lorelei gasped in shock. Her old colleague, Bruno, had Pokémon that specialized in this technique. Foresight, a move that heightened concentration to its absolute limit, allowing a Pokémon to dodge incoming attacks instinctively. It was an advanced fighting-type technique. However, Mustard, the fighting-type master, immediately saw through it. No, that's not foresight. Because foresight required intense focus for a short duration, enabling a Pokémon to evade most attacks. But if used repeatedly, the user would eventually make a mistake. It was similar to the move Protect. The more you used it in succession, the higher the chance of failure. If Beware were using foresight, the effect should have already worn off. At this moment, Beware, still lacking a foothold, was descending from the sky. Surprisingly, Galarian Articuno didn't seize the opportunity to strike. Instead, it hesitated. This bear fights in such a bizarre way, I don't know what to do anymore. Will. Stephen suddenly spoke. Will was startled awake, and upon noticing Stephen's gaze, remembered this was his battle. Alakazam Shadow Ball. Taking advantage of Articuno's distraction, Will immediately issued a command to his exhausted Alakazam, whose health was already in the yellow, bordering on red. Fortunately, thanks to Stephen's invention of the TM, this Alakazam, captured less than a week ago, had already learned Shadow Ball. Otherwise, it wouldn't even have a move that could hit Galarian Articuno. That was the major downside of Monotype Pokémon, they had a shallow move pool. On the ground, the staggering Alakazam gritted its teeth and straightened its posture, crossing its two spoons once more to unleash Shadow Ball. Just as the Shadow Ball was about to strike Articuno's back, a humming sound echoed. A spherical protective barrier materialized, blocking the sneak attack. It was the ultimate defense, Protect. The distance was too far, it had time to react. Will gritted his teeth in frustration. But the problem was, his Alakazam no longer had enough stamina to use Psychic to levitate itself. Screech. In the sky, Galarian Articuno let out a sharp cry and flapped its purple wings forcefully. A howling hurricane descended. Hurricane. Hurricane was a high-power move, but because of its strength, it was difficult to control, making its accuracy lower than usual. However, if combined with the power of a torrential downpour, the accuracy would reach its peak. This is also one of the favorite combo moves of Lance. But Galarian Articuno has its techniques. As it unleashed Hurricane, Galarian Articuno's eyes glowed with a faint purple psychic light. A stream of light purple energy enveloped the Hurricane, concentrating its power, condensing its scattered force, and striking down. It was psychic. Just like in the original movie, Ragnarok Battle, where Ash had Mega Rayquaza and Mega Latias and Latios use a Tornado plus Psychic combo to block the combined attack of 7 legendary Pokémon. Now, Galarian Articuno was also using its psychic power to stabilize the Hurricane, increasing its accuracy and destructive force. Swish! A sharp gust of wind cut across Stephen's skin beneath his black-framed glasses, and a trace of crimson splattered forth. Not bad power, Stephen remarked, touching the cut on the side of his face. Stephen! Karen called out in concern. Leon, Lorelei, and other top trainers also reached for their Pokéballs. Arminent Megaton Punch. Before anyone could act, Stephen spoke again. Directly beneath the psychic hurricane, Linlin stepped forward with her left foot and pushed her right hand back. Huh. From atop Corviknight's back, Mustard faintly sensed an unusual aura and locked his gaze onto Beware's right arm. Meanwhile, high above, Galarian Articuno, unable to see below due to the psychic hurricane, also vaguely felt an invisible pressure. From a side angle, Mustard, watching from Corviknight's back, saw Beware swinging its right arm like a home run batter wielding a bat. Galarian Articuno, sensing the powerful energy approaching, momentarily froze, its light blue eyes losing focus for an instant. Boom! At last, a deafening explosion, like a missile striking the ground, rang out. The psychic hurricane, reinforced by psychic, burst apart like a balloon pierced by a bullet. A violent gust howled outward. Leon's Charizard, Loreley's Lapras, Rose's Copperajah, and other ace Pokémon had already reacted in advance, jumping in to shield their trainers from the force. EX. Suddenly, a miserable screech came from above. The group, who had instinctively shielded themselves from the wind, looked up. They saw that Galarian Articuno's left wing was visibly bent and fractured, unable to maintain its flight, wobbling like a broken kite as it plummeted. Meanwhile, the Beware remained in its stance, its fist still extended. Did it hit? Was that just now, Megaton Punch? Such power, it shattered Articuno's Hurricane. Looking at the Beware's back and the now-vanished Hurricane, young trainers like Yano and Nessa were left gaping in shock. More experienced trainers, like Loreley, suddenly realized something. Wait, it used Punch to break the Hurricane. Loreley's words snapped everyone back to reality. That Beware had used a physical move, shattering a Hurricane with its punch. If that punch had landed directly on Articuno. Chairman Rose gulped as he looked at the now-grounded Galarian Articuno. Even just the punch wind had crippled a legendary Pokémon's wing. If it had landed directly, would that masked Articuno have even survived? Will, it's your turn. Steven's words pulled everyone's attention back. In the distance, Galarian Articuno, its left wing twisted at an unnatural angle, struggled to balance itself after crashing into the ground. Will immediately snapped back to focus and shouted, "Alakazam, let's go." Behind its mask, Galarian Articuno's light blue eyes flashed with cold determination. Lifting its gaze, it fired parallel purple laser beams from its eyes. This was its signature move, Freezing Glare. Too obvious, protect. Following Will's command, Alakazam materialized a light green protective barrier in front of itself. The moment Freezing Glare struck, cracks spread across the semi-transparent barrier, showcasing the stark difference in power. But that was enough. Within the single second that Protect delayed Freezing Glare, Alakazam's pupils contracted and vanished instantly. Snap! A second later, Freezing Glare shattered the shield. But it no longer mattered. Alakazam was no longer there. Teleport! A chill ran down Galarian Articuno's spine as a strong sense of danger surged from behind. Turning its head, it saw the bastard had appeared at its back. Between Alakazam's two spoons, a shadow ball was already forming. Fire! Will, who had caught up, shouted excitedly. Boom! This time, Galarian Articuno had no room to dodge. The super-effective shadow ball smashed against its face. Yet even as the smoke and dust billowed, a sharp blade of air suddenly sliced through the black haze, slashing toward Alakazam. Opposite them, Galarian Articuno was raising its right wing in a slashing motion. Air slash. Legendary Pokémon are tanky. Will couldn't help but sigh. Even after taking a direct hit to the face, it could still counterattack. Boom! Just as the air slash was about to strike Alakazam's face, it was forcefully blocked. Galarian Articuno's expression suddenly changed. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered. In front of Alakazam, at some unknown point, a nearly transparent square wall had been erected. That was Light Screen, a barrier capable of having the power of special attacks. Had it been prepared before launching Shadow Ball? Wow, Tilda, that was close, that was close. If I hadn't taken precautions in advance, I might have lost right there. Will patted his chest. From a distance, Karen crossed her arms over her chest and said coldly, "Before this, the people from the Galar League had already worn it down quite a bit, and Steven even crippled one of its wings for you. If you still can't take it down, you might as well just kill yourself." "Shut up," Will retorted loudly, pointing his right index finger toward the target. Final strike, dazzling gleam. A pale pink radiance surged forward. Galarian Articuno attempted to resist, but its body was blasted into the air by the force of the light. A few pale purple feathers drifted down. "Come on, luxury ball." Will took out a piquet ball, entirely black with golden embellishments. It was something he had specially prepared to capture Galarian Articuno. The luxury ball hit Galarian Articuno squarely on the forehead. Pop! The ball automatically opened, emitting a red light that absorbed Galarian Articuno before snapping shut and falling to the ground. Wabbles, wabble, wabble. Will held his breath. Everyone else stared intently at the shaking luxury ball. Even Karen, who usually loved mocking Will, remained silent. Click! Finally, the luxury ball emitted a reassuring sound, signaling that the capture was complete. Good thing this was real life and not a game. Otherwise, even if the target fainted, unless you had a master ball, you'd have to throw at least dozens of ultra balls before managing to catch a legendary Pokémon. Oh. Will, overjoyed at his success, didn't rush to pick up the luxury ball from the ground. Instead, he ran towards Steven, shouting excitedly like a monkey. Seeing this, Steven opened his arms, preparing for a celebratory high five. However, in the very next second, Will jumped up and wrapped his legs around Steven's waist like a koala. This little chubby guy, Steven almost lost his balance. But that wasn't the end. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Will cupped Steven's face in his hands and kissed the cheeks countless times. Et moi! The scene erupted into chaos. The young women covered their faces, unable to watch. Yet they still secretly peeked through their fingers. The little girls shook their heads in disappointment. Such a shame. If the one clinging to Steven was a handsome guy instead, they would have been squealing over this moment. Keanu's big round eyes darted around, thinking that Joker would suit this role perfectly. Meanwhile, Mustard, Chairman Rose, and others smiled approvingly. What a beautiful display of friendship. Karen, standing nearby, looked as though her face had been dipped in ink. To be honest, if she didn't already know that Steven's first kiss, of this lifetime, had been taken by her, she would have turned Will into a tree cut down to a stump today. Steven, now covered in saliva, quickly pushed Will off before the latter could land another kiss. Will, who landed on his butt, gazed at Steven with a face full of grievance. Steven, meanwhile, lifted his sleeve to wipe his face and turned to Rose. Do you have a towel? There's some on the plane. I'll have the flight attendant bring one over. 5 minutes later, Steven pulled Karen's hands away, signaling that she didn't need to wipe anymore. He felt like she was about to rub off a layer of his skin. Chairman Rose about molters. Rose replied, Don't worry, Dr. Steven. I have people searching for molters as we speak. I guarantee that you'll receive a perfect answer soon. Steven nodded. Rose was not the type to go back on his word. As a businessman, his magnanimity was comparable to Giovanni. Gotta say the Pokémon world had quite a few good bosses. If only the higher-ups in Konoha Village could learn a thing or two. Ho-ho tilde Dr. Steven, your Beware's performance just now was quite spectacular tilde. At that moment, Mustard jumped down from his Corviknight, stroking his chin and beaming at Steven. You flatter me, Master Mustard. Steven turned to look at this former Galar champion, the very man who had mentored Leon. The battle just now was an eye-opener for this old man. There were a few techniques. How exactly did you pull them off? Recalling the battle, Mustard couldn't understand some of the finer details. The aerial movement, like a feather gracefully dodging attacks. And that one earth-shattering punch from Beware. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. But for a moment, when Beware struck, its right arm seemed to emit a strange energy. As a specialist in fighting-type Pokémon, perhaps even the strongest fighting-type trainer of this era, Mustard was surprised that he had never seen such techniques before. Oh, that was... Steven was about to explain when something behind Mustard caught his attention. At the peak of Challenge Road stood a deep crimson-black tower. Turning his gaze westward toward the shores of the Isle of Armor, he could just barely make out another tower, this one entirely water blue. An idea formed in Steven's mind. Pointing at the black tower atop the mountain, he asked, despite already knowing the answer. Master Mustard, what is that? Mustard turned to look, then chuckled. Oh ho tilde, that's the Tower of Darkness. Dr. Steven, are you interested in it tilde? Please enlighten me. Steven feigned ignorance. Mustard was just about to reply when a woman's voice rang out. "Dear little Leon, it's time for dinner, hurry back to the dojo." Everyone turned to look. The speaker was a woman dressed in a green sweater, lightly made up, appearing around 30 years old. Her beauty wasn't on the level of Lorelei or Karen, but she could easily score above 80 points. She was calling, who? Keanu and the others wondered silently. "Oh ho, coming." In the next second, Mustard waved at the woman and then smiled at Stephen, saying, "Without realizing it, it's already this late. How about coming to this old man's dojo to have dinner and chat?" Keanu, Will, Karen, and the others were instantly dumbfounded, their gazes shifting back and forth between Mustard, who was clearly over 60, and the woman, who appeared to be around 30. "You two are a married couple." Chapter 140, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 140. In the martial arts dojo of Master Mustard, Southeastern Plains, Isle of Armor. When Mustard led Stephen and the others into the dojo, a group of young boys and girls dressed in kung fu outfits, none older than 15, greeted them in unison. "Greetings, Master and Mistress." Tilda, you've all worked hard in training. This old man is back." Mustard waved in response. Rose introduced to Stephen. Mr. Mustard established this dojo on the Isle of Armor after his retirement and has taken in many disciples. You could say that all the current young gym leaders of the Galar League, in one way or another, have received guidance from him. A reference to the in-game lore, where Galar gym leaders train on the Isle of Armor. Hearing this, Stephen glanced at the children in yellow kung fu uniforms and immediately recognized a few familiar faces. One girl, around 10 years old like Yano, had silver hair and brown skin. She had a tomboyish aura, but on closer inspection, her delicate features and bun hairstyle made her look quite adorable. Another was a chubby boy with a noticeably rounder physique than his peers. However, upon closer examination, he had decent facial features, suggesting his parents were likely good-looking. Noticing Stephen's gaze, Rose promptly introduced them. "Great eye, Dr. Stephen. These two are our Galar League's second-generation gym leaders, B of Stow-on Side and Gordy of Circhester Stadium." As Rose introduced them, B and Gordy also secretly observed Stephen. B thought to herself, "A genius scientist who invented the TM and the Pokédex. Even if TMs can greatly reduce training time, truly bringing out a Pokémon's power still requires relentless practice." Compared to B, who was focused on perfecting her martial art, Gordy had other concerns. As an avid internet user, he had seen plenty of gossip about his mom and Stephen. "So this is my new dad. While I was away, that old hag was eating this well." Gordy muttered internally. That's right, he was Melanie's son. However, since childhood, he had been passionate about rock-type Pokémon, while his mother, Melanie, wanted to train him as an ice-type specialist like herself. This clash in aspirations led to increasing tensions between them, ultimately culminating in a heated argument and Gordy running away from home. After joining Mustard's dojo, Gordy was dumbfounded when he came across online gossip linking his mother to Stephen. "Your son ran away from home, and you still have time to chase after younger men." At that moment, Mustard's wife, Honey, emerged from the kitchen carrying a dish and called out, "Dinner's ready, come give me a hand, Tilda." "Coming, Mistress Honey." B quickly stepped forward. At the dinner table, as everyone sat down for dinner, Yano, with a bit of sauce at the corner of her mouth, innocently asked Mustard, "Master Mustard, are you married to Mistress Honey?" Mustard wasn't offended by the question at all. Instead, he laughed proudly. "Yes, we have a 30-year age gap, a twilight romance. When I retired as Galar champion and began my travels, it was love at first sight." As Mustard passionately recounted their love story, Honey rolled her eyes, just about to say something when suddenly, the sound of a crying baby echoed from the back of the dojo. "Oh dear, Hyde is awake, I'll go change his diaper." Honey quickly got up and rushed to the back. Leon explained, "Hyde is Master and Mistress's child, he's almost a year old now. They even have a kid." Visitors from outside Galar, Karen, Ayano, and Lorelei, looked increasingly bewildered. They glanced at Mustard's face, full of wrinkles, with white eyebrows and a white beard. Still going strong, huh? During a casual conversation, Mustard told Steven about the purpose of the Towers of Two Fists. The towers, named the Tower of Darkness and the Tower of Waters, were constructed to train his two Kubfu disciples back in the day. Long ago, he led his two Kubfu disciples to train in these towers, enabling them to evolve successfully. However, the towers had been unused for a long time since then. It's these two right here, Tilda. Mustard reached into his pocket and casually tossed out two Pokéballs. Two massive, muscular black-furred Pokémon landed on the ground simultaneously. Standing over 2 meters tall, their bodybuilder-like physiques and flowing headband-like fur tufts made them an imposing sight. Urshifu. No matter how many times I see them, Master's Urshifu is so cool. Absolutely majestic. Such a shame Master is retired. I'd love to see him battle champion Leon at his peak. The students around the table buzzed with excitement, eyes filled with admiration. Even Gordy, a rock-type specialist, couldn't help but show a hint of awe, let alone be a dedicated fighting-type trainer. The two Urshifu locked eyes with a figure in the corner of the dojo, a Pokémon feeding a flock of others, carefully scooping food with a spoon to feed both an Altaria and a Galarian Articuno. Their gazes locked onto the bear-like Pokémon, sensing its overwhelming strength. Duna. The bear-like Pokémon, gripping Galarian Articuno by the throat with one hand while shoving food into its beak with the other, turned its eyes toward the two Urshifu. A three-way standoff between bears. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Beware, they're not hostile. Leon and the others, who had witnessed the recent battle and knew how strong Mustard's Urshifu were, quickly stepped in to de-escalate the situation. If these three started fighting here, the dojo would be completely obliterated, maybe even half the island. Beware finally looked away and resumed feeding the injured Galarian Articuno, whose teary blue eyes behind its mask seemed to plead. Grandma, I really can't eat anymore. After finishing the conversation about his Urshifu, Mustard couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Little Steven, about the moves Beware used in its battle just now, could you tell this old man more about them? Back in the day, he had stepped down from his Galar champion position to travel the world, all for the sake of witnessing different battle styles. Yet he never expected that, even at this ripe old age, he would still get to see such an incredible fighting technique. Oh right, little Yano, didn't you record the battle earlier? Play it for everyone, let my students learn from it. If Mustard liked someone, he would give them a nickname with little in front of their name. Oh, Tilda. Upon hearing this, Ayano took out her newly bought DV and connected it to the dojo's television. Soon, the video started playing. When they saw the scene of Beware soaring through the air, using a punch to transfer its position through recoil, and moving as lightly as a feather to evade Galarian Articuno's psychic attack. The young disciples under Mustard all widened their eyes in shock. Not just them, even experienced trainers like Lorelei and Leon, who had already seen it once before, were deeply astonished. What are these two moves? Mustard pointed at the paused video and asked. Steven explained, this is called the 6 forms of combat, my newly developed ultimate techniques. Steven had originally intended to say Marine 6 power, but then remembered that the Pokémon world had no Marine, so he changed the name on the spot. These two moves are Moonstep and Paper Art from the 6 forms of combat. The first allows the user to step on air using powerful leg strength to stay airborne, while the second involves fully relaxing the body to become as light as paper, enabling the user to evade attacks by following the airflow generated by the opponent's strikes. But Dr. Steven in the video, Beware used its hands. Bea raised her hand and asked. Indeed, in the footage where Beware dodged Galarian Articuno's first attack, it used its hands to generate an airburst, propelling itself. Steven explained, as long as you can generate enough force to stay in the air, you can use any part of your body. It's just that, for most people, and Pokémon, the strongest body part is the legs, so most masters of Moonstep use their legs for greater power. But for my Beware, that's not a concern. It can release immense strength from any part of its body. 6 forms, that means there are 4 more moves. Little Steven, what are the remaining 4 like? Mustard asked curiously. To be honest, for Pokémon at the champion level, only Moonstep is truly practical. The other 5 are just redundant. I originally thought Beware only needed to learn Moonstep, but its learning ability was too strong. It mastered all 6 moves at once, so there was nothing I could do. Judging from how 6 power became almost obsolete in the later stages of One Piece, Steven believed that these techniques were already outdated. Take Paper Art and Iron Body, for example. Why bother with them when you have Observation Haki for prediction and Armament Haki for defense? The same logic applied to Pokémon. The move Shave, it could be replaced by Quick Attack, or even better, Extreme Speed and Teleport, which were much faster. Moves like Tempest Kick and Finger Pistol, no need. After all, why bother when Blaze Kick and Mega Punch were stronger? There was simply no reason to train those techniques. That's why Sanji only practiced Moonstep, because it helped him stay airborne. As for Tempest Kick, it wasn't as powerful as his Diable Jam. The reason Beware learned all 6 moves was simply because its learning ability was too monstrous. Steven had only casually explained the principles twice, and Beware already grasped 80% of them. And once Beware mastered the 3 Haki types, even Paper Art could be discarded. It could directly foresee the future. The entire dojo fell into silence. What did he mean by, its learning ability was too strong, so there was nothing I could do? Was this some kind of humble brag? Even though Steven dismissed 5 of the 6 forms as useless, Mustard, being the strongest fighting-type trainer of this era, was still intrigued. After dinner, at Mustard's enthusiastic invitation, Steven brought Beware to the dojo's backyard training ground to demonstrate all 6 forms of combat. Leon B. and the rest of the audience stood by to watch. Aside from Moonstep and Paper Art, which had already been seen in the battle against Galarian Articuno, Steven had Beware showcase Shave, Iron Body, Tempest Kick, and Finger Pistol one by one. Wow, these are completely new fighting techniques. B's mouth formed a small O shape. Mustard stroked his beard, deep in thought, before finally speaking. You're right, little Steven, Moonstep is the most practical of the 6, but I believe Paper Art is still a highly useful move. Why do you consider it obsolete? After all, the ability to relax the body and move with the enemy's attack flow to dodge blows seemed even more effective than Detect. To Mustard, its practicality was undeniable. Yet Steven still labeled it useless, which puzzled Mustard. Because there are stronger techniques that can replace it. It's like how a fire-type Pokémon that already knows Flamethrower does not need Ember, right? Steven gave a straightforward explanation. What? That's impossible. Nessa couldn't help but exclaim. Even though she specialized in water types, she knew that Detect was an advanced fighting-type technique capable of avoiding most attacks. And Paper Art was even better than Detect. Yet Steven claimed to have an even stronger alternative. How is that possible? Nessa, geniuses always defy common sense. Chairman Rose, however, remained calm. Steven had already created countless things that defied logic. Nessa opened her mouth slightly, but was momentarily speechless. Indeed, compared to monsters like Steven and Leon, she was just a normal person. Oh, then earlier. Mustard's curiosity was piqued. Against an opponent like Galarian Articuno, there was no need for Beware to use its full strength. Steven's words left everyone in the dojo dumbfounded. They recalled Beware's performance in the video. That wasn't its full strength. At the back, following behind Will, Galarian Articuno shivered slightly. One of its wings was still wrapped in heavy bandages. Wait. I'm already in this state, and you're telling me you didn't use full power. Leon stroked his chin, recalling the details of the battle. Damn. It did seem that way. During the fight, Beware's final Mega Punch didn't even land directly. It was a shockwave attack that shattered Galarian Articuno's Hurricane plus Psychic combo. If it had connected physically, who knows what would have happened? If Leon had noticed this, then Mustard had as well. Could it be that last punch from Beware? Mustard had felt something was off at the time. Steven nodded. After thinking for a moment, he added, explaining in words isn't enough. Let's demonstrate it instead. Who wants to give it a try? Stephen, as if conducting an on-site lesson, turned around and asked the crowd. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Tiano and the fighting girl B, who were close to Stephen, were eager to give it a try. Rose spoke up, Nessa, you go. Nessa was momentarily stunned, but saw that Rose was already looking at her. Go on. Seeing Rose's actions, Goodshow inwardly scoffed. That guy Rose doesn't give up. Goodshow thought that next time he had the chance, he would let Lorelei go instead. Under the gaze of her chairman, Nessa pursed her lips and stepped onto the field, somewhat nervously addressing Stephen. Dr. Stephen, please guide me. It's nothing, just relax, Miss Nessa, Stephen reassured her. Just send out any one of your Pokémon. Nessa nodded and lightly tossed a red and white Poké ball. The Pokémon that appeared was a Dreadnought from the Alola region. It had to be said, this big turtle looked pretty cool. Master Mustard, what I am about to show you is called Haki. It's not just limited to fighting types, nor even just to Pokémon. It is a latent power that all living beings possess, just like Aura, Stephen explained. It's just that most humans and Pokémon are unaware of this power, so they naturally never awaken it and go their whole lives without being able to use it. He continued while having Beware turn around, facing away from Nessa's Dreadnought. Now, Miss Nessa, have your Dreadnought attack Beware. Nessa was startled, looking at the completely exposed back of Beware. But. Stephen gave her a reassuring look. It's fine, attack. Rose also added, attack, Nessa. With your Pokémon's level, it's impossible to harm Dr. Stephen's Beware in any way. As soon as Rose said that, even Will, Hiano, and Goodshow, all outsiders, looked at him in disbelief. Wow, way to disrespect your own gym leader like that. Hearing Rose's words, Nessa bit her lip and commanded, Dreadnought, use liquidation. Dreadnought extended its left claw, forming a water blade, and slashed at Beware from behind. Stephen continued explaining, Haki has two main functions. One is the ability to sense the flow of an opponent's aura. For example, right now, Beware knows without looking that Dreadnought is about to attack the right side of its head. As soon as he finished speaking, Beware slightly tilted its head to the left. Dreadnought's water blade brushed past Beware's ear, making the onlookers' hearts pound. Master Mustard's eyes narrowed slightly. Ho tilde, I see, so this is an even stronger defensive method than paper art. Continue, Stephen gestured to Dreadnought with a beckoning motion. Taking the hint, Dreadnought gripped its water blades with both hands and prepared to strike again in a decisive, swift manner. Beware, demonstrate it. Before Stephen even finished speaking, Beware casually raised its right hand and crushed Dreadnought's water blade. Dreadnought, unable to stop its momentum, crashed directly into Beware's fist. Instantly, it fainted on the spot. An awkward silence filled the scene. Stephen blinked and looked at Beware. Beware just shrugged innocently. It wasn't my fault, it ran into my fist on its own. And who knew it was this fragile? Has it already fainted? That was way too weak. Even Will, who understood Beware's terrifying strength, couldn't help but comment. In her high-heeled shoes, Nessa's toes curled in embarrassment, as if she could dig out an entire apartment with them. This situation was like Goku, who could transform into a Super Saiyan, trying to playfully pat Kai, only to accidentally send her flying. Lorelei, you go. Goodshow quickly pushed his own Elite Four member forward while taking the opportunity to mock Rose. Rose, my friend, your gym leader's strength could use some improvement. Rose's face darkened like a cast-iron pan. He had intended to use this opportunity to help Nessa get closer to Stephen. He hadn't expected it to turn into such an embarrassing mess. Although he had chosen Nessa as a gym leader mainly because of her looks, this was just too weak. Stephen, is this Pokémon okay? Lorelei released a new Pokémon. It was a Beartic from the Unova region. There sure were a lot of bears today. Seeing Stephen nod, Lorelei lightly waved her right hand. Beartic roared, raising its right arm in a chopping motion. A faint pink glow shimmered on its palm as it struck toward Beware. Stephen's eyes flashed with surprise. Does it know play rough? It was as if the previous scene was repeating itself. facing a move that was super effective against it. Beware simply swung its right arm upward. Bang! A loud impact echoed, startling the surrounding wild Pokémon, nearly making them stumble. Back in the dojo battle arena, the attacking Beartic was the one that ended up flipping over onto its back. Just now, did Beware's hand turn black, Bea rubbed her eyes. Steven explained, unlike observation haki, armament haki is like an invisible armor for the body. This hardened armor can be used for defense, but naturally, it can also be used to enhance attacks. Ugh! Lorelai's Beartic groaned, rubbing its numbed arm as it got back on its feet. Meanwhile, Steven continued. Most people can only learn two types of haki, armament and observation. But there is an extremely rare third type that only a few individuals can wield, and that is. At that moment, Beware slowly turned its head, locking eyes with the recovering Beartic. The instant their eyes met, Beartic's pupils dilated in shock. The next moment, everyone present felt an overwhelming, domineering aura, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. In that instant, Beartic's breathing halted. Its black pupils rolled back, and just as it got up, it thumped back down again. And it wasn't just Beartic that fell. Hiano, Nessa, Bea, Gordy, and all the disciples in Master Mustard's dojo. Every rookie on the scene collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, completely knocked out. Chapter 141. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 141. Masm. No one knew how long had passed before Gordy let out a soft groan, fluttered his eyelids, and slowly regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the massive face of Beware, filling his entire field of vision. Wada! Next to her, Nessa also stirred awake at Gordy's scream, blinking a few times. However, the first person she saw was Steven. Dr. Steven Nessa looked a little embarrassed, but her eyes held more confusion as she glanced around. What just happened? She vaguely remembered a strong sense of suffocation welling up in her chest, and then everything went black. Sorry, Beware still hasn't fully mastered this power, Steven explained as he helped Nessa up. After half of the people regained consciousness, Steven turned to Mustard and explained, "This is the Conqueror's Haki, a force capable of intimidating enemies. Even in my team, only Beware has managed to grasp this power. Of course, Conqueror's Haki has far more applications than just this." Mustard stroked his beard, his expression a mix of shock and delight. Well, today this old man has truly seen something incredible, hoo-hoo tilde. A genius. Both Rose and Goodshow, the two league presidents, sighed in admiration. Meanwhile, Nessa stared blankly at Steven's back, thinking to herself, "Sonia, is this the same feeling Leon gave you back then?" Steven continued, "Master Mustard, as the strongest fighting-type trainer of this era, I believe your Pokémon would be well-suited for Haki." Mustard's eyes immediately lit up. Even though he had retired for many years, encountering such a fascinating and powerful battle technique, how could he not be tempted? Standing behind him, Rose couldn't help but smile. Although Mustard had retired and could no longer officially represent Galar in competitions, one mustn't forget that Leon was Mustard's disciple. If Mustard learned this ability, wouldn't he pass it on to Leon? Rose could already envision Leon's team mastering this powerful technique and utterly overwhelming Lance in battle. On the other hand, Goodshow's expression turned grim. If Rose could think of this, so could he. Losing the Pokédex licensing rights to Rose was already giving him a headache. And now Haki too. But in the next moment, Steven changed the subject. "However, I'd also like something from Master Mustard in return." "Oh, what could this old man possibly have that would interest little Steven?" Mustard asked curiously. "Master Mustard, those two Urshifu from earlier, one must be male, the other female, right? Do they have any offspring yet?" Steven got straight to the point. "Oh-ho tilde haha, I was planning to leave that to my most outstanding disciple. But if it's you, little Steven, I'm sure you could raise it well." As Mustard spoke, he reached into his pocket. He already had two Urshifu, and he was getting on in years. He didn't have much energy left to raise another one. Originally, Mustard had intended to entrust it to one of his top disciples. But since Stephen had asked, why not grant him this favor? However, to his surprise, Stephen extended his hand and pointed to Karen. "No, Master Mustard. I think that Pokémon would be better suited for my companion." "Me, Stephen, me." Karen pointed at herself, utterly stunned. The others shared the same bewildered expressions. "Stephen, this isn't fair." Will shouted dramatically, "Isn't the Galarian Moltres already meant for Morgan? And now Urshifu too? You can't just because she can give you. Wait, no, I mean, you can't favor her just because of that." It was an age-old truth. People don't resent scarcity, they resent inequality. Even though Will knew that Karen held a slightly higher status in Stephen's heart, this was blatant favoritism. 2 legendary Pokémon, that's way too much. Urshifu has 2 forms, Fighting Dark and Fighting Water. Do you think it suits you? Under Karen's murderous glare, Stephen calmly asked Will. Will opened his mouth, but couldn't come up with a rebuttal. In the end, he could only mutter a single word. "Damn. Stephen, Moltres is already enough for me. I don't need." Karen tried to refuse. "I already have a bear in my team. If I add Urshifu, their roles will overlap." Stephen patted Linlin on the shoulder. In the original anime, Ash traveled for 20 years and caught many Pokémon. But if you looked closely, you'd notice he rarely caught another electric type. That's because Pikachu had already secured that spot. Urshifu was the same, its fighting style overlapped too much with Beware. If it joined Stephen's team, it would likely end up sitting on the bench. And unlike Zorua, which was just a cute little Pokémon that enjoyed eating and lounging around, Urshifu was a battle-hungry Pokémon. It needed to fight. That made it unsuitable for Stephen's team. Well, okay. Karen had no more arguments and could only accept. He does take care of his people, huh? Gordy sighed, feeling just like Ash's group had back at Professor Oak's lab. Most people, when given a chance to obtain a legendary Pokémon, wouldn't care about things like role overlap. They'd just take it. But Stephen considered his Pokémon's feelings and chose to pass it on to his companion instead. That was true selflessness. If he became my new dad, that wouldn't be so bad. Gordy muttered to himself. Galarian Articuno went to that chubby guy, Galarian Moltres and Urshifu went to that white-haired girl, and he got nothing. Gordy genuinely thought Stephen was too generous. If Dr. Stephen were his new dad, well, it wouldn't be unacceptable. After all, Master Mustard and his wife Honey had a 30-year age gap. His mom and Dr. Stephen were only 20 years apart. That wasn't too bad, right? Little Stephen, you make a good point. In that case, this little one. Mustard agreed, realizing Stephen's reasoning was sound. Even if this Cubfu became stronger than its parents, it probably wouldn't get much battle time in Stephen's team. That would be too sad. He then prepared to hand the Piquet ball containing Cubfu to Karen. Wait a moment. A loud voice interrupted. Bee stepped forward and shouted. Can that person raise Cubfu properly? Everyone in the dojo knew that Master Mustard intended to entrust Cubfu to an outstanding disciple. To be honest, if it were given to Stephen, Bee would have no complaints. Whether it was his overwhelming power when battling against Galarian Articuno or his deep understanding of martial arts just now, Bee believed there was probably no better trainer in the world to raise Cubfu than Stephen. But who was this white-haired girl? They had trained so hard for so long, yet none of them had earned Master Mustard's approval. Why did this outsider get to just walk in and take a legendary Pokémon away? Just because you have an amazing teammate. This made the stubborn Bee quite unconvinced. Oh, so little girl, you think you're more qualified than me. Karen smirked mischievously, using Frieren's face. She had never been polite to anyone other than Stephen. At the very least, let me see if you're more qualified than me. Bee revealed a Piquet ball. Karen's lips curled up slightly, and with a flick of her wrist, she sent out her own Piquet ball. There it was, Incineroar. H. Hariyama is unable to battle. Incineroar wins. 2 minutes later, Gordy, acting as the temporary referee, stammered while announcing the result. Although the battle lasted 2 minutes, anyone with eyes could see that this girl Morgan was merely toying with Bee. Otherwise, she could have ended the battle in 1 minute. No, maybe even within 30 seconds. The 10-year-old bee bit her lower lip hard, trying her best to hold back her tears. Meanwhile, standing beside Mustard, the two Urshifu had witnessed the entire battle. "Looks like I'm at least more qualified than you." Karen propped her chin up with one hand and smirked. Bee turned and ran out. Steven sighed. "She's just a 10-year-old girl. Did you have to be so serious?" Karen winked playfully. "I'm just letting her understand the cruelty of the world in advance." However, using Friren's face to do so gave her a somewhat comical, child pretending to be mature look. "Little bear from now on, you'll be following Big Sis, got it?" Karen crouched down, clapped her hands like calling a puppy, and spread her arms toward Kubfu. Kubfu blinked twice, appearing a little nervous as it cautiously walked toward Karen. Just as the shy Kubfu was about to reach her, a blurry shadow suddenly darted out, scooping up Kubfu and hugging it tightly while rubbing its face against it. "Whoa!" Kubfu, whose face was being aggressively squished, let out a distressed cry. I can't breathe." Watching the Beware, who was holding Kubfu as if it were the most precious thing in the world, Karen was momentarily speechless. The child-obsessed issue acts up again. The three of them, Steven, Karen, and Will, decided to temporarily stay at Mustard's dojo. Galarian Articuno wasn't very convinced by Will because he hadn't captured it alone. This made Galarian Articuno's attitude somewhat similar to a future Charizard of Ash, thinking Will was unworthy. Will felt he needed to find a secluded place, release his ace Pokémon, and properly train this arrogant Articuno, reminding it who was boss. Meanwhile, Karen wanted to learn from Mustard, as no one understood how to train Kubfu better than him. For these reasons, Steven decided to stay on Isle of Armor for the time being. At the same time, Chairman Goodshow was still negotiating with Rose over the publishing rights of the Pokédex, staying in Galar alongside Lorelei. As for Ayano, who had come to Galar just for the excitement, she also temporarily joined Mustard's dojo. Though Mustard specialized in fighting-type Pokémon, as a former Galar League champion, his understanding of Pokémon training and battles was far beyond just one type. This was evident from the diverse types of Pokémon used by his disciples. On her second day at the dojo, Ayano sought out Honey and requested to use the dojo's computer to upload a video. That evening, a new video appeared on Ayano's channel. The Pokémon whose face screams invincible. Because Goodshow was busy arguing with Rose, he didn't boost Ayano's video this time. Yet, even without assistance, within 3 days, the video topped the trending charts again. Capturing legendary Pokémon was rare enough, but defeating a legendary with a Beware, an ordinary Pokémon, generated even more attention. Not to mention, Ayano was already a hot topic. Galar's Palace Gate Daily. Dr. Steven and our former Galar League champion Mustard are getting along well, exchanging insights on Pokémon training. As we all know, our proud champion Leon was once Mustard's disciple, and he continues to learn from him. We can already anticipate the day when Leon claims the title of strongest champion. Additionally, with the first day launch event of the Pokédex in a month, we are on the right track. Kalos Lumios TV. After capturing the Galarian Articuno, Mr. Will embraced Dr. Steven. Perhaps our previous speculation was wrong. Dr. Steven may not be interested solely in women, or he may not be limited to just women. For more details, stay tuned for our continuing coverage. Alola's Manalo Daily. This incident confirms that Dr. Steven chose to give the Pokédex publishing rights to Rose for the sake of his companions, rather than, as some dirty-minded individuals suggest, for a certain widowed gym leader. Additionally, the reason Dr. Steven chose to collaborate with President Lusamine was due to her charisma and shared ideals. Some malicious media outlets should immediately stop spreading false rumors. Johto's Goldenrod TV station. Dr. Steven is a man of deep loyalty. However, this does not contradict the possibility that he has been deceived by temptresses. We firmly believe that beauty is fleeting, but friendship is eternal. Since his two closest companions, Will and Morgan, are both from Johto, we trust that, when a certain unfaithful woman grows old and loses her charm, Dr. Steven will return to Johto for the sake of friendship. In New Bark Town, Johto, a boy around Ash Ketchum's age, wearing a backward cap and with an apem on his head, typed a comment. No worries, her daughter can take over in the future. 1 minute later, his screen displayed. Your account has been banned. Meanwhile, in Goldenrod City, Mary was furious. She had just finished writing an article summarizing her interview with Yano, adding her analysis. She focused on the Viridian incident, detailing its causes and consequences. She credited Joker for resolving the incident, arguing that he was not the evil anarchist that the League claimed. She also pointed out that Olivine Gym leader Altair was highly suspicious. After all, it was the attack on Olivine Gym that led to Joker's downfall 2 years ago. HMPH, the League is full of hypocrites, and that Dr. Stephen isn't a good person either. She clenched her fists. The Viridian incident had been forcibly suppressed, and it was all thanks to Dr. Stephen. After a long silence, she purchased a train ticket to Olivine City. Olivine Gym is hiding something. Smee, let's go. While Will was busy training Galarian Articuno and Karen was focused on Kubfu, the Tagalong Ayano had teamed up with Bee, Gordy, and other young Galar trainers to receive Mustard's guidance. For once, Stephen was acting alone. In the Pot-Bottom Desert, a hidden part of Isle of Armor. Boom! Reiku let out a thunderous roar, sending a 100,000-volt lightning strike crashing down. Nearby, 3 Houndums with glowing purple eyes weaved through the lightning, unleashing overheat together. But in the next second, a massive water tornado surged from the center of the storm, colliding head-on with the triple overheat. Surf! At the crest of the tsunami-like surf attack stood none other than one of the 3 legendary beasts, Suicune. As the waves crashed and the triple surf attack sent water vapor soaring, flames suddenly ignited beneath Suicune's feet. It had transformed into Entei. With its powerful physique, it charged fiercely toward the 3-headed hellhound. The 3-headed beast opened its bloodthirsty maws wide. Maria and Rose clawed wildly at Entei's sides, while Sina lunged like a vampire, attempting to sink its fangs into Entei's throat. On the other side of the battlefield, a fairy-like Altaria, adorned with soft pink feathered wings, spread them wide and unleashed a dazzling pink light. Dazzling gleam. Below, a Beware narrowed its eyes and slammed a heavy fist into the ground. Earthquake! Sand and dust surged up, forming a barrier to block the dazzling gleam attack. However, something strange happened. The radiant light of dazzling gleam passed right through the sand barrier, phasing through as if it were a phantom force attack from a ghost-type Pokémon, and struck Beware's face directly. Beware furrowed its brows, its pupils suddenly contracting. An invisible aura erupted from its body, stirring up an endless storm of dust that engulfed not just the cave, but the entire mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the terrifying pressure of the shockwave, 2 soft thuds sounded behind Beware. It was the Swablu and a small Zorua, both collapsed on the ground. Meanwhile, the Altaria that had been soaring in the air vanished like a mirage. An illusion. Zorua had attempted to use its illusion ability to assist Swablu in a surprise attack on Beware. However, Beware had seen through the trick and dispelled it using its Conqueror's Haki. Standing atop a rock in the middle of the desert, Stephen glanced at the wild Pokémon around him, Cubones, Sandacondas, and Sandslushes, all rolling their eyes and knocked out. He raised an eyebrow at Beware and said, Lin, from now on, don't unleash your Haki without my order. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Isle of Armor, Karen and her Kubfu sat together on the beach. The newly formed duo had just finished a training session and were completely out of breath. Hey, Morgan, how about a fair samurai duel, using our new partners? A familiar voice called out. It was Will, grinning mischievously as he flew over, riding on a Galarian Articuno. In just a few weeks, Will had already tamed this proud psychic bird. After all, with Will's strength, if he had sent out his main team initially, he could have captured Galarian Articuno by himself. Are you asking for death? Karen shot him a cold glare. They're new partners. That would be Kubfu versus Galarian Articuno. Was that even a fair fight? Unless Karen had a Galarian Moltres to even the odds. Of course, Will understood this logic, But the problem was, if Karen got Galarian Molters, he wouldn't stand a chance against her anymore. Did you find any rare Pokémon? Karen brushed back her sweat-dampened bangs. Unexpectedly, obtaining a legendary Pokémon like Kubfu had left her restless. She wasn't the type of girl to simply accept a gift without giving something in return. No matter how close she was to Steven, if she received such a powerful Pokémon, she felt the need to repay the favor. Since Will now had such a convenient transportation Pokémon, she ordered him to find a rare Pokémon as a return gift. Will was dumbfounded. What does your return gift have to do with me? But when Karen rolled up her sleeves and flexed her fists, Will had no choice but to comply. The problem was, the rarest Pokémon on the Isle of Armor was Kubfu, owned by Mustard. There was nothing rarer than that.